Lu Qian found himself within a fantastical realm, becoming a mere servant disciple of the Tianyan Holy Land. Unexpectedly, upon awakening his pure yang sacred body, he was suddenly bound and taken into the Empress's chambers. Just as he anticipated an intimate encounter, he awakened an invincible cracked system. Host, Lu Qian. Cultivation, initial stage of first transformation modifiable. Yuan Stone, 0 modifiable. Gazing at the system interface before him, Lu Qian's eyes gleamed with joy, and he immediately began to fervently press the next to his cultivation level. In the next instant, a series of notifications echoed in his mind. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully breaking through to the initial stage of second transformation. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully breaking through to the initial stage of third transformation. Ding, congratulations to the host for unexpectedly reaching the initial stage of ninth transformation. Ding, congratulations to the host for unexpectedly achieving the status of a quasi saint. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully breaking through to the Great Emperor of Extreme Tao. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully breaking through to the Creator God. With relentless fervor, Lu Qian transcended to the Creator God, becoming the supreme deity of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, an existence utterly invincible, standing atop the pinnacle of cultivation realms. Moreover, the system shop had also been unlocked. The various celestial treasures, unparalleled divine arts, and supreme artifacts within the shop were now at his beck and call. Lu Qian declared, "I shan't waste time explaining you are not worthy of hearing it. I simply refuse to consume beef." Table of Contents, 200 chapters. Chapter 1. Lu Qian, Tianyan Holy Land, Empress Luo Qingshan, Cracked System, Creator God. In the realm of 3,000 Dao states, within the Xianxian Dao state, in the southern wilderness, lies the Tianyan Holy Land. Where am I? A young man, appearing utterly drained and frail, lay upon a soft, crimson bed, awakening to a curious gaze around him. Lu Qian was originally an exemplary university student, who, by a stroke of fortune, stumbled into this world of cultivation. However, after 2.5 years of traversing this realm, his anticipated golden opportunity had yet to arrive, and he resigned himself to being an inconspicuous servant, disciple at the Tianyan Holy Land. Not long after entry, Lu Qian was elated to awaken his innate pure yang, sacred body. However, fate took an unexpected turn when he caught the eye of Chu Yueli from the Tianyan Holy Land. As a mere servant disciple, he was brought to the sacred Maiden Peak. Yet, it seemed that destiny had no intention of letting him go. Recently, a shocking revelation spread throughout the Tianyan Holy Land. The Empress was to marry Lu Qian. Shortly after the news broke, on a night shrouded in darkness, a shadow swiftly darted past Lu Qian, knocking him unconscious and binding him. Am I in the Empress's chambers? As Lu Qian regained consciousness, his awareness gradually returned. Before him lay a quaint and elegantly simple boudoir, with a faint fragrance lingering in the air. It appears that my innate pure yang sacred body is far too alluring. Even someone as powerful as the Empress cannot resist its temptation. While being a kept man isn't so bad, after all, she's the Empress, there's no loss in this. Thus, Lu Qian resolved to accept his fate. Although he had never encountered this enigmatic Empress, he had heard tales of her, unparalleled in grace. Her cultivation had reached a terrifying level of the Great Emperor, and she was renowned as the most beautiful woman in the Xianxian Dao state, standing at the zenith of both strength and beauty. As Lu Qian lay on the bed lost in thought, he suddenly heard light footsteps approaching from the door. Upon hearing the sound, Lu Qian quickly turned to look. The Empress, adorned in a resplendent crimson gown, wearing a phoenix crown and draped in a veil, gracefully approached the bed with exquisite poise. Upon seeing the true visage of Empress Luo Qingshan for the first time, Lu Qian was momentarily taken aback, his mind echoing a single thought: such a woman should only exist in the heavens, unmatched in elegance. You are awake. Luo Qingshan's large, watery eyes gazed at Lu Qian, her lips parting slightly as her ethereal voice resonated within the room. Standing before the bed, Luo Qingshan was breathtaking, akin to an ethereal snow lotus. She inspired both distant admiration and an irresistible desire to draw closer and bask in her radiance. Yes, I am prepared, however. Could you first lift the restraints on me? I fear it may hinder my performance later. After a brief moment of confusion, Lu Chen nodded and pointed to the restraints binding him, addressing Luo Qingshan. Upon hearing Lu Chen's request, Luo Qingshan's brow furrowed slightly. Her demeanor remained unchanged as she coldly explained. This empress marries you merely to harness the supreme yang true essence of your innate pure yang sacred body. Thus, this empress can grant you a title, but as for the marital essence, do not harbor such thoughts. As the foremost female sovereign of the Xianxian Dao state, Luo Qingshan's pride was immeasurable. How could she deign to regard Lu Chen, a mere servant disciple at the initial stage of first transformation? In response, Lu Chen, bewildered, inquired, without the marital essence, how can you utilize my supreme yang true essence? Luo Qingshan cast a sidelong glance, her icy reply resonating. You underestimate the methods of a great emperor. With that, she raised a hand towards Lu Chen, beginning to draw the supreme yang true essence from within him. By the heavens, it can be done this way. In the next moment, Lu Chen felt his true essence rapidly depleting, and he was struck with alarm, sensing a profound loss. Though Luo Qingshan did not extract his essence root directly, causing him no significant harm, sacrificing his true essence left him unable to even touch a finger to her. An indescribable humiliation surged within Lu Chen. He attempted to struggle, but the restraints held him firmly in place. Not resist. This empress will not extract all of your true essence. As compensation, this empress will not only promise you abundant cultivation resources, but you shall also walk the Holy Land as my husband. These heavenly and earthly spiritual herbs will not only suffice for your true essence's recovery, but will also propel your cultivation to new heights. Seeing Lu Chen's intent to resist, a flicker of compassion and reluctance arose within Luo Qingshan, prompting her to comfort and assure him. Alas, her ice phoenix body bore a fatal flaw, susceptible to the backlash of extreme icy energy. Thus she required Lu Chen's supreme yang true essence. With a tinge of guilt, Luo Qingshan retrieved a spatial ring, within which resided numerous rare and precious cultivation resources, such as the 9 transformations celestial lotus, the heaven-mending divine herb, and the blood jade phoenix essence. Each of these treasures could incite fierce competition among countless cultivators. Faced with such overwhelming circumstances, Lu Chen, devoid of any means of resistance, surrendered before the great emperor. He, a mere initial stage cultivator, was no different from an ant. Host successfully bound to the Invincible Cracked System. This system is fully unlocked, allowing the host to modify both cultivation and the quantity of Yuan Stones at will. Moreover, all items in the system shop are now accessible to the host. Host, Lu Chen modifiable. Gender, male modifiable. Identity, servant disciple of Tianyan Holy Land modifiable. Cultivation, initial stage of first transformation. Modifiable. Yuan Stones, 0 modifiable. Holy Source Stones, 0 modifiable. Divine Source Stones, 0 modifiable. Cultivation technique, Chang Chun Gong, 3rd layer modifiable. As Lu Chen relinquished his resistance and allowed Luo Qingshan to extract his supreme yang true essence, a cold, mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his mind. System, you have finally arrived, and it is fully cracked. Lu Chen's face lit up with delight. Back on Blue Star, he had a penchant for playing cracked games, relishing in the thrill of 999, 9999. Unfortunately, a certain gourd had fallen from grace. Does the host wish to modify and elevate cultivation to 9th transformation? 9th transformation? Too trivial. The vision is far too small. With a swift thought, Lu Chen directed his focus to the beside the cultivation section, fervently tapping it. Congratulations to the host for successfully breaking through to the initial stage of 2nd transformation. Congratulations to the host for successfully breaking through to the initial stage of 3rd transformation. Congratulations to the host for successfully breaking through to the extreme Dao Emperor. Congratulations to the host for successfully breaking through to the half-god. Congratulations to the host for successfully breaking through to the Creator God. Immediately, the system's notifications resonated incessantly within Lu Chen's mind. Lo Qingxian, who was extracting the true yang essence, instantly noticed Lu Chen's anomaly. Just moments ago, the true yang essence within Lu Chen was but a small pool, yet now it seemed to have transformed into a vast and boundless celestial expanse. Having successfully ascended to the status of creator god, Lu Chen felt an overwhelming and profound power coursing through his being, as if he had become a deity. The restraints within him were instantly crushed by the formidable might of the creator god. How is this possible? Sensing the annihilation of the restraints, before Luo Qingshan could react, she was enveloped by an overwhelming celestial authority. In an instant, she found herself unable to move even a muscle. Then, to her astonishment, Lu Chen rose and wrapped his arm around her delicate waist. If you desire my true yang essence, you must be prepared to pay a price. Lu Chen gazed at the ethereal and aloof Luo Qingshan, feeling an intense heat within himself. In the next moment, Lu Chen turned around. Before Luo Qingshan's bewildered eyes, he sealed her luscious lips with his own. Soon, the atmosphere within the chamber became imbued with the essence of spring.p.s. Realm classification: Cultivator's 1st to 9th transformation. Transcendent to Sage, Quasi-Sage, Sage, Sage King, Great Sage. Path of the Emperor, Quasi-Emperor, Infinite Emperor, Peak Emperor, Extreme Tao Emperor. Reaching the Divine Realm, Half God, True God, God King, God Emperor, Eternal Sovereign, Creator God. Chapter 2. Cherishing the Fragile. The wedding commences. The next day, in the Empress's chamber, scattered upon the floor lay an ice-blue celestial gown. Alongside the phoenix crown that adorned the Empress's head, now removed, Lu Chen, reclining on the bed, opened his eyes, gazing with a smile at the pure and ethereal Luo Qingshan, resembling a delicate little rabbit. After enduring so much, he finally felt a surge of liberation. At that moment, Luo Qingshan awoke as well. Her eyes fell upon the striking crimson stain on the sheets, a sight that was particularly jarring. How outrageous! Lu Chen, as a mere servant disciple, who gave you the audacity? Recalling the events of the previous night, Luo Qingshan waved her hand, summoning her powerful spiritual energy to envelop her ice-blue gown and don it. Realizing what had transpired, she swiftly stood, her phoenix eyes glaring fiercely at Lu Chen. As the Empress of the Tianyan sacred land, she was exalted, akin to an eternal glacier that never melts. The humiliation of having lost her virtue to a lowly servant disciple filled her with shame and fury. My dear wife, if you desire my supreme yang essence, there's no such thing as a free lunch, Lu Chen replied nonchalantly, a roguish grin on his face in response to her ire. Rogue, spare me your nonsense. To tarnish the purity of this empress is punishable by death. With that, Luo Qingshan unleashed her formidable imperial pressure towards Lu Chen. However, he remained unfazed. Such imperial might, in the presence of a creator god like myself, is but a triviality. He then subtly shifted his thoughts, unleashing an intangible and profound wave of energy that radiated from his being. The overwhelming imperial power dissipated like a mirage, vanishing without a trace. My dear wife, do you intend to commit murder against your own husband? Lu Chen leaned against the edge of the bed, observing the empress with a languid expression. How could that be? Luo Qingshan's phoenix eyes flickered with disbelief, her delicate face reflecting astonishment. How could a mere servant disciple, possessing only a minor cultivation, withstand her imperial might and remain so composed? Who is your husband? Gazing at Lu Chen's audacious smirk, Luo Qingshan's cheeks flushed crimson, her legs trembling slightly, and she retorted. I have guarded my purity for so many years, yet now a servant disciple has defiled me. Are you truly unwilling to acknowledge me as your husband? Perhaps you should utter the word husband for me to hear. Lu Chen teased, delighted by her flustered state. In the next moment, he slightly released a diluted version of his overwhelming aura towards Luo Qingshan. Instantly, she felt as if struck by lightning, an immense pressure of the heavenly Tao swirling above her head. To her horror, she discovered that her imperial cultivation was firmly suppressed, unable to emanate even a whisper of power. Impossible, your aura. Luo Qingshan gazed at Lu Chen in disbelief. At this moment, she found herself powerless, akin to an ordinary mortal. Lu Chen, do not push your luck. Luo Qingshan bit her lip in frustration, her expression one of defiance. Still not calling me. Lu Chen noted her fierce spirit. If you refuse to accept this identity, then we must discuss your earlier act of forcibly drawing my supreme yang essence. The sight of the proud and aloof empress yielding to his dominance ignited Lu Chen's desire for conquest. He began to threaten her slowly. Upon hearing Lu Chen refer to himself as this god, Luo Qingshan trembled, her heart racing. Before she could contemplate further, the pressure intensified, threatening to annihilate both her body and soul. No, I cannot die so easily. My sister's vengeance remains unavenged. As the shadow of death loomed closer, a hazy silhouette flashed through her mind, filling her with a fierce unwillingness. In the next moment, her cheeks flushed deeply, her ears burning. With parted lips, she whispered faintly, "Husband." Having uttered those words, Luo Qingshan seemed to expend all her strength. Her face flushed, her head spinning, and she collapsed to the ground. At her words, a satisfied smile crept across Lu Chen's lips as he retracted his pressure. He then accessed Luo Qingshan's character panel. Luo Qingshan, modifiable. Gender, female, modifiable. Cultivation, Supreme Emperor, modifiable. Lifespan, 126,788, modifiable. Identity, Empress of Tianyan, modifiable. Physique, Ice Phoenix body, modifiable. This is more like it. My dear wife. Gazing at the enchanting figure of the exquisite Empress, Lu Chen was entranced. He gradually leaned closer, once again capturing her tempting lips. Luo Qingshan, who had never been intimate with any man, widened her phoenix eyes in shock, her face a deep crimson, a mix of embarrassment and anger directed at Lu Chen. Finally, she raised her small fist and lightly thumped his chest twice in discontent before retreating. After several hours of strenuous engagement, Lu Chen once again opened his character panel. Lu Chen, modifiable. Gender, male, modifiable. Cultivation, creator god. Origin stones, 999999999, modifiable. Holy source stones, 999999999, modifiable. Divine source stones, 999999999, modifiable. Physique, pure yang sacred body, modifiable. Lifespan, infinite, modifiable. In his leisure, he adjusted the number of origin stones. Soon, Lu Chen began browsing the system marketplace, overwhelmed by an array of treasures. Chaos Blue Lotus, 30 million causality points for exchange. Dragon Blood Bodhi, 20 million causality points for exchange. Time and Space Sacred Lotus, 50 million causality points for exchange. Time Divine Fragment, 100 million causality points for exchange. What exactly are these causality points? Lu Chen inquired with curiosity. Ding. The host earns causality points by completing tasks, but this system is a cracked version, so the host can exchange for any item in the marketplace without payment. That's quite beneficial, but these treasures hold no value for me now. For Lu Chen, now a creator god, such celestial treasures lost all significance. Meanwhile, Luo Qingshan, her complexion radiant, swiftly donned her attire, concealing her graceful figure. Once dressed, she quickly departed the chamber, leaving behind a remark. Do remember to visit the Tianyan Sacred Hall later. Chapter 3. Chu Yuli, Blood God Sect Leader, xianxiaaudiobooks, One Strike to Kill. The Soul Banner. Concurrently, the Empress's grand wedding was about to commence, with red drapery adorning the entirety of the Tianyan Sacred Land. As the first Empress of Zhongshuan Daozhou, numerous influential figures from the southern regions had gathered to partake in this momentous occasion. Upon arriving outside the chamber, Luo Qingshan's complexion remained flushed, still struggling to come to terms with the loss of her virtue. Alas, what has done is done. At least the issue concerning my Ice Phoenix body has been resolved, she reassured herself. Little did she anticipate that, through such unforeseen circumstances, she had indeed become wed to Lu Chen. However, with the matter settled, she had no choice but to accept it. After all, the power Lu Chen had displayed could greatly bolster the strength of the Tianyan Sacred Land. Greetings, Empress. 9 graceful figures approached from afar, bowing in reverence to Luo Qingshan. Zhu Tianzuan is the personal maid of Luo Qingshan, not only possessing exquisite beauty and unparalleled grace, but also having attained the realm of quasi-emperor in strength. Leading the group is the enchanting Miaoyin, adorned in a purple off-shoulder gown, her fair shoulders exquisite as jade, her figure delicate and alluring. She steps forward and addresses. Reporting to the Empress, all factions have arrived and everything is in order. Upon hearing this, Luo Qingshan slightly nods, the flush on her face fading, returning to her previous cold demeanor. Very well, let us commence. With that, Luo Qingshan soars towards the Tianyan Sacred Hall, followed closely by Zhu Tianzuan. Meanwhile, within the Tianyan Sacred Hall, the news of the Empress's impending marriage casts a shadow over many attendees. Alas, the Empress is willing to marry a mere servant disciple. What a pity for that waste. The chief disciple of the Tianjian sect, Ningyu, grumbles angrily while downing his drink. Brother Ning, your words are misguided. I have heard that this servant disciple possesses the innate pure yang sacred body, but he is merely a waste at the early stage of transformation. How could the illustrious Empress, the foremost female sovereign of Zhongshuan Daozhou, possibly take a liking to him? She likely seeks to utilize his true yang essence, explains Mo Yunxiao. The saint's son of the Yaoxian sect, with a refined and leisurely demeanor, fanning himself with a folding fan. Hearing this, Ning Yu's eyes brighten. Brother Mo speaks wisely. As expected of the saint's son of Yaoxian sect, countless admirers of the Empress exist throughout Songshuan Daozhou, likely extending from Tianyan Sacred Land to the southern borders. And we are merely two among many. As the two converse, a formidable imperial aura suddenly sweeps into the hall. Under the escort of Zhu Tianzuan, Luo Qingshan strides in, instantly capturing the attention of all present. A fragrant breeze wafts through as Zhu Tianzuan, each a vision of captivating beauty, bows slightly to the Empress. We pay our respects to the Empress. In response, everyone present stands and bows to Luo Qingshan. Upon reaching the uppermost part of the hall, the presiding elder, Gu Yan, clears his throat and announces, "Cough, cough. Since the Empress has arrived, I hereby declare the wedding to commence." In a corner, Chu Yueli sighs in regret. That brat Lu Chun has caught the Empress's eye. What a shame, he can no longer assist me in my cultivation. Shortly after Lu Chun joined Tianyan Sacred Land, Chu Yueli recognized his innate pure yang sacred body. However, she lacked the courage to compete with the Empress for him after the sudden announcement of their marriage. Just then, as Elder Gu Yan concludes his announcement, a blood-red figure bursts into the Tianyan Sacred Hall, accompanied by an overwhelming imperial presence. Now the real show begins. Observing the arrival of the blood-red figure, Mo Yunxiao's lips curl into a wicked smile. This person is none other than the leader of the Blood God sect. Xianxiaaudiobooks. How could such a devilish figure appear here? Ning Yu gasps in shock, perplexed by the appearance. The forces of the southern borders are divided into the righteous and demonic factions. Tianyan Sacred Land belongs to the righteous side, while the Blood God sect is part of the demonic forces. How could they suddenly appear here? Xianxiaaudiobooks, this is the Empress's wedding. Your uninvited presence is a provocation to Tianyan Sacred Land and the righteous forces of the southern borders. Elder Gu Yan reprimands, unleashing an enormous imperial pressure towards Xianxiaaudiobooks. However, Xianxiaaudiobooks chooses to ignore the elder's admonition, his gaze fixed intently on Luo Qingshan. Empress, are you truly willing to marry a mere waste of a boy? Have you grown weary of solitude after so many years? You need not settle for a waste. I am always at your service, guaranteed to satisfy your desires. Kik. With a sinister laugh, Xianxiaaudiobooks' gaze roams over Luo Qingshan's form beneath her elegant gown. Presumptuous. How dare you speak so disrespectfully to the Empress? At this, Ling Long, the leading maid, furrows her brow and swiftly strikes towards Xianxiaaudiobooks. He scoffs, effortlessly repelling her with a surge of energy. A mere quasi-emperor dares to challenge a peak emperor? Truly foolish. The reticent and ethereal Su Xinzuan also rushes out to catch Ling Long. Kik, how amusing. You 9 maidens are quite charming. Do you wish to serve alongside your Empress? Xianxiaaudiobooks' laughter becomes more brazen. Yet, before Luo Qingshan can take action, a commanding voice suddenly resounds. Old fool, dare you covet my wife? Are you tired of living? Come, be my guest in the Wanhun fan. As the words finish, a powerful heavenly pressure crushes Xianxiaaudiobooks' imperial might. In an instant, under the astonished gazes of all in the Tianyan Sacred Hall, Xianxiaaudiobooks, a peak emperor, explodes into a mist of blood. The next moment, the space beside Luo Qingshan cracks open, revealing Lu Chun, whose form steps forth as if he were a deity. Xianxiaaudiobooks, now reduced to mere spirit, stands in a daze. Who are you? A wave of overwhelming pressure envelopes Xianxiaaudiobooks, causing him to tremble in fear as he gazes at Lu Chun, who has suddenly appeared above him. He could never have imagined that someone could defeat a peak emperor with a single strike. Chatter. Lu Chun stands above, his gaze cold and unwavering. In the next moment, a black banner inscribed with a skull appears out of thin air. As the Wanhun fan is unveiled, it immediately draws in the remaining spirit of Xianxiaaudiobooks. No, this is impossible. Xianxiaaudiobooks' face contorts in rage as he futilely struggles against the grasp of the Wanhun fan. This artifact, chosen with great care from the system's marketplace by Lu Chun, not only subdues all spirits, but also possesses the ability to refine and control them. Lu Chun. In a corner, the Saintess Chu Yueli instantly recognizes the newcomer as Lu Chun. What? He is Lu Chun, the Empress's husband? Wasn't he merely a servant disciple, a waste? Mo Yunxiao, too, is no longer composed, gazing at Lu Chun with profound astonishment. To eliminate a peak emperor with mere pressure, Ning Yu remains silent, drowning his sorrows in drink, feeling utterly despondent and completely disillusioned with the Empress. To defeat a peak emperor with mere pressure is an extraordinary feat. Surely, even the Empress, a supreme figure, could not accomplish such a thing. Not only they, but all who recognized Lu Chun among the disciples and elders are left speechless. My dear wife, you certainly have your share of troubles, You must make it up to me when we return. Lu Chen chuckles, then, in front of everyone, pulls Luo Qingshan into his embrace. Through his spiritual senses, he perceives numerous powerful presences hidden outside Tianyan's sacred land. The earlier leader of the Blood God sect was merely testing the waters. Mind your demeanor, there are eyes watching. Feeling uncomfortable with such intimacy in front of others for the first time, Luo Qingshan blushes deeply. Does this imply your agreement, my dear? Lu Chen persistently inquired. Luo Qingshan lowered her head, gently resting it against Lu Chen's chest, her voice barely a whisper. All right, my dear, wait for me. I shall clear away these pesky nuisances. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen let out a hearty laugh and turned his gaze towards the figures concealed beyond the Tianyan Holy Land. Everyone, including the great elder Gu Yan, felt a profound shock as they witnessed Luo Qingshan displaying such a demure demeanor. A stark contrast to her usual cold and aloof persona, akin to an everlasting iceberg. Now, before Lu Chen, she acted like a doting young bride. Outside the Tianyan Holy Land, beneath the vast sky. What is happening? What has that scoundrel Hellion Shiyue done? Why has the heavenly secrets below suddenly been obscured? Inquired an elderly figure with an eagle-like nose, cloaked in a hat. Is it possible that the Empress has discovered us ahead of time? Speculated another shadowy figure, shrouded in eerie black mist. It is impossible. Even if the Empress sensed our presence, she could not possibly block our divine perception. Moreover, according to those old geezers from the Tianji Pavilion, the Empress should be severely affected by the backlash from the Ice Phoenix body, unable to utilize even a third of her power. Even if she is an extreme Dao Emperor, she could not achieve this, explained an elder clad in coarse garments. The three individuals perched atop the dome were all formidable figures of the southern wilderness demonic path, their prowess reaching the pinnacle of Emperor. Upon learning of the Empress's situation, they seized the opportunity to eradicate her and eliminate obstacles for the unification of the demonic path in the southern wilderness. Could it be related to that innate pure Yang Saint body brat? The true Yang essence within him is precisely what counters the Empress's Ice Phoenix body. The eagle-nosed elder conjectured. Absolutely not. That brat is but a mere insect. How could he possess such substantial true Yang essence? The coarse-clothed elder firmly rebutted. Just as the three were at a loss, a voice, akin to that of the Grim Reaper, echoed in their ears. Have you all concluded your discussion? Before they could react, a terrifying pressure enveloped them from above. This oppressive force was so overwhelming that it seemed capable of shattering all laws of the universe. The three peak emperors had no chance to respond, their physical forms perishing instantly. Subsequently, their souls were drawn into the soul banner. Is this really resolved? Lu Chen has just effortlessly annihilated three peak emperors without lifting a finger? Those witnessing this spectacle were once again astonished by Lu Chen's capabilities. Is he still the Lu Chen I once knew? Has he been possessed by a stronger being? Murmured Chu Yueli, who had shared countless intimate moments with Lu Chen, her heart filled with disbelief and trepidation. As Chu Yueli was engulfed in fear, Lu Chen cast a glance in her direction. With the divine consciousness of a creator god, he had long since detected her presence. Seemingly sensing Lu Chen's gaze, Chu Yueli was too frightened to lift her head. Not only she, but those who had previously oppressed Lu Chen now dared not even breathe audibly. Humph, Lu Chen snorted coldly, deciding to first complete the wedding before settling accounts later. With his powers as a creator god, it would be futile for them to flee to the ends of the earth. All right, my dear, these nuisances have been dealt with. The wedding may proceed. After eliminating all malicious entities, Lu Chen smiled at Luo Qingshan. The pressure he had exerted was but a fraction of his full strength. Thus, the wedding continued. Bow to heaven and earth, announced the great elder Gu Yan, officiating the ceremony. Bow to heaven and earth? I wonder if the heavenly Tao can withstand my bow, Lu Chen mused. As expected, just as he and Luo Qingshan bowed to the heavenly Tao, the sky trembled violently, the space fracturing, and countless shards of the heavenly Tao began to fall. The great elder Gu Yan was taken aback by this spectacle, his respect for Lu Chen deepening. Below, disciples who had often clashed with Lu Chen exhibited expressions of terror, fearing his potential wrath. Presently, Lu Chen could extinguish them as effortlessly as crushing an ant. Bow to the ancestors. The couple bows to each other. The ceremony is complete, the great elder proclaimed, slightly embarrassed. With Lu Chen and Luo Qingshan bowing to one another, the wedding was finally concluded. That night, amidst the company of the nine heavens Xianan, led by Linglong Fairy and Su Xianxian, Lu Chen eagerly embraced Luo Qingshan as they entered the bridal chamber. Amidst gentle persuasion, the shy Luo Qingshan soon found herself in a state of delightful vulnerability. Her celestial garments slipping away, transformed into a delicate white rabbit. What is your rush? Exclaimed Luo Qingshan, her cheeks flushed and her lips releasing warm breaths. My dear, a moment of spring night is worth 1,000 gold. Chapter 5. The Backlash of Karma, Fleeing in Panic, Enjoying Life, and a Single Palm Strike to Annihilate. In the Blood God cult, a thunderous roar shattered the heavens, reverberating throughout the entire sect. Xiue, the Blood God ancestor, who had long been in seclusion, emerged from his retreat upon sensing the demise of his grandson, Helian Xiue. Speak. What transpired? The first thing he did upon exiting was to grasp the vice cult leader, demanding an explanation. Reporting to the ancestor, the cult leader was invited today by the 3 major demonic sects to the Tianyan Holy Land, only to meet his end there. The rest of us are completely unaware, the vice cult leader stammered, trembling in fear. What a Tianyan Holy Land! What a female emperor! Upon learning of Helian Xiue's fate, the Blood God ancestor was consumed by fury, ready to storm the Tianyan Holy Land. However, a voice suddenly interrupted him. Old man, do not act rashly. This matter is quite peculiar. Let us first go to the Tianji Pavilion and clarify things before proceeding. The Baiwei ancestor of the Baiwei demonic sect had unexpectedly arrived at the Blood God cult. The 4 peak emperors who perished in the Tianyan Holy Land were the leaders of the 4 major demonic sects of the southern wilderness. Hearing this, the Blood God cult leader pondered for a moment and ultimately decided to accompany the Baiwei ancestor to the Tianji Pavilion. The Tianji Pavilion, the most mysterious neutral force in Zhongshuan Dao Prefecture, possesses unfathomable power, feared even across the entire 3,000 Dao prefectures. Its branch in the southern wilderness awaited the Blood God ancestor and the Baiwei ancestor's arrival. Upon their arrival at the Tianji branch, the Ghost ancestor and the xianxia ancestor had already been waiting for some time. In the Tianji Great Hall, the customary fee for divining the heavenly secrets was 40 million Saint Source Stones. The master of the Tianji branch, donned in a Taoist robe and holding a feather duster, sat high in the hall and spoke solemnly to the 4 demonic sect ancestors. To seek the heavenly secrets requires 40 million Saint Source Stones. Upon hearing the demand for such an exorbitant amount, the Blood God ancestor furrowed his brow, indignantly retorting, 40 million Saint Source Stones. Why such a high price? This cost has far exceeded the usual fee for divining heavenly secrets. If you do not wish to conduct business, then begone. The master of the Tianji branch showed no deference to the 4 demonic sect ancestors, fully aware of the formidable power of TNJG. Su Oz and his companions could only swallow their grievances, ultimately surrendering a staggering 40 million NSH. Upon receiving the NSH, the master of the TNJ branch nodded in satisfaction, forming intricate hand seals as celestial phenomena flickered around him, initiating a divination to uncover the fate of the 4 leaders. As the stars continued to shimmer around him, the obscured truths gradually came into view. Unexpectedly, before he could fully discern the figure beyond the mist, the branch master's countenance shifted dramatically, as if he had encountered an unspeakable horror. How could this be? In the next moment, overwhelmed by the backlash of potent karmic forces, the stars shattered, and the body, along with the soul of the branch master, was instantly reduced to dust. What has transpired? The 4 ancient leaders of the demonic sects below were left dumbfounded by this sight. The entire divination, from start to finish, lasted less than 3 breaths. Yet the branch master perished due to karmic retribution, with even his soul unable to escape. What sort of forbidden figure could have slain the one known as Xiaoyu? Such terror is unimaginable. Su Oz's gaze turned grave, an overwhelming chill enveloping him, and he felt immense gratitude for the timely intervention of Biul Ounce. Had he indeed breached TNYNSHD, the consequences would have been unthinkable. The more profound and powerful a cultivator, the greater the karmic burden they carry. Thus, the backlash encountered from probing their destiny grows increasingly formidable. My esteemed colleagues, in my humble opinion, we should cease our endeavors here. This entity is far beyond our capabilities. Biul spoke with a resolute gaze. The branch master of TNJ, possessing the cultivation of an immeasurable emperor, was felled in mere moments while attempting to unravel this entity's fate. Thus, it is evident that this being must be a deity. Yuhnl surmised. A deity? Upon hearing this, Su Shnl and Biul could not help but draw in sharp breaths. In the 3,000 states, it is well known that cultivation is divided into 4 distinct levels: Shizh and Wzh, Chofn are Shing, Dh ing Dodd, and Wnd ing Shny. The term deity refers to those who have ascended to the 4th level, transcending all beings, beneath the gods. All are but ants. This cannot stand. I must flee the southern borders tonight. No, I must escape seeing Su Nd Ozhu. Su Nshl Oz's heart trembled, swiftly deciding to depart from seeing Su Nd Ozhu. Without hesitation, he dashed away, vanishing into the vast darkness, disregarding his followers. You too. Take care. I must take my leave now. Observing this, Xuan Oz silently packed his belongings, emulating Xuan Oz in his desperate flight. This resolute demeanor had long cast aside thoughts of avenging his grandson. What a jest! That is a deity. A mere breath could obliterate the four of us, the ancient leaders of the demonic sections. The two old fellows fled faster than anyone else. Wait for me. By the time Biul Oz and Yuhnl Oz regained their composure, Xuan Oz and Xunshl Oz had already vanished, prompting them to hastily follow suit. The next day, at Tianyan, after another night of galloping through the lands, Lchn awoke from his slumber in the land of fish and water, now indulging in a delightful bath in the sacred spring. Beside him, the charming Xianxiaaudiobooks, clad in a lilac fairy gown, tenderly massaged his back. Leaning against her fragrant shoulder, Lchn inhaled her enchanting aroma. Ah, exquisite, exquisite, dear Ling, press down a little lower, yes. Just there, under the delicate ministrations of Lchn, savored the fruits offered by Xuan. The other 7 Xuan danced gracefully by the sacred pool, their figures swaying with elegance. The 9 heavenly Xuan, under the Empress, each possessed unique charm. Ling's gentle finesse, Xuan's ethereal grace, Bihuxian's alluring beauty, and Huifeng's captivating allure. The allure and grace of the 9 heavenly Xuan only slightly paled in comparison to Luo Qingshan. Each of them would be regarded as celestial maidens in any sect. This is truly the life of immortals. Lchn's eyes narrowed in bliss, reveling in this haven of tenderness. As the creator god, now unrivaled in the world, all opportunities and fortunes appeared as mere trifles to him. He ought to relish life in such a manner, for what meaning would his cultivation hold otherwise? He was not one to dismiss all things lightly. My lord, is the pressure satisfactory? Ling's inquired softly. My lord, are the grapes sweet enough? Xuan delicately asked. Yes, yes, quite splendid. Continue with the music and dance. Lchn's smile broadened, his lips curving with uncontainable joy. By the way, where has my wife gone? After their wedding night, Luo Qingshan had risen early, prompting Lchn's curiosity. Reporting to my lord, the Empress is currently occupied with the affairs of the 4 demonic sects from yesterday. Ling's replied. Oh, were those leaders not already dealt with? Upon hearing about the 4 demonic sects, Lchn furrowed his brow. Xuan continued. My lord may not be aware, but there are still ancient ancestors stationed within those demonic sections. As the foremost power in the southern borders, Tianyan now faces rampant demonic forces, and the Empress is discussing countermeasures with other righteous powers. With this, Xuan frowned slightly, for within the entire sacred domain, only the Empress was a formidable emperor, and they were unable to offer any assistance. I see, these obstinate fools should be eradicated directly. Why bother with such troublesome negotiations? Chapter 6, Annihilation at Xuan Peak, Avenge and Repay Wrongs. As soon as the words left his lips, Lchn tore open a rift in the void before him with a single hand, reaching into it. Simultaneously, above the realms of the 4 demonic sects, Xuango, Biugo, Xuanshgo, and Yuhngo, a terrifying rift appeared in the air. What is this? Countless disciples stationed in the demonic sects looked up in panic at the horrifying phenomenon that had suddenly emerged above them. In the next moment, a colossal hand emerged from the rift in the void. An unparalleled pressure from the heavenly Tao emanated from this hand, and as this terrifying force enveloped them, in an instant, all disciples and elders were reduced to mere blood mist. Following that, the giant hand descended violently, shattering countless palaces and halls, turning the entire stronghold of the demonic sect into ruins, leaving behind a gaping chasm spanning thousands of miles. Witnessing this spectacle, Xianxia and the others instinctively covered their mouths with their delicate hands, their astonishment evident. I almost forgot about those 4 old fools. Lchn had sensed someone attempting to probe his fate with heavenly techniques the previous night, but he had been too preoccupied with his diligent endeavors to pay them any mind. Meanwhile, the 4 ancient leaders of the demonic sects were fleeing desperately, nearing the edge of seeing Ndozhu. Yet, as Lchn's single strike obliterated their stronghold, the 4 leaders felt a sudden, dreadful awareness. This is not good. He has made his move. Run. Thus, Xuan Oz and the others ignited their bloodlines, racing madly towards the barrier of the realm. However, How could they escape Lchn's grasp? In the next moment, the surrounding space distorted, forming an invisible cage that ensnared Xuan Oz and the others within. Spatial lockdown. Xuan Oz's expression changed drastically, exclaiming in alarm. From such a great distance, he can still enact a spatial lockdown. This must be a deity. Great Divine One, spare us. We were blind to your greatness. We are willing to serve you for eternity. Please, show mercy. Knowing they could not escape the clutches of a deity, Xuan Oz immediately fell to his knees, pleading for mercy. Yet Lcn remained unmoved, and as the surrounding space constricted violently, the bodies of the four extreme emperors were instantaneously crushed into dust. Their souls were nurtured within the Wan Hun fan by Lu Chen. With the troubles resolved, it was time for me to settle past grievances. After exterminating the four ancient ancestors of the demon sect, Lu Chen, adorned in fine attire with the assistance of the Linglong fairy and the Baiwa fairy, vanished in an instant. Upon leaving the sacred spring, he arrived at Xianyu Peak, the very mountain where the saintess resided. With familiarity, he swiftly made his way to the saintess hall. At that moment, Chuyuli sat there, lost in thought on the jade bed, consumed by worry since the previous day when she had encountered Lu Chen. After all, within the Tianyan sacred hall, Lu Chen had effortlessly dispatched 4 peak emperors. Such power was utterly terrifying. Lu Chen, what do you want? Chuyuli stammered, her form retreating in fear. Though she had anticipated this day would eventually come, she had not expected it to arrive so swiftly. Recalling the past when Lu Chen had just awakened his innate pure yang sacred body, Chuyuli had brought him to Xianyu Peak, withholding all cultivation resources from him, treating him merely as a furnace for her own gain. Reflecting on those moments, Lu Chen's gaze turned icy, and with a mere thought, an overwhelming invisible force ensnared Chuyuli in midair. Lu Chen, I truly realize my mistakes. Please spare me. What do you intend to do? Facing Lu Chen's cold stare, Chuyuli's delicate face turned ashen. What do I intend? I shall repay you in kind, Lu Chen replied, a glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes. Upon hearing this, Chuyuli clung to what she perceived as a lifeline, desperately pleading, all right, if you spare me, I am willing to be your servant, to be at your beck and call. With that, she provocatively adjusted her clothing, showcasing her alluring figure. Witnessing Chuyuli's actions, which resembled a courtesan's display, Lu Chen shook his head with a derisive smile. You are but a green tea bitch. I find you distasteful, he remarked before opening the system shop interface. System modify. Modification successful. Chuyuli, gender, male. Lu Chen, what have you done? Why has my voice changed? Chuyuli exclaimed in terror, only to realize with horror the transformation of her body. Her once delicate voice had become coarse, and a prominent Adam's apple had emerged. Even facial hair began to sprout. No, Lu Chen, what have you done to me? What sorcery is this? Change me back. What do you intend? Chuyuli screamed in fury, her phoenix eyes nearly ablaze with rage. Oh, what do I intend? I shall repay you in kind, Lu Chen reiterated, harboring a grudge for their past encounters. He was not one to possess a forgiving heart. Previously, as a lowly servant disciple, he had suffered greatly under Chuyuli's oppression. This had stunted his progress, leaving him at the initial stage of the first transition for far too long. Had she allocated even a fraction of resources to him, he would not have borne such resentment. Thus, Lu Chen opened the system shop once more and quickly located what he desired. Ruhua. Gender. Female. Karma value. 100. Special. Stunningly beautiful, shy and demure. What an ugly creature. What is this monstrosity? Chuyuli gasped in horror at the appearance of Ruhua, who was indeed grotesque, her cavernous mouth seemingly capable of swallowing the world. Who dares call me ugly? Ruhua, incensed by the insult, seized Chuyuli's hairy leg and began to thrash it against the ground. What a handsome youth. Upon recognizing Chuyuli's visage, Ruhua's eyes sparkled with delight. Get away from me, Lu Chen. May you meet a terrible end. In her current predicament, Chuyuli, who was obsessed with beauty, felt as though she were living a fate worse than death. She unleashed a tirade of curses at Lu Chen, who remained unfazed, responding with a cold smile. Evil begets evil. It is not for me to intervene. With that, Lu Chen exited the saintess hall, yet as Chuyuli teetered on the brink of despair, he resolved to act decisively. Boom. The entire saintess hall crumbled to dust, dissipating into nothingness. Ultimately, Lu Chen found himself unable to surpass Xianxia's challenge, refraining from allowing Chuyuli to suffer humiliation unto death. Chapter 7. Shengyuan Peak. Master Mu Wanqing, junior sister Lu Qianer. After departing Xianyu Peak, Lu Chen systematically eliminated each of his former oppressors among his peers. Consequently, tales of his exploits spread throughout Tianyan's sacred land, with even those who had fled the night before falling victim to his wrath. Having completed these deeds, Lu Qingshan next arrived at the rather secluded and chilly Shengyuan Peak. When he had first joined the Tianyan Sacred Land, he had entered Shengyuan Peak as a servant disciple, becoming a named disciple under Elder Lu. Despite the peak's long-standing desolation, it had left a favorable impression on him. Though some of his master's disciples harbored disdain for him, none had chosen to oppress him. In fact, a few kind-hearted brothers had even stood up for him. Today, Lu Qingshan had come to pay a visit to his esteemed master. Why is it so desolate today? Lu Qingshan mused, slightly perplexed. Just then, a sorrowful sob echoed from afar. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a beautiful woman in a low-cut purple gown pacing anxiously before the hall. Mother! At that moment, a petite figure darted from outside the hall, leaping into Mu Wanqing's embrace. Qian'er, my dear. Mu Wanqing wiped away her tears, affectionately ruffling the little girl's hair. Mother! When will father return? Lin Qian'er, with her big, sparkling eyes and delicate features, appeared to be a little beauty in the making. Upon hearing this, Mu Wanqing's expression turned bitter, her gaze shifting uneasily towards the hall's entrance. The moment she caught sight of the young figure outside, astonishment washed over her. Lu Qingshan, who had been standing at the door, stepped into the hall with a calm demeanor. Mother, Qian'er, I trust you have been well. The enchanting woman before him was none other than Lu Qingshan's master, Mu Wanqing. Seeing Lu Qingshan, Mu Wanqing, despite her shock, quickly rose to her feet, her purple gown flowing elegantly. Ah, brother Lu Qingshan, Lin Qian'er exclaimed, rushing towards him and throwing herself into his arms, clinging to him like a human ornament. Brother Lu Qingshan, why did you take so long to return? Qian'er missed you dearly. Not long after Lu Qingshan had joined Shengyuan Peak, he had been taken by Chu Yuli to Xianyu Peak. The girl in his arms, Lin Qian'er, was the daughter of his master. Though not born of Mu Wanqing, but rather the child of his master's previous partner. Years after the passing of his previous partner, the master finally resolved to marry Mu Wanqing. However, before he could even cross the threshold, he set out in search of a breakthrough opportunity. Lu Qian'er modifiable. Gender, female modifiable. Cultivation level, early stage of first transformation, modifiable. Identity, junior sister, modifiable. Affection level, 90. Qian'er, my dear junior sister. Look, I have returned to see you. Lu Qingshan said with a gentle smile, the corners of his lips curving upwards. During his time at Shengyuan Peak, he had little talent and was greatly cared for by both his junior sister and the mistress, which prompted his return for a visit. Mistress, has master not yet returned? What about the other senior brothers? Where have they gone? After soothing Lu Qian'er in his arms, Lu Qingshan turned to Mu Wanqing and quietly inquired. Under his divine sense, he found no other presence on Shengyuan Peak, only Mu Wanqing and Lu Qian'er. Mu Wanqing appeared momentarily stunned, and after a long pause, she finally regained her composure in response to Lu Qingshan's question. Soon after, her expression grew complex as she glanced at Lu Qian'er in Lu Qingshan's embrace, seemingly reluctant to speak. Observing this, Lu Qingshan's gaze sharpened as he sensed a hint of something amiss in her demeanor. He gently cast a spell, and in the next moment, Lu Qian'er fell into a deep slumber. Once Lu Qian'er was gently laid down, Lu Qingshan turned to Mu Wanqing and said, Mistress, now can we speak? With a slight nod, Mu Wanqing's eyes glistened with moisture as she tearfully replied, not long ago. The law enforcement hall sent news that your master has fallen while outside. The remaining disciples have taken what little valuable treasures were left at Shengyuan Peak and scattered in all directions. After speaking, Mu Wanqing was overwhelmed with grief and collapsed helplessly. Lu Qingshan hurried to support her, and a wave of fragrant warmth enveloped him. Mistress, are you all right? Please mourn your master's passing with restraint. He gently assisted her to a nearby bench, softly offering his comfort. I am fine, but it is pitiful that Qian'er is still unaware of the truth. If she were to find out. Mu Wanqing looked toward the sleeping Lu Qian'er, a flicker of compassion crossing her eyes. The young girl had just endured the pain of losing her mother, and now she would have to face the sorrow of losing her father. Moreover, what troubled Mu Wanqing the most was that Shengyuan Peak was in decline. As a mere third transformation cultivator, how could she possibly protect such a vast estate? With the peak master deceased, the disciples had scattered. Mu Wanqing, with her enchanting grace, still retained her charm, while Lu Qian'er, despite her tender age, was also a beauty. Furthermore, the resources allocated to Shengyuan Peak by the Sacred Land each month would surely attract countless eyes upon them. Even if no one took action to seize them, the Sacred Land would likely not allow this frail mother-daughter pair to retain the resources of Shengyuan Peak, compelling others to take over. What would become of Mu Wanqing? A weak woman with Lu Qian'er in tow? The dire consequences of such a fate were all too evident. Contemplating this, Mu Wanqing bit her lip and gazed deeply at Lu Qingshan. Lu Qingshan, my disciple, for the sake of your master, I implore you to assist Shengyuan Peak and help us. With determination, she spoke, her cheeks flushed and her purple silk gown slipping slightly from her shoulder, revealing her mature and alluring essence. Mistress. Lu Chen found himself captivated by the enchanting sight of Mu Wanqing before him, his gaze growing increasingly dazed. Mu Wanqing's cheeks reddened, her luscious lips exhaling warmth. She was well aware that this act was shameful, yet for the sake of Lu Qian'er and Shenyuan Peak, she felt compelled to proceed. Having witnessed Lu Chen's formidable strength firsthand in the Tianyan Sacred Hall, where he effortlessly vanquished the 4 leaders of the demonic cults, she recognized that he was their only hope for salvation. Chapter 8. Immersed, unable to resist, indulging in the game. Before him, Mu Wanqing exuded multifaceted charm. Her exquisitely delicate face, tinged with a slight blush. The sight of her long, fair legs exposed beneath her purple skirt was irresistibly captivating. Truly, the purple hue held a certain allure. Mistress, you need not go to such lengths. Faced with this alluring scene, Lu Chen hurriedly suppressed the rising heat within him and turned his head away. Could it be that his inner desires had reached their peak? Upon hearing his words, a tear rolled down Mu Wanqing's cheek, and she looked at him with a hint of grievance. Do you think I am unworthy in body and unclean? The delicate figure wrapped in her purple silk gown trembled slightly, and she began to weep quietly. Mistress, you are overthinking it. How could that be possible? Lu Chen quickly replied, turning his head again, unable to bear the sight of her delicate demeanor. Disciple, you do not understand. Since the news of your master's fall, not only has Shenyuan Peak become desolate, but many outsiders also watch us with predatory intent. I am weak, and with Qian'er by my side, I cannot protect such a vast estate. Are you willing to watch Shenyuan Peak and us fall into an endless abyss? With every word, Mu Wanqing's emotions escalated, and glistening tears streamed down her cheeks. Alone and vulnerable, she had no choice but to rely on the strong in the Tianyan Sacred Land. Gazing at the captivating figure of Mu Wanqing, exuding maturity and allure, Lu Chen felt a stirring in his heart. Qian'er. Mu Wanqing's warm body inched closer, enveloping him in a fragrant embrace. In the face of such an enticing scene, Lu Chen could no longer contain himself. He leaned down and captured Mu Wanqing's enticing lips. With her lips sealed, Mu Wanqing's face flushed. After a brief moment, she regained her senses. Wait, back inside, not here. Conscious of Lu Qian'er still being nearby, Mu Wanqing hurriedly struggled to halt Lu Chen's advances. Unfazed, Lu Chen turned and said, It's fine. Qian'er will not wake up for a while yet. With that, he set up a barrier outside the hall, then returned to claim her irresistible lips once more. No. Moments later, the hall was filled with an atmosphere of budding springtime. After several hours, once the gentle rain had nourished her, Mu Wanqing's face glowed with a rosy hue, adding a unique charm to her mature elegance. You have no regard for the delicate. Mu Wanqing felt a wave of soreness wash over her body as she shot Lu Chen an annoyed glance. Noticing the vivid crimson stain on the floor, Lu Chen cast a look of deep apology toward her. You rascal, thankfully Qian'er did not wake up. Otherwise, I would like to see how you would fare. Mu Wanqing's cheeks burned with embarrassment, having guarded her purity for so many years, yet she found herself yielding to Lu Chen today. What was to be done? Should we involve Qian'er as well? Lu Chen rested his head on his hands, inhaling the fragrant air, and teasingly remarked. Upon hearing this, Mu Wanqing's temper flared. Have you lost your mind? How old is Qian'er? I will never allow you to lay a hand on her. Lu Chen chuckled softly in response. I was merely jesting. If I were to truly do such a thing, it would be far too cruel. His gaze, however, soon ignited with desire once more. Yet Mu Wanqing quickly prevented him from getting any closer. Enough, little rascal. Qian'er is about to wake up. We cannot continue this madness. With that, Mu Wanqing began to dress. Quick-witted, Lu Chen shot her a mischievous smile. You lecher, how come I never noticed your lustful side before? After this playful remark, Mu Wanqing's face turned crimson, casting an accusatory glance at him. What else can I say? Mistress, you are simply too alluring. Xian stepped forward, wrapping his arms around Mwnqing's slender waist, drawing her into his embrace. Mwnqing buried her head against Xian's chest, her autumn-like eyes closed tightly, feeling an extraordinary sense of security in his hold. The two lingered in their warm embrace for a considerable time, and at that moment, Li Qian'er, who had been fast asleep, gradually awoke from her dreams. Why did Qian'er suddenly fall asleep? She murmured, rubbing her sleepy eyes. Upon noticing this, Mwnqing feared that Li Qian'er might discover something amiss, so she quickly sprang away from Xian's arms and approached Li Qian'er, lifting her into her embrace. Mother, I think I just had a dream. In it seemed like I heard you crying. Did someone bully you? Li Qian'er gazed at Mwnqing with her large, drowsy eyes. Upon hearing this, Mwnqing's cheeks flushed crimson. Feeling somewhat embarrassed in front of the little girl, she hurriedly explained, Qian'er, Dreams are not to be trusted. You were simply dreaming. A chuckle escaped LCHN, who couldn't help but laugh at MW Nqing's feeble explanation. Observing his amusement, MW Nqing, feeling quite vexed, silently conveyed her grievances to him. It's all your fault. You have no sense of restraint, and now I feel utterly humiliated. However, Li Qian'er furrowed her tiny nose, placing her hands on her hips, and earnestly addressed MW Nqing. Mother, which wicked person bullied you? Let me teach them a lesson. She playfully bared her teeth at the air. Sensing that the situation was about to spiral out of control, LCHN quickly intervened. Qian'er, no one bullied your mother. You were asleep, and I was just playing a game with her. After hearing LCHN's explanation, Li Qian'er pouted, puffing out her cheeks. Humph. LCHN older brother and mother were playing a game behind my back. I want to play too. LCHN couldn't contain his laughter once again, bursting into hearty laughter. Meanwhile, MW Nqing cast a shy and helpless glance at him, thinking to herself that he was quite the rogue, lacking in decorum. After much back and forth, they finally managed to cover it up in front of Li Qian'er. As they moved to the side, LCHN's eyes, filled with fervor, turned back to MW Nqing as they entered the room. After several shameless exchanges, MW Nqing's fondness for him soared to a perfect 100. You little rascal, how can you be so tireless? With each tender moment shared, MW Nqing exuded an increasingly alluring and mature charm. Alas, LCHN's words had an intoxicating effect on MW Nqing, who shot him a resentful look and said, I knew you were nothing but smooth talking. Moments later, her expression turned complex, as if she were struggling to find the right words. Nyong, feel free to speak your mind. Between us, there is no need for such hesitation. LCHN, keenly aware of her unusual demeanor, encouraged her directly. I am merely curious about your current cultivation level. Having witnessed LCHN slay 4 emperors within the New York and Holy Palace, MW Nqing was acutely aware of his formidable strength. She feared that if LCHN grew weary of her, he might cast her aside without a second thought. After all, she was merely a third transformation cultivator in his eyes, nothing more than a decorative vase. LCHN, well aware of MW Nqing's inner worries, reassured her. Rest assured, I am not the type to abandon someone. In my eyes, cultivation levels hold no significance. As he spoke, he once again accessed the system panel. MW Nqing, modifiable, cultivation level, mid-third transformation, modifiable, modify. Ding, successfully modified MW Nqing's cultivation level to peak Great Saint. MW Nqing was left utterly bewildered by LCHN's words, and before she could inquire further, a surge of immense energy coursed through her body. What is this power? What's happening? At that moment, she was astonished by the changes within her, feeling as if her strength had multiplied exponentially. After a moment of acclimatization, MW Nqing realized with astonishment that her cultivation had remarkably ascended to the peak of Great Saint. My cultivation? Peak Great Saint? My dear disciple, did you do this? Overcome with a mix of joy and disbelief, MW Nqing struggled to articulate her thoughts. Previously, the realm of the great saints had seemed utterly unattainable, yet here she was, having reached it. Naturally, LCHN replied with a casual smile. As he had stated, with the power of his modified system, all cultivation realms lost their distinctions. With just a flick of his hand, he could alter them at will. The power of the modified system was indeed intoxicating. Having received LCHN's affirmative response, MW Nqing found herself at a loss for words in expressing her gratitude. In the next moment, caught up in the depth of her emotions, she gracefully contorted her enchanting figure and offered him her luscious lips. The room was soon filled with the warmth of spring once more. After an intense exchange, MW Nqing emerged from the room, albeit limping slightly. Mother, are you all right? The innocent and naive Li Qian'er rushed in, her expression filled with concern upon seeing MW Nqing's state. Qian'er, mother is fine. I merely tripped while walking, MW Nqing replied softly, then inquired. But what has you in such a hurry? Li Qian'er scrunched up her nose in annoyance, her round eyes glancing outside as she pointed. Mother, a bothersome old man has suddenly appeared outside. At her words, MW Nqing's expression shifted, and she quickly turned to where Li Qian'er was indicating. There stood a corpulent middle-aged man outside the Holy Source Hall. You? What are you doing here at the Holy Source Peak? MW Nqing furrowed her brow, her voice stern as she questioned him. The rotund man was none other than me, Ozich NRN, the master of the neighboring TNZH Peak, whose cultivation had reached the Saint King realm. I recently heard that Taoist Li has fallen outside, and the disciples of Holy Source Peak have scattered. Now that Holy Source Peak has completely fallen into decline, why not join me and become my concubine? I promise to take care of Holy Source Peak in the future. Ah, and this little girl, I didn't expect Taoist Li's daughter to have blossomed so beautifully. Me Ozich in wasted no time. His greedy gaze fixated on the alluring and graceful MWNQing as he licked his cracked lips. Ever since MWNQing arrived at Holy Source Peak, Mio Zich had been lusting after her beauty. Now, upon learning of Taoist Li's demise, he could no longer contain his desires, wishing to take both mother and daughter under his wing. You, utterly shameless. MWNQing's brows knitted in anger. Now empowered by her great saint cultivation, she unleashed a powerful palm strike towards me Ozich without hesitation. Humph, you overestimate yourself. Me Ozich dismissed her with contempt, considering her a mere third transformation cultivator, unworthy of his concern. However, the next moment, a terrifying surge of holy pressure compressed the space around them, creating a piercing sonic boom. Me Ozich was struck as if by lightning, spewing blood from his mouth as his meridians and ribs shattered, his form sent flying. How is this possible? Your cultivation level? The chasm-like disparity between the Great Saint and the Saint King realms left me unable to withstand a single blow from MWNQing at her peak, leading to his immediate demise, his eyes wide open in disbelief. He could never comprehend until his last breath how, as a dignified Saint King, he was slain by a mere third-turn cultivator with a single palm strike. Is this the true power of a great saint? Indeed, it is terrifying. In response, Mu Wanqing was equally astonished by her newfound strength. Well, mother, is father truly dead? Lu Qian'er had just overheard the words of the esteemed Miaohua Zhenren and was now weeping bitterly, her small hands tightly gripping the purple skirt of Mu Wanqing. Realizing she could no longer conceal the truth, Mu Wanqing knelt down and embraced Qian'er to offer comfort. At that moment, Lu Qian also emerged from the room and approached Qian'er, gently ruffling her little head. Long before the arrival of Miaohua Zhenren, Lu Qian had sensed the situation but chose not to intervene directly, instead using the latter's words to inform Qian'er. The news of their master's demise could be hidden from her for a time, but not forever. In the council hall, where the winds of fate swirl, upon learning of the demise of the Lord of Shenyuan Peak, Lu Qian'er instantly broke down into tears. After Lu Qian and Mu Wanqing consoled her for quite some time, Qian'er gradually calmed down, ultimately succumbing to exhaustion and falling asleep in Lu Qian's embrace. The little girl is truly difficult to soothe. With that, Lu Qian gently laid the slumbering Lu Qian'er down, intending to leave Shenyuan Peak. What? You are leaving just like that? Why not stay for dinner first? So you can savor my culinary skills? Upon seeing Lu Qian's intent to depart, Mu Wanqing's eyes dimmed, and she displayed an expression of reluctance. After several entangled encounters, Mu Wanqing found herself increasingly dependent on Lu Qian, longing to spend every day in his company, living an unabashed life together. With that thought, she suppressed her modesty and shyness, stepped forward, and linked her arm with Lu Qian's, pressing her ample figure against him. In the next moment, a soft and warm sensation enveloped his arm, prompting Lu Qian to pinch Mu Wanqing's delicate face, saying, "You truly are a mischievous little enchantress." Yet, he added, "I genuinely have other matters to attend to." At his words, disappointment flickered across Mu Wanqing's visage, but she refrained from insisting he stay. Instead, gazing earnestly at Lu Qian and saying, "You mustn't forget about Qian'er and me. Rest assured, how could I ever forget my enchanting mistress?" Lu Qian nodded in assurance. However, just as he was about to depart, Mu Wanqing stopped him again, her cheeks flushed, looking at him with a shy urgency. Understanding her unspoken plea, Lu Qian indulged in a moment of intimacy before he departed from Shenyuan Peak. In the Tianyan Holy Land, within the council hall, Luo Qingshan sat at the head position. Upon receiving the news of the demonic sect's invasion of the Holy Land, the leaders of the righteous factions from southern Jiang were visibly agitated, gathering in a collective assembly. Recently, the demonic forces had been rampant, stirring unrest, and southern Jiang feared it might plunge back into a battle between righteousness and evil. A venerable elder, dressed in Taoist robes with flowing white hair, from the Tianjin sect, spoke solemnly. The demonic faction is exceedingly audacious, daring to brazenly assault the Tianyan Holy Land. Do they truly wish to ignite a war between the righteous and demonic? The fiery-tempered lord of Yaoxian sect slammed the table in anger. You need not worry about the demonic faction. Recently, the 4 major demonic sects have been reduced to ruins, and their 4 ancestral masters have been vanquished. Luo Qingshan calmed the assembly, announcing this to the gathered righteous leaders. As she spoke, she waved her hand gently, causing a massive spiritual mirror to materialize in the hall, revealing the 4 devastated demonic sections. The 9 heavens, Xian Nu witnessed Lu Qian's overwhelming defeat of the 4 demonic sects and immediately relayed this news to Luo Qingshan. While upon hearing this, The righteous leaders were left speechless, their expressions filled with disbelief. The Tianyan Holy Land has hidden its depths well, it seems we truly need not worry. With that, they began to take their leave. The four ancestral masters of the demonic sects were all at the pinnacle of extreme emperors, unmatched beneath the divine realm. Who could possibly eliminate them all simultaneously? Instinctively, they thought of the mysterious husband of the Empress Luo Qingshan, recalling that many disciples were present at their wedding. The thought sent shivers down their spines, prompting them to depart hastily. In the blink of an eye, the council hall was left with only Luo Qingshan. This little scoundrel. I never expected such a decisive and thunderous action. Seeing this, Luo Qingshan shook her head with a wry smile. As she thought of Lu Chen, a whirlwind of complex emotions surged within her. Initially, she intended to absorb some of Lu Chen's pure yang essence to suppress her Bingpa Tianwang body. Little did she anticipate that she would become entangled herself. My dear, just as Luo Qingshan was lost in thought, Lu Chen silently approached from behind, enveloping her in his embrace. Suddenly engulfed by a masculine presence, Luo Qingshan was taken aback and instinctively attempted to resist. Why did you sneak up on me without a sound? Turning to see it was Lu Chen, she feigned a couple of struggles before yielding to his hold. How dare you speak ill of your husband behind his back? You ought to be punished. With a mischievous smile, Lu Chen turned Luo Qingshan to face him. Her cheeks flushed instantly. Rogue. Seeing Lu Chen's playful demeanor, Luo Qingshan's face turned crimson, feeling a wave of embarrassment as if she wished to vanish into the ground. How dare you call me a rogue? It seems you truly need to be taught a lesson. Come here. Luo Qingshan pressed her lips together. But in front of Lu Chen, she was no longer the aloof and cold empress she appeared to others, but rather a tender wife at his mercy. Unable to withstand the humiliation of his actions, she hurriedly begged for mercy. What should you call me then? Husband. Her flushed face seemed on the verge of bleeding, as Luo Qingshan softly uttered the words. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen paused his actions, although he did not relinquish her. Few, my dear, is truly irresistible. Lu Chen's breath quickened as he gazed at Luo Qingshan. With her icy demeanor, she resembled a sacred lotus of ice, unmelting for a millennium. Yet now, her cheeks were flushed, and she wore a bashful expression, prompting Lu Chen to yearn to pull this celestial beauty down to the mortal realm. In the face of such temptation, Lu Chen leaned down and captured Luo Qingshan's luscious red lips. But this is the council hall. With her lips sealed, Luo Qingshan stammered, her delicate hands playfully striking Lu Chen's chest. The moment she noticed Lu Chen erecting a barrier with a flick of his wrist, her playful efforts gradually diminished, and she blushed, allowing him to indulge in her. As preparations for departure unfolded, the air in the council hall was suffused with fragrant winds. Feeling the warmth of his beloved in his embrace, Lu Chen spoke softly. My dear, I may need to leave the Holy Land for a while. Hearing this, Luo Qingshan slightly opened her eyes, biting back her words. She replied coolly, Oh, if you have matters to attend to, then go. She had developed an unusual attachment to Lu Chen over time, and though she felt reluctant upon hearing of his impending departure, her icy demeanor prevented her from voicing any pleas for him to stay. Does my dear feel no reluctance at all? Seeing Luo Qingshan's decisive response, Lu Chen raised an eyebrow in surprise. No, if you wish to leave, then leave. With that, Luo Qingshan turned her head away haughtily, presenting him with a stubborn profile. Maintaining her aloof and proud demeanor. Amused by her prideful attitude, Lu Chen smiled gently, choosing not to confront her directly. For the dignity of the empress must still be upheld. Gender, female modifiable. Cultivation, upper true god, modifiable. Upon accessing the panel, Lu Chen promptly altered Luo Qingshan's cultivation to that of an upper true god. Following the extreme emperor, the next tier is the semi-god. And beyond the semi-god lies the true god. The true god is further divided into 3 sublevels: lower true god, middle true god, and upper true god. The instant the modification was complete, Luo Qingshan's delicate face exhibited astonishment as she acutely sensed a profound transformation occurring within her body. A supremely sacred divine radiance enveloped her, and every cell within her coursed with the power of a true god. The originally unparalleled beauty of Luo Qingshan now bore an additional touch of divine elegance, resembling a goddess, pure and flawless. Is this divine power? Have I truly ascended to godhood? Previously, her cultivation had been stagnated at the extreme emperor level, unable to take even a step towards the divine realm. Was this your doing? Luo Qingshan, her lovely face astonished, gazed at the nearby Lu Chen, realizing that the only explanation for this extraordinary change could only be attributed to him. How do you find it? Following your husband has its advantages, does it not? Lu Chen thoroughly relished the adoration reflected in Luo Qingshan's gaze, standing proudly with a smug expression. How did you accomplish this? After receiving Lu Chen's affirmative response, Luo Qingshan's ruby lips parted slightly, unable to conceal her inner shock. A mere thought enabled her to traverse the semi-god realm and attain the status of an upper true god. This was not only unprecedented, but practically a miracle. Entering the semi-god realm is akin to stepping into the fourth stage of cultivation, aspiring towards the divine realm, earning the reverence of the world as a deity. Though there exists a thin veil between the semi-god and the extreme emperor, the distinction is monumental. Below the gods, all are akin to ants, not only in Zhongshuan Daozhou, but across the vast expanse of 3,000 Daozhou, few deities exist. My dear, just know that your husband is invincible in this world. However, mere possession of true god cultivation is insufficient. One must also possess a divine rank. Lu Chun, with an air of pride, declared this before hastily accessing the system shop, searching through a plethora of celestial treasures. Soon, he located the necessary divine ranks. Chaos Divine Rank Fragment, 500 million karma points for exchange. Time Divine Rank Fragment, 100 million karma points for exchange. Space Divine Rank Fragment, 100 million karma points for exchange. Darkness Divine Rank Fragment, 100 million karma points for exchange. Light Divine Rank Fragment, 100 million karma points for exchange. Since this was a cracked version, Lu Chun took them all without hesitation and presented them to Luo Qingshan. My dear, you must hastily refine these divine rank fragments. Gazing at the multitude of divine rank fragments emanating a divine aura, Luo Qingshan's mind momentarily faltered, leaving her in a state of blankness. The primary distinction between the semi-god and the true god lies in the latter's possession of a special divine rank. Only with a divine rank can one unleash the full potential of a true god. For instance, a true god with the chaos divine rank can manipulate the chaotic laws of an entire realm at will. Thus, the importance and rarity of divine ranks are beyond doubt. A coveted opportunity sought after by all true god powerhouses. Yet, in the hands of Lu Chun, this divine rank fragments seemed as if they were free. Observing Luo Qingshan's astonished expression, Lu Chun could not help but smile mischievously. He tightened his embrace around her and leaned close to her ear, whispering conspiratorially. Upon hearing his suggestive words, Luo Qingshan felt a surge of warmth throughout her body. Her face flushed crimson, akin to discovering a new continent. You wicked husband. Why must your mind dwell on such indecent thoughts? In the face of Lu Chen's unreasonable demands, Luo Qingshan's ethereal voice trembled slightly. Rather than being disheartened by her reproach, Lu Chen's smile only deepened. No, absolutely not. This is already absurd as it is. Luo Qingshan shook her head vigorously, akin to a rattling drum, firmly rejecting such shameful notions, which were utterly incompatible with her aloof and ethereal nature. Observing her, Lu Chen remained silent, feigning a pained expression as he gazed at her. Witnessing Lu Chen's distress, Luo Qingshan felt an unexpected pang of sympathy. Having spent countless years in solitary cultivation, she had maintained a heart devoid of desires, exhibiting indifference towards matters of intimacy. Like a pristine, unblemished snow lotus on a lofty mountain, she remained untainted. Yet, fate had now intertwined her path with Lu Chun. Sigh my nemesis. Unable to bear seeing Lu Chun in such anguish, Luo Qingshan sighed softly, her cheeks flushed. Several hours later, as the night descended, a peculiar scent wafted through the council hall. This is the life of a true immortal. Lu Chun reclined with his legs crossed, a sense of accomplishment evident in his gaze directed towards the dazed Luo Qingshan. What does it matter if she is an immortal from the 9 heavens? Ultimately, she would belong to him, Lu Chun. Wicked husband, what true immortal? You are merely an unashamed flower thief. Observing Lu Chen's self-satisfied demeanor, Luo Qingshan's cheeks reddened further as she lightly scolded him, steam seemingly rising from her head, her fair skin glowing with a rosy hue. Thank you for your praise. My dear. Lu Chen grinned, taking her words as a badge of honor rather than shame. Cultivating to the point of losing all human desires? What nonsense is that? He might as well become a monk for a more straightforward existence. Moreover, he no longer needed to cultivate. He was already invincible. Luo Qingshan was left utterly speechless by this notion. My empress, Elder Gu Yin has come to pay his respects. Just as Luo Qingshan was caught in Lu Chen's enchanting web, an elderly voice suddenly resonated from outside the hall. It was none other than Elder Gu Yin, the Grand Elder, arriving unexpectedly. Haha, my dear, I shall take my leave first. With that, Lu Chun vanished in an instant. Chapter 12. Yaoqi Saintus, Jiangyuechan. Qingyuan Town, Lu Family, Mu Peeling, Songyu, Lu Zhan. My empress? The Grand Elder outside tentatively called out again. Gasp. Watching Lu Chun disappear, Luo Qingshan quickly rose to don her attire. After a considerable time, her flushed face finally regained composure as she dispelled the peculiar scent lingering in the air. Cough, cough. Cough Elder Gu Yin, What brings you here for discussion? Luo Qingshan cleared her throat, striving to appear unperturbed as she solemnly addressed the Grand Elder below. Upon entering, Elder Guyan keenly noticed the unusual atmosphere within the room. The seasoned old man instantaneously grasped the situation, inwardly marveling at the youthful exuberance. However, he dared not voice this thought, maintaining a facade of ignorance as he respectfully bowed to Luo Qingshan. Your Majesty, I indeed have a matter to discuss. After Elder Guyan departed, Luo Qingshan bit her lip tightly, reflecting on the earlier chaotic and outrageous events within the hall. This lascivious husband has caused me such embarrassment. Recalling the earlier madness, Luo Qingshan felt her cheeks burn anew. Simultaneously, she struggled to believe that her previously pure and desireless self had been led astray by her lustful husband. Luo Qingshan gathered her thoughts and proceeded to refine and absorb the divine rank fragments that Lu Chun had bestowed upon her. In the vast night, a luxurious celestial vessel traversed the skies. Inside the vessel, a fragrant breeze wafted, and a delicate figure, ethereal as a fairy, sat cross-legged on a cushion. Her exquisite jade feet exposed to the air, clad in a pink celestial gown, with gossamer as light as a cicada's wing draped over her shoulders. The sheer fabric fluttered with the wind. The voluptuous curves wrapped in the celestial gown ignited the imagination. Her breathtakingly beautiful visage bore a hint of timeless coldness, exuding an air of sanctity that forbade desecration. Your Holiness, as we pass through Qingyuan town, Peeling has another matter to attend to. At that moment, a graceful woman in palace attire approached and respectfully addressed the saintess above. And I, my brother Lu Zhan has recently chosen to join our Yaoqi sacred land. I shall go and bring him back. Beside Mu Peeling stood a lively and charming young girl, clad in a palace dress, who joyfully addressed the holy maiden above. Sitting on the mat was the graceful figure of Jiang Yuechan, the holy maiden of the contemporary Yaoqi sacred land. Upon hearing her words, Jiang Yuechan slowly opened her eyes and cast a glance towards the corner, her cherry-red lips parting slightly. In that case, Shishu Nangong, accompany them both. Resolve this matter swiftly, and the Long City will be at peace. A middle-aged woman in the corner stepped forward. As you command, Your Highness. After Mu Peeling and Song Yu respectfully bowed to Jiang Yuechan, they departed from the celestial vessel alongside Shishu Nangong, heading towards Qingyuan town. As they journeyed from the celestial vessel to Qingyuan town, Song Yu could hardly contain her excitement and joy. Sister Song, I truly envy you. Your partner is the rarest of the ancient sacred bodies, unlike my fiancé, who is a talentless wastrel I have never even met. Noticing Song Yu humming a cheerful tune, Mu Peeling felt a bitter sweetness within and replied with a resigned smile. Considering your brother Lu Zhan's formidable talent as an ancient sacred body, the sacred land is making an unprecedented exception to recruit male disciples. Sister, tell me, why is there such a disparity between Lu Chun and your brother Lu Zhan, despite being from the same family? Hearing Mu Peeling's complaints, Song Yu, appearing shy yet blooming, quickly reassured her. Junior sister, I have hardly met brother Lu Zhan either. Oh, by the way, have you heard? A monumental event has transpired in the southern wilderness. The Empress of the Tianyan sacred land has married a mere servant disciple. Not only that, but on the day of the wedding, her husband swiftly eliminated the 4 leaders of the demonic sects, subsequently annihilating them all. Upon hearing that her fiancé seemed to be a servant disciple from the Tianyan sacred land, Mu Peeling's figure stiffened. This news had indeed stirred quite a commotion in the southern wilderness. Sister's imagination is truly vivid. What sort of person is the Empress's husband? Lu Chun is merely a wastrel, and they are worlds apart. Subsequently, Mu Peeling shook her head and smiled, dismissing it as mere comforting words from her sister. Not taking it to heart, her purpose in visiting Qingyuan town was to annul her engagement. Years ago, Lu Chen's father had been a close friend of Mu Peeling's father, leading to the arrangement of their betrothal. Upon entering the Yaoqi sacred land and discovering that Lu Chun was but a wastrel, she began to contemplate annulling the engagement, especially after learning that her senior sister Song Yu's partner was Lu Chen's cousin, who had awakened the unparalleled ancient sacred body. Her resolve to break off the engagement only grew stronger. Why should her fiancé be a useless person while others have such exceptional partners? How could the proud Mu Peeling tolerate this? Lu Chun, why does this name sound so familiar? Following the two girls, Shishu Nangong listened to their conversation, revealing a complex expression on his face. Under the cover of night, the 3 women hastened towards Qingyuan town. At the Lu residence, upon learning that esteemed guests from the Yaoqi sacred land would be visiting, the entire household busied themselves. The family head, Lu Zhenyuan, sat at the main table, flanked by numerous elders, while all direct descendants of the Lu family gathered, giving full respect to the occasion. Genre, the Yaoqi sacred land has sent someone to fetch you. Once at the sacred land, You must diligently cultivate and refrain from excessive indulgence in romantic pursuits, lest you tarnish the reputation of the ancient sacred body. Lu Yuan earnestly advised Lu Zhan. I shall heed my father's counsel and ensure that the name of the sacred body remains untarnished, Lu Zhan promptly responded. Upon hearing Lu Zhan's reply, Lu Yuan nodded in satisfaction and laughed heartily. Excellent. This is heaven's favor upon my Lu family, bestowing upon Zhaner a peerless ancient sacred body. Ha ha ha. Housekeeper Lu, how is it? Are all the direct descendants of the family present? In response, the silver-haired housekeeper respectfully replied, reporting to the family head. Aside from those on missions, only young Master Lu Chen has yet to arrive. Lu Chen. Upon hearing this name, the elders present exchanged glances. Were it not for the arrival of esteemed guests, they might have almost forgotten the existence of this third young master. Family head. Chen is currently cultivating at the Tianyan sacred land and may not return for some time. Just then, a stunningly beautiful woman with flowing purple hair stepped forward from the crowd. She had bright eyes and pearly teeth. Her deep phoenix eyes seemed misty, her red lips shimmering with a crystalline sheen, and her fair skin was like jade. Clad in a white celestial dress, she wore a semi-transparent cicada wing shawl. This woman was named Hua Qingying, who had met Lu Chen's mother during her travels and formed a sisterly bond with her. Sharing a bond akin to that of biological sisters, their feelings ran deep. Lu Chen's parents had passed away early, and before her death, his mother had entrusted Hua Qingying with his care. Thus, Hua Qingying was considered Lu Chen's elder in name, though they were not far apart in age and often addressed each other with affectionate nicknames. Following her mother's wishes, she had remained in the Lu family, caring for Lu Chen meticulously. Especially when Lu Chen was young, Hua Qingying often lulled him to sleep, and he would cling tightly to her skirt, refusing to let her leave, waking up the next day in her embrace. Cultivation? Lu Chen, who cannot even break through to the mid-stage of the first transformation, speaks of cultivation? Hearing this, Lu Zhan scoffed disdainfully, his face displaying clear contempt as he mercilessly mocked Lu Chen. Indeed, Lu Chen is just a wastrel. He is merely a servant disciple at the Tianyan sacred land. The gathered Lu family descendants began to echo similar sentiments. Listening to the crowd's disparaging remarks about Lu Chen, Hua Qingying's silver teeth clenched in anger, and she quickly defended him. You lot, on what grounds do you speak so of Chen? Faced with the uproar in the hall caused by Lu Chen, Lu Yuan's brow furrowed. Enough. Zhaner is right. If Lu Chen delays Zhaner and the family's important matters, he shall bear the consequences. His furious words reverberated through the hall, and a powerful aura erupted from Lu Yuan, silencing the surroundings instantly. You. Upon hearing this, Hua Qingying's exquisite face flushed with anger, her delicate hands tightly clenched, and she pointed an accusatory finger at Lu Yuan. Do not forget that Chen's beloved was killed to protect you. What you say now, can you face his parents in the afterlife? After Lu Chen's parents died protecting Lu Yuan, he had not only failed to provide more support to Lu Chen, but had also cut off all family resources from this line. Presumptuous. Hua Qingying, you are merely an outsider. How dare you speak so boldly in my Lu family? With this remark, Lu Yuan felt as though the veil of propriety had been torn away, revealing an embarrassing truth, and he immediately rose, glaring at Hua Qingying. Simultaneously, a powerful quasi-saint pressure surged towards her. Humph, you heartless, hypocritical villain. How dare you defame my Chen? Seeing this, Hua Qingying showed no fear in her eyes and summoned her own quasi-saint pressure to stand her ground against him. The overwhelming aura of the two semi-saints swept across the hall, stirring a tempest that left the remaining clan elders and disciples in a state of shock. Standing above, Lu Yuan displayed a hint of astonishment, but soon, considering the presence of the clan's younger generation, he gradually restrained his aura. He had not anticipated such extraordinary talent. At such a tender age, one had already stepped into the realm of semi-saint. Upon witnessing Hua Qingying's breakthrough to the same level, Lu Yuan's heart surged with tumultuous waves. It had taken him several centuries of arduous cultivation to reach this stage, while Hua Qingying, at merely 28, had achieved it, a testament to her exceptional aptitude. On the other side, Hua Qingying's phoenix eyes shimmered subtly, her flowing garments exuding grace as she firmly resolved within herself that when Chen returned to the family next time, she would ensure he left this place. Even if it meant taking Chen to another realm, it would be infinitely superior to remaining in this den of monstrous hearts. As the pressures from the two dissipated, an eerie atmosphere enveloped the hall. I didn't expect Hua Qingying to be a semi-saint as well. Murmurs arose among the Lu family members. At such a young age to reach semi-saint status, her talent surely rivals that of the young master with the ancient sacred body. The whispers continued. Indeed, she seems quite compatible with the young master. What was it called? A match made in heaven. As Hua Qingying showcased her semi-saint prowess, A wave of astonishment erupted from the crowd. Observing this scene, Lu Yuan suppressed his fury and solemnly proposed, Hua Qingying, with your exceptional talent, why not consider becoming a partner with Xuan, uniting as one? With Xuan's sacred body, you are indeed well matched. Should you agree, I shall overlook past grievances entirely. What say you? Meanwhile, Lu Xuan, upon hearing his father's words, gazed greedily at Hua Qingying. Through the sheer veil, he scanned her shapely figure with an insatiable desire. Yes, Hua Qingying, if you agree to be my partner, I assure you that you will be my only wife, while the others will merely be concubines. Lu Xuan unabashedly revealed his greed and longing for Hua Qingying, even salivating slightly at the corners of his mouth. From the moment Hua Qingying arrived at the Lu family, Lu Xuan had entertained foul thoughts, viewing her as forbidden fruit. Disgusted, Hua Qingying furrowed her brow, immediately rejecting him with cold disdain. The sight of Lu Xuan's loathsome demeanor made her stomach churn. A mere ancient sacred body was of no concern to her. In her eyes, 1,000 sacred bodies could not compare to a single Chener. Since you are so ungrateful, let this matter rest. It would be best if you took Lu Chen and never returned. Lu Yuan's expression darkened at Hua Qingying's merciless refusal. Had he possessed absolute certainty, he would have long since captured her. Hua Qingying, I am a peerless ancient sacred body. In what way do I fall short of that useless Lu Chen? Lu Xuan screamed frantically. If you dare utter one more insult towards Chener, I shall strike you down this very moment. A chilling glare flashed in Hua Qingying's eyes, an icy aura emanating towards Lu Xuan. Faced with her formidable presence, Lu Xuan's countenance darkened, forcing him to silence, though he inwardly grumbled, stubborn woman. Refusing a toast and forcing a penalty. Once I join the Yaoqi sacred land, you shall pay dearly. You will only be my concubine. And that wretched Lu Chen had better not fall into my hands. As his hatred festered, Lu Xuan's expression grew increasingly sinister and twisted. Ah, how lively it is here. Brother Xuan, Yuan has come to fetch you. At that moment, a delicate voice rang from outside. A waft of fragrant air accompanied the lively arrival of Song Yu, who skipped joyfully into the hall, followed closely by Mu Peeling and Nongguang Shishu. I apologize for not welcoming the esteemed guests from Yaoqi sacred land, Lu Yuan greeted, rising to meet them with a smile. Brother Xuan, I missed you so much. After bowing to Lu Yuan, Song Yu rushed to Lu Xuan's side, wrapping her delicate arm around his. In the presence of the Yaoqi sacred land guests, Lu Xuan immediately composed himself, feigning elegance. Yuan, I missed you as well. This must be the esteemed Mu Shiji whom you often speak of. Indeed, she is as remarkable as you described. Mu Peeling observed the pair before her, reminiscent of celestial beings, and a pang of bitterness surged within her heart. With the arrival of the three from Yaoqi sacred land, another wave of astonishment rippled through the hall. The female cultivators from Yaoqi sacred land were indeed stunningly beautiful. I heard they never recruit male disciples. How enviable for the young master, the Lu family members whispered among themselves. Humph, Hua Qingying scoffed, her face betraying her disdain. It was evident that both father and son were two-faced schemers. Ahem, esteemed ladies, you have come to escort Xuan to Yaoqi sacred land, I presume? Lu Yuan coughed, and the hall fell silent. Song Yu hesitated, glancing at Mu Peeling, before cautiously addressing Lu Yuan. Uncle, actually, Shiji has another matter to discuss with your esteemed family. She gestured towards Mu Peeling. Oh, may I inquire what business you have, Miss Mu? Lu Yuan asked, perplexed, turning his gaze towards Mu Peeling. Few within the clan were aware of the engagement with Lu Chen. Only Lu Chen's parents knew, and even he was oblivious. With gritted teeth, Mu Peeling spoke directly. Honorable family head, I have come to the Lu family to dissolve my engagement with Lu Chen. I ask that you facilitate the annulment. Each word was pronounced with unwavering conviction. The hall fell into a stunned silence, faces reflecting disbelief. After a prolonged pause, the murmurs of shock began to rise. Lu Chen, that useless waste, has been rejected. Indeed, he has brought shame upon our family. If I were him, I would simply end it all. Amidst the cacophony of derision, Lu Xuan smirked, relishing the unfolding humiliation. Humph, Lu Chen, when you return, I shall relish your disgrace. Silence. Anyone who dares utter another word shall face consequences. Hua Qingying could not bear to witness Chener endure such humiliation. Drawing her sword, a chilling glint emanated, sending shivers through all present. Hua Qingying, you are nearly there. Lu Chen, in essence, is of inferior talent, while Mu Xianzi is a paragon of virtue. How could a daughter of the tiger be wed to a son of the dog? Therefore, I, as the elder, shall take the liberty to dissolve this engagement. Lu Yuan immediately voiced his opposition, agreeing to sever the betrothal with Mu Peeling. Upon hearing this, Mu Peeling's face lit up with joy, and she clasped her fists, exclaiming, the head of the Lu family is indeed magnanimous. Soon after, Lu Yuan, brimming with pride, turned his gaze to the grim-faced Hua Qingying, saying, "What do you think? Hua Qingying, have you come to terms with reality? If you are willing to nod in agreement now, it is not too late." However, in the next moment, an unexpected change occurred. A thunderous dragon roar erupted from above, shattering his arrogance. "Humph, you old fool. What is your worthless son to be worthy of Yinger? Moreover, what right do you have to meddle in my engagement?" With a resounding crash, 9 celestial dragons descended from the heavens towards the Lu family. Behind these majestic dragons was a dragon carriage, upon which Lu Chen sat, gazing down with divine authority. "Chener," as the voice resonated. Hua Qingying's eyes brimmed with tears as she looked towards the horizon, instantly recognizing Lu Chen. "Yinger, I have returned." Upon seeing Hua Qingying, Lu Chen's figure flickered, and he appeared beside her in an instant. "Ah, Chener, I am relieved to see you safe, but you have lost weight," Hua Qingying exclaimed, raising her delicate hand to gently caress Lu Chen's cheek, her eyes filled with concern. "What, Lu Chen?" The sudden appearance of Lu Chen left everyone present, including Lu Yuan, Lu Zhan, Mu Piling, and Song Yu, utterly astonished. "Well, Lu Chen, you dare to return? This time, you shall never leave again. I intend to make Hua Qingying completely my plaything." Witnessing their intimate interaction, Lu Zhan could no longer suppress his inner fury. He could not comprehend why Hua Qingying held such affection for Lu Chen. Is he truly Lu Chen? Despite his handsome appearance, how can he be so tenacious? At this moment, Mu Piling also regarded her unfamiliar fiancé with curiosity, a hint of disdain forming within her. Lu Chen indeed. Yes, it is he. The consort of the Empress of the Tianyan Sacred Land. The previously silent Nangong Shishu, who had been following Song Yu, suddenly recognized Lu Chen's name as familiar. It was only upon witnessing Lu Chen's true form that she finally made the connection. Chapter 15. Forceful, tormenting, endless regret. Nangong Shishu's eyes fixated on Lu Chen's face. And in the next moment, her entire body trembled uncontrollably, her complexion turning pale as she collapsed onto the ground. "Mumu Shiji, are you certain that the name of your fiancé is Lu Chen? You did not misremember?" She had represented the Yaoqi sacred land at the Empress's wedding. That day, she witnessed Lu Chen annihilate 4 peak emperors without lifting a finger. "Nangong Shishu, what are you doing? You, a dignified sage, represent the dignity of our Yaoqi sacred land." Seeing Nangong Shishu's expression of terror and her trembling legs, Song Yu could not help but frown. Beside her, Mu Piling inquired in confusion, "Nangong Shishu, what do you mean? How could Piling be mistaken?" As these words fell, Nangong Shishu's face turned ashen. "Bold Lu Chen, how dare you speak so disrespectfully to the family head? Father, Lu Chen dares to disrespect you and flout the family rules. He should be punished according to the rules and have his limbs severed." Seizing this opportunity, Lu Zhan sought to eliminate Lu Chen and immediately shouted in anger. "Zhan is right. Lu Chen dares to challenge the family head. Seize him. Sever his limbs." A glint of malice flashed in Lu Yuan's eyes as he commanded, "Obey, family head." With this command, the Lu family's enforcement team surged forward, ready to strike down Lu Chen. "You dare? Chener, I will help you fight your way out of here," Hua Qingying said, gripping Lu Chen tightly, instinctively wanting to shield him. However, Lu Chen merely smiled faintly, placing his large hands upon her delicate shoulders, saying, "Yinger, let me protect you this time. I shall not spare anyone who has bullied you." As the words left his lips, Lu Chen's consciousness stirred slightly, and a formidable aura surged forth from within him like a flood. In an instant, those who had charged forward were met with a horrifying fate, their bodies bursting into a mist of blood before the terrified gazes of the onlookers. The terrifying pressure unleashed a whirlwind, sending all present reeling, blood spewing from their mouths as they prostrated on the ground. Then, Lu Chen's eyes narrowed, and an invisible force bound Lu Yuan and Lu Zhan, lifting them into the air. What? Your cultivation? How is this possible?" Bound in the air, Lu Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Lu Chen. The mere aura he exuded had subdued everyone in the vicinity, leaving them speechless. "Chener, what is your cultivation level?" The fierce wind lifted Hua Qingying's white celestial gown, the soft silk clinging to her delicate figure. She gazed deeply at Lu Chen, her profound eyes reflecting a hint of astonishment. "Yinger, once I resolve the matters here, we shall discuss everything in detail." Lu Chen's gaze softened as he looked at the ethereal Hua Qingying, with her flowing purple hair and graceful demeanor. Hua Qingying nodded, pursing her translucent red lips, her expression somewhat dazed. Lu Yuan, with a heart of malice, thought to himself, "This old fool." Lu Chen's eyes darkened, and with a slight movement of his consciousness, a powerful, formless force instantly severed Lu Yuan's limbs and shattered his internal organs. "Ah!" Lu Yuan's anguished screams echoed throughout the Lu family hall. A quasi-saint, in Lu Chen's hands, was but an ant, Under Lu Chen's mental control, Lu Zhenyuan's limbs twisted uncontrollably, soon becoming a tangled mess. Father, how can this be? Lu Chen, do not go too far. Do not forget that my father is your elder, your uncle. Do you intend to openly betray your master and extinguish your ancestors? Witnessing his father's plight, Lu Zhan was astonished by Lu Chen's power and hastily attempted to reason with him, hoping to halt the violence with familial ties. Betraying my master and extinguishing my ancestors? Uncle? Haha, I cannot be bothered to explain myself to you. You are not worthy of hearing it. Lu Chen sneered, then moved his consciousness again. Time and space around Lu Zhenyun rewound, restoring his limbs, only to have them broken and twisted once more, an endless cycle of torment. Do not worry. I shall not allow you two to die so easily. Even if it is betrayal, what does it matter? I will annihilate you. What concern is it of yours? Having said this, Lu Chun decided not to waste any more words, snapping his fingers lightly as a profound energy swirled at his fingertips. In an instant, those members of the Lu family who had previously spoken ill of him exploded into a mist of blood. The air filled with a thick, metallic scent of blood. What kind of technique is this? The remaining survivors, their legs trembling, collapsed to the ground, inwardly grateful that they had not spoken out earlier, lest they too face immediate retribution. All present were stunned by Lu Chen's ruthless methods. They never expected him to display such decisiveness against his kin. To the irrelevant members of the Lu family, you have 3 breaths to leave this place. LCHN cast a frigid glance at the remaining members of the L family and the elders. Hurry, leave. In less than a breath's time. All the L clan members had vanished without a trace. The anguished cries of LZHNUN continued to echo within the grand hall. Having grown weary of the spectacle, LCHN waved his hand, summoning a black flagpole inscribed with a skull. 8 malevolent souls emerged from the WNHNBN. They were the leaders and ancestors of the demonic sect. Trembling, SHSHNNGing forcefully pulled MPIL-ing and S-ing down to the ground. She immediately recognized that the souls belonged to the formidable Xian SHLOZ and Su SHNLOZ. Even peak emperors seemed like mere ants before LCHN. What manner of being was he? With this thought, SHSH's fear intensified. So, LCHN was the mysterious husband of the female emperor. How could this be? MPIL-ing knelt before LCHN, her eyes reflecting an intricate array of emotions. Her hands, resting upon her jade legs, clenched into fists, blood seeping through her fingers as regret surged within her. How could such coincidences exist in this world? Her betrothed, whom she had never met, turned out to be such a powerful entity. If only she had arrived a moment later and not come to annul the engagement. MPIL-ing bit her crimson lip, her face pale and weak. The arrogance she once possessed now transformed into endless remorse. S-ing Y, also kneeling, observed her brother L-in suspended in the air. Worry etched across her delicate features. She never imagined that her earlier jest would manifest into reality. The man engaged to MPIL-ing was indeed the same as the female emperor's husband. It seemed utterly preposterous, something even a novelist would hesitate to write. Go LCHN instructed the souls of Xian SHLOZ and Su SHNLOZ. Having been refined by the WNHNBN, their souls were now entirely under LCHN's control, reduced to soul slaves. Upon receiving their orders, the souls howled and lunged towards LZHNUN. No. Please, LCHN, my dear nephew. I am your uncle, your father's brother. You cannot kill me. As he beheld the souls charging at him, LZHNUN made a final desperate attempt, invoking familial ties. Humph, do you still dare to mention my father? LCHN remained unmoved. The souls of Xian SHLOZ and others tore into LZHNUN's essence, savagely devouring him before dragging him into the WNHNBN. As a divine artifact of souls, LZHNUN's spirit would not perish within. Instead, he would endure endless torment as it was incessantly torn apart. After dealing with LZHNUN, LCHN's gaze slowly shifted to LZHN. No, LCHN. You cannot treat me this way. I am a disciple of the Yuan Holy Land. I am an ancient holy body. If you dare to harm me, the Yuan Holy Land will not let you go. Feeling the chilling aura enveloping him, LZHN hastily invoked what he believed to be a powerful backing. Previously, he had often bullied LCHN and harbored ill intentions towards Hu Qing. Now, witnessing LCHN's ruthless methods, he was utterly terrified, stripped of any remnants of his former arrogance. However, as soon as he uttered those words, SHSHNNGing quickly distanced herself from LZHN, stating, Senior, LZHN has not formally joined the Yuan Holy Land, so it bears no relation to him or the L family. Hearing LZH and invoke the YOCH Holy Land before LCH and nearly gave her a heart attack. Internally, she cursed LZH in countless times, fearing that the YOCH Holy Land would become a target. If LCH and were truly angered, the YOCH Holy Land might become a second demonic sect. What? How could this be? I am the unparalleled ancient holy body. It was you from the YOCH Holy Land who sought me out. Quickly, kill LCHN, or if not, bring me to the YOCH Holy Land for help. NNGing SHSH's words shattered LZHN's last vestiges of composure, prompting him to scream in madness at her. Oh, the YOCH Holy Land? Seeking help? When did you possess such audacity? LCHN's interest was piqued as he leisurely sat upon a bench and turned to the three women prostrated before him. It's a misunderstanding. All of it was a misunderstanding. Senior, the YOCH Holy Land bears no ill will. We would not dare offend you. We beg for your forgiveness for any prior indiscretions. As LCHN's gaze fell upon her, NNGing SHSH's body tensed, her expression frantic as she pressed her forehead to the ground, completely submitting. Maintaining this posture, her gown clung to her figure, her towering form trembling slightly from fear. I, MPILing, implore you, Senior, to temper your wrath. Beside her, MPILing's complexion paled, fully aware of the humiliation of this position. Yet, to avoid implicating the YOCH Holy Land, she too bowed her proud head. As her forehead struck the ground, a stinging heat spread across her face. No, you are merely a waste incapable of even breaking through the second transformation. This is impossible. At this juncture, LZHN finally recognized the truth. He had been cast aside by the YOCH Holy Land. Yet, what puzzled him was LCHN, who had once been a mere waste. How had he become someone the YOCH Holy Land now feared, so much so that they were willing to forsake him? The unparalleled ancient holy body. LZHN, do not fear. If you die, YR shall die with you. At this moment, SNY suddenly stood up and addressed LZHN, SHG, SNYSHZ. Her action sent cold sweat down the backs of NNGing SHSH and MPILing. Initially despondent and despairing, LZHN felt a flicker of hope upon witnessing this scene. YR, thankfully you have not abandoned me. LZHN, I am coming. After standing, SNY hurried toward LZHN. Oh, this is truly amusing, LCHN mused. For he had not anticipated SNY's deep affection for LZHN. As his gaze fell upon her, an insidious thought crept into his mind, prompting him to access the system panel. SNY modifiable. Cultivation, 6th transition, modifiable. Identity, disciple of the YOCH Holy Land. LZHN's partner, modifiable. Affection, 50, modifiable. Modify for me. With a mere thought, LCHN altered SNY's identity and affection levels. Modification successful. Identity, disciple of the YOCH Holy Land. LCHN's made, modifiable. Affection, 100, modifiable. YR. LZHN gazed at SNY, who was rushing toward him with open arms, tears brimming in his eyes as he closed them, ready to embrace her. Yet, after a prolonged moment, he felt no fragrant breeze, prompting him to hastily open his eyes. The scene before him, however, caused his heart to shatter. SNY had greeted her master, bowing slightly towards LCHN with a flushed face. On the prostrated NNGing SHSH and MPILing instinctively lifted their heads, their expressions one of shock at this bizarre scene. However, recalling LCHN's formidable prowess, they quickly reconciled their thoughts, casting pitying glances at LZHN. Quite good. LCHN, reclining on the bench, looked down at SNY in his embrace. Chapter 17. The wooden stake letting go, remaining with Xiao Ro. Lu Chen, you wretched man. Lu Zhan watched in disbelief as his companion openly expressed affection for a foe right before him, striking poses and flaunting herself. Unable to contain his fury, he shouted in indignation. Shoo. Lu Chen reclined upon a long bench, cradling the soft and fragrant Xiao Ro in his arms, pressing a finger to his lips and smiling at Lu Zhan. In the next moment, an invisible force sealed Lu Zhan's mouth, rendering him unable to utter a sound. Witnessing this, Lu Zhan's eyes widened in rage, desperately attempting to resist and struggle, but to no avail. In front of Lu Zhan, Lu Chen took his time, savoring the moment before dismissing Songyu. Enough, I'm bored. But fret not. I shall not allow you to die so easily. What just transpired was merely an appetizer. Before the formidable Lu Chen, with the power of a creation deity, Lu Zhan's previous schemes could not escape his perception. Unfazed by his own mortality, Lu Zhan audaciously dared to covet the shadowy figure. Lu Chen had merely returned the favor in kind. Lu Zhan modifiable. Gender, male modifiable. Cultivation, early stage of the 6th transmutation, modifiable. Identity, human race, modifiable. Special physique, primordial sacred body, modifiable. Modification, ding, modification successful. Lu Zhan, modifiable. Identity, Lu Chen's howling sky dog, modifiable. After rising, Lu Chen immediately altered Lu Zhan's identity to that of a howling sky dog and stored him within a spatial compartment. Having resolved past grievances, Lu Chen finally set his gaze upon Mu Peeling. The fact that she had come to annul their engagement did not evoke any deep-seated animosity within him. After all, everyone possesses the right to choose their own path in life, and he had only lost a modicum of reputation. Enough, I am not a narrow-minded individual. Your withdrawal from our engagement does not concern me. You may leave. After much deliberation, Lu Chen chose to let Mu Peeling depart. Recognizing that her choice was not entirely unjustifiable, he held no desire to impose his will upon matters of the heart, especially when his own beloved, Shermu. In the 9 heavens, Xian Nu were no less enchanting than Mu Peeling. Senior, your magnanimity is truly admirable. I shall take my leave. Peeling, let us be off. Upon witnessing Lu Chen's willingness to release them, Shishu Nangong's expression brightened, and she hurriedly expressed her gratitude. Having just witnessed Lu Chen's terrifying prowess, she feared he might unleash his wrath upon the Yaoqi sacred land. Now, hearing they could depart, she felt an immense sense of relief and quickly urged Mu Peeling to leave. However, Mu Peeling remained steadfast, kneeling on the ground. No, Shishu, you should go first. Mu Peeling's impulsive action risked bringing shame to her elder, and she felt overwhelming shame. Thus, she resolved to remain, even if it meant serving as a maid. To make amends, with unwavering determination, she implored, I must stay. Peeling you. Alas. Very well. I shall go meet with Her Highness, the Saintess. Nangong Wan, modifiable. Gender, female, modifiable. Cultivation, saint, modifiable. Identity, steward of Yaoqi's sacred land, modifiable. Shishu Nangong stood momentarily stunned before realizing Mu Peeling's intent to salvage her situation. With a sigh, she departed alone. If you wish to stay, then so be it. Lu Chen replied indifferently. Once all matters were settled and the chaos cleaned up, Lu Chen turned with a smile towards Hua Qingying, and the two vanished from the grand hall. As one of the 3 prominent families in Qingyang town, the Lu family estate was intricate, bustling with activity. In a somewhat dilapidated corner of the estate, a modest courtyard appeared forlorn. Within it, a young girl clad in a pink dress sat with her knees drawn to her chest, poised on the steps of the main chamber. This girl, known as Xiao Rou, was delicate and graceful, with captivating features and large, expressive eyes. Her petite figure appeared even more fragile amid the desolate courtyard. I wonder when young Master Chen will return to see Xiao Rou. Young Master, do you not remember me anymore? Sitting upon the steps, she cradled her head in her hands, her autumnal eyes reflecting a hint of sadness. This young girl named Xiao Rou was tasked with serving Lu Chen. You lazy maid. What are you daydreaming about? Have you finished washing the clothes? Hurry up and get to work. Just as Xiao Rou was lost in her thoughts of Lu Chen, a sharp voice pierced through the air from outside. The plump Rong Mama approached the courtyard, immediately launching into a tirade against Xiao Rou. Not only that, but she brandished a needle above Xiao Rou's head, threatening her to work. Yes, Xiao Rou will get to work right away. Please, don't prick me with the needle. Upon seeing the needle in Rong Mama's hand, Xiao Rou's face paled instantly, clearly having suffered under her bullying before. You wretched maid. If it weren't for Hua Qingying protecting you, your beauty would have long since landed you in a brothel. You temptress. Rong Mama spat out humiliating words. Yet despite this, Xiao Rou dared not retaliate, her eyes glistening with tears. Xiao Rou's pitiful appearance would evoke sympathy in anyone, inciting a desire to protect her. However, in Rong Mama's eyes, jealousy surged, and she was poised to strike with the needle. Old hag, seeking death. In that critical moment, Lu Chen and Hua Qingying, having just concluded their errands, returned to this familiar place. Seeing Xiao Rou being bullied ignited a fierce anger within Lu Chen. With a mere glare, an overwhelming force obliterated Rong Mama, reducing her to dust. Young Master Chen, will you have finally returned? I missed you so much. Xiao Rou slowly opened her tightly shut eyes, and, upon seeing Lu Chen suddenly appear before her, she rushed into his arms without hesitation. Fear not, Xiao Rou. Young Master is back, and no one will dare bully you again. Lu Chen looked down at the slight figure of Xiao Rou, whose head barely reached his chest. This fragile demeanor indicated she had likely suffered much. Xiao Rou is fine as long as young Master Chen returns safely. Xiao Rou buried her head deep within Lu Chen's embrace, crying profusely, her tears flowing like rain, akin to a Thumbelina expressing her grievances. Seeing this, Lu Chen felt no disdain. In his heart, Xiao Rou had long ceased to be just an ordinary maid. After comforting her for a while, Xiao Rou eventually noticed Hua Qingying standing behind Lu Chen. Ah, Sister Hua is here too. Hua Qingying chuckled lightly, approached Xiao Rou, and crouched down, playfully tapping the tip of her nose. Little girl, the moment Chen returns, you seem to forget about everyone else. Your eyes only filled with him. Xiao Rou's face flushed crimson at Hua Qingying's teasing words. Bashfully, she slipped behind Lu Chen, burying her face in his clothes. Ha ha. Lu Chen and Hua Qingying burst into hearty laughter at Xiao Rou's adorable demeanor. Chapter 18. Enchantment as night fell, within the main chamber of Lu's modest courtyard. Chen, I never expected your return to be akin to a transformation. With such formidable cultivation, I shall no longer worry about you. Hua Qingying stood at the window, clad in a flowing white gown. Her shoulders were fair, her collarbone delicately sculpted, and her figure was enchanting. A gossamer veil cascaded from her shoulders, and her purple hair hung like a waterfall, accentuating her graceful waist. Bathed in the soft moonlight, she painted a captivating picture. Qingying, are you not curious? Lu Chen gazed at the ethereal silhouette of Hua Qingying, his eyes gradually becoming entranced. He then slowly began to speak, but before he could finish his sentence, Hua Qingying extended a delicate finger to his lips, revealing a charming smile. Chen, every cultivator harbors unspoken secrets that must be kept, myself included. Therefore, there is no need for you to divulge anything. Simply knowing that you are safe is sufficient. Captivated by the divine beauty before him, Lu Chen could not help but step forward, wrapping his arms tightly around her. A fragrant breeze enveloped him as his large hands encircled her slender waist, barely able to grasp it entirely. At that moment, the two bodies were tightly entwined. Chen, please let go, Hua Qingying exclaimed, her mind momentarily blank in the face of this sudden embrace. After a while, she regained her composure and began to struggle slightly. Inger, do not move. I have been away for many years and have missed you dearly. Lu Chen whispered softly into her ear, resting his head on her jade shoulder. Hua Qingying's cheeks flushed crimson, and after a token struggle, she surrendered to his embrace, resting her head gently against his shoulder. Wow, it's young Master Chen and Sister Hua, observed Xiao Rou, peering through the crack in the door, witnessing the intimate scene. The curious girl blinked her large eyes, giggling at the sight of the celestial couple. Chen, it is getting late. We should rest, Hua Qingying reminded Lu Chen after some time. Yet, Lu Chen could not bear to release her, wearing a mischievous grin as he suggested, Inger, why not stay tonight and keep me company? Upon hearing this, a flustered expression crossed Hua Qingying's radiant face, and she quickly declined. Chen, that is not possible. How could I? As she attempted to break free from his embrace, Lu Chen countered, have you forgotten? We used to sleep in each other's arms. That was when you were a child. How old are you now? Hua Qingying retorted. I am simply accustomed to sleeping with you. I assure you it would be nothing more than sleep, Lu Chen insisted, unwavering in his persistence. Really? No. That is still too outrageous. Chen, you. But before she could finish her protest, Lu Chen leaned down, capturing her luscious, glistening lips with his own. At that moment, Hua Qingying's cheeks burned with embarrassment as she lightly tapped Lu Chen's chest in discontent. Overcome with a mix of shame and anger, her face was flushed, her delicate neck blushing profusely, and her long, graceful legs grew weak, causing her to collapse into Lu Chen's embrace. Chen, After a prolonged moment, their lips parted. Hua Qingying pressed her lips together, feeling a wave of mortification wash over her as she reflected on her recent actions. What could she do? How could she resist someone as alluring as him? Does Inger not cherish Chen? Lu Chen gazed intently at her flushed face. No. It's just at a loss for words. Hua Qingying wished to disappear into the ground. Observing her flustered state, Lu Chen's lips curled into a smile as he leaned in once more, capturing her lips again. You rascal. Hua Qingying melted into Lu Chen's embrace, her hands alternating between clenching and releasing. She was now drenched in sweat, her body radiating heat, her eyes hazy. Witnessing this passionate scene, Lu Chen lifted Hua Qingying and placed her gently on the bed before turning to fetch a basin of warm water. Come, Inger. Let me wash your feet as a gesture of respect. Embarrassed and unable to bear the intimacy, Hua Qingying averted her gaze, avoiding eye contact with him. Do stay tonight, Lu Chen continued to tease. Oh, what can I do with you, you little rascal? Hua Qingying murmured shyly, her head bowed deeply. The following morning, as dawn broke, Hua Qingying sprang from the bed, her face as red as a ripe fruit, as if she might bleed from embarrassment. Her white gown was in disarray, and after waking, she fled as if escaping a calamity. Lu Chen, however, was left with a sense of regret, as he had not achieved his desires the previous night. Though he had hoped for a deeper connection, Hua Qingying was unwilling to take that final step. Naturally, Lu Chen could never force her, especially not with someone so dear to him. Chapter 19. Clarifying Relationships, Lu Family, Capable Xiao Rou, Creation Artifact, life and death ledger. Meanwhile, aboard the celestial vessel in the Yaoqi sacred land, Shu Nangong knelt on one knee, recounting all that had transpired at the Lu family to the radiant figure above. "Oh, are you saying that Pei Ling went to the Lu family to call off the engagement? And the one she was betrothed to was the Empress's consort from the heavenly Yin sacred land?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuechan's expression shifted slightly in surprise. Indeed. And it seems that the father and son of the Lu family harbored deep-seated enmity with him. He personally captured Lu Zhan. And my subordinates acted rashly to sever ties with the Lu family, requesting punishment from the Holy Maiden. Shu Nangong replied gravely. "Your actions were commendable. There is no need for self-reproach," Jiang Yuechan said, rising gracefully from her meditation mat, her alabaster feet and pink toes exposed to the air. Her pink gauzy skirt hugged her curves, accentuating her ample bosom and revealing her shapely legs, adding an air of holiness to her presence, akin to an untouchable goddess. Approaching Shu Nangong, Jiang Yuechan extended her hand to assist him. It is said that he possesses unparalleled combat prowess, capable of vanquishing the 4 major demonic sections. In my view, he is likely a supreme deity. The Yaoqi sacred land cannot provoke such a powerful adversary. Compared to a deity, an ancient sacred body is insignificant. When the others aboard the celestial vessel heard the Holy Maiden speculate that Lu Chun might be a deity, astonishment washed over their faces. "Your Highness, what about Mu Peeling and Song Yu?" Shu Nangong inquired with concern. "What else can we do? They brought this upon themselves. Do you expect us to fight a deity for them? Besides, whether this is their opportunity or their disaster remains to be seen," Jiang Yuechan replied coldly. "From now on, in the name of the Yaoqi sacred land, swiftly sever all ties with Lu Zhan and the Lu family. The matters concerning Xianglong City are of utmost importance. That item must belong to the Yaoqi sacred land." After issuing a series of commands, Jiang Yuechan swiftly returned to her meditation mat, closing her eyes to enter a state of tranquility. "Understood, Your Highness," Shu Nangong and the others bowed respectfully. Qingyang Town, Lu family. A middle-aged man with a square face sat at the head of the table, savoring his tea. Report, Patriarch. A shocking incident occurred at the Lu family last night, resulting in countless casualties. Even Lu Zhenyuan and that ancient sacred body have gone missing. At that moment, a Lu family member hurriedly burst into the hall. Puffed. Hearing this thunderous news, the Lu Patriarch sprayed his tea, shocked. Cough, cough, cough. What? At this critical juncture, someone dared to act against the Lu family? Do you know which faction is responsible? In the Lu family, an unparalleled ancient sacred body has emerged. A revelation that has not only reverberated throughout Qingyuan town, but has also stirred the mighty forces of the southern wilderness, particularly the Invincible Holy Land. Now, everyone in Qingyuan town is aware that the Invincible Holy Land has made an exception to accept the Lu family's ancient sacred body as a disciple. Consequently, the Lu family has become nearly untouchable in Qingyuan town, overshadowing the other 2 clans. Unbeknownst to the subordinates, they only knew that after last night, the Lu family suffered heavy casualties, with barely 1 in 10 of their elite remaining. Upon hearing this, the head of the Lu family pondered for a moment before inquiring again. What movements have there been from the Invincible Holy Land? A Lu family member below reported, replying to the head. "We have just received word that the Invincible Holy Land has shown no intention of avenging the Lu family and has instead hastily distanced itself from them." Upon hearing this, the head of the Lu family narrowed his eyes, the expression on his face shifting between gloom and clarity. What does this mean? In that moment, he found himself at a crossroads, contemplating this as an excellent opportunity to annex the Lu family while harboring some concerns. He ordered the assembly of all the clan's elites and simultaneously notified the Fu family to jointly besiege the Lu family. After much deliberation, the head of the Lu family made a decision. As the saying goes, when the wall falls, everyone pushes. Upon learning of the Lu family's plight, the Lu family could no longer suppress their inner greed. "As you command, head of the family," the Lu family member began to rise to relay the orders. But upon glancing towards the window, his expression turned to one of sheer astonishment. Flustered and panicked, he was taken aback. Seeing this, the head of the Lu family was about to reprimand him when an overwhelming pressure from the heavenly Tao instantly enveloped the area within 100 miles. The space above the Lu family was ruthlessly torn apart as if it were mere paper. A pair of celestial hands emerged from the rift in the void. What on earth is this? All Lu family members looked up in terror. In the next moment, the celestial hands descended mercilessly, reducing countless luxurious and grand structures to dust, while the very earth trembled violently. From a distance, a vast pit spanning 100 miles came into view. All Lu family members met their demise on the spot. And within the pit, remnants of chaotic energy lingered, transforming the area into a realm of complete annihilation. At this moment, Lu Chun, the instigator of all this chaos, lay leisurely on a bench in the Lu family's courtyard, casually perusing a thick tome in his hands. The unassuming book bore the 3 characters Xianxiabu, which translates to Book of Life and Death. Lu Chen flipped through the pages, casually doodling several names. Beside him, a sweet girl named Xiao Ro obediently massaged his shoulders, eagerly seeking praise. Hee, young Master Chen, how is it? Am I the most capable? In response, Lu Chen playfully pinched Xiao Ro's delicate nose, eagerly affirming, indeed. My Xiao Ro is the most capable. Upon receiving Lu Chen's compliment, Xiao Ro beamed with satisfaction, her eyes narrowing in delight. This Book of Life and Death was undoubtedly a serendipitous find from the system's marketplace. Xianxiabu, creation artifact, cause and effect value exchange. 9999999999999. Lu Chen couldn't help but marvel at the presence of such a formidable artifact in the system's marketplace. While the head of the Lu family harbored ill intentions towards the Lu family, Lu Chen, as the creator god, sensed it instantly. The moment he detected the impending threat, he acted swiftly, annihilating the Lu family. Lu Chen lacked the patience to wait for his enemies to come to his doorstep. If he could resolve the matter in one strike, why complicate it? By employing the Book of Life and Death to identify the Lu family members outside, Lu Chen thoroughly eradicated all traces of them. As Lu Chen stored the Book of Life and Death, he glanced at Xiao Ro, who was still dutifully attending to him. And he reminisced about the celestial maidens of the 9 heavens. Each one exuded charm and elegance. From the gentle demeanor of Linglong Xianzi to the pure and pristine aura of Su Xen Xiannu, and the enchanting grace of Miaoyin Xian. Then, Lu Chen turned his attention back to Xiao Ro. Xiao Ro, sit. He gestured for her to join him. Before she could react, he pulled her into his embrace, enveloped by her youthful fragrance. Ah, young Master Chen, this is not befitting your status. Please put Xiao Ro down. Xiao Ro's large, sparkling eyes widened, and her cheeks flushed crimson. Relax, there is no one else here. Gazing at the petite, enchanting girl in his arms, who was merely 18, Lu Chen's gaze burned with intensity. Xiao Ro lay in his embrace with her eyes tightly shut, her lashes fluttering, her face a blend of shyness and anticipation. Young Master Chen, she murmured, feeling an unusual warmth spread across her flushed cheeks. At that moment, a melodious voice suddenly rang out from outside the door. Senior, are you there? It was Mu Peeling, standing at the entrance in a blue ice fairy dress, her eyes misty, her ruby lips glistening. The dress clung to her graceful form, accentuating her flawless beauty, while her long eyelashes fluttered delicately. Young Master Chen, someone has arrived. Quickly release Xiao Ro. Upon hearing the commotion outside, Xiao Ro sprang to her feet in alarm. Xiao Ro, you may step out for now. Seeing this, Lu Chen smiled slightly, surprised that Mu Peeling had come so promptly, and instructed Xiao Ro to leave. Blushing, Xiao Ro ushered Mu Peeling inside before exiting. Senior, Mu Peeling approached Lu Chen, her lips parting slightly as she lowered her head, nervously clutching the hem of her dress. Facing the one who was once her fiancé, she displayed an expression filled with complexity. What brings you here? Lu Chen inquired, his tone neither warm nor cold. Peeling has come to apologize to you, Senior, and hopes to remain by your side, even if it means serving as a maid. After uttering these words, Mu Peeling bit her lip, a wave of regret washing over her. She could have been married to Lu Chen openly like an empress, but now even the status of a concubine felt out of reach. However, aligning herself with a powerful figure like Lu Chen was still infinitely better than solitary cultivation. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen raised an eyebrow, finding the situation amusing. He stood up and looked at Mu Peeling. Have you come to regret your decision? Unfortunately, this deity does not lack for stunning women by my side. If you wish to stay close, it will not be so simple. Observing the strikingly beautiful woman before him, once proud and now filled with remorse, Lu Chen felt a sense of amusement at the stark contrast. As the words left his lips, Mu Peeling shivered slightly. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Having previously come to break off their engagement, now she sought to mend things with Lu Chen, but it was not an easy task. Before arriving, she had prepared herself mentally, yet facing him now brought a bittersweet feeling to her heart. Sigh, it seems I have truly brought this upon myself. After a silent lament over the capriciousness of fate, this once haughty beauty was now thoroughly chastened by the harshness of reality. Lu Chen reclined contentedly on the bench, a satisfied expression on his face. Mu Peeling had completely set aside the airs of a proud daughter of heaven. At this moment, her charming face flushed deeply, and her large, expressive eyes became increasingly dreamy. Under Lu Chen's beckoning, Mu Peeling turned and dove into his embrace. I implore you, esteemed senior, to show mercy. With a captivating visage and her glistening eyes fixed on him, Mu Peeling yearned for advancement. Gazing at this enticing tableau, Lu Chen leaned down and fervently captured her cherry-like lips. Several hours later, Lu Chen, feeling a sense of accomplishment, held the petite Mu peeling in his arms. Mu peeling. He noted, level, early stage 6 transitions, affection level, 100. Very well, I have pressing matters to attend to, Lu Chen remarked, gently patting Mu peeling beneath him. Yes, master. She replied, her cheeks still tinged with red as she gradually rose. Not long ago, Lu Chen had received a transmission from Hua Qingying, prompting him to don his attire and hasten to the grand hall of the Lu family. At this moment in the grand hall, a blood-soaked one-armed man lay sprawled on the floor, while Hua Qingying hurriedly employed quasi-saintly energy to heal his wounds. What has transpired? Lu Chen's figure flickered as he suddenly appeared within the hall. Brother Xianxiao. The one-armed man collapsed on the ground, clutching his head in agony. The piercing pain compelled him to repeatedly strike his head against the floor. Upon Lu Chen's arrival, all the members of the Lu family, visibly anxious, bowed and greeted him, fearful of any semblance of disrespect. Following the events of the previous night, after Lu Chen dealt with Lu Yuan and Lu Zhan, all the clan members unanimously revered him as their leader. Lu Chen harbored no objections. After all, he was indeed a member of the Lu family. Chenner, you have finally arrived. His injuries are grievous, and he has been afflicted with the heart-eating death seal. Hua Qingying urgently conveyed to Lu Chen while striving to channel spiritual energy into Lu Qingshan. It will be fine. Inger, leave it to me. Lu Chen extended his hand, and an immensely rich force of the life law surged into Lu Qingshan's body. In the next moment, the life law rapidly healed Lu Qingshan's terrifying injuries, and his severed arm regrew. This is the life divine principle. Chenner, you have attained true divinity and stand among the divine lords. Hua Qingying immediately recognized the life law's power, a force only accessible to those who have become deities and possess the life divine principle. Observing this scene, her lips parted in astonishment as she gazed at Lu Chen, exclaiming in disbelief. Previously, she had assumed that upon his return, Lu Chen's cultivation would at most reach the level of a saint king. Even so, she found it remarkable. Originally, he had been a mere boy unable to break through the second transition, yet after 2.5 years, he had ascended to the saint king level. But now, witnessing the divine power unique to a true deity emanating from Lu Chen, she was utterly astonished. What? Did I hear that correctly? Hua Qingying exclaimed, bewildered by the notion that the clan leader was a deity. The clan members murmured in disbelief. The clan leader is indeed a deity. No wonder we received news this morning about the annihilation of the Fu and Lu families. I witnessed the scene firsthand. It has been reduced to ruins. Such terrifying power surely can only be wielded by a supreme deity, with the knowledge of their leader's divine status. The gazes of the Lu family members towards Lu Chen grew increasingly filled with reverence. What a miraculous young man, they thought. After a long moment, Hua Qingying regained her composure, her phoenix-like eyes fixed intently on Lu Chen. A divine lord before the age of 20? Even Hua Qingying found herself questioning whether Lu Chen had been possessed by someone else. However, she quickly dismissed that thought, listening to the murmurs around him. Lu Chen's lips curled into a slight smile as he remained silent. After healing Lu Qingshan's injuries, Lu Chen's expression hardened, and with a subtle shift of his thoughts, a peculiar energy imprint slowly extracted itself from his body. The heart-eating death seal. Who could be so malicious as to plant such a curse within Brother Xianxiao? He demanded, turning to an elderly figure in the crowd. This elder, known as the third elder of the family, appeared weathered and dignified, holding significant respect within the Lu family as one of its oldest members. Reporting to the clan leader, young Master Xianxiao had recently joined the Yuntian sect and returned this morning covered in blood. I only know this much. The rest must await young Master Xianxiao's awakening to reveal. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen's deep gaze turned icy. Lu Qingshan was his cousin, the son of his second uncle. After the death of Lu Chen's father and second uncle, while protecting Lu Yuan, Lu Qingshan had often defended him and shared cultivation resources. He had been one of the few in the clan who sincerely supported Lu Chen, but not long after, Lu Qingshan had ventured out to join a sect for training. The Yuntian sect? Lu Chen's eyes flickered with cold light as he murmured to himself. Meanwhile, in a secluded chamber of the Yuntian sect, a hazy mist lingered in the air, revealing two figures entangled in the warm pool of the hall. Senior brother Chen, why did you force yourself upon me in front of Lu Qingshan, only to torment him so? What if the higher-ups of the sect find out and hold us accountable? A maiden clad in a thin silk dress cast flirtatious glances at the man before her, her voluptuous form subtly concealed. Chen raised an eyebrow and retorted, what? Are you concerned for your former partner, Xiao Qian? No way. My heart belongs solely to you, senior brother. I couldn't care less about a waste. Wang Xiao Qian hastily replied, her voice dripping with feigned innocence. I merely worry that you might face punishment from the sect. With a dismissive snort, Chen replied, This is all orchestrated by that ancient saint body from the Lu family. instructing the sect to humiliate and deal with Lu Qingshan. To curry favor with that ancient saint body, the higher-ups have chosen to turn a blind eye and entrusted this arduous task to me. You can only blame Lu Qingshan for being unfortunate enough to provoke someone he should not have. Upon hearing Chun Yi's explanation, Wang Qian finally understood. Originally, she and Lu Qingshan had been partners, but he had fallen victim to the sect's schemes, while she had opportunistically allied herself for her own benefit. Xiao Qian, you truly are enchanting, Xuan Yi said with a wicked grin, pulling her down. Senior brother, how despicable, she protested playfully. Soon, the air within the chamber was thick with an intimate atmosphere once more. Meanwhile, Lu Qingshan, far away at the Lu family estate, had awakened, his cultivation completely obliterated. With hollow eyes and a disheartened demeanor, he recounted the events he had experienced in the Yuntian sect. His partner had been taken from him. He had been publicly humiliated, his cultivation had been annihilated, and he had been afflicted with the heart-eating death seal. Upon concluding Lu Qingshan's tale, the members of the Lu family were filled with righteous indignation and fury. Several of them summoned great courage, kneeling before Lu Chun and tremblingly beseeching. We implore the clan leader to avenge Brother Qingshan. Deliver divine punishment. Please, clan leader, deliver justice and divine retribution. Many clan members, upon realizing their leader was indeed a deity, hoped for Lu Chun to impose divine punishment upon the Yuntian sect. Chunno, clan leader, Lu Qingshan, now healed, made an effort to conceal the despair on his face. As the crowd knelt before Lu Chun, calling him clan leader, Lu Qingshan's gaze was filled with confusion. Elder brother Qingshan, this matter is complex. We shall discuss it later. For now, let us resolve the immediate situation. The power of the creator god was indeed formidable. With a mere thought, Lu Chun swiftly unraveled the mysteries of the situation, understanding the entire sequence of events. Chapter 22, A Thought Becomes an Emperor, The Hidden Puppeteer, Revenge, and the Two Maidens of Yaoqi. Brother Chun, I appreciate your good intentions, Lu Qingshan said. However, the Yuntian sect is immensely powerful, with countless sages and even the revered sage king presiding over it. Our humble Lu clan cannot possibly contend with them. This grudge, I shall avenge myself in the future. Lu Qingshan sank despondently to the ground, his eyes hollow with despair. Yet, after a moment of lamentation, the flames of vengeance ignited within him, his vacant gaze transforming into one of determination. Seeing him recover so quickly from his despondency, Lu Chun nodded appreciatively. Truly, elder brother Qingshan, your willpower is admirable. In truth, the greatest hidden puppeteer behind this incident is within the Lu clan. This proclamation immediately stirred a tempest of reactions. What do you mean, brother Chen? Lu Qingshan inquired, his face a mask of confusion. In response, Lu Chun remained silent, waving his hand to transform a wooden stake back into Lu Zhan's figure. Lu Chun, what sorcery have you employed? What do you intend to do? If you have the courage, just kill me. Lu Zhan, having just regained his human form, shouted at Lu Chun with a mixture of rage and fear. Why should I grant you such an easy end? With that, Lu Chun retaliated by casting the heart-devouring death seal upon Lu Zhan. As the seal penetrated Lu Zhan's body, an agonizing pain surged through him, causing him to scream. Ah, Lu Chun, may you meet a terrible end. Brother Chen, are you suggesting that Lu Zhan is the hidden puppeteer? Lu Qingshan asked. Indeed, the Yuntian sect, in its eagerness to curry favor with his ancient sacred body, deliberately drew you into their schemes. Lu Chun confirmed with a gentle nod. Upon hearing this revelation, the Lu clan members were struck as if by a thunderbolt. After sealing Lu Zhan with the heart-devouring death seal, Lu Chun waved his hand again, reverting him to a wooden stake, ensuring he perpetually endured this boundless agony. Nonetheless, even amidst this, the Yuntian sect was exceedingly vile. Upon grasping the intricacies of the situation, Lu Qingshan seethed with indignation, gritting his teeth as he declared, Chen Yi, Yuntian sect, and that vile Wang Qiaoqian. I shall personally exact my revenge. Observing his fervor, Lu Chun smiled lightly. Brother, your resolve is commendable, but why wait for another day for vengeance? Now would be far more advantageous. With that, Lu Chun directly altered Lu Qingshan's attributes. Ding, modification successful. Lu Qingshan modifiable. Cultivation, Extreme Emperor modifiable. Identity, Lu clan member modifiable. Friendship, 80 modifiable. In the next moment, an overwhelming surge of power coursed through Lu Qingshan's body, accompanied by a formidable imperial might that enveloped the heavens and the earth. In an instant, Lu Qingshan underwent a profound transformation, his countless cells blossoming with terrifying power like independent realms. What is happening? He exclaimed, incredulity etched upon his face. Elder brother Qingshan, you should take charge of this revenge yourself. With this level of cultivation, the Yuntian sect will be powerless against you. Lu Chun lifted a cup of tea to his lips, savoring its flavor. This is the might of an emperor. Lu Qingshan marveled. How has he suddenly acquired such imperial power? Has he instantly ascended to emperor status? How could this be? Yes, it must be the work of the clan leader. The clan leader is a divine being. The crowd erupted into a clamor, astonished by Lu Qingshan's sudden display of unparalleled imperial might. Brother Chen, was this your doing? Lu Qingshan, overwhelmed by shock, stared at Lu Chen in disbelief. If not me, then who? Hurry back, brother. Lu Chen replied with a gentle smile. Brother Chen, such a great favor surpasses rebirth. I would willingly traverse fire and water for you, never shying from death. This was the realm of the emperor, a status standing atop the pyramid of the southern lands, an aspiration coveted by many. Lu Qingshan, exceedingly excited, immediately knelt before Lu Chen, but a gentle force lifted him. Since the passing of our parents, you have cared for me like a father. There is no need for such formality. Lu Chen's words brought tears to Lu Qingshan's eyes. Very well, I shall depart and return swiftly. With that, Lu Qingshan's gaze ignited with determination, and in a flash, he surged towards the Yuntian sect. The speed of an extreme emperor was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, Lu Qingshan reached the Yuntian sect. Scoundrels! At that moment, Wang Xiaoqian and Chen Yi were entangled in a compromising embrace. Witnessing their treachery, Lu Qingshan's eyes flared crimson as he unleashed an imperial pressure upon them. Boom! The imperial might descended, instantly obliterating them into crimson mist. Who dares to act brazenly within my Yuntian sect? The violent commotion soon attracted the attention of the sage king and elder sages of the Yuntian sect. Lu Qingshan? How could you? Lu Qingshan had no intention of wasting words. He remained still as his overwhelming imperial might enveloped the entire Yuntian sect. Imperial might? How is this possible? In an instant, everywhere the imperial might traversed turned to ash, resulting in the complete annihilation of the Yuntian sect. Meanwhile, after dealing with Lu Qingshan's matters, Lu Chen comfortably returned to his haven. Master, was the pressure sufficient? More peeling inquired, extending her delicate hands to massage Lu Chen, her figure swaying like a graceful serpent. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes in delight. Before him, Song Yu danced elegantly in a sheer gown, her long, slender legs captivating all attention. The disciples of the Yaoqi sacred land indeed possessed a unique charm. Lu Chen reveled in this ethereal existence, reflecting on the exquisite beauty before him. As he gazed at Song Yu's alluring movements, a wicked smile crept across Lu Chen's face as he rose and retreated into the chamber. Master, Yuer has missed you dearly. Once the door closed, Song Yu eagerly offered her cherry lips. Lu Chen's gaze burned with intensity as he observed this enticing scene, and soon, the room was filled with an atmosphere of springtime warmth. On the other hand, Lu Zhan, continually tormented by the heart-devouring death seal, writhed in agony, his eyes bloodshot, suffering unbearable torment. Ultimately, Lu Chen merely returned the treatment he had received, as the so-called benevolent Lu Chen fulfilled Lu Zhan's earlier desires. Chapter 23, The Plague God. Lu Chen, the world's greatest benefactor, punishment, and a visit. After a period of delightful revelry, Lu Chen felt a profound sense of satisfaction and comfort. After some time, Song Yu regained a measure of strength. Lu Chen chuckled, teasing, "You truly are a tempting enchantress." Outside, more peeling, who had been vigilantly listening, overheard the sounds emanating from within. Alas, what a pitiful fellow, to have incurred the wrath of this master plague god. More peeling's cheeks flushed as she listened to the commotion, and she sighed softly. She was acutely aware of the events transpiring within. The pitiful fellow she referred to was glaringly obvious. One could only say that Lu Chen's method of inflicting psychological torment was exceedingly ruthless and domineering. Fortunately, there had been no excessive actions during their broken engagement. Otherwise, recalling Lu Chen's vindictive methods sent shivers down more peeling's spine. Suddenly, the room echoed with cries of despair. Transformed back into human form, Lu Zhan curled up on the ground, emitting agonizing howls. He suffered both the excruciating pain brought on by the heart-devouring death seal and the endless humiliation from his previous life. Lu Chen, I implore you, grant me the mercy of death. This time, before Lu Chen, Lu Zhan no longer exhibited the previous rage. Instead, his eyes were hollow and filled with despair as he earnestly begged for an end to his suffering. Abandoned by the Yaoqi sacred land, imprisoned and tormented by the insatiable desire for death, witnessing his beloved consort being cherished by another, Lu Zhan's visage turned ashen, devoid of any will to live. Completely engulfed by despair. Oh, you wish for death? It is not so simple. Lu Chen's gaze was cold as it fixed upon the writhing Lu Zhan on the ground. Before awakening his system, he had been a victim of Lu Zhan's bullying. Lu Zhan not only cruelly harmed his own kin, but also dared to covet Hua Qingying. Were it not for Lu Chen's cultivation and system, Lu Zhan might have indeed succeeded in his schemes. Lu Chen, For the sake of our common lineage and my uncle, I beseech you. I truly understand my mistakes. I should not have ruthlessly oppressed you, nor should I have laid my eyes upon Hua Qingying. Lu Zhan curled up on the ground, his face contorted in agony, the torment from the desire for death rendering him desperate for relief. He immediately acknowledged his wrongs to Lu Chen. After a lengthy contemplation, Lu Chen finally spoke. Wanting to die is simple, but there is a prerequisite. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhan grasped at the last straw of hope. Kneeling at Lu Chen's feet, he inquired, "What is the condition?" In response, Lu Chen revealed a meaningful and wicked smile. "You shall ensure that from now on, Songyu is well taken care of by me. You ought to be grateful to me, or perhaps I am the greatest benefactor in the world." Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Lu Zhan was immediately struck with fury. Spitting out blood, how could he not discern the implications behind Lu Chen's words? Faced with such utter humiliation, Lu Zhan let out a furious roar, but was soon crushed by the harsh reality. Overwhelmed, he finally gritted his teeth and spoke slowly. "I, Lu Zhan, thank you, Lu Chen, for taking care of my consort. Lu Chen is the greatest benefactor in the world." After uttering this statement, Lu Zhan seemed to have expended all his strength. His eyes vacant as he collapsed to the ground. Well, it seems you possess one redeeming quality after all. You know how to express gratitude." With a dismissive laugh, Lu Chen decided he had grown weary of the game, and, with a mere thought, swiftly ended Lu Zhan's wretched existence. However, it was not over. Having completed this, he retrieved the Book of Life and Death, swiftly locating Lu Zhan's name within its pages. The Book of Life and Death, a primordial artifact, not only governs the fates of all beings across the realms, but also oversees their reincarnation. Upon finding Lu Zhan's name, Lu Chen decisively made alterations, condemning Lu Zhan to 100 lifetimes as a beast. Thus, Lu Chen finally resolved the animosity between himself and Lu Zhan. "Pei Ling, enter." Upon hearing Lu Chen's summons, Mu Pei Ling gently pushed the door open and slightly bowed, greeting him. Pei Ling pays respects to the master. "What is the matter that you have summoned me?" Lu Chen approached Mu Pei Ling, his gaze ardent as he solemnly inquired. "As a maid, is it permissible to speak freely about the master behind their back?" With his primordial cultivation, Lu Chen had naturally sensed Mu Pei Ling's murmurs outside. Clearly, the term plague god had not gone unnoticed, and Mu Pei Ling, panicking, quickly apologized to Lu Chen. Several hours later, as night descended, Hua Qingying's cheeks flushed, prompting her to retract her foot as she entered the courtyard. Chapter 24, The Jar of Jealousy. Why the haste to depart? Observing Hua Qingying retreating, Lu Chen promptly called out, "Ah, little adversary." Hua Qingying, with her crimson lips pursed, shot him a glance, and, after hesitating, halted her retreat. "If you have something to say, come in." Seeing the enchanting Hua Qingying approach, Lu Chen eagerly welcomed her into the room. This evening, she was clad in a flowing white gown. "Chener, you lead such a carefree life," she remarked. Her bright phoenix eyes fixed upon him, cutting straight to the chase. "Cough, cough. Not at all. It is you, my Inger, who is the most radiant. A smile from you bewitches 100, rendering the myriad beauties pale in comparison." Hearing this, Lu Chen awkwardly cleared his throat, hastily lavishing her with compliments. 100 beauties? Which 100? However, Hua Qingying was not swayed by Lu Chen's flattery, instead seizing upon the phrase and questioning him with sharp eyes. There aren't 100 beauties." Chener was merely speaking metaphorically. Sensing a hint of murderous intent, Lu Chen quickly attempted to smooth things over. "Humph, smooth talker." Hua Qingying huffed, turning her head away, leaving Lu Chen with a defiant view of her stubborn profile. "Are you sulking, Inga?" Observing her demeanor, Lu Chen stepped forward, wrapping his arm around her slender waist, drawing her into his embrace. To his surprise, Hua Qingying, with her cool temperament, displayed a childlike sulkiness. "Why should I sulk? What reason do I have to be angry?" Hua Qingying retorted, her cheeks slightly flushed. Gazing at the stubborn beauty in his arms, Lu Chen felt a surge of desire to conquer her, and he could not help but lean in. As their lips met, a cool, soft sensation enveloped him, igniting a flame within his heart. "Ouch, that hurts." But soon after, Hua Qingying opened her eyes, her face filled with grievance as she looked at Lu Chen. Her lips moved, and she gently bit down. Startled by the sudden pain, Lu Chen quickly released her lips. "Inger, are you a dog? Why do you bite?" Hua Qingying, unfazed, puffed her cheeks in mock anger. "Oomph, you lecherous Chener. You deserve it. Who told you to be so brazen, treating me with such disrespect?" Yet, in the face of Hua Qingying's rebuke, Lu Chen continued his performance. "Ouch, that really hurts." He exaggeratedly enacted an Oscar-worthy performance. Witnessing this, Hua Qingying's expression shifted to one of concern as she leaned closer to him, asking, "Chener, what's wrong? Did I really bite you too hard? Let me see." As she spoke, she felt guilty for being too forceful. But just as she drew closer, Lu Chen seized the moment, capturing her lips once more. This time, however, it was a mere fleeting touch. Hee, delightful. Lu Chen, reveling in his success, placed his hand on his nose, savoring the scent. Chener, when did you become so mischievous? Watching Lu Chen's antics, Hua Qingying's face flushed crimson, and she lightly chided him. Inga, seeing her shy demeanor, Lu Chen wore a triumphant smile and embraced her once more. Before long, Hua Qingying's face grew warm, yet she shook her head and said, Chener, we cannot continue down this path. I met your mother during a secret training expedition. We were close friends. If I truly pursued this, how would I face your deceased mother? Even now, Hua Qingying clung to her final emotional barrier, unwilling to cross it. Chener, that may not be the case. Perhaps your mother had such intentions. After all, it is often said that good fortune should not flow to outsiders. Who could possibly be worthy of someone as pure and enchanting as you? Lu Chen continued to weave his persuasive words. Indeed, as those words escaped his lips, Hua Qingying's eyes glimmered subtly, prompting her to ponder the intentions of Lu Chen's mother. Observing the effect of his words, Lu Chen hastily intensified his persuasion, reasoning that if his mother were to learn of this matter, she would undoubtedly approve with both hands, for who could resist having a daughter-in-law as captivating as Inger? Moreover, Inger and his mother were merely dear friends without any blood ties, thus not constituting an incestuous relationship. Little Inger, you are simply irresistible. As the last syllable fell, Lu Chen sealed her delicate, rosy lips with his own, his hand resting gently on the nape of Hua Qingying's neck. Gradually, under Lu Chen's relentless advances, Hua Qingying's eyes grew dazed. Following this, Lu Chen slowly extended his hand, gently tugging at the ribbon of her ethereal gown. The sight of such alluring beauty left him breathless. Chener. As emotions deepened, Hua Qingying cast aside her previous inhibitions. In the next instant, Lu Chen was enveloped by a fragrant breeze, transforming the atmosphere within the room into one of vibrant spring. The following day, Lu Chen and Hua Qingying awoke in each other's embrace. Upon glancing down, the striking crimson stain upon the sheets was particularly glaring. TSK, Chener, you wicked rascal. Lacking any tenderness, as Hua Qingying attempted to rise, a wave of soreness washed over her body, leading her to cast a reproachful glance at Lu Chen beside her. Inger, how can you blame Chener? Was it not you who took the lead last night? Lu Chen replied with a mischievous grin. Before he could finish, Hua Qingying silenced him with her jade-like hand. Oh no, now I truly have no face to meet others. The bashful Hua Qingying concealed her flushed face with the sheets. Chapter 25. A done deal, divine bloodline, Ani's background. Hua Qingying's face was a shade of crimson, her head buried in the blankets, as a buzzing sound resonated from within. What have I done last night? All along, she had regarded Lu Chen as her own. With matters having progressed to this point, she gradually began to accept reality. Though a flicker of concern passed through her eyes, in the next moment, her head peeked out from the covers, her gaze fixed on Lu Chen as she inquired, Chener, may I ask if your current cultivation truly rivals that of a true deity? Witnessing Lu Chen's display of pure life force while healing Lu Qingshan the previous day, Hua Qingying was convinced that it was the power of a divine rank. However, the idea of a true deity under 20 years of age was nearly unbelievable. Thus, she sought a definitive answer from Lu Chen. Upon hearing her question, Lu Chen did not rush to respond, but instead gazed deeply into her eyes. Inger, your concern for Chener's strength suggests there is something you are withholding from me. With her eyes averting, Hua Qingying sighed. Alas, it seems I cannot hide anything from you. Indeed, I have many worries. After learning of Lu Chen's potential divine cultivation and mastery over divine power, Hua Qingying had finally set aside her anxieties the night before, choosing to wholeheartedly accept him. Chener must have some knowledge of the realms beyond the 3,000 Dao states, right? It is an expanse of boundless starry skies, where deities roam, known as the realm of the gods. The realm of the gods. So Inger hails from there? Lu Chen, displaying a puzzled expression, was hearing about the realm of the gods for the first time. Before awakening this system, he had merely been a lowly figure at the initial stage of his journey. Yes, I come from one of the significant divine factions there. Furthermore, I bear a first-grade divine bloodline. Until I reach the emperor level and fully awaken my divine bloodline, I cannot lose my virginity. Hua Qingying nodded, revealing all her secrets to Lu Chen. It is well known that the higher one's cultivation, the more difficult it becomes to conceive offspring. Deities who have reached the pinnacle of cultivation stand at the apex of their realms, making the inheritance of divine bloodlines even more challenging. Offspring of deities are born with formidable divine bloodlines, categorized from 10 down to 1 grade. A first-grade divine bloodline, like that of Hua Qingying, is exceedingly rare, and upon reaching the emperor realm, it can be fully awakened. The first-grade divine bloodline is immensely powerful, if not cut short. It qualifies one to challenge the divine king realm. However, If the bloodline remains unawakened and is compromised, it becomes utterly worthless. Thus, Hua Qingying was willing to allow Lu Chun to indulge as he pleased, but when it came to the final step, she firmly refused. For a first-grade divine bloodline possesses the potential of a divine king, and should news of its destruction return to her realm, they would surely flay Lu Chun alive in vengeance. However, after witnessing Lu Chun exhibit divine power the day before, all her remaining concerns dissipated. Then why would Inger allow Chun'er to ruin your divine bloodline? After hearing Hua Qingying's revelations, Lu Chun was left in astonishment. Hua Qingying's cheeks flushed, and she lightly pouted, playfully striking Lu Chen's chest with her petite fist. It is merely a divine bloodline. I do not seek any supreme realm. As long as I can be with Chun'er, nothing else matters. Her large, expressive eyes gazed at Lu Chun with deep affection. Inger, as if kindling a fire. The atmosphere within the room instantly blossomed with warmth. Humph, Chun'er, you scoundrel. How dare you lay your eyes upon me? Hua Qingying playfully grasped Lu Chen's waist and twisted it sharply. Hee hee. Lu Chun grinned shamelessly at Hua Qingying. Chun'er, you little rogue. Yet. She quickly shifted the topic. By the way, you still haven't answered me. Does your cultivation truly rival that of a true deity? Facing Lu Chen's shameless grin, Hua Qingying was left speechless, redirecting her worry. A true deity? Chun'er is a creator god. A mere true deity is not even worthy to carry Chun'er's shoes. Lu Chen laughed heartily, raising his head high, proudly boasting to Hua Qingying. Yet, the adoration he anticipated was nowhere to be found. Instead, Hua Qingying regarded him with a look of incredulity, gently stroking his forehead. You don't have a fever, do you? How can Chun'er speak such nonsense? Hua Qingying had never even heard of a creator god. Never mind. I cannot explain it all to you at once. However, Lu Chen realized he must compensate for the damage done to Inger's first-grade divine bloodline. With that, Lu Chen promptly accessed the system panel once more. Hua Qingying, modifiable. Level, late-stage quasi-saint, modifiable. Affection, 100, modify it for me. With a mere thought, Lu Chen instantly altered Hua Qingying's cultivation status. Ding, modification successful. Hua Qingying, modifiable. Level, divine king, modifiable. Chapter 26, The Birth of a Divine King. Plummeting into the abyss, serving two goddesses. In the instant the modification was complete, an immense and profoundly mysterious power of a divine king surged through Hua Qingying's being. Just as Hua Qingying thought Lu Chun was speaking nonsense, she suddenly sensed her aura rapidly ascending. The overwhelming power seemed to transform every cell within her into a universe of its own. This formidable energy was that of a divine king. Horrified, Hua Qingying surveyed herself, feeling as though she could obliterate the entire 3,000 Dao states with a single punch. What is happening? Chun'er, could it be you? In disbelief, Hua Qingying gazed at Lu Chun, her words faltering as she confronted this astonishing reality. Initially, witnessing Lu Chen's singular thought enabling Lu Qingshan to transcend to the level of a great emperor left her utterly astonished. Yet now this was the God King, a sovereign among the deities, capable of shattering stars with a mere thought, an unparalleled existence even within the realm of the gods. The notion of a God King encapsulated the very essence of the Creator's power. Inger, I truly am not speaking in folly, am I? Lu Chen savored the expression of shock and reverence on Hua Qingying's face, his lips curving upward in a proud smile as he remarked, Chun'er, you truly are the creator god. In the realm of the gods, only the god emperors hold the title of the mightiest. What then is this creator god? However, before Hua Qingying could linger too long in disbelief, upon observing the mischievous glimmer in Lu Chen's eyes, her cheeks flushed once more. Alas, no matter how high one's cultivation, this untamed nature remains unchanged. Lu Chun unabashedly replied, the path of cultivation is meant to be enjoyed. If one cannot act according to their whims, would that not render their cultivation a mere farce? It would be a waste of your invincible prowess, Chun'er. Hearing this, Hua Qingying cast him a sidelong glance. Noting that while others in their practice emphasized purity and restraint, Lu Chun was the complete opposite. After a brief pause, she said, Chun'er, I happen to be visiting the graves today. You should accompany me. Finally stepping outside, she inhaled the fresh air, then turned to Lu Chun. All right, he nodded. For despite his attire, he harbored deep affection for his parents. Regrettably, they had departed before he awakened his system and attained invincible strength. Oh, where's that girl Xiaoro? Lu Chun surveyed the courtyard, but the petite figure was nowhere in sight, prompting his curious inquiry. Chun'er, you dare to ask? The sun is already high in the sky. Xiaoro must have gone to the back mountain long ago. Hua Qingying chided with a hint of teasing. Greetings, master and mistress. Mu Peeling, who had been waiting respectfully outside, rushed forward to greet them upon their emergence. Mistress? At the sound of Mu Peeling's address, Hua Qingying nearly spat blood, her lips twitching slightly. Yet, upon reconsideration, she realized that their intimate actions were far too conspicuous, likely known to the entire Lu family by now. Mistress, your dress seems. Mu Peeling, with her keen and round eyes, perceptively noticed the oddity. What is it? Hua Qingying replied, perplexed, glancing down. Oh. Her complexion reddened, and she hurriedly adjusted her dress. Ahem. Lu Chen cleared his throat awkwardly. Their peculiar expressions spoke volumes. And Mu Peeling observed it all. At that moment, her gaze towards Lu Chen was imbued with a profound significance. After all, within the sacred grounds of the sect, those with profound cultivation tended to be ascetic. Ah, your sister is called Mu Peeling, is she not? The one who came to break off the engagement with Chen that night? Hua Qingying cast a reproachful glance at Lu Chen before turning her attention back to Mu Peeling. Indeed, it is Peeling. However, I was short-sighted and foolish at that time, and I begged the mistress for forgiveness. Mu Peeling, present at the scene, dared not show any disrespect and hastily apologized to her. Now that the matter is settled, dear sister, there is no need for such formality. Simply remain by Chen'er's side. Hua Qingying, with graceful and light steps, approached Mu Peeling. And Chen'er, how could you be so rude? Having experienced it firsthand, Hua Qingying could relate deeply. She then took Mu Peeling to a quieter spot, where the two young women exchanged intimate whispers. Thank you for your concern, mistress. After their lengthy conversation, Mu Peeling slightly bowed in gratitude to Hua Qingying, who unexpectedly showed her profound care rather than reproach. Chen'er, let us depart. After their discussion concluded, Hua Qingying beckoned Lu Chen to leave. Meanwhile, in the back mountain of the Lu family, two tombstones stood solemnly upon a small hill. Before them knelt a petite figure clad in a pink dress. Grandfather, madam, Xiao Rou has come to visit you again. After meticulously arranging offerings, Xiao Rou began to softly murmur to the tombstones. Recently, she had been exceedingly joyful, for young Master Chen had finally returned. What delighted her even more was that he had become remarkably powerful, allowing her grandfather and the madam to rest easy. In her childhood, Xiao Rou had been all alone, abandoned in the cold winds, trembling in a street corner. Just when she should have perished from exposure, she was unexpectedly discovered and saved by Lu Chen's parents. After arriving at the Lu family, she was treated as Lu Chen's personal maid, devotedly serving him. In their youth, Lu Chen often teased and bullied Xiao Rou. There was an instance when he promised to go out and play games with his friends, yet when Xiao Rou arrived at the riverbank, she found Lu Chen and a group of shameless young rascals comparing who could urinate further. Innocent and naive, Xiao Rou blushed fiercely and fled, covering her eyes, while Lu Chen and his friends burst into laughter. Those were the days when young Master Chen was quite mischievous. Reflecting on those times, Xiao Rou couldn't help but smile, her eyes like crescent moons. Oh, right, young Master Chen has become even more troublesome now. Not only does he bully me, but he also bullies Sister Qingying. If grandfather and the madam were still alive, they would surely have spanked young Master Chen. Suddenly recalling how Hua Qingying had fled from Lu Chen's room, her cheeks flushed. She began to report back to Lu Chen mischievously. But as she laughed, her expression turned somber. Grandfather, madam, I truly wish to stay by young Master Chen's side forever. Yet, as a mere mortal like me, it is impossible to remain by his side. Imagining a future where Lu Chen still shone brightly while she had grown old and frail, tears began to cascade down her cheeks. Oh dear, whose little maid is so disobedient, hiding here and crying. Not only that, but also sneaking off to report on young master. At that moment, a voice suddenly broke the silence, startling Xiao Rou. Ah, it's young Master Chen and Sister Qingying. She saw Lu Chen and Hua Qingying approaching her. In a flurry, Xiao Rou wiped her tears and stood before Lu Chen, her small hands clasped behind her back, reminiscent of a little cat caught red-handed by its owner. Hee. Young Master Chen, you must have misunderstood. I was just praising you in front of grandfather and madam. Xiao Rou quickly attempted to explain. Hua Qingying, standing beside, turned crimson, realizing even Xiao Rou was aware of the incident. Consequently, she deliberately averted her gaze, unsure of how to face Xiao Rou. Oh, you naughty little Rou. Hoping for young master to be spanked, are we? Young master thinks your little bottom could use a good smack. In the next moment, Lu Chen sat in midair, placing Xiao Rou on his lap, his hand raised high. After teasing and bullying Xiao Rou, he had just been caught by Lu Chen's parents, who found her crying with red eyes. That night, when Lu Chen returned home, he was met with a well-deserved punishment. Was it you who reported that, little maid? Lu Chen remarked, raising his hand. It came down heavily upon Xiao Rou's perky bottom. Smack, smack, smack. Young master, this is unjust. Why didn't he do it? Feeling the intense sting on her bottom, Xiao Rou's legs flailed in the air, loudly proclaiming her innocence. Hee, Sister Yunru, if you were still alive, you would surely be pleased, wouldn't you? Hua Qingying knelt before the gravestone, her gaze drifting to the playful scuffle between Lu Chen and Xiao Rou, a smile involuntarily gracing her lips. How she wished this tender scene could be eternally preserved. Alas, Yunro Jejia, how splendid it would be if you were still here. As she reflected, a wave of guilt washed over her, for she felt as though she had betrayed her duty to the late Yunro. Originally entrusted with the protection of Lu Chun, she now felt like the greatest thief of all. Meanwhile, after their playful antics, Lu Chun, still infused with the lingering fragrance of incense, joined Xiao Rou and Hua Qingying in kneeling before the gravestone. Once their homage was paid, they prepared to return to the Lu family. Along the way, Xiao Rou kept her head down, her mood seemingly a touch somber. Lu Chun, noticing this, lifted the small girl effortlessly from behind. Young Master Chen, what are you doing? Before Xiao Rou could fully comprehend, Lu Chun soared into the sky, ascending towards the heavens. The fierce wind howled past her ears as, for the first time, this mortal girl experienced the sensation of flight. Wow! Xiao Rou pressed her fragrant back against Lu Chen's chest, her large eyes wide with curiosity as she gazed around, her little face flushed with excitement. Is this what it feels like to fly? How wondrous! How high! Glancing down, she realized she was suspended high above the earth, and instinctively tightened her grip around Lu Chun. Xiao Rou, you too can fly, Lu Chun remarked with a smile. With that, he opened a familiar system panel and began to make modifications. Ding, modification successful. Xiao Rou modifiable. Cultivation, Extreme Dao Great Emperor modifiable. Affection, 100 modifiable. After adjusting Xiao Rou's panel, Lu Chun released her from his embrace. Ah, young Master Chun, don't let go. To her astonishment, Xiao Rou found she did not plummet to the ground. Realizing this, she gleefully began to soar about. Observing from a distance, Lu Chun couldn't help but smile at the sight of the little girl. Report to the clan leader, the Lord of Xianglong City has sent word, inviting you to attend the auction. Upon returning to the Lu family, Lu Chun received a message from the heads of 3 families. Oh, Lord of Xianglong City? An auction? Curiosity flickered across Lu Chen's face. Indeed, clan leader. The auction in Xianglong City features many rare treasures. It is a rare event. May I inquire if the clan leader intends to accept the invitation? The 3 heads, stooped with age, inquired of Lu Chun. Let us go, Jiang Yuechan. The divine spirit do, and the Lord of Xianglong City. An auction? In that case, it would be a fine opportunity for an outing. Aunt, accompany Chen Heir. Lu Chun said, turning to Hua Qingying. Forget it, Chen Heir. I shall not go, Hua Qingying replied with a shake of her head. Exhausted from the recent escapades with Lu Chun, she yearned for a chance to rest at home while he ventured out. If Sister Hua will not go, then I shall accompany young Master Chun, Xiao Rou exclaimed, bouncing over with enthusiasm. Having learned she could cultivate and was bestowed with the status of Extreme Dao Great Emperor by Lu Chun, her heart brimmed with excitement. Very well. Since Aunt does not wish to go, I shall not press her, Lu Chun acknowledged with a nod. Master, may we accompany you? Upon hearing of the journey to Xianglong City, Mu Peeling and Song Yu hurried over. Initially, the two had followed from Yaoqi Holy Land specifically for this auction. However, numerous events had since transpired. If you wish to come, then you may join us, Lu Chun said, and with a slight mental effort, a thunderous roar of dragon cries echoed from the distant horizon. Looking towards the sound, 9 colossal celestial dragons shattered the void, pulling a magnificent dragon carriage. Majestically descending towards the Lu family, 9 celestial dragons pulling a carriage. What a grand spectacle. The elders and clansmen of the Lu family, sensing the overwhelming aura of the approaching dragons, were left in awe. As the 9 celestial dragons landed before Lu Chun, they bowed their proud heads in deference. In an instant, Lu Chun took his seat within the dragon carriage, followed closely by Xiao Rou, Mu Peeling, and Song Yu. Wow. This is Xiao Rou's first time riding a dragon. The little girl's face flushed with excitement as she beheld the formidable celestial dragons before her. Lu Chun gazed at her with a broad smile, while Mu Peeling and Song Yu stepped forward to offer him a shoulder rub. With a mighty roar, the celestial dragons rose, pulling the carriage swiftly towards the distant Xianglong City. Meanwhile, within the Lord's Manor of Xianglong City, the auction was set to take place. Ah, the esteemed fairies from Yaoqi Holy Land have graced us with their presence. I am honored. A fragrant breeze wafted through a corridor of an elegant pavilion, where a group of female cultivators from Yaoqi Holy Land, clad in pink off-shoulder gowns, glided gracefully, their delicate forms captivating all. At the forefront stood Jiang Yuechan, the holy maiden, her long hair cascading like a waterfall, her features exquisite and ethereal, radiating an aura of purity that demanded reverence. Approaching her was a burly middle-aged man adorned with a prominent gold tooth, the Lord of Xianglong City, a formidable figure in his own right. Lord of Xianglong City, I have come for but one thing, the divine spirit due. Upon entering the pavilion, Jiang Yuechan wasted no time, her voice clear and melodious as she stated her purpose. Ah, So the Holy Maiden of Yaoqi has come for this item. The Divine Spirit Dew is indeed the centerpiece of this auction. The Lord of Xianglong City noted with intrigue. Yaoqi Holy Land offers 50 million sacred source stones, along with a 5 elements restoration pill, a 9 aperture Linglong pill, and a Yin Yang Xianlong pill in exchange for this precious vial of Divine Spirit Dew. Jiang Yuechan elegantly gestured, a spatial ring falling into the Lord's hands. Upon hearing this, the Lord of Xianglong City paused, quickly probing the ring with his divine sense. Gasp! He was taken aback by the sight of mountains of sacred source stones and rare elixirs capable of inciting bloodshed. Stunned, he could only stare in disbelief. What say you, my lord? Will you accept? Jiang Yuechan's expression remained composed, akin to an unyielding iceberg, eternally pure and aloof. Although tempted, the Lord of Xianglong City appeared hesitant. Your Holy Land's generosity is indeed overwhelming. However, Xianglong City is aligned with the Tianqi Merchant Association, and these terms may not align with their regulations. I must respectfully decline. Hearing this, Jiang Yuechan raised an eyebrow, her tone laced with intrigue. Such a trove of treasures is insufficient to sway the Lord? When did you become so indifferent to wealth and fame? Speak, what are your conditions? Jiang Yuechan, not only possessing an icy demeanor and extraordinary talent, but also keen insight, captured the Lord's attention as her enchanting voice resonated through the air. The gaze of the person suddenly ignited with an intense fervor, fixating upon the graceful figure of Jiang Yuechan, enveloped in her delicate pink skirt, her alluring curves undeniably captivating. In truth, the condition was not arduous. Should the Holy Maiden condescend to form an alliance with Xianglong City and unite with my aged son, I would gladly exchange this bottle of creation immortal essence for the Yaoqi sacred land. Upon uttering these words, the Lord of Xianglong City revealed a gluttonous gleam in his eyes and licked his lips with a flick of his tongue. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuechan furrowed her brows, her bosom heaving violently in agitation, clearly enraged by such an affront. Are you provoking me? As her words echoed, an extraordinarily radiant aura of sanctity erupted from her, an overwhelming presence of a sage emanating forth. Bold scoundrel, how dare you show disrespect to the Holy Maiden? The 3 elders of the sacred realm following Jiang Yuechan simultaneously unleashed their formidable pressure upon the Lord of Xianglong City. It is known throughout Tianyan that the young master of Xianglong City has suffered a grievous injury to his soul and has become a fool. Yet, the Lord of Xianglong City had the audacity to voice such an outrageous demand, his intentions unmistakably a challenge to the dignity of the Yaoqi sacred land. Although I am but a humble sage and unable to shake the foundations of the Yaoqi sacred land, it appears that the current state of the Yaoqi sacred land is precarious indeed. I am well aware that without this vial of creation immortal essence, the sacred Lord of Yaoqi is doomed. The Lord of Xianglong City, devoid of any trace of fear, brazenly continued to gaze over Jiang Yuechan's enchanting form. Chapter 29, Refusal. The Enchantress Xue Mein, a beauty of catastrophe. How did you come to know? Jiang Yuechan bit her lip tightly, her brows knitting together. Feeling the Lord of Xianglong City's covetous gaze upon her, she was suddenly engulfed in a wave of revulsion. The sacred Lord of Yaoqi was afflicted by accursed poison, and only the creation immortal essence could provide salvation. Upon learning of this, the Yaoqi sacred land had promptly decided to seal all information. Yet, it appears that the news had still managed to leak. No matter how I came to know, I simply ask, will you agree, Holy Maiden? The Lord of Xianglong City leered at Jiang Yuechan with a lascivious grin. This sacred and enchanting Holy Maiden of Yaoqi, known as the most pure and sacred fairy of the southern frontier, with her cold and pristine beauty, was a dream for countless cultivators. Gazing at this immaculate, untarnished celestial being, the aging Lord of Xianglong City felt a surge of lascivious desire. How dare you, you lecherous old toad? Have you no mirror to reflect upon yourself? You dare covet the Holy Maiden? Witnessing the Lord's lecherous gaze sullying Jiang Yuechan's sanctity, the elder Nangong, who accompanied her, could no longer restrain himself and reprimanded loudly. Upon hearing the elder Nangong's scornful words, the Lord of Xianglong City narrowed his eyes, his expression dark as stagnant water. Lord, please forgive Yuechan for her inability to comply. We must take our leave, Jiang Yuechan said, suppressing her indignation. Extending her delicate hand to halt the elder Nangong before turning to lead the people of the Yaoqi sacred land away. Faced with such an insolent demand, she, as a sacred fairy, would never acquiesce. What a pure and sacred fairy of the southern frontier. Just wait until you find yourself in my embrace. Let us see if you can still feign purity. After Jiang Yuechan and her entourage departed, a malevolent expression crept onto the face of the Lord of Xianglong City. Holy Maiden, since we could not exchange for the creation immortal essence this time, What shall we do regarding the sacred lord? In the corridor, Elder Nangong inquired with a furrowed brow. As the only emperor-level powerhouse in the sacred land, any misfortune befalling the sacred lord of Yaoqi could spell disaster for the entire Yaoqi sacred land. Given the circumstances, we must deliberate on a long-term strategy. Jiang Yuechan's phoenix eyes flickered with worry. Now, she could only await the commencement of the auction. Oh, is that not my dear Yuechan? A melodious voice rang out from ahead, as a figure clad in a black dress approached Jiang Yuechan and her companions. She swayed her lithe form, the contours of her figure captivating. This was none other than the enchantress of the Huan sect, Shui Main, with her long, fair legs gliding with grace. Each smile and frown was enough to bewitch those around her, evoking feelings of affection and admiration. It's you. Jiang Yuechan's delicate nose wrinkled as she coldly questioned. How did you come to be here? Did the lord of Xianglong City acquire information from you? In response, Shui Main turned, a smile gracing her lips. Her soft voice laced with seduction. Dear Yuechan, you wrong me. I too express great regret regarding matters of your sacred land. Seeing the Huan sect present, Jiang Yuechan felt that the situation was far from coincidental. In the next moment, a powerful aura surged forth, icy frost emanating from her feet, spreading outward. One, a celestial being of immaculate purity, the other, a temptress capable of bewitching all. The clash of these two opposing forces had become a commonplace encounter. Yuechan, not only have you made remarkable progress in your cultivation, but your skin is also impeccably maintained. Just look at this smooth and delicate skin, and your figure. What a pity you are not teaching your husband and children. Shui Main approached without a hint of fear, taking Jiang Yuechan's delicate hand and admiring it. Expressing her thoughts aloud. What could it be like for a sacred fairy like you, untouched by the world, to descend into the mundane? Shui Main whispered into Jiang Yuechan's ear, her warm breath tinged with mischief. Once I obtain the creation immortal essence, I will settle our scores. Jiang Yuechan's expression turned icy as she withdrew her hands, turning away with her companions. As expected, you maintain that aloof demeanor, but dear Yuechan, how easy do you think it will be to acquire the creation immortal essence? Watching Jiang Yuechan depart, Shui Main smirked mischievously. Meanwhile, within Xianglong City, at the Red Dust Tavern. Wow, as expected of Xianglong City, it is truly bustling. After indulging in food and drink, Xiao Rou leaned against the windowsill, gazing at the bustling streets outside. Xiao Rou, the auction is about to begin. Let us go, Lu Chen said, ruffling the little girl's hair. Mu Peeling and Song Yu followed closely behind Lu Chen as they descended from the tavern. The otherworldly beauty of the three women captured the attention of numerous cultivators within the tavern, particularly Mu Peeling and Song Yu, whose alluring figures were accentuated by their dresses, highlighting their enticing curves. Hey, two beautiful girls, come and drink with me, and serve me well. At that moment, a disheveled drunkard stood up, leering at the two women with bloodshot eyes. Ah, truly a beauty that brings disaster. After a quiet sigh, Lu Chen wasted no words. With a mere thought, a powerful force erupted. In the blink of an eye, the drunkard's eyes shattered, followed by his entire body exploding into a mist of blood. The overwhelming stench of blood filled the air. Gasp! Witnessing this scene, everyone present inhaled sharply, hastily averting their gaze. The drunken man had been a peak 9th transformation expert, yet he was instantly obliterated before them. Lu Chen and his companions continued forward without halting their pace, having exited the tavern. Phew! Is this the feeling of having a powerful backing? Feeling the unwanted, loathsome gaze from the drunkard, Mu Peeling could not help but murmur to herself. Halt! According to the regulations set forth by the Lord, no private fights are allowed within the city. Just as Lu Chen and his group stepped out of the tavern, the law enforcement team of Xianglong City arrived, surrounding Lu Chen. Seeing these insignificant ants blocking their path, Lu Chen remained unfazed, continuing to stride forward. Arrogant. Upon witnessing the scene, the law enforcement team in the city immediately shouted in anger, their auras surging as they charged towards Lu Chen. However, in the next moment, these enforcers ignited with divine flames, instantly turning into a pile of ashes. Unbeknownst to them, a venerable elder had arrived. The aging lord of Xianglong City, taken aback, approached hastily, dispersing the law enforcement and bowing respectfully to Lu Chen. Chapter 30. The auction begins. You show Lu Feng Pin, Blood Butcher, Blood Shadow Sect. As Lu Chen entered Xianglong City, the lord had already taken notice of his group. He was unable to perceive any fluctuations of aura from the remarkably youthful Lu Chen, as if he were an unfathomable abyss. What astonished him even more was the faint imperial might emanating from the young woman, Xiao Rou, trailing behind Lu Chen. Even a maid accompanying them possessed the cultivation of an emperor. It was evident how terrifying the power of this young master must be. The actions of the law enforcement team earlier left the lord of Xianglong City drenched in cold sweat, not daring to show any negligence. Lu Chen remained silent, tossing an invitation to the Lord. This was the invitation from the Lu family. Upon receiving it, the Lord's face displayed a look of surprise. The Lu family was merely a small clan from Qingyuan town. When did they acquire such a formidable presence? It turned out that the esteemed elder was also here to attend the auction. Please, follow me. Without further thought, the Lord respectfully led the way. Under the guidance of the Lord, Lu Chen and his companions swiftly arrived at the auction venue within the city lord's mansion. At this grand gathering of Xianglong City, many cultivators from various sects had already assembled. Esteemed elder, please proceed to the upper floor and wait. The auction will commence shortly. Lu Chen nodded slightly, then, with a flash of his figure, he brought the three women behind him to the upper level. Who was that man just now? Even the lord of Xianglong City had to treat him with such reverence. Perhaps he is a venerable ancestor of a great sect. Regardless, the auction must begin. I have amassed tens of thousands of holy source stones and must acquire some treasures. In the vast auction hall, various minor sect cultivators and rogue cultivators gathered below, while the private pavilions above housed representatives from the powerful factions of the southern wilderness, with at least emperor-level experts seated. Your Highness, the Holy Maiden. We have Pei Ling and Song Yu here. I did not expect that esteemed elder to attend this auction as well. The scene where the Lord of Xianglong City personally welcomed Lu Chen was witnessed by the elder Nangong, who was also seated in the pavilion. Indeed, Zhang Yuechan nodded slightly, having observed the previous events. The pavilion where Lu Chen resided was directly opposite the Yaoqi sacred land. Your Highness, with the connections of Song Yu and Pei Ling, should we seek assistance from him? One of the accompanying great sages inquired softly. With Lu Chen's formidable divine heritage, acquiring a mere vial of creation celestial essence should be an effortless task. It cannot be that simple. In response, Zhang Yuechan closed her eyes and shook her head gently. She was well aware of the reasons behind Mu Pei Ling's visit to the Lu family, and Song Yu's companion, Lu Zhan, had enmities with her. To be honest, Zhang Yuechan was already quite astonished that the two women were unharmed. Moreover, it was fortunate that Lu Chen did not direct his ire at the Yaoqi sacred land. As for him offering assistance, that was something she dared not even contemplate. Meanwhile, in the pavilion of the Huan sect, how intriguing. I did not expect that Sister Yuechan still had such a card up her sleeve. Shui Main instantly recognized Mu Pei Ling and Song Yu, who were following Lu Chen. Consequently, she instinctively regarded Lu Chen as an external aide summoned by Zhang Yuechan. He. I wonder which dandy from what faction this is, but Sister Yuechan. Wait and see. I will make him bow beneath my pomegranate skirt. Shui Main glanced towards the pavilion where Lu Chen was seated, revealing a charming smile. Esteemed guests, thank you for attending this auction hosted by the Tianchi Merchant Association. I will personally preside over this event, and the auction is about to begin. The first item for bidding is the Yuxiu Lu Feng Pin, starting bid, 100 Holy Source Stones. A jade hairpin appeared in the center of the auction stage as the Lord of Xianglong City announced loudly. 100 Holy Source Stones. 200 Holy Source Stones. 300. Soon, several voices began to call out bids from the audience. Oh, this hairpin would be quite suitable for my aunt. In the pavilion, Lu Chen was lazily reclining on a long bench, feeling a soft pressure behind him. Mu Pei Ling stood behind him, her delicate hands massaging his shoulders and back, her alluring form pressed against him. Meanwhile, Xiao Rou and Song Yu were crouched on either side, massaging his thighs. Seeing that the first item was merely a jade hairpin, Lu Chen immediately had the thought of acquiring it to gift to his aunt. 550 Holy Source Stones. In no time, the price of the hairpin had been raised to 550 Holy Source Stones. 550 Holy Source Stones. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? The Lord of Xianglong City surveyed the crowd with keen eyes. 1,000 Holy Source Stones. Just as he was about to finalize his bid, a languid voice emerged. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Everyone looked up at the pavilion where Lu Chen was seated, marveling at his extravagance in spending such a fortune for a hairpin. The Lord of Xianglong City was equally astonished, never expecting this esteemed elder to bid for such an item. Yet, in the next moment, they were even more shocked as another bid was placed. 20,000 Holy Source Stones. Another expert. The crowd turned their attention towards a pavilion where a pallid, effeminate man sat, exuding a dense aura of bloodlust, while holding a beautiful woman in his arms. Brother Xuetu, you are so kind to me. The stunning woman shyly leaned her head on the shoulder of the effeminate man. Ha, my beauty if you like it. I will buy the entire auction house for you. The man named Xuetu was the notorious young master of the Blood Shadow sect. This extravagant young man was willing to spend so lavishly just to earn a smile from the beauty in his embrace. Likewise wishing to win a smile from a beauty, Lu Chen was invigorated upon witnessing someone competing with him in extravagance. Thus, he boldly declared an unprecedented figure, 1 million Holy Source Stones. After all, His system was a cheat, and he could summon as many spirit stones as he desired. The crowd below was left speechless, turning their heads towards Lu Chen's pavilion in disbelief. 1,000,000 holy source stones. What? Blood Shadow Sect's pavilion. Upon seeing Lu Chen raise the price so dramatically, Xuetu's pale, effeminate face darkened immediately. Sister, perhaps we should let this go. A hairpin is not worth such a fortune in holy source stones. Despite the beautiful woman in his arms expressing her reluctance, she still urged him to reconsider. Chapter 31. Annihilation, the final bid, despair. However, it was precisely this admonition that ignited Xuetu's competitive spirit. As the young master of the Blood Shadow sect, how could he lose face before a beauty? 2,000,000 holy source stones. Without hesitation, Xuetu raised his bid again. Upon hearing this, the audience turned their heads back towards him once more. Fear not, my beauty. I will surely secure this hairpin for you. I am the young master of the Blood Shadow sect. My family's wealth is substantial. It is merely a hairpin. After placing his bid, Xuetu did not forget to strike a pose for the beauty in his arms. However, before he could bask in his momentary glory, a languid voice echoed once more. 5,000,000 Xinyuan stones. Laid back upon the bench, Lu Chen exhibited a hint of mocking amusement, declaring, competing with me in financial prowess? How naive. The crowd gasped as Lu Chen promptly raised the bid, nearly causing Blood Butcher to spit out a mouthful of blood in disbelief. Wow, 6,000,000 Xinyuan stones. At this point, Fu Bo, tasked with ensuring Blood Butcher's safety, could no longer remain silent and hurriedly advised, young master, do not forget the sect leader's instructions before departure. We came here for the Zhao Hua Xianling Lu. Do not squander excessive resources on other items. Yet, Blood Butcher, completely engrossed, roared in response, get lost. In that moment, he resembled a spendthrift youth lost in the pursuit of virtual romance. The onlookers had become numb, their heads spinning like tops as they absorbed the spectacle. Enough, I'm tired of this. 10,000,000 Xinyuan stones. Lu Chen confidently called out. Following this declaration, Blood Butcher finally began to assess his losses and fell silent. If he were to indulge in a moment of folly and continue bidding, even if he ultimately won, he would return home to face severe reprimands. 10,000,000 once, 10,000,000 twice, 10,000,000 thrice. Congratulations to VIP number 13 for successfully acquiring the Yuxiu Lu Feng hairpin. The city lord of Xianglong twitched at the corners of his mouth as he handed the hairpin to Lu Chen, inwardly lamenting the absurdity of the auction. After receiving the hairpin, Lu Chen tossed a space ring containing 10,000,000 Xinyuan stones into the air. This hairpin is for Inger. She will surely be delighted. Holding the Yuxiu Lu Feng hairpin, he scrutinized it closely. Behind him, Mu Peeling was already mesmerized. Witnessing Lu Chen's efforts to win over Hua Qingying, she resolved to work even harder upon returning home, knowing that success requires lofty ambitions and relentless dedication. This is madness. 10,000,000 Xinyuan stones for a hairpin. It was likely that the original owner of the hairpin could never have imagined its worth, envying the fortunate soul who profited from it. They say the original owner was a first-turn cultivator, who, overwhelmed with excitement, suffered a relapse of old injuries and perished. The crowd below erupted with speculation, the first item already proving to be so wildly thrilling. Truly outrageous, murmured the elder of the Yaoqi's sacred land, Nengong Shishu, in disbelief. Indeed, the realm of the mighty is beyond their comprehension. For a deity, Xinyuan stones are as trivial as pebbles. They cultivate with Xinyuan stones. One of the grand elders solemnly stated, even 100,000,000 Xinyuan stones may not suffice to exchange for a single Xinyuan stone. Sitting cross-legged on her mat, Jiang Yuechan's phoenix eyes revealed a complex array of emotions as she found herself entangled in contemplation. She lacked certainty about acquiring the Zhao Hua Xianling Lu. Meanwhile, the enchanting Shui Main's eyes shimmered with determination as she contemplated how to win over Lu Chen, remarking, he is indeed a person of considerable wealth. Fubo, investigate this person's background thoroughly. Anyone daring to compete with me shall pay the price once this matter concludes. Blood Butcher's face darkened, his expression seemingly capable of dripping water. As you command, young master, Fu Bo replied, shaking his head helplessly. Brother Blood Butcher, do not be angry. Get lost. In a fit of rage, Blood Butcher felt even the beauty in his arms had lost her allure. He cast her aside with a swift motion, sending her tumbling to the ground. The private booths in the auction hall were equipped with barriers that thwarted any form of psychic probing. However, while these barriers could deceive others, they could not conceal anything from Lu Chen. I merely wish to be a civilized individual today, yet you force my hand. Lu Chen shook his head in resignation. Initially, he had no desire for conflict, preferring to engage in fair competition with wealth. Yet, some chose to provoke him, compelling Lu Chen to comply with their wishes. With a piercing glare, he unleashed a vast, invisible force that instantaneously compressed the space within Blood Shadow Pavilion. Blood Butcher, Fu Bo, and their companions had no chance to react before being crushed into oblivion, reduced to mere dust. The auction proceeded. Now, let us present the next item. The city lord of Xianglong continued to introduce the forthcoming auction items. Lu Chun, however, expressed no interest in what followed. Now, we arrive at the grand finale of this auction, the Zhao Hua Xianling Lu. Its value is beyond measure, and there is no starting bid. It may also be exchanged for items of equivalent worth. The city lord gestured towards the Zhao Hua Xianling Lu hovering at the center of the stage. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Yuechan, seated upon her mat, eagerly called out, 50 million Yuan Stones, plus one each of the Yin Yang Xian Long Dan, Wu Xing Butian Dan, and Jiu Qiao Ling Long Dan. Her astonishing initial bid left the audience in shock. Hee, Sister Yuechan, what a grand gesture. 60 million Yuan Stones, plus 3 quasi-imperial weapons, and 1 Huang Long Sheng Qiao Dan. Shui Main swiftly raised the bet. The two women locked in a fierce contest. Damn it, this enchantress was indeed well prepared. Nan Gong Shirshu exclaimed in righteous indignation. The Yuan Stones and resources they possess are insufficient to secure the Zhao Hua Xianling Lu. Jiang Yuechan seemed to have foreseen this, her lips parting to speak. The news within the sacred land has surely leaked. Countless forces have likely allied with Shui Main in secret. No matter how much we offer, it will be futile. Upon hearing this, a profound silence enveloped the Yaoqi sacred land's booth, despair etched upon the faces of the women. Is it truly destined for us to submit? Jiang Yuechan pondered inwardly. Suddenly, the proud and pure figure she presented began to tremble slightly. 1 billion Yuan Stones, all in. Just then, a crisp voice rang out. With the bid of 1 billion Yuan Stones, the entire venue fell into a hushed stillness. Ultimately, the vial of Zhao Hua Xianling Lu was unsurprisingly secured by Lu Chun. Following the acquisition of the final item, the auction concluded, and Lu Chun left the city lord's residence with satisfaction. Among the shadows, 2 figures, one clad in white and the other in black, observed Lu Chen's departure. After the auction, Lu Chun found a tavern and deliberately instructed Mu Peeling and Song Yu to take Xiao Rou out for a stroll. The 2 women instantly understood his intent and discreetly led Xiao Rou away. Even the saintess cannot escape her master's grasp. Mu Peeling glanced back, her heart a tumult of emotions. In her mind, Saintess Jiang Yuechan had always been the epitome of a flawless celestial being, untainted by the world. Watching the 3 depart, Lu Chen quietly awaited the arrival of his next opportunity within the inn. As anticipated, moments later, he sensed a delicate fragrance approaching. However, to his surprise, it was not the expected quarry. Young master? Outside the door stood Xiao Rou, adorned in a petite pink dress, knocking gently. Hee, come in, Lu Chen replied, a smile creeping onto his lips as he stifled a laugh. Hearing his invitation, Xiao Rou shyly pushed the door open and entered. Xiao Rou, I thought you were out with Peeling. What brings you back so suddenly? Only hearing Lu Chen's deliberately probing whisper, the enchanting aura radiated from the petite figure before him, whose delicate features were captivatingly charming. She swayed towards Lu Chen, her alluring curves accentuated by the pink gown, and nestled into his embrace, softly declaring, young master, Xiao Rou only wishes to be with you. This beguiling demeanor was entirely uncharacteristic of the innocent Xiao Rou. Indeed, Lu Chun had instantly recognized her as Shui Meiyin, the enchanting sorceress of the He Huan sect, transformed into this alluring form. Very well, he replied, and in an unexpected turn, he embraced the enchanting Xiao Rou tightly. A soft gasp escaped her lips. Shui Meiyin's face flushed crimson, oblivious to the fact that she had already revealed her true self. How shameless, she thought. Feeling a shiver run through her body, her cheeks burning with embarrassment. Young master, you have hurt Xiao Rou. She feigned innocence, displaying her Oscar-worthy acting skills. Yet, Lu Chun played deaf, leaning down to capture her luscious crimson lips. In that moment of surprise, Shui Meiyin trembled, her pupils widening as she unwittingly surrendered her first kiss. Frustration surged within her. Despite being the seductress of the He Huan sect, skilled in the art of allure, she had never experienced such intimate contact with a man. This despicable fellow must not escape unscathed. Biting her silver teeth, she immediately cast her enchantment. Her pupils gradually became hazy as they locked onto Lu Chen's gaze, exuding an irresistible charm. This seductive technique relied heavily on spiritual power, designed to ensnare the heart and soul. Once ensnared, one would be lost in a tender illusion, becoming a mere puppet. Are you finally showing your true colors? This technique is indeed intriguing. It might work on an ordinary great sage, but against a deity like me, it is rather insufficient. A slight smirk graced Lu Chun's lips as his unwavering gaze remained fixed on Shui Meiyin. Impossible. Her heart sank as she realized that Lu Chan's eyes remained as clear as ever, devoid of any signs of being ensnared. How could he see through my disguise? She exclaimed in disbelief. Having witnessed Lu Chan's prowess during the auction, where he had bid exorbitantly for a woman's jade hairpin, she had mistaken him for just another wealthy fool. Yet, to her astonishment, he had effortlessly unveiled her true identity, demonstrating strength rivaling that of a great sage. Observing the alluring Xue Mei-yin in his arms, Lu Chen slowly withdrew his hand. Indeed, as expected of a sorceress, you are fragrant. He inhaled deeply, savoring her scent with an expression of enjoyment. You. Xue Mei-yin was seething with rage, her chest heaving in indignation. As a sorceress, she had never endured such humiliation. You little thief. I shall remember this insult, and next time, I will avenge it. Realizing she could not match Lu Chen, she angrily declared, clutching a spatial jade slip. And with a final boast, she prepared to leave. However, as she attempted to shatter the spatial jade slip to escape, Lu Chen observed her silently. How could this be? Why does the spatial jade slip not respond? Panic washed over Xue Mei-yin as she realized she had not departed. A wave of despair enveloped her. Do not struggle in vain. A dish offered to you cannot be returned. With that, Lu Chen gazed into her enchanting eyes, her delicate features like those of a celestial being, and he swiftly leaned down to seal her lips once more. Xue Mei-yin's complexion paled instantly as the atmosphere became charged with springtime warmth. 3 hours later, Lu Chen wore a satisfied smile, having thoroughly brought the beguiling sorceress down from her lofty heights. The crimson marks on the sheets were glaring, and the flushed Xue Mei-yin could hardly believe what had transpired. Coming to her senses, she disregarded her aching body, hastily gathered her scattered garments, and limped away. Chapter 33, The Choice. That despicable thief dared to tarnish my purity. After escaping the inn, Xue Mei-yin bit her lip in anger, the flush on her cheeks refusing to fade. Her black-fitted dress was disheveled. At this moment, she felt a wave of pain wash over her. Not only had she failed to enchant and control Lu Chen, but she had also lost herself in the process. How infuriating! Xue Mei-yin's eyes blazed with fury. She had never anticipated such a loss, her bosom rising and falling in agitation. With a limping gait, she vanished from sight. Xue Mei-yin? What has happened to her? On the Yao Qi celestial vessel, Xue Mei-yin's limping figure did not escape Jiang Yuchan's keen eyes. Your Highness, should we return to the Yao Qi sacred land now? The concerned Nangong Shirshu inquired, looking at Jiang Yuchan seated on her mat. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuchan's delicate face revealed a complex expression, caught in a web of endless struggle and hesitation. Without a successful mission, the Yao Qi sacred master would be in dire peril. Not only was she the sacred master, but she was also Jiang Yuchan's mentor. Originally a lonely orphan, Jiang Yuchan had been taken in and raised by the Yao Qi sacred master, effectively her adoptive mother. Thus, how could Jiang Yuchan bear to watch the sacred master perish under the curse of the vengeful demon? To dispel the poison, the rare and precious Xianling Lu was essential, which now lay in Lu Chen's possession. She could not simply return. I will go myself to confront that senior. Jiang Yuchan tightly grasped her skirt, her eyes flashing with resolve. Finally, with a soft sigh, she rose gracefully. With light steps, she descended towards the lower deck. Your Highness, I will accompany you, Nangong Shirshu quickly offered. Having witnessed Lu Chen's skills and mercilessness at the Lu family hall, she felt deeply concerned for Jiang Yuchan, the most sacred and untainted fairy of the southern frontier. You and the others should remain aboard the celestial vessel and await my news. I must retrieve the Xianling Lu for the sacred land, no matter the cost. Jiang Yuchan's sparkling phoenix eyes brimmed with determination. Bringing them along would only provoke discontent. Seeing Jiang Yuchan's resolute stance, Nangong Shirshu reluctantly acquiesced. Meanwhile, Lu Chen reclined on the long bench, a satisfied smile gracing his face after the storm he had just weathered. Moments later, a familiar knock echoed at the door. Finally, she's here. A graceful figure clad in a pink dress stood at the threshold, the soft, delicate fabric clinging to her skin. Jiang Yuechan gently pressed her red lips together, wrestling with her inner turmoil before lifting her exquisite hand with a complex expression. Yao Qi Shengv, Jiang Yuechan, has come to pay her respects to the esteemed elder. As her lips parted, an ethereal and melodious voice resonated, soothing to the soul, capable of sweeping away the worries from one's mind with its mere whisper. Upon completing her greeting, Jiang Yuechan nervously pushed the door open and stepped inside. This pristine, flawless holy lotus was tainted for the first time by the filth of the world. I have met the esteemed elder. She gazed at Lu Chen, reclining on the long bench, suppressing her discomfort as she bowed in respect. Faced with this presumably divine being, she dared not show the slightest hint of disrespect. No need for excessive formalities. What brings you here? Lu Chen, reclining with narrowed eyes, feigned ignorance. Esteemed elder, what I seek is merely that bottle of Dao Hua Xianling Lu. It holds immense value for our Yaoqi sacred land, and I sincerely hope the elder can part with it. Jiang Yuechan bent slightly, lowering her posture, her red lips parting to express her plea. Oh, and what would this deity receive in return? Lu Chen inquired slowly, sensing the bait was taking hold. In exchange, Yuechan not only pledged to honor the previous bid made at the auction, but also promised that the Yaoqi sacred land would treat the elder as a distinguished guest. At your service. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen chuckled softly, shaking his head. Do you think this deity lacks treasures? Those things hold no allure for me. And as for the friendship of the Yaoqi sacred land, it is even less significant. It is not that I am unwilling to part with it. Rather, I find that bottle of Dao Hua Xianling Lu quite appealing. If you wish to obtain it, it will depend on your performance and what you are willing to offer in exchange. With that, Lu Chen's gaze fell upon Jiang Yuechan's graceful figure. At his words, Jiang Yuechan shuddered visibly, her heart heavy with bitterness. It seems I cannot escape this trial after all. She had prepared herself for any sacrifice before coming here. As the pure and untainted saintess, Jiang Yuechan exuded an aura of sanctity, like an immaculate sheet of white paper untouched by the world's impurities. In the next moment, she bit her red lips, her complexion pale as she stepped forward, trembling slightly as she approached the bench. With no other choice, Jiang Yuechan slowly closed her eyes, adopting a posture of submission. Observing this, Lu Chen's gaze grew increasingly fervent. At that moment, Jiang Yuechan placed her delicate hand over her lips, but soon, silence enveloped the room. Chapter 34, Peculiar Actions, Return. Seeing Lu Chen's expression, Jiang Yuechan felt a wave of shame wash over her, wishing she could vanish into the ground. As I said, to obtain Dao Hua Xianling Lu, your sincerity is paramount. Very well. A hint of sorrow crossed Jiang Yuechan's face as she trembled and raised her delicate hand, fingers clasping the ribbons of her pink dress. 3 hours later, a flushed Jiang Yuechan successfully acquired the coveted Dao Hua Xianling Lu. Esteemed elder, this matter is known to you and me, so I kindly ask you to uphold your previous promise and keep it confidential. After leaving those words, she took the Dao Hua Xianling Lu and fled without daring to look back. Lu Chen, observing her retreating silhouette, felt a sense of relief wash over him. After leaving the inn, Jiang Yuechan's breath was somewhat irregular. Before long, as she made her way towards the Yaoqi Xianzhou, Jiang Yuechan suddenly furrowed her brow. The saintess is back. Standing on the celestial boat, Shu Nangong wore a concerned expression, pacing anxiously on the deck. Only when she spotted Jiang Yuechan's figure in the distance did her furrowed brow begin to relax. Greetings, saintess. The 3 grand elders hurried over upon hearing the news. Bowing respectfully to Jiang Yuechan gracefully descended, giving a slight nod to acknowledge the welcoming party. The first to approach was Shu Nangong, whose keen eyes immediately detected something unusual. She noticed that the saintess's previously serene visage now bore a flush of color. Sensing Shu Nangong's scrutinizing gaze, Jiang Yuechan felt a wave of anxiety, fearing the elder might uncover something. She quickly attempted to divert attention. The Dao Hua Xianling Lu has been successfully obtained. We can return to Yaoqi sacred land. Yet, before she could finish, she hesitated. Upon hearing that the Dao Hua Xianling Lu had been brought back, one of the grand elders expressed joy but soon wore a look of suspicion, hastily inquiring, Saintess, are you unwell? Or has there been an issue with your cultivation? Noticing Jiang Yuechan's unusual demeanor, concern filled the faces of those present. Jiang Yuechan's cheeks flushed crimson in response to the elder's inquiries. Her heart racing as she cleared her throat and quickly deflected, I am fine. There is no time to waste. We must return to Yaoqi sacred land promptly to avoid any unforeseen occurrences. Recalling the earlier tumultuous events, Jiang Yuechan felt her face burn with embarrassment. She could not allow anyone to know that this once pure saintess was no longer untainted. As soon as she spoke, Jiang Yuechan stepped barefoot towards the celestial boat. Saintess, are you all right? Seeing this scene, Shu Nangong and several elders were taken aback. I am fine. You need not worry about me. I simply need a few days of quiet reflection. Thus, Jiang Yuechan limped back into the celestial boat. With her head bowed, her face flushed, she pressed her lips together, revealing an expression of profound shame. Shu Nangong observed her series of peculiar actions. Sighing softly, Shu Nangong contemplated Jiang Yuechan's visit to Lu Chen, returning with the Dao Hua Xianling Lu, connecting the dots of recent events. Her heart sank. Fortunately, with the Dao Hua Xianling Lu, she hoped it would fully heal the Saint Lord, otherwise, the saintess's sacrifice would be in vain. The others, however, were immersed in the joy of acquiring the Dao Hua Xianling Lu. With the collective effort of their spiritual powers, the Yaoqi Xianzhou swiftly soared towards Yaoqi sacred land, soon vanishing from sight. In the Dragon City, at the inn, after their leisurely stroll, Song Yu Mu peeling, and Xiao Rou finally returned to the inn. As Xiao Rou entered, she wrinkled her delicate nose and stared with wide, innocent eyes at Lu Chun and the two girls. Her expression one of bewilderment. Cough, cough, cough. Lu Chun awkwardly cleared his throat, finding it difficult to explain to the Navi Xiao Rou. His gaze shifted to Mu Peeling and Song Yu. Upon noticing, Mu Peeling and Song Yu exchanged knowing glances and promptly began to distract Xiao Rou. As disciples of the Yaoqi's sacred land, they were acutely aware of the lingering fragrance left by their saintess, Jian Yuechan. Coupled with the disarray in the room, they understood everything that had transpired. It seemed even the pure saintess had succumbed to worldly desires. Mu Peeling's heart was a tumult of emotions. She had never imagined her once untarnished goddess had fallen into the mundane. Chapter 35. The Simpleton, Ling Huan, and the Frosty Skirt of Guanghan. Realizing this, the ambitious Mu Peeling felt an overwhelming pressure, confronted by yet another figure she could not aspire to reach. She quickly turned to Song Yu, exclaiming, "Oh, Song Yu, didn't Xiao Rou mention wanting to visit a particular place? Since there's still time, why not take her with you?" Without waiting for their response, Mu Peeling pushed them out of the room. "Master, the saintess has indeed visited earlier, hasn't she?" In the next moment, Mu Peeling turned and gracefully approached Lu Chun, her lips parting to speak. "Indeed." Lu Chun gently nodded in response. "Indeed, as an exchange, I shall bestow upon you that vial of Zhao, Hua, Xianling Lu." Another hour passed, and Lu Chun led Mu Peeling to the bustling streets of Xianglong City. At this moment, the dejected Xiao Rou and Song Yu happened to return as well. "It is time to depart," Lu Chun slowly articulated. Just as he prepared to take the three women away from Xianglong City and return to the Lu family, a hurried voice suddenly called out to him. "Wait, senior, please hold on." Upon hearing this, Lu Chun quickly turned towards the voice. He saw a young man dressed in simple attire, whose handsome features were marred by urgency and excitement, rushing towards him. "Who are you?" Lu Chun inquired, looking at the man with a puzzled expression. "Senior, my name is Ling Huan, the seller of the Yuxiu Lu Fengzhan. I have come to express my gratitude to you." Ling Huan gasped as he reached Lu Chun. "Ever since the auction concluded, I have been searching for your whereabouts. I never expected to traverse half of Xianglong City before finally finding you." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of interest appeared on Lu Chun's face. "Oh, what brings you to seek me?" After catching his breath, Ling Huan elaborated. "You see, my Dao companion is afflicted by a grave illness and is in dire need of funds, which is why I brought this jade hairpin to auction. However, this hairpin is far from worth the 10 million Sheng Yuan Stones you offered. Thus, I sought you out, promising that once I cure my Dao companion's ailment, I will do everything in my power to repay you in full." This declaration not only astonished Lu Chun, but also left the three women following him in utter disbelief. "Ah, what a foolish lad. Truly, the innocent have their blessings," they whispered amongst themselves, shaking their heads at Ling Huan's naive honesty. After a long pause, Lu Chun finally realized that this young man was here to offer him an IOU, and he raised an eyebrow. "Oh, what an intriguing young man." He was taken aback by the unexpected purity in this ruthless world of cultivation. Generally, when such immense wealth falls into the hands of a cultivator, they would vanish without a trace. Yet, here stood Ling Huan, refreshingly honest. Despite the murmurs from the crowd, Ling Huan paid them no mind. Instead, he retrieved a Guahan Fengxian skirt from his storage ring and presented it to Lu Chun. "Senior, this is my Dao companion's humble creation. She possesses remarkable talent in weaving. This skirt, crafted over several months, is my way of expressing gratitude for your great kindness. I noticed you expended such effort to acquire a hairpin for your Dao companion. Thus, I hope you will accept this skirt as well." The Guahan Fengxian skirt was exquisitely made, radiating an air of grandeur. "Wow, what a beautiful skirt!" exclaimed Xiao Rou, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at the garment. "Ha ha ha. I initially thought you were rather foolish, but it seems you have a good head on your shoulders. You pique my interest more and more," Lu Chun remarked with a smile as he accepted the skirt with a wave of his hand. The icy blue, intricately designed Guahan Fengxian skirt would indeed suit Luo Qingshan perfectly. As long as the senior is pleased, that is all that matters. "Oh, by the way, I still do not know your name," Ling Huan said, his sincerity shining through. Lu Chun. "Ah, so it is Senior Lu. I shall do everything in my power to repay the Sheng Yuan Stones." Ling Huan solemnly vowed after writing down an IOU. Just as he was about to turn to leave, Lu Chun called out, "Young friend, wait." Ling Huan halted immediately, puzzled. "Does Senior Lu have further instructions?" Lu Chun spoke slowly. "Earlier, you mentioned that your Dao companion is quite skilled in weaving. I am very interested. Might she create some special garments for me? Additionally, regarding the ailment you mentioned, perhaps I can assist with that as well." Upon hearing this, Ling Huan's expression transformed into one of sheer excitement. As he rushed to Lu Chen's side, Is what you say true? My Dao companion suffers from the Zhuling body, a condition that is notoriously difficult to treat. Lu Chen, with an air of nonchalance, responded, the Zhuling body is a trivial matter for me. I can resolve it with a mere wave of my hand. Seeing Lu Chen's confident demeanor, Ling Huan's heart swelled with hope. Wonderful. If Senior Lu can truly cure the Zhuling body, I shall commission as many garments as you desire. Please, allow me to lead the way. With that, Ling Huan could hardly contain his excitement as he began to guide Lu Chen forward, leaving the onlookers in awe at how this naive young man had seemingly secured Lu Chen's favor. In a secluded chamber deep within Xianglong City, a frail woman lay upon a bed, her pale lips parting to emit a few coughs. Dressed in a delicate white gown, her bright eyes and fair skin still retained an ethereal beauty, despite the evident weakness that marred her countenance. Ruin. At that moment, Ling Huan returned and, upon witnessing this scene, hurried to support Lu Ruin, disregarding Lu Chen and the others trailing behind him. Ling Huan, you have returned. Why did you not come to greet our guest? Lu Ruin exclaimed with a hint of joy, then turned her gaze to Lu Chen and the others. Senior Lu, please forgive my lack of hospitality. This is my Dao companion, Lu Ruin. Ling Huan looked at Lu Chen with deep regret. My apologies. Not at all. It is indeed the Zhuling body. Lu Chen waved his hand dismissively. He then fixed his gaze on Lu Ruin, instantly discerning her condition. The Zhuling body is an exceedingly rare affliction, where one's meridians gradually sever over time, making it nearly impossible to cure. By the way, Ruin, this is Senior Lu, whom I met at the auction. Not only is he generous, but he claims he can heal your Zhuling body. Ling Huan introduced Lu Chen, recounting the events of the auction. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyin's expression became complex, and she attempted to rise to express her gratitude. However, Lu Chen raised his hand, effortlessly lifting her with a gentle wave, channeling a warm and profound energy into her body. In an instant, Lu Ruyin felt a soothing warmth coursing through her. As a gentle energy enveloped her, the once severed meridians began to visibly mend. In a matter of moments, her pallid complexion regained a hint of color. Is my Zhuling body healed? Lu Ruyin exclaimed in astonishment, her face reflecting disbelief. Thank you, Senior, for your immense kindness. Both Lu Ruyin and Ling Huan knelt in gratitude towards Lu Chen. It was but a trivial effort. No need for such formalities, Lu Chen chuckled lightly. To the Creator God, resolving the issue of the Zhuling body was merely a trifling matter, requiring no effort whatsoever. Such immense kindness, like a melody engraved in the heart, would undoubtedly be repaid in kind in the future. Lu Ruyin, with her crimson lips slightly parted, expressed her unwavering determination. Her sincere demeanor suggested that she would not rest until her promise was fulfilled. Thus, esteemed elder, let me return these 10 million Yuan Stones to you. With that, Ling Huan promptly returned the spatial ring to Lu Chen. These Yuan Stones were originally intended for treating Lu Ruyin's Zhuling body. Now that the issue had been resolved by Lu Chen, Ling Huan unhesitatingly returned the stones, his gaze devoid of any greed for such ill-gotten wealth. Ha ha ha. I truly admire your honest and straightforward nature, Lu Chen remarked. As for these Yuan Stones, you may keep them. They are of no use to me. Moreover, I have heard that Miss Ruyin is quite skilled. I have a request for her, and let this serve as compensation. He waved his hand, declining the ring, offering a gentle smile instead. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyin blushed in surprise and quickly responded, It is an honor for me to receive the elder's appreciation. You have shown me great kindness. Please do not say the word request, as it overwhelms me. I have crafted many garments. May I inquire what you require? Seeing Lu Chen's generosity, Lu Ruyin found his open-hearted nature quite appealing. In the next moment, Lu Chen secretly transmitted his request to her, eliciting a surprised and curious reaction from her as she blushed deeply upon hearing the specifics of his desired garments. If it had been someone else making such a shameless request, Lu Ruyin would have assumed they were teasing her and would have driven them away with a flurry of blows. Yet, the man before her had rendered her a significant favor. May I ask if Miss Ruyin is willing to assist? Lu Chen inquired, his gaze fixed intently upon her. It was evident that he referred to various intimate uniforms from the Blue Star realm. The only lamentation Lu Chen had was that the system's shop was not omnipotent. It contained everything except these items. Otherwise, he would not have to go to such lengths. Of course, I am willing to serve the elder, Lu Ruyin replied. Her face flushed with embarrassment. Very well, please complete them as soon as possible and deliver them to the Lu family. With that, Lu Chen turned to lead Mu Peeling and the other two back to the Lu family. Are you leaving now, esteemed elder? Ling Huan asked, rushing forward to see him off. With a thunderous dragon roar echoing through the skies, 9 celestial dragons appeared, pulling a grand dragon carriage. After Mu Peeling, Songyu and Xiao Rou boarded the carriage, the celestial dragons swiftly vanished from sight. Truly a remarkable elder. Even his mode of transportation is so magnificent. Ling Huan marveled as he watched Lu Chen depart. After a brief period, Lu Chen returned to Qingyuan town. As twilight approached, a beautiful figure sat quietly in the small courtyard, patiently awaiting Lu Chen's return. Chenner, upon hearing the thunderous roar of a dragon in the sky, Hua Qingying's face lit up, and she looked up. I am back, Lu Chen's figure flickered, and he instantly appeared beside Hua Qingying. Look what I brought you, he said eagerly, presenting the Yuxiu Lufeng hairpin before her. Upon seeing the exquisite hairpin, Hua Qingying's cheeks flushed, and she stood before Lu Chen, fidgeting like a shy bride. I never imagined that you, Chenner, with such a lack of romantic finesse, could possess such delicate thoughtfulness. She smiled back at him, her captivating gaze fixed on Lu Chen. Of course, do you like it, Inga? With her face still blushing, Hua Qingying gently nodded, still adjusting to her changed status. However, a moment later, her keen senses detected a distinct fragrance emanating from Lu Chen, different from that of Mu Peeling, Songyu, and Xiaorou. One scent was reminiscent of a sacred mountain lotus, while the other resembled a captivating peony. It seems Chenner is still difficult to reform from his flirtatious ways. Which virtuous girl is he tormenting now? Hua Qingying shifted the conversation, her eyes fixed intently on Lu Chen. Where's that coming from? Inger, please do not speak carelessly. Lu Chen scratched his head awkwardly in response to her accusations. All right, Inger, do not be angry. In the next moment, Lu Chen reached out and embraced Hua Qingying's delicate waist. Under the moonlight, Hua Qingying, clad in a flowing white gown, exuded an ethereal beauty. Feeling the warmth of her presence, Lu Chen could not help but lean down to capture her enticing lips. In the moonlight, their bodies were tightly intertwined. Chenner. Hua Qingying gazed at Lu Chen with sultry eyes. Understanding her unspoken message, Lu Chen lifted her into his arms and walked toward the house. Meanwhile, in the Hehuan sect, the disheveled Shui Main returned and immediately announced her intention to enter seclusion for cultivation. That wretched little thief. Shui Main bit her lip in frustration. Main. Just then, a melodious voice rang out, accompanied by a fragrant breeze. A charming figure suddenly appeared behind Shui Main. Main, what has happened to you? The newcomer was a beautiful woman dressed in a low-cut, form-fitting purple gown, her soft silk clinging to her graceful form. This was Zhou Zhidia, the grand elder of the Hehuan sect and Shui Main's mentor, as well as a peak emperor. Seeing Shui Main's unusual expression, Zhou Zhidia furrowed her brow and inquired. Disciple, what troubles you? Disciple greets the master, Shui Main replied, slowly turning to face Zhou Zhidia and kneeling in respect. Master, I am fine. It was just a mishap during cultivation. Upon hearing this, Zhou Zhidia scrutinized Shui Main with her powerful spiritual sense. However, the next moment, Zhou Zhidia erupted in anger. Her voice sharp as she scolded. When was your purity compromised? Who did this? Master. Facing Zhou Zhidia's fury, Shui Main trembled slightly, unable to utter a word. She could not admit that she had sought to seduce him and ended up ensnared in her own web, losing her purity in the process. Enough. There is no need to delve deeper into this matter. Given this, you may relinquish your position as the Hehuan sect's enchantress. You are no longer my disciple. With that, Zhou Zhidia closed her eyes and turned to leave. The gentle breeze stirred her purple dress, flowing gracefully like a blooming violet. Her mature elegance perfectly accentuated by her curves. Please, master, do not abandon Main. Upon seeing this, Shui Main's face went pale, tears welling in her eyes as she stepped forward to grasp Zhou Zhidia's delicate ankle tightly. You are no longer pure, your essence is no longer untainted, and you are unsuitable for training in the Hehuan Sacred Classic. You are no longer my disciple. As the enchantress of the Hehuan sect, one must maintain their purity to cultivate the Hehuan Sacred Classic, otherwise, their progress would suffer greatly. Thus, Zhou Zhidia resolutely cast Shui Main aside. As her voice faded, Zhou Zhidia's presence surged, pushing Shui Main back before she vanished from sight. Master. Within the grand hall, the sorrowful melody of Shui Main echoed. Upon departing from the chambers of Shui Main, Zhou Zhidia's fair visage revealed a blend of reluctance and a hint of relief. Her crimson lips murmured. It appears that destiny has woven its threads in the shadows. My disciple Main, witnessing you transcend this tribulation brings me complete solace. With that, Zhou Zhidia gracefully turned, her curvaceous form gradually fading into the darkness. The scene shifted to the sacred realm of Yao Qi under the veil of night. The air was suffused with the intoxicating fragrance of blossoms. Young maidens clad in pink palace garments flitted about. We pay our respects to the Holy Maiden. As the Yao Qi celestial vessel finally returned, all disciples of Yao Qi reverently clasped their hands in greeting. Your Highness, did you bring back the Zhao Huaxian Linglu? The foremost of the quasi-emperor elders, seeing the vessel's return, quickly approached with a sense of urgency. Indeed, esteemed elders, Yuchan has not failed her mission. She has brought back the Zhao Hua Xianling Lu. A voice, ethereal yet slightly hoarse, resonated as Jiang Yuchan stepped forth from the celestial vessel, her expression a tapestry of complexity. At that moment, Jiang Yuchan had donned a new pink gown, delicate as gossamer draped over her shoulders, her form enveloped in the fabric that accentuated her curves, a figure of grace with a flat, unblemished abdomen. A faint, hazy veil concealed her enchanting silhouette, revealing just enough to ignite the imagination. Within the celestial vessel, Jiang Yuchan had meticulously cleansed herself several times to dispel the peculiar scent lingering on her sacred form. Your voice, holy maiden? The quasi-emperor elder regarded her with a hint of suspicion, pondering the change in her tone. Ah, it is nothing. I have merely been unwell recently. It is nothing grave. Jiang Yuchan hastily coughed, attempting to mask her embarrassment and discomfort. Recalling the previous incidents, a wave of intense unease washed over her. By the way, how fares the Holy Master? To divert from her distress, Jiang Yuchan swiftly shifted the conversation towards the Yao Qi Holy Master. Alas, the elder sighed in response. I must report to you, Holy Maiden, that during your absence, the Holy Master's condition has considerably deteriorated. The vengeful demonic poison has now spread throughout her meridians. Without the Zhao Hua Xianling Lu, she may not endure much longer. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuchan's heart sank, casting aside her earlier discomfort. Quick, to the palace. In a state of urgent despair, Jiang Yuchan flashed her form towards the Yao Qi Grand Hall. Deep within the hall lay a vast sacred spring, known as Yao Qi, the very essence of the Holy Land. Before the spring gathered a throng of figures in pink. At the center of the spring's surface lay a beautiful woman with flowing hair like a waterfall, a regal nose, and adorned in an ice-blue crystalline gown, quietly resting. This enchanting woman was none other than the current Holy Master of Yao Qi, Yu Baiwei. As a peak emperor, her complexion was now pallid. Her lips once cherry-like, now tainted by darkness. The vengeful demonic poison relentlessly eroded her sacred body, while the Yao Qi spring continuously supplied her with pure celestial energy to suppress the poison within. Holy Master, Jiang Yuchan, clutching the Zhao Hua Xianling Lu, hurried towards the spring. We pay our respects, Holy Maiden. All disciples and elders gathered there bowed in reverence. Wonderful. It is indeed the Holy Maiden. The vial in her hand contains the Zhao Hua Xianling Lu. Such pure energy, truly worthy of its name. The Holy Master shall be saved. As Jiang Yuchan appeared, a spark of hope ignited within the hearts of the Yao Qi disciples and elders. Holy Master, Yuchan has fulfilled her duty. With that, Jiang Yuchan extended her delicate hand, allowing the Zhao Hua Xianling Lu to cascade into Yu Baiwei's form. The Zhao Hua Xianling Lu, the purest and most sacred energy in existence, was the natural nemesis of the vengeful demonic poison. The moment it made contact, thick black mist erupted from Yu Baiwei's body. In a short time, the vengeful demonic poison was entirely expelled. Soon, Yu Baiwei's complexion visibly brightened. Chana. Awakening from her slumber, Yu Baiwei's consciousness was hazy as she slowly rose. We pay our respects, Holy Master. All disciples and elders below bowed, tears glistening in their eyes. Chana, you have done well. Upon awakening, Yu Baiwei's spiritual energy rapidly recovered, yet upon her first glance at Jiang Yuchan, she perceived the underlying issues. With her deep, penetrating gaze, Yu Baiwei scrutinized Jiang Yuchan, her expression a mixture of complexity. She then turned to the gathered disciples and elders. All disciples and elders, heed my command. Continue to fortify the seal here. We must not allow the demon beneath Yao Qi to escape and wreak havoc upon the world. Her authoritative voice resonated throughout the hall. As you command. As soon as her words fell, several quasi-emperor elders led the assembly, channeling their spiritual energy into the sealing array within Yao Qi Chaner. Come with me. After issuing her command, Yu Baiwei gracefully stepped forward, her form vanishing in an instant. Yes, Jiang Yuchan's face was etched with conflict, her delicate hands tightly grasping her skirt, her demeanor hesitating. Clearly, from the expression on Yu Baiwei's face, nothing could be concealed. After a moment of stillness, Jiang Yuchan finally followed suit. The two of them arrived at a secluded cave, where Yu Baiwei directly inquired, Chaner, you should no longer be intact, should you? What exactly transpired? Her cold voice echoed around them, as Yu Baiwei frowned intently at Jiang Yuchan. At her words, Jiang Yuchan trembled, the chilling words piercing her heart like a sharp soul needle. Holy Master, After much hesitation, Jiang Yuchan finally recounted the events involving the Xianglong city. After she finished her tale, Yu Baiwei's furrowed brow began to relax. She stepped forward gently, embracing Jiang Yuchan. Chaner, you have truly borne a heavy burden. This is my fault. Once we have completely sealed the demon beneath Yao Qi, I shall personally go to the Lu family to seek justice for you. As Jiang Yuchan's mentor and adoptive mother, Yu Baiwei was acutely aware of her disciple's pure and immaculate nature. Thus, she understood the turmoil and struggle within Jiang Yuchan's heart at this moment. No. Holy Master. After Jiang Yuchan's explanation, it became clear that the individual in question was the consort of the Empress of Tianyan Holy Land, a being of immense power, seemingly divine. Yao Qi could never afford to offend such a formidable entity. Moreover, this matter was ultimately of Jiang Yuchan's own volition. It could not solely be blamed on him. Having uttered these difficult words, Jiang Yuchan pressed her lips tightly together, her head bowed in shame. Alas, it is indeed my error, allowing you to suffer such humiliation. I lack the power to seek justice for you. Yu Baiwei's eyes brimmed with compassion, her heart heavy with guilt. Knowing that the other party was a divine being only intensified her remorse. The Holy Master need not feel this way. It was you who brought me to the Holy Land, saving my very life. Thus, any sacrifice I make for the Holy Master is but a small matter. I implore you to retract your earlier words. Jiang Yuchan shook her head, her clear eyes gazing at Yu Baiwei. Holy Master, I wish to meditate for a while. Upon hearing this, Yu Baiwei nodded. Very well. During this time, no one shall disturb you. Given Jiang Yuchan's serene and pure nature, this incident could potentially lead to inner demons. Mishandling it might even tarnish her heart and path. As she watched Jiang Yuchan depart, Yu Baiwei's delicate hand clenched into a fist, and droplets of crimson blood seeped through her fingers. Upon returning to the Yaoqi Grand Hall, the elders and disciples were fervently channeling energy into the sealing formation. Yu Baiwei hastily summoned the immense imperial might within her to further reinforce the seal. Saint Lord. With this, the fiend should remain subdued for quite some time. One of the quasi-emperor elders spoke slowly. Indeed, yet we must not let our guard down. Starting today, at least 2 quasi-emperor elders must remain stationed here daily. If there is any disturbance in Yaoqi, report to me immediately, Yu Baiwei declared gravely. She had first-hand experience of the terror posed by the fiend imprisoned beneath Yaoqi. Previously, when it had attempted to break free from its confinement, the vengeful poison she had suffered was planted solely to thwart its advance. That fiend had been a veritable demigod before its imprisonment. Now, it was merely a severely wounded body, unable to recover due to the suppression of Yaoqi. Chapter 39. Departure, the arrival of the Tianji Pavilion. Farewell to Luo Qingshan. The following day, within the small courtyard of the Lu family, inside the house, on the bed, Hua Qingying was enveloped in fragrant sweat, resembling a delicate kitten. Gazing at the beauty in her arms, Lu Chun could not resist leaning down to seal her rosy lips with his adversary. Hua Qingying's face flushed deeply, and her jade hand playfully tapped Lu Chen's chest twice. As their feelings deepened, a spring-like atmosphere once again filled the room. After a considerable time, the sun rose high in the sky. Young Master Chen, are you bullying Sister Hua again? Xiao Rou, witnessing the scene, placed her hands on her hips, cheeks puffed, and glared angrily at Lu Chun. Xiao Rou, I am perfectly fine, Hua Qingying reassured, stepping toward Xiao Rou and finding her adorable in her indignation. Unable to resist, she reached out her delicate hand to gently pat Xiao Rou's plump, soft cheeks. Sister Hua, Xiao Rou pouted, then added indignantly. If young Master Chen bullies you again next time, you must tell me, and I will help you deal with him. Upon hearing this, Hua Qingying smiled brightly. Oh dear. Xiao Rou, who is your master? Why do you always side with him? Lu Chen stared wide-eyed at Xiao Rou. Nah. Xiao Rou cheekily stuck her pink tongue out at Lu Chun. Hey, little girl, it seems you need a lesson. With that, Lu Chen swiftly pulled Xiao Rou up. Oh. Chener, Inger, Xiao Rou, I must be leaving for a while, Lu Chen suddenly announced. Upon hearing this, both Xiao Rou and Hua Qingying displayed expressions of surprise. Are you returning to the Tianyan sacred land? Hua Qingying inquired with slightly parted red lips. Yes, having been away for so long, it is time to return. Lu Chen nodded in affirmation. Hua, young Master Chen is leaving so soon? Don't go, Xiao Rou exclaimed, throwing herself into Lu Chen's embrace, unwilling to let him leave. Xiao Rou, be good. I will return to see you soon. Lu Chun chuckled softly, gently ruffling her hair to comfort her. Humph, Chener, you heartbreaker. You must be missing your delicate empress wife back at the Tianyan sacred land, Hua Qingying remarked, turning her head away with a hint of pride. Observing her demeanor, Lu Chen could not help but twitch his lips, envisioning the chaotic scene when the women would meet. Humph, heartbreaker. Hearing the unflattering remarks from within, Hua Qingying turned her head and closed her eyes. After a while, Lu Chun, refreshed, bid farewell to Hua Qingying and Xiao Rou. Inger, Xiao Rou, I shall return shortly. With that, he vanished in an instant. Young Master Chen, you must return soon to see Xiao Rou. Xiao Rou waved her hand, her large eyes brimming with tears as she watched Lu Chen depart. Meanwhile, As Hua Qingyin gazed at his retreating figure, a sense of longing welled up within her. The scene shifted. 3 powerful presences tore through the skies, entering the southern wilderness. So this is the southern wilderness? The spiritual energy is indeed scarce. Were it not for the investigation into the death of the branch lord, this emperor would never have set foot in this desolate place. A bald man clad in a Taoist robe scoffed. Enough with the chatter. Let us investigate quickly and leave. Who dares to kill the branch lord of my Tianji pavilion in this wretched place? Another man, adorned with a hat and wielding a sword, added. From the information gathered, it seems to point towards the Tianyan sacred land. Let us head there first. The last elder, holding a compass, spoke in a solemn tone. All 3 hailed from the Tianji pavilion, each possessing the terrifying strength of a supreme emperor. They arrived in the southern wilderness of Tsongshuan Daozhou to investigate the death of their branch lord. The Tianji pavilion's influence was vast, scattered across the 3,000 Daozhou regions. Not only did it house countless powerful emperors, but it was also rumored that deities resided within. This was why no one dared to provoke the Tianji pavilion's branch in the southern wilderness. Very well, let us see what this so-called Tianyan sacred land is about. The bald emperor surged ahead towards the horizon. We must be cautious. The empress of the Tianyan sacred land is said to be a supreme emperor as well. The sword-wielding emperor and the compass-wielding elder followed closely behind. Before long, the 3 supreme emperors of the Tianji pavilion hovered above the Tianyan sacred land. Meanwhile, within the empress's palace, a figure clad in an ice-blue celestial gown sat cross-legged, diligently cultivating the fragments of divine essence before her. She possessed an otherworldly beauty. With skin as flawless as jade and large eyes shrouded in mist, her ruby lips gleaming with a crystalline luster. Beneath her enchanting visage lay an aura of sacred aloofness, resembling an everlasting ice beauty, pure and untainted. The ice-blue gown failed to conceal her alluring curves. Sensing the arrival of 3 exceedingly powerful presences, Luo Qingshan immediately opened her eyes. 3 esteemed friends from the Tianji pavilion, may I inquire about your purpose in the Tianyan sacred land? Luo Qingshan's figure flickered. Appearing before the 3, her lips parting to pose the question. As a gentle breeze brushed by, the hem of her gown fluttered slightly. Chapter 40, A Swift Strike. Subtle movements, unexpected returns, and embarrassment. Above the Tianyan sacred land, Luo Qingshan stood gracefully in the void, her long hair cascading like a waterfall, adorned with a phoenix crown. Draped in celestial robes, her long, jade-like legs standing tall. Beneath her breathtaking beauty lay an ethereal mist, augmenting her otherworldly grace with a touch of sanctity. As if she were a celestial being exiled from heaven, existing in solitude. After breaking through to true divinity, Luo Qingshan radiated an aura that demanded reverence. I never expected to find such beauty in this barbaric land. The bald emperor gazed at the stunning Luo Qingshan, his eyes widening. The sword-wielding emperor and the compass-wielding elder beside him were momentarily stunned, before articulating their purpose. Esteemed friend, we have come solely to investigate the murder of our branch lord. The majesty of the Tianji pavilion cannot be challenged. We hope you will accompany us. The compass-wielding elder spoke with a steady tone. Upon hearing this, Luo Qingshan furrowed her brows slightly and replied with her lips parted, What does this matter have to do with me? The emperor grants you 3 breaths to vacate the Tianyan sacred land, or you shall bear the consequences. The icy, authoritative voice of Luo Qingshan reverberated throughout the surroundings. What has transpired? Is it truly the arrival of individuals from the Tianji pavilion? The formidable imperial pressure emanating from these 3 is utterly terrifying. Have they come to confront the empress? What shall we do? Soon, the powerful aura hovering above alerted the people of Tianyan sacred land. Upon hearing the commotion, the 9 heavens Xiannu, led by the Linglong fairy and the Baihua fairy, swiftly approached, positioning themselves behind the empress. Their phoenix eyes fixed intently on the 3 from the Tianji pavilion. Ha ha ha, what audacity! Just based on this provocative statement against the Tianji pavilion's dignity, I shall certainly capture you and bring you back to the Tianji pavilion. And you, standing behind with these 9 enchanting fairies, I have yet to savor such exquisite beauties. The bald emperor laughed boisterously, licking his parched lips with his tongue, his gaze shamelessly roaming over Luo Qingshan and the alluring figures of the 9 heavens Xiannu. Upon hearing this, Linglong fairy and the others gritted their teeth in fury, their delicate faces filled with rage. Humph! Upon hearing these words, Luo Qingshan's charming visage turned cold, and without further ado, she unleashed the divine power within her. In the next moment, an extraordinarily potent force of spatial cutting materialized inexplicably. In an instant, the laughter of the bald emperor ceased abruptly, his body and soul obliterated into fine dust by the spatial cutting force. What? This power? Could it be that this person is a deity? Flee! A supreme emperor was instantaneously vanquished? Witnessing this horrifying scene, the sword cultivator emperor and the compass emperor immediately paled, frantically fleeing without a backward glance. Only a deity could accomplish such a feat. You too. Is it not a tad late to contemplate escape now? Watching the figures of the two retreating, Luo Qingshan's phoenix eyes glinted icily. Wait, we are merely. Yet before they could utter their threats, an overwhelming force of frigid law enveloped them. In mere moments, the two were encased in frost, transformed into a shower of ice shards, falling to the ground. In their final moments, they could not fathom how, in this small southern region, a deity had emerged. Beneath the deity, all are mere ants. And supreme emperors are no exception. Your majesty, your power. The Linglong fairy and Baihua fairy, standing behind Luo Qingshan, gazed at her in astonishment. Faced with the formidable Tianji pavilion, they had not anticipated Luo Qingshan's decisive action, nor her overwhelming strength. Clean up the aftermath. With that statement, Luo Qingshan's figure flickered and vanished from her original position. Understood. The nine heavens, Xian Nu responded respectfully. Several hours later, in the Empress's palace, beside a fairy pond shrouded in mist, stood the graceful figure of Luo Qingshan. She gently raised her jade hand, entwining it with the silk ribbon at her waist. In the next moment, the sheer fabric draped over her shoulders cascaded down. This process resembled a bud slowly blooming, revealing vibrant petals. Subsequently, Luo Qingshan immersed herself in the icy waters of the pond, her blushing face the only part visible above the surface. When will this pig's hoof return? At this moment, the cold water soaked through Luo Qingshan's delicate attire. On the second day of their marriage, the groom, Lu Chen, nonchalantly ventured outside, leaving Luo Qingshan, the fairy, to guard the boudoir alone. With her skin as white as jade, the cool water gradually caused the blush on Luo Qingshan's face to fade. After a moment, her charming face flushed anew, a hint of shyness causing her to lift her jade hand. My dear, what are you doing? Just as Luo Qingshan's face turned rosy, lost in thought, a voice suddenly reached her ears. Ah! The unexpected call startled Luo Qingshan, causing her delicate body to tremble, her countenance paling. She resembled a kitten caught in the act of mischief, apprehended by its owner. Despite her efforts to set up a barrier to prevent anyone from interrupting her, she found herself caught off guard. Turning to look, she saw a familiar figure squatting by the edge of the pond. You little rascal. Why must you always appear so suddenly? Could you not announce your arrival? Upon seeing Lu Chen return at this moment, Luo Qingshan's heart raced. Her face flushed with embarrassment as she pursed her lips, her voice trembling in an attempt to mask her awkwardness. Oh, my dear. Do we need to observe such formalities between us? Is that not overly distant? Observing Luo Qingshan's bashful expression, Lu Chen grinned, a knowing smile gracing his face. His gaze laced with mischief. You. Noticing the suggestive glint in Lu Chen's eyes, Luo Qingshan felt a wave of shame wash over her. Her face aflame. She quickly submerged her head beneath the water, unable to bear his teasing gaze. This is it. I can never face anyone again. The earlier scene must have been fully witnessed by Lu Chen, shattering her pristine and untainted image before him. Luo Qingshan wished for nothing more than to find a crevice to hide in. Chapter 41. Acknowledgement of mistakes, embarrassment, and return to Xingyuan Peak. My dear. Lu Chen leaped into the fairy pond, splashing water in every direction. Seeing this, Luo Qingshan quickly crossed her arms over her chest, her voice trembling as she implored. Do not come any closer. Her face burned with embarrassment, mortified that this pure fairy had committed such a shameful act, only to be caught by Lu Chen. Overcome with amusement, Lu Chen gently wrapped his arm around Luo Qingshan's delicate waist. My dear, it is all my fault. As he savored the fragrant warmth enveloping him, Lu Chen teased softly. Stop it. Do not say any more. Hearing his words, Luo Qingshan's lovely face turned crimson, her jade hand pressing against Lu Chen's chest. As her gaze flickered, she turned her body aside, unable to meet his penetrating stare. With her other hand, she covered Lu Chen's mouth, preventing him from speaking further. The corners of Lu Chen's mouth curled into a knowing smile. Luo Qingshan, blushing and shy, closed her eyes, her lips slightly parted, releasing soft breaths. Her pearly teeth nibbling on her delicate fingers, even her ears flushed a deep crimson. Unable to resist, Lu Chen leaned down and captured her luscious, glistening lips. Moments later, as Luo Qingshan's face flushed with passion, her eyes grew dreamy. The tranquil waters began to ripple, disturbed by the waves of their emotions. After a considerable time, Luo Qingshan's face was aglow, reminiscent of a mountain refreshed by spring rain. My husband, where have you been these past few days? Luo Qingshan, her lips lightly pursed, leaned against Lu Chen's shoulder, wrapping her arms around his neck. Lu Chen, feeling rejuvenated, recounted the events that had transpired at the Lu family. Humph, well husband, you truly went out to enjoy yourself alone. After hearing about the happenings during Lu Chen's absence, Luo Qingshan wrinkled her nose in displeasure, huffing indignantly. And there were demonesses and saintesses involved. During Lu Chen's absence, Luo Qingshan found herself repeatedly recalling her tumultuous encounters with the former. To her dismay, she had been caught in such an embarrassing situation. This is indeed my fault. However, I did not expect my pure and pristine wife to possess such a side. It genuinely surprises me. Lu Chen's lips curved upward as he continued to tease. Stop it. I did not. Do not speak carelessly. Upon hearing the words, Luo Qingshan's face flushed with embarrassment, and she immediately covered her delicate face with her jade hand, too shy to meet Lu Chen's gaze. After a moment, unable to withstand Lu Chen's unwavering stare, she turned and fled in disarray. Watching her retreating figure, Lu Chen couldn't help but smile, choosing not to pursue her. After all, it was important to maintain the modesty of his beloved. Soon after, Lu Chen returned to the side of the immortal pool and lay down on a nearby bench. At that moment, the enchanting Linglong fairy and others entered the scene, each one of them graceful and ethereal, donning sheer silk skirts as they began to dance gracefully. Yes, splendid, a little more to the left. The alluring fire phoenix fairy was busy kneading Lu Chen's shoulders. Lying on the bench, Lu Chen's eyes narrowed in contentment as he watched the celestial dancers, feeling utterly at ease. Amidst their swirling movements, the delicate curves of Linglong's figure became faintly visible through the gossamer fabric. With a sudden impulse, Lu Chen pulled the captivating fire phoenix fairy closer and shared with her the secrets of his success. The Linglong fairy and the 100 Flowers fairy quickly gathered around, eager to listen intently. Several hours later, under the watchful eyes of the fire phoenix fairy and Linglong fairy, Lu Chen vanished from the scene. Just then, the 9 heavens celestial maidens received a summons from Luo Qingshan. Not daring to delay, they promptly adjusted their skirts and hurried to pay their respects. In the council hall, the 9 heavens celestial maidens soon arrived, bowing slightly before Luo Qingshan. We pay our respects to the Empress. You all, Luo Qingshan nodded. But her expression faltered as she turned to face them. Ah, never mind. I summoned you here too. Upon witnessing this scene, Luo Qingshan immediately understood what had transpired and, with a resigned sigh, addressed the 9 heavens celestial maidens. The scene shifted to Xingyuan Peak, where a graceful figure stood before the grand hall, her sparkling eyes gazing longingly into the distance, seemingly waiting for someone's return. The beautiful lady was clad in a low-cut, form-fitting blue gown, the sheer fabric draping over her alluring figure, accentuating her timeless elegance. Mother! A melodious voice rang out from within the hall. Hearing the call, Mu Wanqing turned to find a delicate figure, with skin as smooth as jade and a youthful face, rushing into her embrace. Mother! When do you think Brother Chen will come back? Lu Qianer inquired sweetly, her large, dark eyes resembling a porcelain doll. Well? The question momentarily left Mu Wanqing at a loss, her gaze evasive as she struggled to find an answer. Will Brother Chen forget about me? Upon speaking this, Lu Qianer's eyes glistened with unshed tears, and her small mouth pouted in a pitiful manner. Observing this, Mu Wanqing's expression turned bittersweet as she gently ruffled Lu Qianer's hair. To be honest, even Mu Wanqing herself dare not wager on Lu Chen's feelings. A being of his caliber, capable of tearing apart emperors and creating deities with a mere thought, surely had no shortage of admirers. Whether he would abandon her was uncertain, yet she could only hope he would not forget her. Who is this little crybaby? How could Brother Chen bear to leave such a lovely girl? At that moment, a bright voice floated in from afar. Following the sound, Lu Chen's figure, clad in white, gracefully descended upon Xingyuan Peak. Brother Chen. Seeing him, Lu Qianer's face lit up with joy, and she leaped into his arms, wrapping her small hands tightly around his neck. As Lu Chen arrived, the clouds of gloom vanished from her face, and she nuzzled her chubby cheeks against him. Lu Chen, in turn, smiled indulgently and gently ruffled Lu Qianer's hair. Disciple, you have returned. At that moment, Mu Wanqing, her cheeks flushed, gradually approached Lu Chen. The low-cut gown accentuated her curves, the sheer fabric clinging to her form, showcasing her mature allure exquisitely. Yes, Mu, I had some matters to attend to at home, but now I am back. As Mu Wanqing drew near, a sweet fragrance enveloped Lu Chen, who nodded in acknowledgement. Gazing at the enchanting Mu Wanqing, a flicker of desire ignited within him. Sensing his heated gaze, Mu Wanqing's face flushed, yet she averted her eyes, mindful of Lu Qianer still present. Understanding her unspoken feelings, Lu Chen discreetly employed a trick, causing Lu Qianer to yawn and rub her eyes. Why do I feel so sleepy all of a sudden? Before long, Lu Qianer leaned her head against Lu Chen's shoulder and drifted into a deep sleep. Sweetheart, if you are tired, you should return to your room to rest. With Lu Qian'er peacefully asleep in his arms, Lu Chen carried her back to her room, followed closely by Mu Wanqing, gently laying Lu Qian'er on the bed. Lu Chen turned and pulled Mu Wanqing into his embrace. Ah! Caught by surprise, Mu Wanqing gasped. The soft fragrance enveloped him. And Lu Chen looked at the alluring Mu Wanqing, captivated by her graceful form, making it hard for him to resist. Without hesitation, Lu Chen leaned down and sealed her luscious lips with his own. Mu Wanqing's body trembled, offering only a token resistance. In the days prior, she had longed for this moment. Soon, the sound of creaking would fill the room. 3 hours later, Mu Wanqing's cheeks regained their rosy hue. Her head nestled deep within Lu Chen's embrace. You naughty disciple, returning only to bully me. Feeling the ache throughout her body, Mu Wanqing's tone held a hint of reproach. Hee, who told you to be so irresistible? Truly, it is hard to resist the allure of beauty. Lu Chen, feeling refreshed, rested his hands behind his head and slowly replied. Such flattery. At Lu Chen's praise, Mu Wanqing smiled sweetly, finally alleviating the turmoil within her heart. Meanwhile, in Tianxian Daozhou, at the Tiangong Pavilion, within the Hall of Heavenly Secrets, stars twinkled as threads of celestial power enveloped the space. 3 figures clad in Taoist robes, exuding an aura of profound depth, sat cross-legged upon cushions. Above their heads, a mysterious mirror hovered in midair. Soon, the elegant figure of Luo Qingshan appeared within the mirror. In the image, Luo Qingshan effortlessly dispatched the 3 supreme emperors of the Tiangong Pavilion. The next moment, the scene vanished, leaving the Hall of Heavenly Secrets in a prolonged silence. Ah, truly unexpected, a voice broke the silence. The power of divine essence. This empress from Zhongshuan Daozhou is indeed a true deity. No one anticipated that a true god could arise from the barren expanse of the 3,000 Dao states. A sigh echoed through the hall, shattering the stillness. The 3 seated figures were none other than the actual highest authorities of the Tiangong Pavilion, the Qixia half-god, the Zhongshuan half-god, and the Taishu half-god. We should notify them. The 3 of us old fellows must personally apologize. Otherwise, the wrath of a true deity is something the Tiangong Pavilion cannot withstand. The eyes of the Zhongshuan half-god, which had been tightly shut, now opened slightly. However, I am quite curious as to where this empress acquired her divine essence fragments. We have searched throughout the 3,000 Dao states and found no trace of such fragments. The Taishu half-god spoke contemplatively. In the 3,000 Dao states, these so-called gods were merely demigods without control over divine essence. The chasm between true gods and demigods is insurmountable. Only those who wield divine essence can be truly called divine lords. Demigods, ultimately, are not true deities. They are merely false gods. Regardless, there is no time for contemplation. The situation has reached this point. We must set forth immediately, hoping to quell her wrath. The Q11 demigod was the first to rise, and in an instant, her form flickered, unleashing the power of the demigod within. Soaring through the void towards xianxiaaudiobooks. Ah, let us depart. The xianxiaaudiobooks and T9 demigods quickly followed suit. The combined pressure of the 3 demigods reverberated throughout the entirety of T9 among the 3,000 Diazyu. A demigod stands at the pinnacle of cultivation. The emergence of the 3 demigods from the T9 pavilion undoubtedly attracted the attention of countless hidden powers. Shortly thereafter, a piece of news emerged that shook the entire realm of the 3,000 Diazyu. The 3 esteemed demigods of the T9 pavilion had personally visited the Tianyan Holy Land to offer their apologies, bringing numerous precious treasures as a form of restitution. With the presence of 3 demigods, the Tianyan pavilion ranks among the foremost in the entirety of the 3,000 Diazyu. Yet, a previously unheard of Tianyan Holy Land could compel the 3 venerable ancestors of the Tianyan pavilion to descend to apologize. This astonishing news spread like wildfire across the realm, igniting a frenzy of speculation regarding the Tianyan Holy Land. I have heard whispers that the Tianyan Holy Land is home to true divine beings. The only entity capable of inducing 3 demigods to lower their status and personally apologize must surely be a true god, correct? But that is not all. As a disciple of the Tianyan pavilion, I have heard from my own ancestor that the Tianyan Holy Land boasts more than one true god. Chapter 43. Little Junior Sister, Su are you? At Shnju in Peak, MWNQing was seen languidly reclined on her bed, her complexion flushed. Her fair skin glistened with beads of fragrant sweat, and her delicate waist resembled that of a slender willow. You truly lack any sense of cherishing beauty. LCHN, on the other hand, wore a look of sheer enjoyment, his eyes narrowed in pleasure. By the way, LCHN, there is something important I need to inform you. MWNQing suddenly spoke up. Oh, what is it? MWNQing replied, a few days ago. Your little junior sister unexpectedly returned to Juan Peak. Moreover, she appeared quite anxious, expressing a desire to seek you out, and specifically instructed me to relay any news to her upon your return. Upon hearing this, LCHN was momentarily taken aback, a petite and exquisite figure surfacing in his mind. What does my little junior sister seek me for? Where is she now? With an insatiable curiosity, LCHN inquired. The little junior sister he remembered was cold and distant, with whom he had little interaction. Why would she suddenly come looking for him? MWNQing gazed at LCHN with a dreamy expression, fully aware that with LCHN's current strength, he must be surrounded by infatuated admirers. 3 hours later, the two reluctantly parted ways. Mother, what is wrong? The little girl, Li Qian'er, had awakened, her delicate nose wrinkling. Qian'er, I am fine. You may play over there. I have important matters to discuss with your brother LCHN. MWNQing's red lips parted in a bittersweet smile as she spoke weakly. In contrast, LCHN emerged from the room as if nothing had happened. Mother, let us go and see what my little junior sister seeks from me. Prompted by LCHN, MWNQing accompanied him towards another side of Juan Peak. The scene shifted to a waterfall at Juan Peak, where a small thatched cottage stood beneath the cascading waters. At the base of the waterfall, a hazy and graceful figure stood. This figure was tall and lithe, with skin as fair as snow, clad in a purple garment, and sporting 2 long braids. This was none other than LCHN's little junior sister. Su are you? Her jade arms were pale, and her exquisite face bore a hint of baby fat, her bosom subtly rounded beneath the purple attire. Oh, when will senior brother L return? Su are you paced before the waterfall, her delicate and cool visage etched with worry. Her noble demeanor akin to the first snow of winter, pure and untouched by the dust of the world. Upon closer inspection, her long, graceful legs were adorned with white stockings. Yet, should I truly encounter senior brother L, how should I face him? Su are you's heart was a tumult of conflicting emotions. After all, during her time at Juan Peak, she had always looked down upon LCHN, the mere named disciple. Upon learning of her master's demise, she had resolved not to return to Juan Peak. Yet now in an instant, Su are you felt overwhelmed by a wave of shame. Su are you, your senior brother L has returned. Just as Su are you wrestled with her thoughts, a hoarse voice interrupted her reverie from behind. Mother? What is the matter? Su are you turned to see MWNQing, one hand on her hip, her face a mask of confusion, prompting her to hurry forward and assist. Ahem, it's nothing. However, LCHN has come to see you. I shall not intrude upon your reunion, so do take care. MWNQing coughed a few times to mask her embarrassment, casting a look of profound meaning at Su are you as she departed. Oh, mother. Before Su are you could retain her, MWNQing limped away. Little junior sister, it has been a while. I trust you have been well. A figure draped in flowing garments approached, as LCHN regarded his little junior sister, who resembled the first snow of winter, and spoke gently. LL. It has indeed been a while. Upon seeing LCHN stride forth, Su are you's demeanor shifted to one of palpable tension. Her chubby hands clutching the hem of her dress, her voice wavering. Is there something you wish to discuss, little junior sister? LCHN directly inquired. Su are you lowered her head, responding in a voice as faint as a whisper. I indeed have matters to request of you, senior brother, but please, may we converse inside? With that, Su are you warmly invited LCHN into her abode. Hee. I never anticipated that I would one day be invited into my junior sister's quarters so openly. As soon as he entered, a delicate fragrance enveloped him, and the room's decor exuded simplicity. This brought to LCHN's mind a previous occasion when several senior brothers had joined him in stealthily entering Su are you's quarters, only to be caught off guard by her return, leading to their swift retreat. He was left behind, flustered and embarrassed. Haha, senior brother L still remembers that incident? Upon hearing LCHN's reminiscence, Su are you's cheeks flushed crimson, and she could not help but cover her mouth with a laugh. LCHN gradually settled into a seat and regarded the nervous Su are you with curiosity. Little junior sister, we need not dwell on the past. I recall that you departed the Holy Land early to return to your family. What brings you back to seek me now? At these words, Su are you bit her lip, her expression one of hesitation. After a struggle within herself, she knelt before LCHN, her face pleading. Chapter 44. The True Body of the Moon, HNLN, Daozi of the Huan sect. Su are you knelt, her jade knees, wrapped in white stockings, pressed against the ground, her autumn-like eyes glistening with moisture as she pleaded, I am aware of my shame in seeking your assistance, senior brother. Yet, I beseech you, In light of our shared bond as fellow disciples, to save the LN family, I would willingly serve you as a maid in return for your aid. With that, LN Suaryu closed her eyes tightly, her smooth forehead bowing to the floor before LCHN. Oh, the LN family? LCHN observed the kneeling LN Suaryu, sitting calmly at the edge of the bed, his expression unmoved. The southern wilderness is divided into 9 regions, with the Tianyan Holy Land situated in the Tianyan region. The LN family, on the other hand, resides in the QNGMO region of the southern wilderness, under the auspices of the Xuan sect. Han Lin, that fellow, suddenly awakened the Tianyan half a year ago and was exceptionally accepted as a disciple by the Xuan sect. The Han family and the Lin family have always been at odds. Not long ago, Han Lin, emboldened by the power of the Xuan sect, forcefully approached to propose taking both his junior sister and elder sister as concubines. The Xuan sect wields tremendous influence in the Qingmao domain, and given their might, if the junior sister were to refuse, the entire family would face dire consequences. Lin Shuiaro earnestly explained her purpose for this visit. Ah, I see. Then it appears my junior sister should yield. Although it may seem a bit unfair for her and your elder sister to share a husband, at least Han Lin is a disciple. Moreover, the Lin family could seize this opportunity to align themselves with the Xuan sect. Such an arrangement would bring joy to both families. Why should my junior sister go to such lengths to seek my intervention? In response to Lin Shuiaro's plea, Lu Chen smiled broadly. Hearing this, Lin Shuiaro shook her head, her jade-like form trembling as she gritted her teeth, and said, my junior sister and elder sister initially thought like you. However, news from within the Xuan sect reveals that Han Lin, due to his Tianyan, is incapable of engaging in relations with women. All the women who have shared a bed with him have been drained of their essence and met their demise. It is said that within the Xuan sect's Daozi Hall, the naked corpses of women have piled up like a mountain. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen raised an eyebrow and could not help but burst into laughter. My apologies, junior sister, I couldn't hold it in. Learning that this Daozi of the Xuan sect is a cuckold, Lu Chen found it utterly amusing. Upon further contemplation, it is indeed perplexing that a man endowed with the Tianyan would possess any vigor. At this moment, Lu Chen began to understand why his junior sister would travel such a distance to seek him out, wishing to marry the Daozi of the Xuan sect. No, it is not right for my elder brother to mock. Hearing the laughter, Lin Shuiaro grasped her skirt tightly, her face blushing deeply as she uttered those difficult words. Therefore, I implore you, elder brother, to lend your assistance, and in return, I will be eternally grateful. With that, Lin Shuiaro earnestly requested Lu Chen once more. Recently, tales of the Heavenly Yin Sacred Land's Empress husband single-handedly annihilating the 4 major demonic sects have spread throughout the southern border. Just yesterday, an even more astonishing piece of news emerged, revealing that the 3 semi-divine ancestors of the Tianji Pavilion personally came to apologize. After much inquiry, Lin Shuiaro was astonished to learn that this Empress husband was none other than Lu Chen. After careful consideration, Lin Shuiaro ultimately chose to return to Shengyuan Peak to seek Lu Chen's help. The power to obliterate the 4 extreme emperors of the demonic sects is more than sufficient to contend with a mere Xuan sect. After hearing the story, it was indeed quite intriguing. Moments later, Lu Chen gradually restrained his mirth and gazed at Lin Shuiaro with profound intent. As his gaze fell upon her graceful form, Lu Chen slowly spoke. But why should I assist you? Just because you call me elder brother? In other words, what can you offer me? Until now, the two had hardly any connection, and Lin Shuiaro had secretly looked down upon Lu Chen, this disciple of nominal status. Lu Chen was well aware of this and had deliberately refrained from exposing it during their pleasantries. My junior sister just mentioned that if my elder brother could assist, she would repay tenfold. As soon as the words left her lips, Lin Shuiaro slowly rose, trembling as she lifted her jade hand to gently grasp the ribbon at her waist. At that moment, she bit her lip, her eyes reflecting a struggle. Yet, ultimately, after a moment of hesitation, tears streamed down her cheeks. I beseech you, elder brother, to show mercy. Lin Shuiaro understood that this act was shameful and dishonorable, but in her desperation, she could only resort to such measures. Gazing at Lin Shuiaro, who sported 2 small braids, a rosy hue arose on her fair, youthful face, evoking a sense of pity in anyone who beheld her. Ah, you are my junior sister. As your elder brother, your matters are indeed my matters. There is no need for such formalities. With a smug smile, Lu Chen replied. In an instant, the atmosphere in the room became lively and warm. 5 hours later, Lu Chen emerged from the cottage, looking refreshed. He then swiftly departed from Shengyuan Peak. Lin Shuiaro appeared revitalized, her cherubic face glowing brightly. She felt a wave of soreness throughout her body and glanced down to see a striking crimson stain on the sheets. In the ceremonial hall, After the three semi-divine ancestors of the Tianji Pavilion concluded their apologies and departed, they swiftly vanished into the horizon. This profound presence was beyond the capacity of any semi-divine being. This empress was undoubtedly a true deity. After their meeting, the three semi-divine ancestors trembled inwardly, resolving to withdraw all divisions of the Tianji from the Xianxiaodao prefecture, fearful of provoking the tiger's whiskers. Chapter 45, Untitled. After sending off the three semi-divine ancestors, Luo Qingshan gazed at the mountain of heavenly treasures before her, momentarily lost in thought. Even now, she found it hard to believe she had suddenly ascended to the status of a high-ranking true deity. "My lady, what troubles you? Are you fatigued?" Linglong offered. Noticing Luo Qingshan's unusual demeanor, and cheerfully urged her to sit on the bench while expertly massaging her shoulders and back. After serving Lu Chen multiple times, Linglong had become increasingly adept at massage techniques. Sigh. Dressed in an icy blue celestial gown, Luo Qingshan settled onto the bench. She glanced at the Jiutian Xiannu who had accompanied her for many years, letting out a helpless sigh. Once, they had all been aloof and proud, untouched by the mundane world, like 9 pristine snow lotuses. "My dear, I have arrived." Just as Luo Qingshan sighed, Lu Chen's ghostly figure suddenly appeared behind her, enveloping her in a warm embrace. "Little troublemaker." A wave of intense masculine energy washed over her, prompting Luo Qingshan to instinctively attempt to break free. "Greetings, my lord." The Jiutian Xiannu, upon witnessing this, immediately bowed in respect to Lu Chen. "Where have you been wandering this time, you naughty husband?" However, her keen senses detected a hint of something unusual. Luo Qingshan scrunched her nose, frowning slightly. Her gaze filled with a touch of reproach as she fixed her eyes on Lu Chen. Ahem, how could that be? No one can replace the position of xianxian in my heart." Lu Chen hastily cleared his throat, attempting to mask his embarrassment with sweet words to placate Luo Qingshan. "You are so cheesy." Hearing the term xianxian, Luo Qingshan's cheeks flushed. Though secretly pleased, she feigned indignation and playfully punched Lu Chen's chest twice. Seeing Luo Qingshan's anger dissipate, Lu Chen displayed a mischievous grin. The romantic atmosphere lasted but a moment before a still annoyed Luo Qingshan exclaimed, "What filth occupies your mind? Humph. And don't think I'm unaware of what you were up to on Shengyuan Peak. You truly lack shame." Luo Qingshan pointed a delicate finger at Lu Chen's forehead, puckering her lips in mock disdain. With the Jiutian Xiannu present, she could not afford to lose face before her subordinates. "Oh, my lady, is this what you consider filth? Then just now when I returned, were you in the celestial pool?" Hearing this, Lu Chen raised an eyebrow, countering. In front of the Jiutian Xiannu, the couple began to expose each other's secrets. Meanwhile, the Jiutian Xiannu, who were all ears, displayed expressions of shock, as if they had stumbled upon a new world. Especially the Bai Huaxianzi and Su Exine Xiannu, their mouths agape, large enough to fit an entire egg. "Quiet. Do not speak further." Upon hearing Lu Chen mention that matter once more, Luo Qingshan's delicate face instantly flushed with embarrassment, and she hastily raised her jade hand to firmly cover his mouth. She had no desire to lose face in front of her subordinate, the 9 heavens, Xiannu he. "My dear, I could relish this for a lifetime." Lu Chen's face broke into a mischievous grin. "You." As those words escaped his lips, Luo Qingshan felt a mix of urgency and anger. Yet she found herself powerless against Lu Chen's antics. In a moment of realization, she attempted to catch his hand, only to find her lips once again sealed by Lu Chen. Meanwhile, the 9 heavens, Xiannu comprehended the situation in an instant. After a considerable time, within the discussion hall, the atmosphere became vibrant and fragrant, reminiscent of spring. "This is too much." A delicate voice echoed through the hall, and Luo Qingshan's face turned crimson, as if it could bleed. Reflecting on the mortifying scene that had just unfolded, her head spun. "My dear, I must leave for a few days," Lu Chen declared, making a hasty exit. "Leave. Never return." Luo Qingshan's frustration manifested as the mountains before her heaved with emotion. The accomplices, Linglong Xianzi and Baiwa Xianzi, planned to slip away unnoticed. "And you 9, why are you all siding with him? After following me for so long, you conspire with my husband." As Luo Qingshan's gaze fell upon the 9 heavens, Xiannu, the fiery phoenix fairy immediately sensed the chilling aura behind her and swiftly fled. The remaining 8, Xiannu followed suit. How infuriating. What have they just done? Watching them scatter, Luo Qingshan sat alone on a long bench, her gaze vacant, her face still flushed. After a long while, she finally stood up unsteadily. Meanwhile, at Xingyuan Peak, Lin Shuoro donned a pristine white gown. Her delicate features exuded an ethereal coldness, akin to the first snow of winter, untainted and pure. However, upon closer inspection, the twin braids atop her head were noticeably sparse. "Why hasn't brother Lu returned?" It has already been 3 hours. Standing quietly beneath the waterfall, the refreshing mist enhanced Lin Shuoro's already strikingly beautiful aura, adding a touch of mature charm. I'm back. Just then, Lu Chen's voice resonated in her ears. Upon hearing this, Lin Shuoro turned towards the sound, and there stood Lu Chen, his tall and graceful figure appearing beside her. Brother Lu. Her face lit up in joy, as if she had found her anchor. And she hurriedly wrapped her jade hand around Lu Chen's arm, pressing her soft form against him. Junior sister, let us be off, Lu Chen said with a smile. His large hand encircling Lin Shuoro's slender waist, and in a flash, they vanished from the spot. In the Lin family estate within Qingmao domain, many figures crowded together. A robust, middle-aged man with graying hair and beard sat prominently at the top. This man was Lin Tianxiao, the head of the Lin family and Lin Shuoro's father. Below him stood numerous family elders and guests. Hanli, are you attempting to deceive me, believing the Lin family to be defenseless? Lin Tianxiao's expression darkened with indignation as he pointed an accusatory finger at the head of the Han family. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Tianxiao sprang to his feet, unleashing an overwhelming pressure that enveloped the hall. What is this nonsense, Lin family head? Our families are about to become in-laws. And you treat your guests in this manner? How discourteous. Han Li stomped his foot, and a torrent of pressure surged forth from him, clashing with Lin Tianxiao's formidable aura. Enough. At that moment, a figure clad in black robes stepped forward, wielding a sword. A quasi-emperor's pressure emanated from him, instantly suppressing the intense energies of both Lin Tianxiao and Han Li, quasi-emperor. This esteemed one hails from the Xuan sect? Lin Tianxiao's countenance shifted dramatically, hastily retracting his aura and casting a wary glance at the black-robed figure among Han Li's entourage. I apologize for my rudeness upon the arrival of the Xuan sect's envoy, Lin Tianxiao said, bowing respectfully. In the realm of Qingmao, the Xuan sect wielded immense power, with several great emperors residing within its ranks. Following the demise of the Four Demon sect, the demonic forces of the southern wilderness had implicitly rallied under the Xuan sect's banner. I am Mingjian Quasi-Emperor, one of the Daozi's protectors. Regarding the grievances between the Lin and Han families, I have no interest in meddling. I have come under the direct order of the Daozi to escort Lin Shuoro and Lin Yuer to the Xuan sect. I kindly request that you summon the two young ladies so I may return promptly to report back. The black-robed Mingjian Quasi-Emperor spoke with an air of authority that left all present trembling. Upon hearing this, Lin Tianxiao's imposing frame quivered, a flicker of anguish flashing across his eyes. Faced with the Xuan sect's overwhelming influence, he found himself torn between the survival of his family and the safety of his own daughters. The rumors surrounding the Xuan sect's Daozi were well known throughout Qingmao domain. To have two daughters serve a single husband was a profound disgrace for the Lin family, and surrendering Lin Shuoro and Lin Yuer would undoubtedly plunge them into the depths of despair. Lin Tianxiao, do you not hear what Mingjian Quasi-Emperor has said? Hurry and bring forth your precious daughters. Han Li's voice dripped with menace as he pressed for action. The animosity between the Lin and Han families spanned centuries. And now that the Han family had produced a true Yin body, rising to become the Daozi of the Xuan sect, Han Li would stop at nothing to obliterate the Lin family. Lin Tianxiao's face fluctuated between shades of green and purple as he pointed at Han Li, rendered speechless. Lin family head, I must remind you, the Daozi has commanded that the two young ladies be taken, regardless of their fate. My patience is limited. If you do not summon them quickly, I shall not hesitate to eliminate a few of your guests and elders. As his words fell, Mingjian Quasi-Emperor's gaze sharpened, and he flicked his fingers, unleashing his sword qi. The speed of the sword qi was astonishing, and in an instant, it struck 3 Lin family guests, reducing them to nothingness before their very eyes, blood saturating the air. Witnessing this, Lin Tianxiao felt an inferno of wrath rising within him, yet he dared not unleash it. He understood that this was merely a display of the opponent's might, should he fail to yield his daughters. The entire Lin family might face annihilation. Obstinate fool, Mingjian Quasi-Emperor sneered, preparing to act once more when a clear and melodious voice suddenly rang out. Stop. Everyone turned towards the sound, and a graceful figure emerged from behind the curtain. The woman possessed an exquisite beauty, her autumn-like eyes shimmering like water, red lips revealing pearly teeth, and her neck slender and delicate. Her tall, enchanting figure was complemented by long, elegant legs, and her cascading white hair was tied into a high ponytail, unblemished and pure, like a celestial being from a painting. Please, esteemed envoy, show mercy. Yuer is here. Lin Yuer gracefully approached, her long legs gliding forward. Unlike her younger sister Lin Shuoro's cool demeanor, she embodied the essence of a regal and aloof elder sister. With a weary sigh, Lin Tianxiao, seated above, closed his eyes in despair, feeling as if he had aged 100 years. Miss Lin Yue, Mingjian quasi-emperor, halted his actions, immediately bowing in respect to Lin Yue. As Daozi Hanlin's nominal concubine, Mingjian Juandi outwardly refrained from showing any negligence. Yu Rou shall return with you. But please do not harm her kin. Lin Yu Rou pressed her red lips together, resolutely steeling herself. With a slight tremor of her brows, she addressed Mingjian Juandi directly. Miss. Upon hearing her words, the members of the Lin family nearby gazed mournfully at Lin Yu Rou, fully aware that she was willingly sacrificing herself to protect them. Where is Miss Lin Shuirou? Daozi Dianza inquired, insisting on the whereabouts of Lin Shuirou, as he intended to marry both ladies. Mingjian Juandi remained unmoved. Pressing further for Lin Shuirou's location, Lin Yu Rou quickly explained and pleaded, my younger sister has yet to return. I implore you to first take me back to Hehuanzhong. As long as my sister is not involved, I am willing to serve you to the best of my abilities. After speaking, Lin Yu Rou knelt before Mingjian Juandi, willingly offering herself as a plaything in exchange for her sister's safety. On the other side, upon seeing the graceful Lin Yu Rou emerge, Han Li revealed a sinister smile and mockingly transmitted a message to Lin Tianxiao above. Hee, Lin Tianxiao, you have indeed raised a fine daughter. But alas, no matter how striking her beauty, she will ultimately become my son's plaything, a mere source of nourishment for the Tianjin tea. Hearing this, Lin Tianxiao struggled to suppress his inner fury, his hands clenched into fists. Chapter 47. The outbreak of war in response to Lin Yu Rou's plea. Mingjian Juandi displayed a cold, indifferent demeanor, firmly declaring, do not test my patience. From this moment on, for every incense stick that burns, I shall take one life until she returns. With that, Mingjian Juandi plunged his sword into the ground, its terrifying aura enveloping the entire area. Humph. You Lin family should cease your futile resistance. One Lin Yu Rou is not enough. Do not think I am unaware of your tactics. Quickly summon Lin Shuirou. Han Li sneered, barking orders at Lin Tianxiao. Meanwhile, Lin Yu Rou felt the overwhelming pressure and was forced to retreat. Where? Seeing this, Lin Tianxiao hurriedly stepped forward to catch Lin Yu Rou. Alas, it seems our Lin family cannot escape this calamity. Tears streamed down his aged face. The unwavering determination of Hehuanzhong to not relent until Lin Shuirou was found filled him with profound despair. He wondered about his younger daughter's current condition. If that is the case, he would prefer she remain in Tianyan Shengdi, never to return, as it would at least preserve her life and safeguard the Lin family's lineage. Lin Yu Rou's delicate face turned pale, her voice barely a whisper. Lin Tianxiao nodded in response. Indeed, that is a formidable force that even the three semi-divine ancestors of Tianji Gu fear. Hehuanzhong would not dare to intervene. It is good that Shui can stay there. Recently, the name of Tianyan Shengdi had spread far and wide, not just in the southern regions, but throughout the entire 3,000 Dao states, swiftly ascending to the ranks of powerful factions. Suddenly, Lin Yu Rou's mind sparked with a thought, and she covertly transmitted to Lin Tianxiao, Father, before leaving, Shui mentioned that the emperor's husband is named Lu Chen. He shares the same name as her senior brother, and they are likely the same person. If that is true, Shui's journey may indeed lead to our family's salvation. However, Lin Tianxiao shook his head in disagreement. What kind of person is that emperor's husband? He single-handedly eradicated the 4 great demonic sections. How could he possibly be the same as Shui's senior brother? It is too absurd. It is likely just a coincidence. Lin Tianxiao never took this matter seriously and allowed Lin Shuirou to leave. Yet, he never anticipated that the Han family and Hehuanzhong would arrive so swiftly. Perhaps his daughter was overly worried about the Lin family, leading to her wild imaginings. After hearing her father's words, Lin Yu Rou contemplated deeply and found it quite absurd. Soon, her fleeting hope was ruthlessly extinguished. As time trickled by, with the incense nearing its end, Lin Tianxiao's eyes sparkled with determination as he secretly transmitted to Lin Yu Rou, Soon I shall fight that old ghost Mingjian to the death. At that time, the elders will assist you in escaping. Once you leave the Lin family, seek out your sister and never return. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu Rou's body trembled, her tear-filled autumn eyes glistening. Time is up. Which one shall I start with? In the next moment, as the incense burned out, Mingjian Juandi's icy gaze swept over the elders and guests of the Lin family. Old ghost, no need to count. Today, none shall leave. Lin Tianxiao roared, unleashing his inner fury. As soon as he finished speaking, he unhesitatingly consumed his lifespan, elevating his aura to its peak, and charged at Mingjian Juandi. The remaining elders, guests, and clansmen of the Lin family followed suit, fearlessly rushing forward to engage in battle with the Han family, seeking death. Seeing this, Mingjian Juandi swiftly drew his sword and unleashed a devastating sword energy towards Lin Tianxiao. Boom! In an instant, chaos erupted within the Lin family estate. Violent energy swept through the air, Enduring the attack from Xuandi, Lin Tianxiao was left bloodied and battered, turning to shout at Lin Yuro, "Run now." By consuming his lifespan, he could only buy a fleeting moment against Ming Jian Xuandi. Hearing this, Lin Yuro bit her red lip, tears brimming in her eyes, and turned to flee outside the estate. Humph, Lin Tianxiao, even if you exhaust your lifespan, your Lin family is still doomed today. None shall escape. Han Li's face twisted in malice as he unleashed his rising aura, repelling the fearless elders of the Lin family as he made his way towards Lin Yuro. In the blink of an eye, Han Li was behind Lin Yuro, his claw poised to unleash a torrent of violent energy towards her head. Where? Lin Tianxiao saw this and attempted to intervene, but was firmly suppressed by Ming Jian Xuandi, his body marred by vicious sword wounds. Father and little Xue, farewell. Confronted by the imminent threat posed by Han Li, Lin Yuro closed her eyes. Sister. Just then, a familiar voice pierced her ears, and as she slowly opened her trembling lashes, she found a pair of strong arms wrapped around her waist, a masculine fragrance enveloping her. In a critical moment, Lu Chen descended like a deity, embracing both women. What? Upon witnessing this scene, Han Li was immediately struck with shock. Without uttering a word, Lu Chen let out a cold snort, unleashing boundless, primordial pressure that engulfed the area. In the next instant, Han Li found himself at the forefront, his body exploding into a mist of blood, his essence obliterated. The members of the Han family below met the same fate, their bodies bursting into crimson clouds like fireworks. Meanwhile, the suppressed Ming Jian Xuandi felt an overwhelming sense of suffocation, his bones shattering as he crashed heavily to the ground, completely flattened. What is happening? Faced with this sudden turn of events, the Lin family, who had prepared for a desperate battle just moments ago, looked up at the imposing figure in the sky with confusion. Xue. Upon seeing Lin Xuero appear before her, Lin Yuro's face lit up with joy, though it quickly transformed as she realized her position. Now, she found herself with her delicate hands resting against Lu Chen's chest, embraced tightly, their bodies closely aligned. Lin Yuro had never experienced such intimate contact with a man, and her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Gazing at the close proximity of Lu Chen, she hastily turned her head away. Lu Chen, savoring the softness and fragrance around him, slowly descended, reluctantly releasing the two women. Sister, it is wonderful to see you safe. Once on the ground, Lin Xuero rushed forward, tears of joy streaming down her face as they embraced. Little Xue, what happened? As Lin Yuro's mind remained in a state of confusion, she looked at her sister with a bewildered expression. Ahem, Xue. On the other side, Lin Tianxiao, his life force nearly extinguished and covered in wounds, cast a weary gaze towards Lu Chen. Sister, Xue will explain this matter shortly. With that, Lin Xuero approached Lin Tianxiao, her eyes filled with concern. The subdued Ming Jian Xuandi struggled to raise his head, and upon recognizing Lu Chen's face, an expression of horror immediately crossed his features as he stammered. It's you. Chapter 48, Tianyan Xunshan, Gratitude for the Spring, Daozi Hanlin. The Yuan sect had no intention of becoming enemies with the Tianyan Holy Land, so what was the meaning of this act by Tianyan Xunshan? Ming Jian Xuandi looked up at Lu Chen, his voice trembling with inquiry. Since the annihilation of the 4 great evil cults and the prior visit from the 3 demigod ancestors of the Tianji Pavilion to offer apologies, Lu Chen's divine identity had been firmly established. Thus, the outside world had conferred upon him the honorific title of Tianyan Xunshan. Tianyan Xunshan. This declaration stunned the members of the Lin family present, who gazed at Lu Chen with expressions of disbelief. Lin Yuro's lips parted slightly, her autumn-like eyes sparkling with starry brilliance, as she secretly mused, I never imagined that Xiao Xue's words were true. That esteemed husband of the Empress, Tianyan Xunshan, is indeed Xiao Xue's junior sister. Tianyan Xunshan, a figure capable of shaking the southern border, even the entire Xianxiandao province, with but a stamp of his foot. Unbeknownst to her, Lin Yuro's gaze inadvertently drifted toward Lu Chen's striking profile. Recalling their recent intimate contact, her cheeks flushed crimson, and even her long, exquisite legs instinctively pressed together, her heart fluttering like a restless fawn. Oh, are you instructing this deity on how to act? In response to Ming Jian Xuandi's inquiry, Lu Chen shot him a slight glare. In the next moment, the oppressive aura enveloping Ming Jian Xuandi intensified dramatically. With a thud, Ming Jian Xuandi's head struck the ground heavily, as if his blood had frozen, an overwhelming sense of suffocation engulfing him from all sides. Before long, his physical form could no longer withstand the burden, disintegrating into a mist of blood. Before Lu Chen, a being of such renown was rendered as insignificant as an ant. Humph, a mere Xuandi soul, not even worthy of entering my One Han banner. Go back and inform your so-called Daozi to clean his neck. This deity shall soon pay a visit. As he gazed upon the soul of Ming Jianzhuandi, Lu Chen spoke with disdain. You, at these words. Ming Jianzhuandi was filled with humiliation and rage. How could a dignified Zhuandi ever endure such a profound insult? Yet, due to Lu Chen's terrifying strength, he swallowed the words that nearly escaped his lips. In fear of his soul meeting the same fate, he vacated the area in haste. Ahem. I sincerely thank Tianyan Qingshan for saving my Lin family. Such tremendous kindness shall never be forgotten. Watching Ming Jianzhuandi flee in disarray, Lin Tianxiao, bloodied and collapsed on the ground, finally breathed a sigh of relief and promptly expressed his gratitude to Lu Chen. With that, Lin Tianxiao attempted to rise and bow to Lu Chen, but his exhausted body faltered and fell back to the ground. Father, witnessing this scene, Lin Yuro and Lin Shuiro rushed forward to assist him. There is no need for such formalities, esteemed Lin family head. I and my junior sister share a bond as fellow disciples. It is but a simple matter, Lu Chen remarked, shaking his head. Lin Tianxiao, slumped on the ground, felt his vitality rapidly dissipating, replaced by an overwhelming aura of death. As my life wanes, seeing you too, my dear daughters, I can depart in peace. With a relieved smile, he addressed his two beautiful daughters. Having expended his life force in the fierce battle prior, he now faced his imminent demise. Observing their tear-filled eyes, Lin Shuiro and Lin Yuro turned to Lu Chen, pleading, We implore you, senior brother, save our father, and we shall repay you in due time. Senior, I too wish to repay you. Lu Chen regarded the two sisters before him, one a pure and charming young girl, and the other a stunningly beautiful yet aloof lady, both exuding an air of vulnerability. Who could possibly resist such a plea? Ahem, it is merely a matter of thought. There is no need for such formality, he replied, suppressing the inappropriate thoughts that had momentarily surfaced before extending his hand to assist the two young women. Lin Yuro trembled slightly at his touch, her face turning crimson as an embarrassing sound escaped her lips, causing her to step back in haste. Meanwhile, Lin Shuiro, her complexion flushed from the interaction, cast a lingering, enchanting gaze at Lu Chen. Lu Chen smiled gracefully and proceeded to open Lin Tianxiao's panel. Lin Tianxiao, modifiable. Cultivation. Desheng, modifiable. Lifespan. 0, modifiable. Identity. Head of the Lin family, modifiable. Modification. Thus, Lu Chen altered Lin Tianxiao's lifespan panel. Ding, modification successful. Lin Tianxiao, modifiable. Lifespan. 999999999, modifiable. In an instant, Lin Tianxiao, who had been on the verge of death, felt the resurgence of vitality within him, as if he were submerged in an endless spring. My lifespan. Lin Tianxiao was astonished to sense the previously extinguished life force now flourishing within him like a bottomless well. To help others thoroughly, Lu Chen also waved his hand towards the members of the Lin family below, restoring their previously drained lifespans. Why has my lifespan returned? This is incredible. I am not dying. A miracle, truly a miracle. After some time, as he regained his composure, Lin Tianxiao, tears streaming down his face, knelt before Lu Chen in gratitude. The great kindness of Tianyan Qingshan shall never be forgotten by Lin. Inwardly, he marveled at Lu Chen's divine abilities, realizing that such powers were beyond his comprehension. After years of cultivation, Lin Tianxiao had never witnessed anyone capable of reversing another's lifespan with a mere gesture. Thank you, senior brother, my sister, and I shall repay you in due time. Lin Shuiro pulled her sister along to express their gratitude to Lu Chen. The scene shifted to Huan's sect, Daozi Shrine. A young man with a somewhat feminine demeanor sat cross-legged on a mat. Before him lay a disheveled woman clad in Huan's sect disciple attire, collapsed on the ground. The essence of her Yuan was being violently extracted and siphoned into the young man. Before long, the woman's gaze became vacant, and her soul was extinguished. What kind of merchandise has been sent recently? Each one more unattractive than the last. The young man was none other than Han Lin, the current Daozi of Huan's sect. Surely, Ming Jianzhuandi has already reached the Lin family by now. Thinking of the charming sisters Lin Yuro and Lin Shuiro, Han Lin could not help but lick his lips, his gaze betraying his greed. Chapter 49, Alarm. Huan Ancestor, Earth-Shattering Conspiracy. Han Lin had long coveted Lin Yuro and Lin Shuiro. Now that he had awakened the Tai Yin true body and ascended to the position of Daozi within Huan's sect, he was eager to possess the two sisters. However, what Han Lin did not anticipate was that instead of the sisters, he was met with the soul of Ming Jianzhuandi. Ming Jianzhuandi? What has happened? Where are Lin Yuro and Lin Shuiro? He inquired, confusion etched on his face as he looked at the suddenly appearing Ming Jianzhuandi in the hall. Reporting to Daozi, my mission has failed. I was unable to bring back the two young ladies. Ming Jianzhuandi knelt on one knee, confessing his failure to Han Lin. You imbecile. As a dignified Xuan D, you couldn't even handle a mere Lin family? It's impossible. Lin Tianxiao is just a Desheng. Explain what exactly happened. Upon hearing this, Han Lin, who was eager to embrace the fragrant charms of the Lin sisters, immediately erupted with fury, directing a torrent of shouting and questioning at the Mingjianjun Emperor. In the face of Han Lin's wrath, the Mingjianjun Emperor lowered his head, not daring to express any discontent, and recounted all the events that had transpired with the Lin family. Your Highness, please calm your anger. It was the Tianyan Zuanshan who intervened unexpectedly. The Tianyan Zuanshan is exceedingly powerful, and merely through his oppressive aura, my subordinates felt an overwhelming sense of suffocation, resulting in their demise. Upon hearing this, Han Lin's expression turned to one of shock. Is it the one from the Tianyan Holy Land, which has recently gained notoriety? That is a deity. When did the Lin family establish a connection with him? As the Daozi of the Xuan sect, Han Lin had a vast network of information throughout the southern border, and even the Tianji Pavilion held the Tianyan Holy Land in fear for its involvement in this matter. A sense of dread began to fill Han Lin's heart, for this was a divine being, an existence so supreme that even the ancestors of the Xuan sect would not dare to offend. It seems that Lin Shui-ro has an old acquaintance with the Tianyan Zuanshan. I have heard they previously emerged from the same lineage of Shenyuan Peak in the Tianyan Holy Land, the Mingjianjun Emperor continued, his expression trembling slightly as he reminisced about the terrifying encounter with the Tianyan Zuanshan, which had made him feel as if he were in the depths of the abyss. It seemed as if the deity could extinguish his life with merely a thought. What? They emerged from the same lineage? Damn it, that wretched Lin Shui-ro. Why did she not mention that the Tianyan Zuanshan is her senior brother? Does she enjoy suffering? If he had known this earlier, Han Lin would never have dared to covet her. This is a disaster. What should I do? Upon learning of Lin Shui-ro's connection with the Tianyan Zuanshan, Han Lin was consumed by anxiety, cursing Lin Shui-ro while pacing back and forth in the hall. By the way, Your Highness, before departing, the Tianyan Zuanshan instructed me to convey a message to you. Suddenly, the Mingjianjun Emperor recalled something and stammered to Han Lin. What message? Han Lin's eyes widened, his heart racing as he gazed at the Mingjianjun Emperor. Thus, the Mingjianjun Emperor spoke with great difficulty. The Tianyan Zuanshan requests that you cleanse your neck, for he shall soon pay you a personal visit. This statement struck Han Lin like a bolt from the blue, enveloping him in an abyss of terror. In the next moment, he trembled uncontrollably, his legs weakened, and he collapsed to the ground, for being targeted by a deity was akin to receiving a death sentence. Yes, the ancestor. I am the Tianjin Ti. The ancestor will surely find a way. Han Lin, grasping at a final straw of hope, struggled to rise and then dashed towards the secluded chamber of the Xuan ancestor. Meanwhile, within a dimly lit hall of the Xuan sect, a beautiful woman dressed in a low-cut, form-fitting purple gown sat cross-legged, the soft silk clinging to her alluring figure, accentuating her curvaceous silhouette. Her long, fair legs extended gracefully from beneath her gown, captivating the eye. At that moment, a shadow emerged from the darkness. Sensing the movement behind her, Zhou Zhidai slowly opened her closed eyes. Tomorrow, the time of the extreme double calamity will arrive, a plan you have meticulously devised for many years. It is indeed a laborious endeavor. Upon closer inspection, as the esteemed elder of the Xuan sect, Zhou Zhidai exhibited no trace of spiritual energy, her cultivation completely sealed. Indeed, my purpose in cultivating to this point is for tomorrow. When the heavens unleash the double calamity, it shall be the moment I ascend to divinity. My dear disciple, I have nurtured you for many years. Your pure Yuan is the greatest boon for my ascension to the divine realm. Do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Only by achieving divinity can I escape this cage and no longer be a caged bird. A figure cloaked in a black robe emerged from the shadows, his complexion as pale as paper and his gaze as icy as the depths of winter, invoking a sense of dread. This elder was none other than the infamous Xuan ancestor. Approaching Zhou Zhidai from behind, the Xuan ancestor gently placed a pale hand upon her delicate shoulder. Master, was it for my Yuan that you imparted the Xuan sacred canon? Zhou Zhidai smiled bitterly, finally realizing that she was merely a grand elixir cultivated by the Xuan ancestor. Is my cultivation of the Yuan power at the pinnacle of the emperor level, utilizing the Xuan sacred canon, not enough for you to strive for the divine realm? Why must you involve Mei? The Xuan ancestor pondered for a moment before responding. My dear disciple, the Yuan from your enchanting physique is not inferior to yours. I undertake this for absolute certainty. Upon hearing this, Zhou Zhidai slowly rose, fixing her gaze intensely upon her master. What of that Daozi's Tianjin Ti? With the double calamity imminent, I possess a millennium of Yuan along with Mei. While the demigod realm may be difficult to penetrate with your cultivation, All these preparations seemed to hint at something beyond merely striving for demigod status. The dim hall fell into a brief silence. After a moment, the Xuan ancestors' laughter shattered the stillness. Ha ha ha, my disciple, you are indeed astute. My investment in your cultivation has not been in vain. Indeed, it is merely the demigod realm. There is no need for such elaborate preparations. With that, the Xuan ancestors' aura surged, emanating a trace of demigod might. The Xuan ancestor had long since succeeded in breaking through to the demigod realm. Shortly after this breakthrough, he inadvertently acquired something in the falling god gorge. A fragment radiating boundless mysterious power appeared in the palm of the Xuan ancestor. A fragment of the divine essence. Master, do you intend to strive for true divinity? Zhou Zhidai gasped in astonishment at the sight of the divine essence fragment before her. Indeed, therefore, my disciple, you must aid me in this endeavor. The Xuan ancestor, filled with ambition, cast a greedy gaze upon Zhou Zhidai's enchanting form concealed beneath her purple gown. Master, I implore you, spare Mei Yin. If you do, I am willing to assist you with all my strength and offer my Yuan Yin. Realizing the inevitability of her fate, Zhou Zhidai trembled, kneeling upon the ground as she beseeched the Xuan ancestor. Slap. However, the Xuan ancestor's expression darkened, and he struck Zhou Zhidai with a backhand. His voice laced with malice. Do not forget, everything you possess is granted by me. Do not think that I am unaware of the schemes you have been plotting behind my back. Even if Mei Yin's purity is lost, her Yuan Yin power remains potent. I have plenty of methods. You cannot escape, and neither can she. The Xuan ancestor's face darkened as he shed the facade of a benevolent master, revealing his malevolent fangs. Chapter 50, A Wedding? The plan approaches. After delivering his ominous words, the Xuan ancestor's figure gradually faded into the shadows of the inner hall, leaving Zhou Zhidai seated on the ground, crystalline tears silently trailing down her cheeks. Mei Yin, I am sorry. In the outer hall, Ancestor, something terrible has happened. At that moment, Han Lin rushed in, his face filled with panic. As the Daozi of the Xuan sect, such frantic behavior was unbecoming. Observing this, the Xuan ancestor's expression darkened with displeasure. Forgive me, Ancestor, but I beg you to save me. It concerns the Tianyan Zuanshan. Han Lin spoke hurriedly, recounting all that had transpired with the Lin family. The Tianyan Zuanshan's cultivation is unfathomable. He is a deity. I fear that he may interfere with your plans, which is why I have come to report. Upon hearing this, the Xuan ancestor cast Han Lin a cold glare. Fool, with the plan approaching, you only bring chaos. However, it is as it is. There is no need to worry too much about the Tianyan Zuanshan. With me here, he cannot harm you. You have arrived just in time. I have a matter to inform you. In the Xuan ancestor's view, this Tianyan Zuanshan, who had abruptly appeared, was at most a peak demigod. Thus, he did not take him seriously, believing that once he broke through to true divinity and fused the divine essence fragment, no one in the 3,000 Daos would be able to contend with him. Upon hearing this, Han Lin's face immediately brightened, and he hurriedly inquired. Thank you for your protection, Ancestor. May I ask what matter you wish to discuss with your disciple? Huan Laozu spoke in a deep voice. Tomorrow, you shall wed the enchanting Mo Nu Shui Mei Yin, and the entire sect will celebrate. Han Lin, I hold you in high regard, and I hope you shall not disappoint me. With that, Huan Laozu extended his withered hand and patted Han Lin's shoulder. Are you truly bestowing Shui Mei Yin upon me? Upon hearing this news, Han Lin's pale, effeminate face was filled with greed and desire, and he joyfully bowed deeply to Huan Laozu. Thank you for your grace, Ancestor. I shall not fail your expectations. Han Lin had long coveted the alluring Mo Nu Shui Mei Yin, believing her beauty surpassed that of Lin Shuai and Lin Yu combined. Unfortunately, Huan Laozu had previously remained silent on the matter, and it was unexpected for him to suddenly agree now. What? Ancestor you? Their conversation was overheard by Shui Mei Yin outside the door. Dressed in a form-fitting black leather skirt, she gazed at Huan Laozu with astonished autumn eyes. Mei Yin, you heard the Ancestor's words. Tomorrow we shall be married, Han Lin said, his lecherous gaze fixated on the enticing curves accentuated by Shui Mei Yin's tight-fitting attire. Her long, graceful legs, encased in sheer black stockings, exuded a captivating charm that rendered one unable to look away. Ancestor, why? Shui Mei Yin's face blanched in shock as she shook her head and stepped back, her eyes filled with confusion as she looked at the esteemed figure she once revered. Mei Yin, had your original essence not been lost, you would have aided me alongside your master. Unfortunately, your power is now tainted, and I must reluctantly part with you. Huan Laozu stepped closer to Shui Mei Yin, shedding the benevolent facade of a teacher. No, Ancestor you. Upon hearing this, Shui Mei Yin felt as if struck by lightning, standing frozen in disbelief, her mind swirling with tumultuous thoughts. The respected ancestor, behind his righteous demeanor, revealed such a lecherous identity. Has my master already? Hearing her master's name from He Huan Laozu's lips, Shui Mei Yin's body trembled, her pearly teeth biting her red lip as she glared at him with fury. Since returning from Xianglong City, Shui Mei Yin had been in turmoil, and she had not seen Zhou Ji die since then. She had come to inquire about her master's whereabouts, only to receive this shocking revelation. Your master has been placed under house arrest by me. My good disciple, do not resist, cooperate with your master to assist me. Upon hearing this, Shui Mei Yin's delicate face turned pale, and she immediately turned to flee. However, as a mere saint, how could she escape under the watchful eyes of a demigod? With a mere thought, He Huan Laozu sealed Shui Mei Yin's cultivation. Remember, there must be no mistakes tomorrow. After confining Shui Mei Yin, He Huan Laozu turned to Han Lin, cautioning him. Meanwhile, the Lin family was engulfed in revelry. After a banquet hosted by Lin Tianxiao, Lu Chen returned to his guest room and immersed himself in a warm bath. Beside him, Lin Shuiro, dressed in a pristine white gown, delicately massaged Lu Chen's shoulders. Her clear autumn eyes occasionally glanced at Lu Chen's robust physique, causing her cheeks to flush deeply. Senior brother, are you truly going to Yuan's sect tomorrow? That ancestor, an ancient being whose age is unknown, may not be a benevolent figure. You should be cautious, Lin Shuiro said softly. There is no need for concern. Junior sister, He Huan Laozu is but a minor figure. Furthermore, my visit to He Huan's sect tomorrow is not solely for revenge on your behalf. I also have a score to settle with them, Lu Chun replied nonchalantly. Oh, senior brother has grievances with He Huan's sect as well? Lin Shuiro looked at him, surprised. In any case, you need not worry. Now, let's discuss your matters from today. I recall you promised to repay me, Lu Chen said, a mischievous glint in his eyes. In an instant, Lin Shuiro's face turned crimson, her ears heating up. After a long pause, she finally mustered the courage to lightly punch Lu Chen's chest twice. But then she remembered how Lu Chun had saved the Lin family from ruin today and the promise of repayment, leading her to struggle internally. After much contemplation, Lin Shuiro's lips parted slightly, appearing as if she had something to say but hesitated. After a long while, accompanied by the creaking of the wooden bed, the atmosphere in the room became vibrant with springtime warmth. This hazy scene was witnessed by a tall and graceful figure outside the window. Lin Yuro, dressed in a flowing white gown that resembled clouds and mist, with her fragrant shoulders draped in gossamer as delicate as a cicada's wings, appeared ethereal under the moonlight. The skirt billowed like smoke, silver tassels shimmering softly, accentuating her tall and exquisite figure. Standing outside the guest room, Lin Yuro's phoenix eyes fluttered, her red lips parted in disbelief. As she peered through the window drapes, she felt as if she had discovered a new world, her face flushing a deep crimson. What is my sister doing? Lin Yuro was momentarily stunned, but she quickly composed herself, suppressing her shyness, and stepped forward with light footsteps. Peering inside with curious eyes, "You air." Just then, a voice called from behind, startling Lin Yuro, causing her to shudder. When Lin Yuro turned to look, she saw her father, Lin Tianxiao, standing behind her, gazing intently. "Oh, it's just father," Lin Yuro said, her face flushed, her voice trembling. "Yuro, what brings you here?" Lin Tianxiao asked, puzzled. Nothing much. The moonlight is beautiful tonight, and I was just taking a stroll." "This place has the most beautiful moonlight," Lin Yuro replied, feeling embarrassed as she hastily concocted an excuse. Observing his daughter's demeanor, Lin Tianxiao immediately sensed something unusual and remarked, "You air, if you have feelings for someone, your father will not oppose." As the eldest daughter of the Lin family, renowned as the Ice Mountain Fairy, she had never exhibited such a flustered demeanor. As a father, Lin Tianxiao understood his precious daughter's thoughts well. "Father, I do not understand what you are saying," Lin Yuro said, clutching her skirt tightly, pretending not to hear. Seeing this, Lin Tianxiao chuckled softly and continued to probe. Since ancient times, heroes have been paired with beauties. What more can be said about a being as supreme as the Tianyan Zunshan? In fact, upon meeting the Tianyan Zunshan today, I had the intention of bringing you two together. If you could align yourself with a deity, the benefits to the Lin family would be immeasurable. Previously, Lin Tianxiao had hesitated regarding Lin Yuro and Lin Shuiro's feelings, but now he realized he had overthought the matter, laughing heartily. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuro's face turned as red as a peach blossom, her lips pursed as she remained silent, unable to admit her feelings due to her modesty. "Father, please do not speak nonsense. Tianyan Zunshan is my sister's senior brother, and they..." Listening to the sounds coming from within, Lin Yuro felt utterly humiliated, wishing she could find a hole to hide in. "You air. Sometimes it is necessary to let go of modesty and be a bit braver." Your father has no objections whatsoever, Lin Tianxiao said, patting his daughter's shoulder with a knowing smile, not directly exposing her pretense. As a father, he was genuinely pleased to see this, especially since he was speaking of a deity, a being at the pinnacle of existence, looking down upon all living beings. TSK, you are truly shameless, Lin Yuro said, indignantly punching Lin Tianxiao's chest repeatedly. As an elder sister, how could she be so unashamed as to compete for someone with her own sister? Hee. I shall not interfere in the matters of you young people, Lin Tianxiao grinned, leaving the scene with a satisfied expression. Oh, by the way, where take these? They are treasures that I have cherished for many years. You might find them useful later. The irreverent Lin Tianxiao promptly produced several treasured tomes and a mysterious vial from his bosom. After handing them to Lin Yuer's care, he swiftly vanished from sight. What could this be? Gazing at the departing figure of Lin Tianxiao, Lin Yuer looked perplexedly at the items in her hand. Upon discerning their nature, her phoenix eyes widened, and a blush instantly graced her cheeks. In her grasp were Huan San and Mi Qing Xinyao. And the tomes were even more outrageous. 100 methods to manipulate your brother-in-law. The overbearing divine sovereign falls in love with me, and Kunkin's romance always goes awry. This lecherous old man. Lin Yuer felt a mix of shame and anger at the sordid items in her possession, yet ultimately, she tucked them away with great care. After standing in contemplation for a while, she turned and departed, intending to return to her studies diligently. The following day, Hehuan Zone was abuzz with excitement. Early in the morning, disciples scurried about, decorating the place with vibrant colors and hanging red cloths. This was all because the venerable ancestor of Hehuan had announced a momentous event. Daozi Han Lin was to wed the enchanting demoness Shui Main. The union of the two strongest prodigies of Hehuan Zone was a spectacle to behold. Inside the demoness hall, Shui Main sat before her vanity, adorned in a resplendent red wedding gown. She wore a dazzling headpiece and a flowing veil, her long hair cascading like a waterfall to her waist. Her crimson lips were lightly brushed with rouge, exuding an alluring charm. However, upon closer inspection, Shui Main seemed to have shed her former beauty. Her gaze hollow and her complexion ashen, resembling a lifeless doll as her attendants fussed over her appearance. After coming to terms with the events, despair enveloped Shui Main. First, she had lost herself to Lu Chun, her heart in turmoil. Then her master had fallen, and now the binding of her fate to a great potion sealed her doom. Demoness, it is time, one of her attendants reminded her, draping the red veil over her head and guiding her outside. On the sect square, Han Lin stood radiantly in his red robe atop the crimson carpet. As he beheld Shui Main approaching, his heart swelled with joy, and he secretly transmitted a message. Main, do not resist, comply with me, and perhaps I shall treat you gently in the future. His gaze shamelessly roamed over her exquisite form. You think you are worthy? Shui Main replied coldly, her face devoid of emotion, but her tone laced with disdain. Internally, she resolved to find an opportunity to end her own life, refusing to let Han Lin have his way. Humph, stubborn fool. I detest your self-important demeanor. When I am beneath you, we shall see how pure you remain. Upon hearing Shui Main's response, Han Lin's expression darkened, his face as stormy as the clouds. The auspicious hour has arrived. The wedding begins. A tall figure appeared in midair, announcing loudly. This individual was none other than the sect leader of Hehuan Zone and a brother to Zhou Zhidia. As his words fell, all disciples and elders of Hehuan Zone gathered to witness this so-called golden couple. Ah, what a joyous occasion for Hehuan Zone. It is quite the spectacle. Yet here I am, not invited? Do you truly hold me in such low regard? Just as the sect leader announced the commencement of the wedding, a clear voice resonated through the heavens. Upon hearing that piercing voice, Shui Main's countenance shifted, her eyes sparkling with disbelief beneath the veil. Chapter 52, Thunderous Intervention by the Ancestor of Hehuan. Upon recognizing Lu Chen's voice, Shui Main trembled, hastily tearing off her veil and turning to the ethereal figure above. Her teeth clenched against her crimson lips as her phoenix eyes flickered. It was this man who had caused her such suffering. Seeing Lu Chun again stirred a whirlwind of complex emotions within her. Who is this person? How dare he disrupt the joyous occasion of the sect? Truly, he seeks his own demise. Humph, another foolish admirer of the demoness, lost in delusion. In the face of this unexpected scene, the gathered disciples of Hehuan Zone gazed at Lu Chun, a wave of murmurs erupting. Some scoffed and mocked, while others were bewildered. You scoundrel lecher! What are you doing here? Today is the day of my wedding. If the sect leader discovers that you took my innocence, you will surely face dire consequences. Leave now. Shui Main secretly transmitted her message to Lu Chun, feigning disgust. Unfazed, Lu Chun caught a glimpse of the slight panic in her eyes and replied with playful intrigue. Oh, little Main, are you concerned for me? Besides, were you not coerced into this marriage? Hearing his syrupy address, Shui Main's face flushed crimson, and she retorted, "Ah, do not call me that. I care not for you. I merely fear you might perish at the hands of the sect leader, unable to avenge your blood feud. My affairs are none of your concern. Do not presume that just because you have taken my innocence, I am now yours. Depart at once." Her words carried an urgency and determination. "Forgive me if the Huanzong has shown any disrespect towards the esteemed Tianyan Xiangshan," the sect leader said. Bowing respectfully, "I have long admired your prowess. Please, take a seat." As they exchanged words, the sect leader showed no sign of negligence in the presence of a deity. "Humph, no need for formalities. Whether today is a celebration or a funeral for He Huanzong remains to be seen. I have no desire to attract unnecessary ire." Lu Chen's gaze turned cold as he regarded the sect leader. "It is over. He has truly come to our doorstep." Han Lin's heart raced upon seeing Lu Chen's unexpected arrival. His earlier bravado vanished, and his legs trembled uncontrollably. That was a deity. Exterminating him would be as effortless as flicking a finger. "What? Tianyan Xiangshan?" Shui Main gasped in disbelief as she processed the sect leader's address towards Lu Chen. The scoundrel who had sullied her purity was, in fact, the revered Tianyan Xiangshan, feared across the realms. One a reckless lecher, the other a supreme divine being. Shui Main found it hard to reconcile the two. What does Tianyan Xiangshan desire? We of He Huanzong have never sought to provoke Tianyan Shengdi. Do not abuse your transcendent power to tarnish our sect's reputation. The sect leader's expression darkened as he summoned his courage to issue a warning. What? He is indeed the famed Tianyan Xiangshan? It is said that even the three semi-divine elders of Tianjigu hold him in great trepidation and have personally sought to atone for any offenses. Furthermore, it is rumored he may be a true deity. This does not bode well for He Huanzong. What shall we do? The disciples of He Huanzong fell into chaos at the revelation of Lu Chen's identity, each filled with trepidation. Humph, no need for idle chatter. Let death come. With that, Lu Chen wasted no more words. His thoughts shifted, and a flicker of divine light shone in his eyes. A white rainbow erupted forth, and before the sect leader could react, both his physical form and soul were obliterated on the spot. Not only that, but the disciples of He Huanzong were similarly engulfed in panic, their bodies inexplicably turning to dust. Then, as Lu Chen lightly stomped his foot, ripples surged through the void, cascading towards the countless palaces of He Huanzong. The resounding destruction echoed as vast structures crumbled into ruins. Old fool, can you truly maintain your composure? Lu Chen cast a profound gaze downward. Is it not a tad too arrogant for a fellow cultivator to attempt to obliterate the path of humanity? Upon witnessing this scene, the venerable ancestor of He Huan could no longer remain seated, and in a flash appeared before them. It is the ancestor. Please, ancestor, save my He Huan sect and avert the impending disaster. As the ancestor materialized, the elders and disciples below all knelt in reverence. Ancestor, please save me. Han Lin, in a fit of panic, abandoned Shui Mei and hastily concealed himself behind the ancestor, peering out with an expression of sheer terror directed at Lu Chen. The powers wielded by the divine were far too fearsome, capable of annihilating the heavens and the earth with the mere lift of a hand. The earlier scene had nearly caused him to lose control of his bladder. Arrogance. True arrogance demands strength, and I possess it in abundance. Moreover, who could rival your He Huan old demon in terms of arrogance? You covet your disciples, and even spare not your grand disciples. Lu Chen unreservedly tore away the veil of shame from the He Huan ancestor. Having said that, Lu Chen paid no further heed to the He Huan old demon and gestured for Shui Mei to approach him. A fragrant breeze wafted as he embraced her delicate, boneless waist, releasing the seals and restrictions within her body with a mere thought. Their bodies pressed tightly together, and Shui Mei remained enveloped in shock, her phoenix-like eyes wide as she gazed at Lu Chen. Little Yin, I have come to rescue you. Lu Chen reveled in the sensation of holding the stunned sorceress. Humph. What of the Tianyan Xiangshan? Are you not merely a lecher? Release me at once. Coming back to her senses, Shui Mei fair face flushed red, and she playfully pounded her small fists against Lu Chen's chest, beginning to struggle weakly. Clearly, she still harbored grievances against Lu Chen for their previous encounter. However, after a few feeble attempts, she resigned herself to his embrace, merely turning her head away to present him with a defiant view of her stubborn crown. After much contemplation, I realized that it was indeed you, Tianyan Xiangshan, who took away my disciple's innocence. In light of this, I hereby declare that the wedding is cancelled. The He Huan ancestor, having overheard their exchange, slowly began to speak. Now that he was on the brink of breaking through to the true God realm, he did not wish to provoke Lu Chen, a potential threat. Ancestor, upon hearing this, Han Lin's expression turned bitter, as if he had just lost a prized opportunity. Silence. For now, endure a little longer. Once I break through to the true god realm, dealing with a mere half-god like him will be but a matter of a flick of my hand. The Xuan ancestors secretly communicated to interrupt Han Lin. Chapter 53. The reunion of master and disciple, no longer concealed, peak half-god. Tianyan Xiangshan, the farce has come to an end. I have announced the dissolution of the wedding. You may take her away. The Xuan ancestor spoke to Lu Chen with an inscrutable demeanor. Hearing this, Shui Meiyin recalled her master trapped in the demon lair and turned her autumn eyes toward Lu Chen, her red lips parting as she hesitantly requested, "Would you be able to rescue my master as well?" Gazing at the one who had sullied her purity, Shui Meiyin's heart was awash with conflicting emotions. She felt resentment for Lu Chen's past transgressions against her purity, gratitude for his aid today, and an unspoken compassion stirred within her. Upon hearing her words, Lu Chen glanced down with a playful smile at the person in his arms. "Oh, if you wish for me to rescue your master, it is not impossible. But do provide me with a reason. Perhaps uttering the word husband would suffice." Previously, Shui Meiyin had called him a little thief and a lecher. At this utterance, Shui Meiyin's face flushed crimson, and though she felt embarrassed, the thought of her beloved master still in the demon's grasp compelled her to bite her lip and whisper, "Who, husband?" After murmuring those words, her eyelashes quivered, and her ears flushed, as Lu Chen held her close. Presenting a bashful demeanor akin to a flower bud poised to bloom, shy yet exquisite. Hee. Witnessing the once alluring sorceress now resembling a demure maiden, Lu Chen's heart surged with an unparalleled sense of accomplishment. In the next moment, with a mere thought, the surrounding space warped inexplicably. Within the dim inner hall, Zhou Zhidai's eyes were vacant, prepared for the worst. Unexpectedly, just as despair threatened to engulf her, she found herself swirling through the air and appearing beside Lu Chen. The restrictions binding her also shattered. What is happening? Zhou Zhidai was bewildered, and before she could process it, an intoxicating fragrance enveloped her. "Master." Seeing Zhou Zhidai unharmed, Shui Meiyin rushed forward, diving into her embrace, her delicate form trembling, her lovely face buried within. Soon, tears dampened Zhou Zhidai's garments. Faced with this sudden turn of events, Zhou Zhidai gently patted Shui Meiyin's fragrant shoulder and inquired, "Meiyin, what on earth is happening?" Though they shared a master-disciple relationship, their bond was more akin to that of intimate sisters. After a moment, they slowly parted, and Shui Meiyin pointed to Lu Chen beside them, saying, "Master, it was my little husband who saved us." As soon as the word husband slipped from her lips, Shui Meiyin's face flushed with embarrassment, and she quickly turned away, unable to meet her master's gaze. "Husband?" As Zhou Zhidai, the master, heard this, she had never seen Shui Meiyin display such a bashful expression before, and turned to look at Lu Chen with curiosity. Indeed, it was during a minor incident in Long City that the husband took away Meiyin's innocence. Yet what Meiyin did not expect was that her husband was none other than the recently renowned Tianyan Xiangshan across the 3,000 Dao states. Shui Meiyin lowered her head, her delicate hands clutching the hem of her skirt, standing shyly in the void before her master, attempting to explain. This demeanor resembled a little girl who had erred, standing before an elder to confess her mistakes. After listening to Shui Meiyin's account, Zhou Zhidai's lips curled into a gentle smile, appreciating the wondrous nature of fate, and solemnly bowed to Lu Chen. "Tianyan Xiangshan, your name resounds like thunder. I am Zhou Zhidai, Meiyin's master. I am profoundly grateful for your life-saving grace today. I shall repay it in due time." Zhou Zhidai donned a low-cut purple gown, a soft ribbon tied snugly around her slender waist. Her hair cascaded like a waterfall, styled elegantly. With skin as fair as snow and a visage resembling that of a celestial being, her graceful figure exuding an air of maturity and allure that surpassed even Shui Meiyin. Gazing upon the peach-like Zhou Zhidai, Lu Chen's eyes betrayed his fervor. Since she is Meiyin's master, there is no need for such formalities. They exchanged smiles, and Zhou Zhidai's lips parted as she spoke gently. "My wayward disciple has a mischievous nature. I shall entrust her to Tianyan Xiangshan from now on." Upon hearing this, Shui Meiyin, feeling shy and flustered, stepped forward to link her arm with Zhou Zhidai's. "Master, let us not linger on such matters. We should depart from here at once." Zhou Zhidai nodded, then cast a grave glance toward the Xuan ancestor not far away, solemnly warning Lu Chen, "Meiyin is correct. My master is deeply concealed, and has already attained the half-god realm. Today, he intends to harness the dual fiends to merge the fragments of the Xianming divine persona and break through to the true god realm. Esteemed Xuan, let us avoid confrontation and withdraw first to deliberate our next course of action." Zhou Zhidai's expression was grave as she fully grasped the Xuan ancestor's capabilities. In her eyes, the young Tianyan Xiangshan, who had recently risen to prominence, was likely at the same level as the Xuan ancestor. both standing at the precipice of the half-god realm. If the H and L successfully ascends to the realm of true deity with the aid of the xianxia, even the T New York NZNSHN would find it impossible to escape from the H and sect. After all, the chasm between true deity and demigod is not merely a trivial gap. T New York and child, do not presume that this ancestor truly fears you. It is one thing to take away MIN, but to think you can also take my disciple is rather excessive, is it not? If you do not leave my disciple behind, none of you shall leave today. Seeing the others reminiscing for so long, H and L could no longer contain the fury swelling within. With a grand gesture, the profound Xianxian Qi surged forth from within. The chilling and terrifying aura of a demigod instantly enveloped the world, shrouding the vast expanse of sky within a layer of black mist for tens of thousands of miles. The space was firmly sealed. Demigod peak, is it? How intriguing. With such power, one could easily dominate in the 3,000 Dao states. However, this old demon truly knows how to conceal himself. Sensing the overwhelming pressure emanating from H and L LCHN remained unfazed, exuding an air of calmness. What? The peak of demigod? Upon hearing that H and L had reached such a formidable stage, Xianxiadrama was taken aback, displaying a look of astonishment. My husband. Beside her, Xuan extended her delicate hand, gripping LCHN's broad sleeve with a worried expression. Chapter 54. Enduring humiliation, breaking through to true deity, no more than 3 seconds of handsomeness. Senior ZNSHN, if it truly comes to it. You should take MIN and leave, Zhuhd said resolutely, biting her crimson lip. Master. Upon hearing this, Xuan cast a sorrowful glance at Zhuhd. Why do you act as though we are parting for life and death? Fear not. The demigod has promised to take you away. He is merely a peak demigod. Seeing the two women's distraught expressions, LCHN could not help but chuckle, shaking his head. Ah, so arrogant. H and L roared, his hands clasping together as he conjured a spatial black hole. The black hole unleashed an unparalleled tearing force, as if capable of devouring all, rushing towards LCHN and the others. Zhuhd's 1,000-year primordial Ein was one of the most crucial elements in his plan. Thus, H and L could not allow Zhuhd to be taken away by LCHN. Faced with the full force of a peak demigod's attack, LCHN remained motionless, merely flicking his finger, causing the spatial black hole before him to shatter as if made of paper. Impossible? The full force of an attack was so effortlessly deflected by LCHN, leaving H and L utterly astonished. Is this all? LCHN slightly tilted his head, a provocative look on his face, as if he were toying with an insignificant insect. You insolent child, you go too far. H and L enraged, raged at LCHN. Just then, a cataclysmic transformation occurred in the skies above. As the ominous winds swept through the xianxiaaudiobooks in Dao state, 2 sinister moons obscured the blazing sun, plunging the heavens into darkness. The xianxiafans. Ha ha. I have finally awaited this day. Beneath the cover of the dual sinister moons, the air was suffused with profound Xianxian Qi, a chilling sensation enveloping all. With a hearty laugh, H and L produced a shard of Xianxian divine essence acquired from the Lu SHNGN. Utilizing the immensely concentrated Xianxian Qi brought forth by the xianxia, H and L immediately began to absorb and refine the divine essence shard. To forcibly refine the divine essence shard with the aid of the xianxia. How intriguing. However, regretfully, despite achieving the peak of demigod, he still fell short. Observing this scene, LCHN spoke with keen interest. Senior ZNSHN, please stop him. Under no circumstances must he succeed in refining the shard. Zhuhd's delicate face paled with alarm as she urgently urged LCHN. No need to rush. I am quite eager to see what other tricks he possesses. LCHN replied nonchalantly, regarding the demigod and true deity as no different from insignificant insects. Just a little more. Moments later, bolstered by the xianxia, H and L swiftly refined the divine essence shard. Yet regrettably, he remained just a fraction short of reaching the true deity realm. Consequently, with no other option, H and L turned his gaze toward Han Lin behind him. What do you intend to do? Please, do not look at me like that. I am afraid. Han Lin felt a chill run down his spine as he sensed H and L's piercing gaze. With that peculiar gaze from H and L came an unsettling shiver. There was no other choice. Han Lin, you must be sacrificed. Initially, H and L had intended to utilize Zhuhd's primordial Ein to break through to true deity, but with T New York NZNSH intervening, he realized he could not seize anyone from him. Reluctantly, he was compelled to extend his dark claws toward Han Lin. Originally, he had planned to utilize Han Lin, the Tian true body, during his breakthrough to the mid-level true deity, or even the upper-level true deity. However, it appeared he had no choice but to employ Han Lin's Tian true body ahead of schedule. With a focused gaze, H&L Oz extended his hand toward Han Lin. No, El Oz, please. Han Lin's face was a mask of terror as his legs weakened, attempting to flee into the distance. Yet how could he escape the grasp of a demigod? In no time, H&L Oz was enveloped in a thick black mist, dragging Han Lin into its depths. This black mist was a peculiar spatial barrier, impenetrable by anyone below the true deity level. Goodness, this old demon has truly peculiar tastes. But how could such black mist elude LCHN's divine sense? Witnessing everything unfold, LCHN was astonished. With a wave of his hand, he promptly sealed the 6 senses of Shu, Min, and ZHUZHD. Huh, my husband, what are you doing? In the next moment, Shu Min's vision darkened, and she questioned with a puzzled expression. LCHN's lips twitched as he communicated telepathically. It is nothing, merely some filthy entities. The echoes of Han Lin's mournful cries resonated throughout the HN sect. Even LCHN found it hard to bear. His curiosity piqued regarding H&L Oz's motivations for breaking through to true deity. This old demon has endured until now. And now he is exploiting Han Lin's Tian true body. What could be so important that he would risk such humiliation and sacrifice? Such endurance commanded a measure of respect from LCHN, albeit only a slight one. After a while, Han Lin was expelled from the black mist, his eyes vacant, appearing as though life had lost its allure. Tears streaked down his face, leaving trails as proof of his suffering. Indeed, evil men meet their own demise. This scoundrel has received his just deserts. Since Han Lin became the Daozi of the HN sect, how many female cultivators had suffered at his hands? The corpses piled high within the Daozi hall, and now he had finally tasted the anguish those women endured. Ha! I have finally awaited this day. The power of true deity. This is the power of true deity. H&L Oz's laughter shook the heavens, as boundless Engzan Chi enveloped him. The immense aura of true deity dominating the skies. What? Has my master truly broken through to true deity? At that moment, ZHUZHD and Shu Min regained their senses. A lower-level true deity. What a pity for that Tian true body. It could have aided you in breaking through to mid-level true deity in the future, LCHN remarked with a light smile. Humph, insolent child. Were it not for your interference with my grand design, I would not have had to disrupt my plans and endure such humiliation. Now that I have successfully ascended to true deity, do you dare to frolic before me, courting death? H&L Oz glared at LCHN, his rage palpable, as if he yearned to flay him alive. With that, H&L Oz's true deity power surged, channeling the might of Engzan, his aura reaching its zenith. This visit to the HN sect was not in vain. How could I have witnessed such a spectacle otherwise? Yet, it is time to bring this to a close. Lu Chen stifled a yawn, and an overwhelming pressure emanated from the heavens. In an instant, the firmament shattered, and the expression of Huan Lao Zu changed dramatically, as though struck by thunder. A force capable of obliterating all existence crashed into his chest. With a soft thud, Huan Lao Zu, who had barely looked impressive for 3 seconds, found his entire being shattered under this assault, his body on the verge of annihilation. Even the Xian Ming divine core within him fracturing. Chapter 55. The Realm of the Gods, the Bloodline of Sin. How could this be possible? Huan Lao Zu, battered and bruised, struggled to rise from the deep pit. Upon sensing the rupture of his divine core and the collapse of his cultivation, his once robust visage turned pale, filled with incredulity. It was impossible. I, the ancestor, have fused with the Xian Ming divine core and transcended to the true God realm. How could I be so easily defeated? You are not even a demigod. The moment his divine core shattered, Huan Lao Zu's resolve faltered as he raised a trembling finger towards Lu Chen above him. Demigod? When did I ever claim to be a demigod? Lu Chen replied with a disdainful smile, looking down at Huan Lao Zu. The once formidable Huan Lao Zu, having broken through to the lower true God realm, was utterly defenseless against Lu Chen. Beside them, Zhou Zhidai covered her mouth in astonishment, gazing at Lu Chen's unparalleled figure. Unconsciously, her long, slender legs, wrapped in a fitted skirt, tightened slightly. What kind of being is he? The sorceress Shui Meiyin stared with wide, watery eyes, her delicate face reflecting shock as she looked at Lu Chen. This rogue who had previously insulted her purity, what terrifying level of cultivation has he reached? Cough, cough, cough. It seems that this younger generation is indeed formidable. I never expected such a terrifying presence to arise in the 3,000 Dao states. Looking back, I, the ancestor, have endured for years only to become the biggest joke in the end. Ha ha ha. Huan Laozu laughed maniacally. Soon, an overwhelming wave of death energy surged into his body. Master. Watching her once beloved master nearing his demise, Zhou Zhidai's heart was filled with a tumult of emotions. Tianyan Holy, with your cultivation, you must have long surpassed the true god level. Remember, do not expose yourself to those fellows, or else. Huan Laozu struggled to rise, wheezing as he coughed. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen frowned and retorted, those fellows? What do you mean by that? With his last breath, Huan Laozu spoke to Lu Chen. You should also be aware of the existence of the realm of the gods, right? A complex expression crossed Lu Chen's face as he slowly nodded. The 3,000 Tao states we inhabit are devoid of spiritual energy. The laws of heaven and earth are incomplete, and not even a fragment of a divine core can be nurtured. When I, the ancestor, broke through to demigod and ventured to Luo Shin Gorge, I encountered a remnant soul of a deity named Xianming, and this Xianming divine core originated from that encounter. Furthermore, I learned a secret. The 3,000 Tao states are a savage land where the bloodlines of sin are imprisoned by the realm of the gods. Huan Laozu's weak voice reached their ears. Upon hearing this, Zhou Zhidai and Shui Meiyin were both shaken, and even Lu Chen was somewhat astonished. Regarding the bloodline of sin, I do not know what secrets lie within. I only know that this realm is constrained by the will of the realm of the gods. Without a divine core fragment, one cannot transcend to true God. The realm of the gods absolutely forbids any offspring of the sinful deities from breaking through to true God. Therefore, Tianyan Holy, you must not let anyone from the realm of the gods discover your existence. As his words fell, Huan Laozu's voice faltered, and he succumbed to an unwilling demise. With his death, the Xianming true energy enveloping the sky gradually dissipated. Once again, the realm of the gods and the bloodline of sin? It appears that this old demon has exhausted himself in an attempt to break through to true God, all in a bid to escape the 3,000 Tao states. Yet the message he left behind astonished Lu Chen, who murmured to himself, "Husband." A timid voice emerged from behind, and Shui Meiyin reached out with her delicate, pale hands to grasp Lu Chen's sleeve. Her beautiful face filled with concern as she looked at him. She had heard everything Huan Laozu said regarding the realm of the gods. Shui Meiyin had gleaned some knowledge from her sect's texts. Upon realizing the immense threat the ethereal realm of the gods posed to Lu Chen, her heart filled with endless worry. Through a series of events, her heart had unknowingly begun to lean towards Lu Chen. Little Yin previously referred to him as a rogue, yet now she smoothly called him husband, which felt somewhat unusual. Noticing this, Lu Chen turned and teased. I still prefer the sorceress's former defiant demeanor. Upon hearing Lu Chen's playful words, Shui Meiyin's cheeks flushed red, and she shot him an annoyed glance. Do not worry. In the entire realm of the gods, no one has yet been born who can threaten me. Having said that, Lu Chen's gaze shifted to the collapsed Han Lin below. At this moment, Han Lin wore a look of despair, accompanied by a chill running through him. I can't believe I was defeated by an old man. Initially, he had hoped that after the wedding, he would be able to share a bed with the enchanting sorceress he longed for. Yet, he had never anticipated such an outcome. Sensing Lu Chen's gaze upon him, Han Lin trembled, his face filled with terror as he looked at Lu Chen. The ancestor is dead. What do you want to do? Upon hearing this, Lu Chen's expression turned icy. Confronted with this scoundrel who dared to covet Shui Meiyin and Lin Shuirou, he summoned a chilling light that appeared out of nowhere, aiming directly at Han Lin. The following moment, a harrowing scream echoed throughout the entirety of Huan's sect. A wave of cold enveloped Han Lin, causing him to curl up in pain on the ground. Having endured repeated blows, he ultimately fainted. With that settled, let us return to the Lin family for now. After completing these actions, Lu Chen's thoughts shifted, and he immediately vanished with Shui Meiyin and Zhou Zhidai. Lin family. A graceful figure clad in a white celestial gown stood in the courtyard, gazing towards the direction of Huan's sect. This white-clad figure had her hair styled in twin ponytails, her large eyes as clear as water, with an exceptionally cold and stunning beauty. Akin to the return of drifting snow. I wonder if senior brother is in any trouble. Lin Shuirou's eyes revealed a hint of worry. The terrifying phenomenon that erupted from Huan's sect was so overwhelming that even from the Lin family, one could feel the chilling aura of Xianming. Do not worry, little Shui. He is Tianyan Holy, a being even the 3 demigod elders of Tianji Pavilion fear. No matter how profound Huan Laozu's cultivation is, he probably cannot contend with him. At this moment, Lin Yurou approached, softly comforting her, with her hair styled in a high ponytail and a tall figure. Each step she took revealed her long, slender legs wrapped in black silk, exuding an enticing grace. Upon hearing this, Lin Shuirou turned her gaze toward the source of the voice, sister? Watching her elder sister's eyes sparkle with admiration when mentioning Lu Chen, Lin Shuirou's expression turned complex. Her lips parted slightly as she tentatively inquired, "Sister, what do you think of seeing your brother?" Chapter 56, A Sister's Matchmaking. A large-scale Shura field. Little Shui, why are you suddenly asking this? Lin Yurou's face flushed at her sister's unexpected question, her gaze evasive, revealing a hint of embarrassment. Sister? Witnessing her sister's reaction only solidified Lin Shuirou's convictions. To have become a deity at such a young age, standing tall above the 3,000 Tao states, is indeed extraordinary. It is likely no one throughout history has achieved such a feat when it came to Lu Chun. Lin Yurou blushed while running a hand through her hair, offering a red-faced assessment. However, Lin Shuirou's subsequent remark genuinely startled her sister. Since you admire senior brother so much, why not be a little bolder? With your beauty, he would surely not refuse. With that, Lin Shuirou stepped closer, wrapping her delicate arms around her sister's, affectionately proposing the idea. Little Shui, what are you talking about? This is absolutely out of the question. Lin Yurou took a few steps back, her delicate face flushed with embarrassment as she retorted, moreover, Xiao Shui, it seems you have misunderstood. I harbor no such feelings for him. With her gentle demeanor, Lin Yurou could never engage in a contest for affection with her own sister. Thus she fervently defended herself, striving to mask her past. Oh, is that so? Sister? Then what is this? Upon hearing this, Lin Shuirou looked at her sister with a face full of suspicion, her phoenix eyes glimmering with mischief. As soon as the words left her lips, she produced several peculiar elixirs and strange tomes from her hands. What she held was unmistakably the items Lin Tianxiao had given Lin Yurou the previous night. Titled 100 Ways to Handle Your Brother-in-Law, and the Overbearing God Sovereign Falls in Love with Me. The provocative words inscribed on the tomes instantly caused Lin Yurou's cheeks to flush crimson, akin to a kettle on the boil, steam rising from her head. Lin Yurou's mind went blank, her face flushed, and her gaze dazed. In a fit of indignation, she stamped her delicate foot and hastily reached out to reclaim the items. Xiao Shui, how could you casually enter my room and take my things? Yet, the quick-witted Lin Shuirou evaded her sister's grasp with a nimble movement. Hee, sister, your thoughts have always been written on your face since childhood. How could you possibly hide this secret from me? Seeing this, Lin Yurou was overwhelmed with shame and anger, the last veil of modesty stripped away. She longed to find a crack in the ground to hide in. Sister, what is there to be embarrassed about? After all, your senior brother is the renowned Tianyan Zunshun of the 3,000 Tao states. It would be odd if you were not moved. Besides, with your unparalleled beauty, who but your senior brother is worthy of you? Fully aware that the sweet waters should not flow to outsiders, Lin Shuirou immediately began to play matchmaker for her sister. But Xiao Shui, you and he. No, this cannot be. Overwhelmed with shame, Lin Yurou lowered her head, her small hand tightly clutching her skirt. What does it matter? Xiao Shui does not mind, Lin Shuirou replied with a charming smile. Feigning indifference. At that moment, a disturbance was sensed from above. Lu Chun had his left arm wrapped around Shui Mei's slender waist, and his right hand draped over Zhou Zhidai's shoulder. As soon as they landed, Zhou Zhidai shyly extricated herself from Lu Chen's embrace. Having cultivated alone for a millennium, the captivating Zhou Zhidai had never experienced such intimacy with a man, especially not with the husband of her disciple. This left her feeling quite perplexed and embarrassed. Seeing this, Lu Chun reluctantly released his hold, the lingering fragrance still in his hands. Senior brother, Lin Shuirou joyously rushed over, her delicate hands outstretched as she leapt into Lu Chen's embrace. In that moment, the aloof and proud demeanor she once held had vanished. It is truly wonderful that you are unharmed. In Lu Chen's arms, Lin Shuirou blinked her large, sparkling eyes, gazing deeply into his eyes, and willingly presented her rosy lips. Her cool, soft lips brushed lightly against his, akin to a dragonfly touching the water. Who is your senior brother? A mere ancestor of the Xuan sect attempting to pose a threat to me is rather fanciful. With delight, Lu Chen remarked. Humph. You heartless rogue, Shui Mei muttered discontentedly from the side. Despite her inner turmoil, she swayed her alluring figure and approached with a graceful stride. Oh, I presume this is the Lin Shuirou, the younger sister your husband spoke of? And the other, the ethereal Lin Yurou? I have long heard of the Lin family's stunning sisters. Today, the rumors prove true. They are indeed a pair of enchanting sisters, she giggled, her sultry voice resonating throughout the courtyard. One smile, one frown captivated the heart, evoking memories of their initial encounter in Long City, where she had embodied the image of a bewitching enchantress. The enchantress of the Xuan sect? Lin Shuirou slowly separated from Lu Chun, her eyes widening in surprise as she beheld the captivating figure of the enchantress before her. No wonder your senior brother has captured the heart of even the enchanting sorceress of the Xuan sect. Faced with the bewitching beauty of Shui Mei, whose allure surpassed her own, Lin Shuai felt a sudden surge of insecurity, yet she maintained her composure and replied, "So it is indeed the enchantress of the He Huan sect before us. You are as enchanting as the rumors suggest." The two women locked eyes, and at that moment, Lu Chen sensed a hint of danger in the air. This was undoubtedly a battleground, and Zhou Zhidai and Lin Yuro both felt the strangeness of the atmosphere. Just as Lu Chen pondered how to navigate this perilous situation, Lin Tianxiao, with his extensive understanding of human affairs, timely arrived to intervene. "I wondered what all the commotion was about. It turns out the revered god has returned. To celebrate your triumphant return, the Lin family has prepared a banquet and kindly invites the revered god to join us." Thus, Lu Chen promptly followed Lin Tianxiao's lead, diffusing the tension and smiling as he said, "Haha, Lin family head, you are too kind." Lin Tianxiao also noticed Zhou Zhidai, whose graceful figure retained its charm, and his face exhibited astonishment. The great elder of the He Huan sect, Miss Zhou, is here as well. She was once the enchantress of the He Huan sect, captivating countless hearts in her prime. Both were of the same generation, and Lin Tianxiao himself had been one of her admirers. "Lin family head." Zhou Zhidai responded with a nod, her graceful form enveloped in a purple celestial gown, exuding elegance. After the ladies departed, Lin Tianxiao could not help but whisper in admiration to Lu Chen, as expected of the revered god. "Not only have you captured the current enchantress Shui Meiyin, but you have also managed to win over the previous enchantress Zhou Zhidai. I am truly impressed." Hearing this, Zhou Zhidai, who had not strayed far, felt her face flush, nearly stumbling in embarrassment. As the evening progressed and the banquet drew to a close, Lu Chen sat with his eyes slightly closed, soaking in the warm pool. Meanwhile, not far away, two graceful figures stealthily hid in the shadows. "Xiao Shui, why did you bring me here?" Lin Yuro inquired curiously. Under the moonlight, she donned a snow-white celestial gown, her tall and graceful figure accentuated by the dress's contours. "Sister, please do not be modest. Did you not see that another enchantress has appeared beside your senior brother? Moreover, her master, Zhou Zhidai, also retains her charm. How can I, alone, compete with them?" Lin Shuai urged, her heart filled with a sense of urgency as she sought to elevate her sister's standing in Lu Chen's eyes. "But I..." Lin Yuro lowered her head, still appearing hesitant. The emperor is not anxious, yet the eunuch is nearly frantic. Lin Shuai, feeling exasperated, decided to take matters into her own hands and gave her sister a gentle push. In an unexpected turn of events, Lin Yuro's lips emitted a surprised gasp as her delicate form fell into the water, landing right in Lu Chen's embrace. Lin Yuro?" Lu Chen feigned confusion, looking down at the girl in his arms. Bathed in moonlight, Lin Yuro's face turned a deep shade of crimson, her hands resting on Lu Chen's broad chest. The water had drenched her snow-white celestial gown, rendering her figure's curves tantalizingly obscure. A glance was enough to stir one's blood. With lips like ruby, a slender neck, and exquisite features, her enchanting visage blushed slightly. For a moment, even Lu Chen was captivated. "Revered god, I." Two figures stood closely together, a potent aura of masculinity enveloping them. Such intimate proximity rendered Lin Yuro bashful and nearly overwhelmed, her mind blank and her speech disjointed. Just as she grappled with how to articulate her thoughts, a tome unexpectedly slipped from within her garment. "What is this?" Seeing this, Lu Chen, filled with curiosity, picked it up. However, upon noticing the inscription on the cover, his expression transformed into one of astonishment. Quickly return it to me," Lin Yuro exclaimed in a fluster, as if the only thing shielding her modesty had been ripped away. Instantly, her cheeks flushed crimson as she snatched it back and distanced herself from Lu Chen. The revelation of her secret left Lin Yuro's head steaming, her ears burning scarlet. For someone as reserved as she, such a mortifying moment made her wish to vanish from existence. "Actually, it is not mine," Lin Yuro mumbled. Her head bowed, lips parting softly as if whispering to a mosquito, attempting to defend herself with her feeble words. "Oh, Miss Yuro, do you truly believe your own words?" Lu Chen said with a slight smirk, stepping closer and wrapping his large hands around her slender waist. "It appears that you have never encountered such an experience before. Perhaps it is time to try." With that, Lu Chen slowly closed his eyes. Lin Yuro's long eyelashes fluttered as she gazed at his chiseled visage, recalling yesterday when Lu Chen had displayed his prowess at the Lin family estate. Her heart fluttered uncontrollably. Gradually, her gaze became hazy, and as she inhaled, a fragrant breath reminiscent of orchids escaped her lips, tilting her head to offer her luscious, cherry-red lips. Suddenly, a chill enveloped her, and ripples began to dance across the surface of the pool. As the perfect accomplice, Lin Shuai watched in delight as the two souls intertwined. Meanwhile, Zhou Zhidai stood alone beneath the moonlight, clad in a form-fitting, low-cut purple dress. Her phoenix-like eyes gazed up at the myriad of shimmering stars, a wave of complex melancholy washing over her. Sigh, witnessing the destruction of her sect, the fall of her once respected master into darkness, and the secrets revealed at his deathbed, all these thoughts swirled above her. Master. At that moment, a melodious voice broke through the silence. Zhou Zhidai turned to see Shui Mei-yin approaching, her graceful movements reminiscent of a water snake. The air thick with an enchanting fragrance. Having changed into a tight-fitting black gown, she radiated the allure befitting a temptress. It is truly hard to believe that we escaped from the jaws of death. I never anticipated that Master would resort to such madness to break through to the true God. Reflecting on the day's events, Shui Mei-yin could not help but feel a surge of emotions. Zhou Zhidai gently spoke, ultimately. It is all due to my inadequacy that you were drawn into this chaos. Fortunately, the Tianyan Holy arrived just in time, otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Now that you have such a fortuitous connection, I can finally rest easy. With that, Zhou Zhidai reached out her delicate hand and gently caressed Shui Mei-yin's unadorned face. In response, Shui Mei-yin's cheeks flushed as she shook her head, her autumn-like eyes narrowing with a playful retort. And what about you, Master? This question momentarily caught Zhou Zhidai off guard, but she soon smiled with understanding. After nearly 1,000 years of cultivation, I fear I must prepare to walk the path of solitude. A gentle breeze stirred, lifting the long strands of hair cascading down her waist. The purple skirt beneath her swayed, akin to ripe fruit falling to the ground. At that moment, Shui Mei-yin's eyes sparkled, her lips parting to speak, but her brow furrowed suddenly. A powerful aura surged forth from the distance, accompanied by a fierce wind. This presence could only belong to a formidable emperor. Who could it be? Zhou Zhidai furrowed her brow and swiftly positioned herself in front of Shui Mei-yin, shielding her from the overwhelming force. Do not panic, it is I, a figure, cloaked in a conical hat and exuding an eerie aura. Approached Zhou Zhidai and Shui Mei-yin. Uncle Qingshan, what brings you here? Shui Mei-yin inquired, perplexed as she recognized the face of her senior. The eldest disciple of Huan Laozu, Qingshan slowly removed his hat, revealing a face marked by the passage of time, and began to explain, Junior sister. I hurried back upon hearing the news from Huanzhou. I never imagined Master would commit such atrocious acts. By the way, Master should not. As his words trailed off, Qingshan's gaze fixated keenly on Zhou Zhidai, his eyes brimming with an unsettling intensity that made her uncomfortable. Yet she furrowed her brow and replied, Master did not succeed. Mei-yin and I managed to escape in time. Chapter 58. The Power of Faith, the Holy God? Oh, that is good to hear. Qingshan's expression shifted to one of surprise, visibly relieved. In your haste to inquire about my situation, you might as well share your own. In just a short century, your cultivation has ascended to this level. Zhou Zhidai narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing Qingshan with suspicion. She sensed an aura emanating from him that surpassed the emperor realm, stirring an involuntary distaste within her. Junior sister. My return serves another purpose, to share this with you. The reason I possess such supreme cultivation is all thanks to the exalted Holy God. The great Holy God's blessings extend across the 3,000 realms, instilling hope in all beings. By believing in and serving the Holy God, one can attain immeasurable power. The next moment, Qingshan spoke with fervent admiration. As he mentioned the Holy God, his face radiated an unparalleled madness and obsession. Uncle, what has happened to you? Shui Mei-yin questioned, increasingly bewildered by Qingshan's odd behavior. Zhou Zhidai's gaze deepened, her brow furrowing once more. The Holy God? So this aura around you is the divine power of faith? Qingshan nodded eagerly. Indeed, it is the power bestowed by the Holy God. Furthermore, this is the technique gifted by the Holy God, Dian Feng Pei Yuan Gong. With this technique, junior sister, our joint cultivation will surely lead us to the divine realm. Not only that, but our future children will be born as devoted followers of the Holy God, blessed by his grace. A tome appeared in Qingshan's hand as he spoke with increasing excitement, grasping Zhou Zhidai's delicate hand, his eyes revealing unmasked greed and obsession. You are no longer the Qingshan of before. Zhou Zhidai's expression darkened as she wrenched her hand away, coldly stating. She was well aware of Qingshan's previous affection for her, but she felt no romantic inclination towards him. Each time, she had coldly rebuffed his advances. To her shock, upon his return, he had transformed into this. Shui Mei-yin stood by, utterly astounded, at a loss for words. Junior sister, do I now lack the worth to catch your eye? Seeing Zhou Zhidai's continued indifference, Qingshan's emotions erupted. Very well. If that is the case, junior sister, do not blame me for being heartless. As long as you also believe in the Holy God, you will understand one day. As soon as he spoke, an overwhelming aura erupted from Qingshan, a torrent of divine power surging forth. Empowered by this faith, his presence soared, reaching the semi-divine realm. What? Under the oppressive weight of his semi-divine aura, Zhou Zhidai and Shui Mei found themselves firmly suppressed. Ha ha ha, do you see? This is the power granted by the holy god. Sister, I shall soon possess you. Come, let us diligently cultivate this method together. Hee hee hee. A manic smile etched itself upon Qin Xian's face. Such benevolence and filial piety from the Xuan sect. It seems this is the fine tradition that endures among you. TSK, TSK, TSK. Yet again, I am treated to a splendid performance. At that moment, a mocking laughter resounded. Who dares? Qin Xian's countenance shifted dramatically as he turned towards the source of the voice, only to find Lu Chen's figure had mysteriously appeared behind him. Long before Qin Xian's arrival, Lu Chen had already sensed his presence. Who am I? I am your grandfather. Without uttering another word, Lu Chen summoned an overwhelming pressure that engulfed the space, pinning Qin Xian to the ground. How is this possible? The individual before him could subdue him merely with his aura, and Qin Xian's expression was one of disbelief. Husband, why have you only just arrived? Upon seeing Lu Chen, Shui Mei quickly leaped into his embrace, her graceful form pressed close, casting a captivating glance in his direction. Feeling the soft fragrance enveloping him, Lu Chen found himself momentarily entranced. Lowering his gaze upon Shui Mei's enchanting silhouette, he couldn't help but pinch her delicate nose. You little temptress, I shall deal with you later. Zhou Zhidia slowly rose and bowed towards Lu Chen. Thank you, revered Tianyan, for your assistance. Concurrently, Lin Yuro and Lin Tianxiao, along with other members of the Lin family, rushed to the scene. Recently having experienced the elegant Huahua, Lin Yuro donned a pink celestial gown, her long hair damp, and her exceptionally slender legs slightly trembling. Bathed in moonlight, her previously cool visage now bore a hint of rosy hue, rendering her utterly irresistible. Ah, release me at once. I am the most loyal follower of the sacred god. Do you not fear divine retribution? Qin Xian, prostrate on the ground, struggled futilely. Shui Mei observed the peculiarity in Lin Yuro's demeanor, but her gaze shifted to the prostrated Qin Xian, and she earnestly inquired of Lu Chen. Husband, what has happened to my master? Although he had once admired the master, he was always just and upright, far from his current state. Lu Chen's eyes flickered as he responded. I suspect it is the divine power within him that is causing this disturbance. With that, Lu Chen focused his intent, and an invisible force penetrated Qin Xian's body. In a moment, a wave of sacred energy was extracted. The divine energy spread outward, soon ensnaring Shui Mei, Zhou Zhidia, Lin Tianxiao, and others present. One by one, their eyes glazed over, uttering phrases of eternal worship to the sacred god. Humph, wicked creature, do you still dare to act wildly before me? With just a glance, Lu Chen shattered that force of faith. In that instant, everyone regained their senses. What just happened? Awakened from their stupor, they reflected on their previous actions with shock. A chill creeping down their spines. The power of faith, how intriguing. Lu Chen's eyes narrowed as he muttered. But how did this power of faith manifest in the 3,000 Daos? At that moment, Lin Tianxiao stepped forward to respond, reporting to the esteemed senior. During my travels across the continent, I encountered this phenomenon in many Daos. This power of faith is established by those exalted deities through supreme means within the 3,000 Daos, aiming to garner numerous followers. Most of these deities hail from that mysterious realm of the gods. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen was slightly taken aback, realizing that this mysterious power of faith was indeed linked to the realm of the gods. Chapter 59, Dongying Dao, Gods. Again, that realm of the gods. Lu Chen's expression darkened as he murmured to himself. Could it be that these deities from the realm of the gods seek to cultivate followers to break through their cultivation bottlenecks with the immense power of faith? Lin Tianxiao stroked his beard thoughtfully and replied, Indeed, revered senior, it seems so. As far as I know, within Dongying Dao, there are many divine statues. In most cultivators there are followers of these deities. Lu Chen contemplated the implications of encountering these exalted beings from the realm of the gods. Just then, the unconscious Qin Xian stirred awake, his consciousness hazy, a look of anguish on his face as if recalling the events that transpired. Master, seeing this, Shui Mei and Zhou Zhidia approached. Mei and sister, what have I just done? As the power of the sacred god dissipated, a repentant and guilty expression filled Qin Xian's face as he gazed at Shui Mei and Zhou Zhidia. Enough, brother Qin Xian, you were led astray. Where have you been all these years? What has transpired? Zhou Zhidia inquired anxiously. Qin Xian struggled to gather his thoughts and began to narrate. I only remember going to Dongying Dao, where I heard tales of divine opportunities, but thereafter, everything became a blur. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen's gaze grew profound, revealing the depths of his contemplation. The night had deepened, Following Qin Xian's chaotic episode, Lin Tianxiao arranged for him to stay temporarily at the Lin family estate. Within the courtyard where Lu Chun resided, Shui Main, clad in a form-fitting black gown, gazed at him with eyes misty like water. Her red lips glimmered, twinkling like jewels, as she cast flirtatious glances at Lu Chun. Through the sheer fabric of her gossamer skirt, the deep purple undergarment was faintly discernible. Beholding Shui Main's alluring visage, her skin akin to white jade stirred a tempest of desire within Lu Chun. He moved to envelop the enchanting lady in his arms, but she deftly evaded him, placing her delicate foot against his chest. "Humph, husband, you are truly a fickle heart, exuding a fox-like charm." Shui Main haughtily snorted, her sultry voice echoing in the room. Long before, she had detected the unique fragrance belonging to Lin Yuro emanating from Lu Chun. "Heh, in this regard, who could surpass you, Main, with your alluring ways?" Lu Chun smirked mischievously, grasping Shui Main's soft hand, pulling her into his embrace. Humph, wicked husband, how can you speak of women in such a manner?" Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Shui Main shot him an indignant glare, her petite fists playfully striking his chest. "By the way, husband, Main has an important question for you." Shui Main tilted her swan-like neck, her autumn-like eyes fixed intently on Lu Chun. "Oh, what is it?" Lu Chun inquired, feigning surprise. In the next moment, Shui Main revealed a captivating smile, pursing her luscious lips as she asked, "That day in Xianglong City, was it you who acquired the creation celestial essence? Surely, the holy maiden of Yaoqi, Jiang Yuechan, must have sought you out, right?" Main heard that the holy master of Yaoqi has recovered. "So did you truly share a moment with Jiang Yuechan, the most sanctified fairy of the southern region?" Given her understanding of Lu Chen's infatuation, she was keen to hear the truth from him. "It is only natural. Otherwise, why would I give away the creation celestial essence, which cost me a fortune?" Lu Chen replied with a non-committal smile. Shui Main's lips curled into a slight smile, her enchanting face radiating allure. Her watery eyes blinking playfully as she pointed a delicate finger at Lu Chen's forehead. "I never expected even the esteemed Jiang Yuechan would have a day of falling from grace." The thought of her cold and proud beauty amused Main greatly. As a temptress of the Xuan sect, the two had always been at odds, constantly clashing whenever they crossed paths. Upon hearing the name Jiang Yuechan, the sacred fairy, being drawn into the mortal realm, Shui Main could hardly contain her joy. "Oh, is that so? Yet you, the calamity-bringing witch, have also been dragged down to the earthly plane by me," Lu Chun retorted, his gaze fixated on Shui Main's luscious red lips as he embraced her fragrant form. He then leaned in to silence her. Startled, Shui Main widened her eyes, her cheeks flushed as she waved her delicate hand in discontent. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, a graceful figure sat cross-legged on the bed, her phoenix eyes closed in meditation. The slit of her purple gown revealed her full, shapely legs, intertwined in a manner that formed a captivating curve, difficult to look away from. At that moment, peculiar sounds emanated from next door. Recognizing the familiar source, Zhou Zhidia furrowed her brow, her face reddening as she muttered, "Main, really, must you be so indiscreet?" She attempted to settle her mind and keep her eyes shut, striving to maintain her focus. However, the commotion next door grew increasingly louder. Listening to her peculiar disciple's sultry voice, Zhou Zhidia's cheeks tinged with a subtle blush. Having practiced alone for thousands of years, she had never known a partner, remaining utterly oblivious to matters of romance. Yet now, her tranquility was disrupted, and curiosity began to stir within her. Gazing at the enchanting witch beside him, Lu Chun felt an irresistible urge to modify her attributes. He opened the system panel and promptly began to make changes. Modification successful. In the next moment, Shui Main, who had her eyes tightly shut, suddenly opened them wide. Shocked by the earth-shattering transformation within her, she turned to Lu Chun. "Is this true divine power? My husband, did you do this?" Lu Chun merely smiled enigmatically. Who else could it be? This was utterly incredible. Shui Main's cultivation had instantaneously ascended beyond the realm of true divinity, leaving her in a state of disbelief. After a moment, she emerged from her astonishment. "My husband is so good to me. I hardly know how to repay your kindness." With a playful gesture, she placed her delicate finger against Lu Chen's chest, revealing a captivating smile as she exhaled a fragrant breath. What a beguiling little temptress she was. Lu Chun grasped her soft hand, pulling Shui Main into his embrace as her charming face nestled against his chest, her lashes fluttering like delicate wings. Recalling the awkward incidents they shared in Dragon City, Shui Main silently rejoiced at her earlier ruse to enchant him. Had she not encountered Lu Chun, she might have long been ensnared by the old and lecherous ancestor of Huan, far from attaining her current level of divine power. In the throes of passion, she tilted her head back, offering her ruby lips. A wave of cool, soft silk enveloped Lu Chen once more, drawing him into a tender reverie. He rested his hands behind his head, his eyes half closed, reflecting on the exquisite beauty before him, with such enchanting features. This life feels as blissful as that of a celestial being. This is the world a traveler should indulge in. After a while, Shui Mei gracefully rose, donning her snug attire and fastening her purple sash at her waist before turning to leave the room. What could you possibly need to do at this late hour? Lu Chen inquired, reclining comfortably with his hands behind his head. It's a secret I cannot share, but I promise it will be a delightful surprise for you. Shui Mei replied with a playful glance over her shoulder, her flushed cheeks accentuating her alluring demeanor. With that, she stepped outside, soon arriving at Zhou Zhidia's door. Gently pushing it open. Krika. Zhou Zhidia, startled from her practice of silent water magic, quickly withdrew her hand, hastily concealing her undergarments as she glared at the door, demanding, "Who is it?" "Master, it's me." Shui Mei entered and sat gracefully at the foot of Zhou Zhidia's bed. "Ah, it's just you, Mei." Zhou Zhidia sighed in relief, but then noticed, "Wait, why is your face so flushed?" "Nothing, it's just the heat." "Yes, the heat," Zhou Zhidia stammered, hastily providing an excuse. Yet, Shui Mei, through the soft moonlight, perceived the underlying tension in her master's demeanor. "Mei, why have you come to see your master at such a late hour?" Zhou Zhidia, feeling her composure slipping, sought to divert the conversation. "Forgive me for intruding, master. Please." "Look," Shui Mei replied with a mischievous smile as she subtly revealed a hint of her true divine aura. "True divine pressure? Mei, how is this possible?" Zhou Zhidia's eyes widened in disbelief, fixated on her disciple. "Where did this cultivation come from?" Zhou Zhidia grasped Shui Mei's arm, her heart racing. "You were merely a sage before, and now you possess true divine power." Shui Mei smiled sweetly and explained, "Master, this cultivation is all thanks to my husband." Intrigued, Zhou Zhidia pressed further, "The Tianyan Zunshin? What does that mean?" Shui Mei leaned closer, whispering a few words that ignited a blush on Zhou Zhidia's cheeks. "Are you suggesting a dual cultivation?" "Yes, master, did you not hear? Otherwise, how could I have attained this power?" Shui Mei winked, her large, round eyes sparkling. "You've spent thousands of years in solitude without a partner. Doesn't that stir something within you? Why not give it a try?" Zhou Zhidia bit her lip, playfully tapping Shui Mei's smooth forehead. "You mischievous girl. Do you realize how outrageous those words are? Competing with my own disciple? Such a scandalous notion. All right. If you do not wish to pursue it, so be it." Shui Mei feigned disappointment, lifting a cup of tea from the table. "I apologize for my earlier audacity. I shall take my leave now." Zhou Zhidia, skeptical of the girl's intentions, reluctantly accepted the tea and drank it in one gulp. "Very well, master. I shall not disturb you further." With that, Shui Mei exited, a triumphant smile gracing her lips. Moments after her departure, Zhou Zhidia furrowed her brow as a sudden heat enveloped her. "Oh no, I've fallen for that impish girl's trick. What is happening? Even my cultivation cannot restrain it." Zhou Zhidia quickly realized that Shui Mei had tampered with the tea. This was a potion that Shui Mei had procured for Lu Chen, potent enough to even suppress her peak emperor cultivation. This is not good. In no time, Zhou Zhidia's face flushed crimson, her once fair skin now slightly reddened. She felt an unbearable heat coursing through her body, and her mind instinctively conjured the image of the formidable Tianshi Xuan, with his unyielding presence and the elegant silhouette of his purple skirt, causing her jade legs to instinctively press together. With her gaze growing increasingly hazy, she found herself rising and walking outside. As her consciousness blurred, Zhou Zhidia, with her flushed cheeks, arrived at Lu Chen's door and knocked. Hearing the commotion, Lu Chen rose to open the door. However, the moment he did, he was taken aback by the sight before him. Before he could react, Zhou Zhidia, her eyes glazed, tiptoed and wrapped her delicate hands around his neck, presenting her rosy lips. As a cool sensation and a fragrant breeze enveloped him, Lu Chen felt a slight shock. Their bodies pressed closely together, the allure of the enchanting woman before him igniting a fire within his heart. In the next moment, the door closed tightly. Chapter 61. The sun rises high. Inside the dimly lit room, Zhou Zhidia appeared far from her usual dignified and graceful self. Her expression was shy, her vivid red lips pouted invitingly, releasing soft breaths of fragrance. Under the influence of Shui Mei's potion, she could no longer control the heat within her, gazing at Lu Chen with sultry eyes. In the next instant, unable to restrain herself, she lifted her delicate hand and gently tugged at the purple ribbon tied around her slender waist. The alluring figure, like jade, was fully revealed. Faced with Zhou Zhidia's beguiling demeanor, Lu Chen could no longer maintain his composure. He pounced towards her like a hungry tiger. The wooden bed creaked softly under their weight. Outside, the instigator of it all, Shui Mei, listened to the sounds from within, her eyes curving into crescent moons. The next day, as the sun reached its zenith, Luo Qingshan felt rejuvenated after a night of hard work. However, Zhou Zhidai beside him still bore a flushed complexion, her delicate toes slightly curled, biting her fingers. My goodness, how fierce was Mei Yin's potion. Witnessing this, Luo Qingshan's mouth twitched. He had no choice but to continue his tasks. After 3 more hours, the effects of the potion finally dissipated, and Zhou Zhidai awoke. Feeling a wave of soreness wash over her as a splash of crimson caught her eye. The events of the previous night replayed vividly in her mind. What did I do last night? Looking at the disarray around her, and then at the smiling Luo Qingshan, she felt utterly bewildered. You finally awakened. Luo Qingshan pulled Zhou Zhidai into his embrace, a wave of fragrance enveloping him. Zhou Zhidai struggled slightly in his arms. But how could she escape Luo Qingshan's grasp? A wave of intense shame surged within her. Luo Qingshan was Mei Yin's. How could she engage in such behavior as her master? Especially when she recalled that it was she who had taken the initiative. Zhou Zhidai felt she could no longer face Xuan Mei Yin. Zhou Zhidai modifiable. Cultivation, Peak Emperor, modifiable. Identity, Master of Xuan Mei Yin, modifiable. Affection, 90. Modify. Ding, modification successful. Zhou Zhidai modifiable. Cultivation, Upper True God, modifiable. Seeing Zhou Zhidai's embarrassed demeanor, Luo Qingshan immediately modified her cultivation status, elevating it to Upper True God. In an instant, a boundless power surged into Zhou Zhidai's body. This power. Zhou Zhidai's lips parted slightly in astonishment as she sensed the divine energy flowing within her. Her heart secretly astounded. Did what Mei Yin say last night truly hold merit? After being nourished by this energy, Zhou Zhidai's captivating face became even more radiant, adding an enchanting allure to her already exquisite figure. Gazing at the beauty in his arms, Luo Qingshan couldn't help but smile. As a master, you are a tormenting beauty who is not in the least inferior to Mei Yin. Hearing such audacious words, Zhou Zhidai felt a wave of shyness wash over her. Hastily turning her head to the side, Xuan, how can you speak so indiscreetly? Saying this, Zhou Zhidai playfully punched Luo Qingshan's chest a couple of times. This bashful demeanor clearly indicated her complete acceptance of Luo Qingshan. It seemed she had finally come to terms with her feelings. After cultivating for thousands of years, perhaps it was indeed a wise choice to align herself with such a powerful being. Reflecting on the years of scheming by the ancestor of Xuan, who sought to break through the true God realm, it was evident that Luo Qingshan, with a mere thought, could create a true God. One could only imagine the extraordinary nature of his existence. The only lingering doubt Zhou Zhidai harbored was concerning Xuan Mei Yin. As a master, how could she compete with her disciple for a man? This was truly disgraceful. Witnessing the enchanting Zhou Zhidai in his embrace, Luo Qingshan couldn't help but lean down, sealing her cherry-red lips. As her lips were captured, Zhou Zhidai's sparkling eyes gradually filled with confusion and desire. Her delicate hands slowly pushing Luo Qingshan away. With difficulty, she spoke. Wait, how should I explain this to Mei Yin? To this, Luo Qingshan merely chuckled dismissively. Rest assured, Mei Yin will have no objections. As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Qingshan's gaze grew fervent once more, and soon the creaking of the wooden bed resumed. After a while, Zhou Zhidai slowly rose, tying the purple ribbon around her slender waist before leaving the room with Luo Qingshan. As they stepped out, they found Xuan Mei Yin, clad in a sleek black outfit, already waiting outside. The black leather clung to her delicate form, perfectly accentuating her alluring curves. Husband. Good morning, master. Xuan Mei Yin gazed at them with sultry eyes, her lips curling into a faint smile. Yes, Mei Yin. Noticing Xuan Mei Yin's peculiar gaze, Zhou Zhidai's cheeks flushed crimson, feeling a wave of discomfort wash over her, as if she were a cat caught in the act of infidelity. How will master thank Mei Yin for last night? Xuan Mei Yin linked her arm with Zhou Zhidai's, pulling her aside to whisper. She knew very well that given her master's nature, without her assistance, it would take ages for Zhou Zhidai to take that step. Mei Yin, do you truly not mind? Zhou Zhidai tentatively asked, her face aflame. How could I? Once Mei Yin learned of my husband's extraordinary abilities, I immediately thought of master. With my husband's immense power, it is certain that there will be no shortage of beautiful companions by his side in the future. Thus, it is much safer for both master and Mei Yin to be united on the same front. Xuan Mei Yin replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Zhou Zhidai finally felt a sense of relief, and she couldn't help but sigh. You clever little girl, you think of everything. Meanwhile, observing the affectionate bond between the two, Luo Qingshan swiftly moved behind them, enveloping them both in his embrace. All right, we have tidied up here. It's time to depart. As soon as he spoke, Luo Qingshan, along with the two women, flashed into the Lin family's grand hall, where Lin Tianxiao, Lin Yuan, Qingshan, and many members of the Lin family had been waiting for quite some time. Senior brother. Seeing Lu Chen appear with both women in his arms, Lin Shuai felt a surge of competitive spirit and immediately pulled her sister into a leap towards him. Hey little Shuai. The reserved Lin Yu's face turned crimson, her gaze darting away. The two sisters, still clad in their flowing white celestial gowns, had their shoulders draped in ethereal veils, while their long jade legs were enveloped in gossamer white stockings. Particularly, Lin Yuan, adorned in knee-high stockings, perfectly showcased her tall and graceful figure. Chapter 62, Journey to Dongying Daozhou, an Enigma. Indeed, a daughter is hard to keep. This scene elicited a bittersweet shake of the head from Lin Tianxiao. The old father. Esteemed senior, are you truly preparing to depart? Perhaps you could linger at the Lin residence for a few more days, allowing the Lin family to extend their hospitality. As Lu Chen prepared to take his leave, Lin Tianxiao hastily stepped forward to persuade him to stay. The generous intentions of the Lin family head are duly acknowledged. However, I am inclined to journey to Dongying Daozhou to meet this so-called saint god, Lu Chen asserted decisively. Last night, the residual power of belief from the saint god, which lingered on Qingshan, exhibited an overwhelming allure, nearly ensnaring all present, including Zhou Zhidai and Shui Meiyin. Thus, Lu Chen was eager to uncover the true nature of this saint god, and by extension, to gain insight into the realm of the so-called deities. His knowledge of the realm of deities was rather limited. I am aware of your celestial prowess, esteemed senior. Yet I must offer a word of caution. The deities that pervade Dongying Daozhou are likely derived from the realm of deities. The realm has always been shrouded in mystery across the 3,000 Daozhou, reputed to house numerous formidable divine beings. Therefore, I urge you to exercise caution, esteemed senior. Upon seeing Lu Chen's resolute intent, Lin Tianxiao ceased his attempts to dissuade him and instead offered a timely warning. Thank you for your kind consideration, Lin family head. Lu Chen replied dismissively, a faint smile gracing his lips. Brother, I wish to join. Can you take me and my sister along? Upon hearing of Lu Chen's impending journey, Lin Shuai eagerly tugged at her sister's arm, her excitement palpable. As their father, Lin Tianxiao, moved to interject, his words faltered under the weight of Lu Chen's formidable presence. TCH, sly fox, Shui Meiyin scoffed, pouting disdainfully. If you wish to go, then by all means. Let us embark together. Lu Chen readily acquiesced to Lin Shuai's request. Meanwhile, Zhou Zhidai, swaying her curvaceous figure like a ripe peach, approached Qingshan and inquired. Brother Qingshan, since you have previously traveled to Dongying Daozhou, would it not be prudent for us to journey together? Qingshan nodded slowly in agreement. Indeed. As Zhou Zhidai turned to depart, Qingshan called out to her, secretly transmitting a thought. Wait, junior sister, have you taken the esteemed senior as your Dao partner? He had keenly sensed her unusual demeanor, particularly the rosy hue of her alluring face, reminiscent of nature's revival after a spring rain, exuding an enchanting fragrance. Upon hearing his words, Zhou Zhidai paused mid-step, then nodded slightly in response. Indeed, her admission pierced Qingshan's heart like a sharpened spear, causing his gaze to hollow and his expression to drift into despair. Junior sister, I have always held sincere feelings for you. Yet, before he could finish, Zhou Zhidai firmly interrupted. Brother Qingshan, I do not harbor such feelings for you. I have already pledged myself to the esteemed senior. After uttering these words, she returned to Lu Chen's side. The weight of her words crashed upon Qingshan like a thunderclap, leaving him stunned. Particularly the revelation of her commitment to the esteemed senior. Little did he know, Zhou Zhidai had fully embraced Lu Chen. Lu Chen observed their interaction with keen interest. Zhou Zhidai exclaimed in surprise as Lu Chen wrapped his arms around her delicate waist. What are you doing? There are so many people watching. With their bodies pressed closely together, Zhou Zhidai lowered her head shyly, burying her face in Lu Chen's embrace. Witnessing this scene deepened Qingshan's inner turmoil, almost prompting him to spew blood from frustration. If that is the case, let us set forth, Lu Chen proclaimed, waving his hand as the air resonated with the sound of dragon roars in the distance. 9 celestial dragons descended, pulling a divine carriage. Farewell, esteemed senior. Lin Tianxiao led the Lin family in a respectful bow as Lu Chen and company vanished into the horizon. This continent comprises 3,000 Daozhou, each distant from one another. The Dongying Daozhou, which Lu Chen sought, lay several Daozhou away from the Zongxian Daozhou where he resided. Such a distance would take even a mighty emperor 10 days or more to traverse. Yet for Lu Chen, it was merely a matter of thought. In an instant, Dongying Daozhou appeared before him. What astonishing speed! Qingshan, having just boarded the divine carriage, felt a whirlwind as they swiftly returned to Dongying Daozhou within moments. Qingshan was deeply astonished. To possess such velocity, this Tianyan Zunshan must be a true divine being. No wonder even Junior Sister has developed feelings. Such a powerhouse is rare, perhaps emerging only once in 100,000 years across the 3,000 dojo. With this thought, Qin Xian shook his head in bitter contemplation. Brother Qin Xian, since you were once ensnared by the Saint God's allure, you shall lead the way. Zhou Ji Dai glanced back at him. Qin Xian nodded and began to sift through his hazy memories. Under his guidance, the group soon arrived before an imposing city. In front of this grand city stood a magnificent statue of a man radiating infinite holy light, adorned with 12 pairs of wings and a crown atop his head. Indeed, this is the place. Gazing at the statue of the Saint God, Qin Xian was suddenly beset by a throbbing headache. The holy light emanating from the statue held a potent allure. Fortunately, with Lu Chen present, he remained unaffected. Let us descend and ascertain the situation. With that, Lu Chen willed himself forward, swiftly leading the group into a bustling street adorned with a tea house. Despite the city's grand scale, the streets lay eerily deserted. The pedestrians appeared dazed, their foreheads marked by strange symbols. Moreover, the statue of the Saint God was prominently displayed throughout the city, including within the tea house. This place is indeed peculiar. Shui Mein shuddered at the sight. It seems that everyone here has been influenced by the so-called power of belief in the Saint God. Zhou Jidai frowned slightly. Shortly after, Lu Chen guided the group into the tea house, selecting a spot by a suspended window. Welcome, esteemed guests. The server approached with a vacant expression, as if in a trance. Brother, have you noticed? There isn't a single woman here. Lin Shui Ro clung tightly to Lu Chen's arm, sensing the unsettling atmosphere. Acknowledging the soft pressure of her grip, Lu Chen nodded. It is indeed strange. At that moment, the server, upon noticing Lin Shuiro, Lin Yuro, and Shui Mein, suddenly exclaimed with excitement, "Female cultivators." Quickly summoned the saint's envoy. As soon as he spoke, the peculiar symbol on his forehead gleamed with radiant light. Chapter 63. The Three Great Envoys. The Saint Tian Shun Zun descends. As the light flickered, all the devotees of the Saint God gathered around Lu Chen and his companions. What is happening? Lin Yuro's face turned pale with fright. Oof, Lu Chen, having anticipated this, lifted his cup of tea, causing ripples in the surrounding space. The symbols on the foreheads of the server and the throng of devotees shattered instantly. Once the symbols broke, clarity returned to their eyes. It seems the Saint God's methods of ensnaring the hearts of men are quite sophisticated. Lu Chen mused, his gaze sharpening as he systematically dismantled the statues of the Saint God. Meanwhile, within the grand hall of the Saint God, three figures clad in sacred robes sat cross-legged upon the cushions, with one cushion conspicuously vacant. The three individuals within the hall were emissaries of the holy deity, each having reached the pinnacle of demigod cultivation. Such prowess was sufficient to command respect across the 3,000 Dao states. The fourth emissary had ventured to the Tsang Xian Dao state, purportedly to propagate the holy teachings and gather followers, yet no word had returned. The third emissary gazed at the empty cushion beside him and inquired, with the holy teachings now permeating the entire Dong Ing Dao state, it was indeed time to expand outward. Soon, the followers of the holy deity would be scattered throughout the 3,000 Dao states, and perhaps we could receive the holy deity's blessings to ascend to the realm of the divine. Mentioning the holy deity, the first emissary's eyes gleamed with fervor. The second emissary concurred, stating that the fourth emissary, as the vanguard representing the holy teachings in Tsang Xian Dao state, warranted our patience. We shall depart the moment news arrives. Clearly, the individuals referred to by the three emissaries were none other than the returning Qin Xian. At that moment, the divine seals upon their foreheads flickered, and upon receiving news, the three instantly vanished from sight. Who dares to desecrate the statue of the holy deity? The three emissaries materialized above a tea house. Humph, we have been awaiting your arrival. Lu Chen slowly set down his cup of tea, and with a mere thought, an immense pressure bore down upon the three emissaries. Under this oppressive force, they were rendered immobilized against the ground. Who are you? The three emissaries stared in disbelief at Lu Chen, astonished that they, as peak demigods, could not withstand the pressure emanating from him. Is it truly you? Qin Xian, upon seeing the three figures, was instantly reminded of past events. Such audacity from the so-called holy deity, transforming the entire Dong Ing Dao state into a realm of worship. It seems that the gods of the divine realm sit high above, indeed. Lu Chen spoke coldly, his tone laced with indignation. You audacious scoundrels! How dare you insult the holy deity? The three emissaries immediately activated their divine seals, unleashing an overwhelming aura of sanctity. Witnessing this, Qin Xian's expression shifted dramatically, and he hastily warned Lu Chen, we must act quickly. The emissaries possess means to directly communicate with the holy deity. However, Lu Chen remained unfazed, standing resolute as he observed. In the next moment, the three emissaries self-destructed, igniting a tempest of spiritual energy. The explosion of three peak demigod-level beings was nothing short of catastrophic. Yet, with a slight movement of his mind, Luo Qingshan compressed the space, firmly controlling the explosive energy. Moments later, a figure enveloped in divine radiance emerged from a rift in the heavens, adorned with 12 pairs of sacred wings and exuding an aura of righteous wrath. Observing this, Luo Qingshan's lips curled into a peculiar smile as he activated the Holy Deities System panel. Holy Celestial Deity, modifiable. Cultivation, Upper Divine, modifiable. Divine Power, Faith Divine Power, Light Divine Power, modifiable. Identity, one of the 12 divine officials of the Light Divine Palace in the Heavenly Court. Lord of the Angelic Sacred Clan, modifiable. Race, Eastern Divine Domain Angelic Sacred Clan, modifiable. This individual hails from the divine realm, does he not? Judging by his aura, he is likely an upper true god as well. Zhou Zhidai raised her delicate neck, her phoenix eyes shimmering with starlight, and softly uttered, "A mere upper true god. This so-called holy deity is nothing extraordinary." Luo Qingshan scoffed in disdain. Yet he found himself intrigued by the heavenly court and the light divine palace behind this holy celestial deity. "Insolent fool, how dare you insult the holy deity?" The holy celestial deity summoned forth an overwhelming divine aura. In response, Qin Xian's complexion shifted as he hastily cautioned Luo Qingshan, "We must stop them." The emissaries wield the power to directly communicate with the holy deity. Luo Qingshan remained composed, his gaze unwavering. The holy celestial deity, undeterred, pointed downward with a flick of his fingers, causing the heavens to shatter and unleashing a torrent of divine thunder upon the earth. In the face of this apocalyptic deluge, the mere pressure alone threatened to destabilize the entirety of Dong Ingdao state. Perfect, Dai Air, Meiyin. This is an opportunity for you to hone your newly refined divine power. A mere upper true god is hardly worth my effort, Luo Qingshan remarked to Zhou Zhidai and Shui Meiyin. Upon hearing Luo Qingshan's address, Zhou Zhidai trembled slightly, her beautiful face flushed crimson, as if it could bleed. As she giggled, Shui Meiyin, eager to showcase her abilities, cast a flirtatious glance at Luo Qingshan before charging toward the divine thunder. "An ant trying to shake a tree, you seek death." The holy celestial deity sneered contemptuously. "Oh, is that so?" Shui Meiyin pursed her lips, raised her jade hand, and summoned a dark thunder fox that surged forward amidst the crackling thunder. The clash between the dark divine thunder and the holy celestial deity's divine thunder produced a cataclysmic force beyond what the 3,000 Dao states could endure. Fortunately, Luo Qingshan stood as a bulwark, stamping his foot to create a field of creation, thereby containing the destructive energy and preventing it from ravaging Dong Ingdao state. Divine thunder of fate? Impossible. How could a mere sin god bloodline advance to the true god realm under the watchful eyes of the heavenly court, and yet wield the divine power of fate? The holy celestial deity was taken aback, unable to fathom how Shui Meiyin, a true upper true god with the divine power of fate, could emerge from the 3,000 Dao states, a meager prison for sin god bloodlines. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the holy celestial deity abandoned his arrogance, unfurling his 12 wings and fleeing into the heavens. However, with Luo Qingshan's creation field in place, there was no escape for the holy celestial deity from the 3,000 Dao states. Though he moved swiftly, he soon collided with an invisible barrier. Cursed be it. There is a barrier. The holy celestial deity gathered an immense amount of divine power and struck the order barrier with all his might. Yet even the full force of an upper true god failed to create even a ripple. "Humph, I preferred your previous haughty demeanor. Shui Meiyin has only recently refined her divine power. She is hardly your match." Luo Qingshan smirked, glancing at Zhou Zhidai, who was clad in a fitted purple dress, her figure gracefully alluring. Unable to resist, he playfully patted her shapely form. The moment she felt his touch, Zhou Zhidai shivered, her cheeks aflame, and she nodded, joining the fray above. As the lingering scent of her fragrance wafted through the air, Luo Qingshan waved his hand to summon a long bench and reclined upon it, resting his hands behind his head to watch the unfolding spectacle. Lin Shuirou seized the opportunity to massage Luo Qingshan's shoulders. Meanwhile, Qin Xian wore a complex expression, filled with envy and resentment as he witnessed Zhou Zhidai's bashful demeanor, his countenance darkening. Giggling, Shui Meiyin declared, "Holy deity from the divine realm, where do you think you are going?" With a flick of her mind, she unleashed a torrent of divine thunder that tore through the heavens. Reflecting her inner thoughts, is this the true power of a true god? Indeed, it is extraordinary. In response, the holy celestial deity quickly donned the armor of the light divine, covering himself to withstand the onslaught of divine thunder. Humph, what arrogance from the sin god bloodline. So deeply mired in sin. Even if one were to miraculously evade the divine perception of the celestial court and ascend to the rank of true god, One cannot escape the taint of a wretched bloodline. As one of the 12 divine officials of the Guangming Shindian, the Holy Celestial God possesses a plethora of formidable powers, far beyond the likes of Shui Mein, who was forcibly elevated by Lu Chun. As soon as the words were spoken, the Holy Celestial God wielded the Guangming divine halberd, enveloped in an unparalleled surge of energy, and launched an assault upon Shui Mein. The halberd, infused with divine light, pierced through the fabric of time and space, aimed directly at her. "Be cautious, Mein," exclaimed Zhou Zhidia, who had just arrived, as she formed seals with her hands, conjuring a barrier from her life divine power to intercept the Guangming divine halberd. What? Life divine power? Another upper true god? Upon witnessing Zhou Zhidia as yet another upper true god, the Holy Celestial God was left dumbfounded, questioning whether he was truly within the bounds of the 3,000 Daoshu. "Cursed wretches, do not revel in your pride. I shall obliterate your existence." As the battle progressed, the Holy Celestial God grew increasingly alarmed, his fervor for combat dissipating as he yearned to return to the Celestial Court to report these events. He then waved his hand, summoning the entire Easterning Daoshu's followers, extracting vast amounts of faith power from within them. This faith power coalesced within him, its magnitude threatening to breach the barriers of true gods and reach the domain of the divine kings. "I had hoped to elevate my cultivation through the faith of these sinners, yet fate has betrayed me." The Holy Celestial God radiated an aura of immense strength. "Alas, it seems this splendid spectacle shall not unfold." Observing the situation, Lu Chen slowly rose, his thoughts shifting as the creation order field trembled violently under the weight of his divine might. What? Faced with this sudden turn of events, the Holy Celestial God was astonished, and in the next instant, he felt as if struck by lightning, his aura suppressed to the point of collapse. Plummeting from the air to the ground, humiliated and forced to prostrate beneath Lu Chen's feet. "Ah, the Holy Celestial God, is it?" Lu Chen extended his foot, pressing it upon the Holy Celestial God's radiant armor. With a gentle exertion, the seemingly indestructible armor crumbled to dust. "How could this be? Who are you?" Such an existence should not arise from a sinner's bloodline. The Holy Celestial God struggled to lift his gaze, fear evident in his eyes as he regarded Lu Chen. The mere pressure of his aura was sufficient to subdue him. The figure before him was undoubtedly at least a divine king. In the realm of the divine, a divine king was a figure of immense power and influence. 3,000 Daoshu, a barren land for the exiled descendants of sinners, yet it has birthed a divine king, the bloodline of sinners? And what is this celestial court you speak of? Lu Chen's gaze bore into the prostrate Holy Celestial God, his curiosity regarding the realm of the divine intensifying. Now, as the blade is poised and he the fish, the Holy Celestial God found himself compelled to divulge the truth under Lu Chen's terrifying strength. Since the dawn of time, the evil spirit realm has invaded the realm of the gods. This conflict is known as the Holy War. The Holy War raged for countless epochs, during which many traitors emerged within the realm of the gods, colluding with the evil spirit realm and openly betraying the Celestial Court. After the Holy War, the Celestial Court executed all those sinners and their kin, banishing the descendants of true gods to the present 3,000 Daoshu. From the Holy Celestial God's account, Lu Chen gleaned many secrets regarding the 3,000 Daoshu. The realm of the gods is divided into 4 divine domains: east, south, west, and north. The Celestial Court is a coalition of countless deities from these 4 domains, residing in a place known as the Sacred Domain, which stands as the foremost power within the realm of the gods. The Holy Celestial God is merely one of the officials of the Guangming Shindian under the Celestial Court. "Ah, I see," Lu Chen spoke, his eyes glimmering with profound insight as he pondered the Holy Celestial Goddess' words. Before him, the Holy Celestial God could not deceive him. Zhou Zhidia, Shui Mein, and Lin Shuero were equally astonished, realizing that the 3,000 Daoshu was but a speck in the vast cosmos, beyond which lay an infinite expanse, igniting their yearning for exploration. Should the Celestial Court become aware of your existence, they will surely deploy divine forces to eradicate you. At that time, the entirety of the 3,000 Daoshu will be obliterated. The Holy Celestial God scoffed, sensing the women's aspirations. "What claim does the Celestial Court have?" Lu Chen pressed further. The Holy Celestial God replied, "The Celestial Court is currently led by the Haotian Divine Emperor, revered as the supreme of all realms." Upon mentioning the name of the Haotian Divine Emperor, a solemn reverence washed over the Holy Celestial God's expression. It seems the mightiest in the realm of the gods is not, but a mere divine emperor. The realization that the most powerful entity in the realm of the gods was merely a divine emperor dispelled the last vestiges of doubt and concern within Lu Chen. He had once feared that there might exist a creation god akin to himself within the realm, but now it appeared he had been overthinking. By the way, What is this evil spirit realm you mentioned? Lu Chen inquired, fixing his gaze upon the holy celestial god. Underfoot and filled with trepidation, the holy celestial god could only continue his explanation. These malevolent beings feast upon the essence of myriad souls. They are the extrinsic demons. After uncovering the entirety of the situation from the holy celestial god, Shui Main gracefully approached Lu Chen. My lord, now that you've inquired, how shall we deal with this one? As Lu Chen pondered, a transmission jade slip nestled in his bosom began to vibrate. Sensing the jade slip's disturbance, Lu Chen furrowed his brow and addressed the women. You should return to the Tianyan sacred land. I have some personal matters to attend to. He then turned his gaze to Lin Shuero and Lin Yu, promptly adjusting their cultivation panels. Lin Shuero, modifiable. Cultivation, upper true god, modifiable. Lin Yu, modifiable. Cultivation, upper true god, modifiable. Once you return to the sacred land, swiftly absorb and refine these shards of divine power. With a flourish of his hand, shards of dark divine power, spatial divine power, temporal divine power, and void divine power appeared before the two women. Thank you, senior brother. Feeling the surge of immense energy within, Lin Shuero leaped into Lu Chen's embrace. The fragrant wind and soft jade enveloped him, prompting Lu Chen to glance at the poised and slender figure of Lin Yu, whose cheeks flushed with the realization of attaining the true god realm, a state she had never dared to dream of before. She too stepped forward, burying her face against Lu Chen's chest. So many shards of divine power. How can this be? The prostrate holy celestial god raised his gaze in shock, internally bewildered. He marveled at how the two seemingly frail women had suddenly unleashed the same upper true god aura as himself. Such an unfathomable phenomenon was beyond even the most seasoned of the holy celestial god's experiences, and these abundant shards of divine power seemed to be given away freely. As for this fellow, Lu Chen looked down at the holy celestial god, his expression inscrutable. What do you intend to do? What are you going to do? I am one of the 12 divine officials of the Guangming Shindian. If you dare harm me, the celestial court will sense it and never let you go. The holy celestial god felt a chill run down his spine under Lu Chen's penetrating gaze. Holy celestial god, modifiable. Cultivation, upper true god, modifiable. Identity, Lu Chen's servant, modifiable. In an instant, upon completing the modifications, the holy celestial god felt the restraints on his body dissolve, and he immediately knelt before Lu Chen, speaking with utmost reverence. Holy celestial, I greet my master. As the words fell, Zhou Ji Dai, Shui Mei Yin, and the other women gazed in disbelief at the scene before them. They were left wondering what means Lu Chen had employed to bring the exalted Shangtian Shunzun to submission. You may return for now, Lu Chen said, and with a flash of his figure, he vanished from the spot. The scene shifted to Yao Qi Shengdi, within the Holy Maiden Palace. There, a graceful figure clad in a pink celestial gown sat cross-legged atop a cushion, her phoenix eyes tightly shut. Silken tresses cascaded like a waterfall, gently resting on her slender waist, exuding beauty akin to willow leaves and eyes sparkling like stars. Delicate jade earrings hung from her earlobes, and the hem of her gown billowed like smoke, enhancing her ethereal quality. Yet at this moment, the first holy celestial maiden was drenched in sweat. Her red lips pressed tightly together, an expression of struggle and pain etched across her face. Her breath became increasingly erratic, and the jade peaks before her rose and fell in agitation. Damn it! Jiang Yuchan's mind was plagued by the memories of that day in Xianglong City. Her cheeks flushing crimson, her body slick with fragrant sweat. The soft perspiration soaked her gown, clinging to her fair and delicate form, the contours of her body becoming vaguely discernible. What is happening to me? Why can I not shake this feeling? Jiang Yuchan bit her silver teeth into her red lips. Her complexion flushed, and a sense of heat enveloped her entire being. Since returning from Xianglong City, she had confined herself to her quarters for purification and meditation, yet every time she closed her eyes, the embarrassing memories of that day would involuntarily resurface. This state rendered her utterly incapable of focusing on her cultivation. As the foremost holy celestial maiden of the southern wilderness, she had lost her previous purity. Could it be that I truly have feelings for that man? The angular visage of Lu Chen surfaced in her mind, igniting a wave of heat throughout her body, her pearly white teeth gently biting her slender fingers. Unbeknownst to her, the Yao Qi Shengzhu observed all of this from the shadows, letting out a sigh. Alas! Since Jiang Yuchan's return, the perceptive Yao Qi Shengzhu had noticed the changes in her demeanor. Hours passed, and as the chanting within the palace concluded, the Yao Qi Shengzhu stepped forth from the shadows. Yuchan. Upon hearing the call from behind, Jiang Yuchan's delicate form trembled, and she hurriedly adjusted her gown. As sacred master, why have you suddenly come? Her flustered demeanor resembled that of a cat caught in the act of mischief. Observing this, The Yao Qi Sheng Zhu shook her head with resignation. Alas, Yuchan, you are no longer suited to continue your secluded cultivation. She had discerned that the incident in Xianglong City had profoundly affected Jiang Yuchan's heart, disturbing her Dao heart. You speak the truth, Sacred Master. I beseech you for guidance. Jiang Yuchan lowered her head, feeling a wave of shame for her recent lapse. She thought to herself, is this still the original me? After a moment of contemplation, the Yao Qi Sheng Zhu spoke. Yuchan, my dear, you have cultivated with a clear heart and few desires until now. This trial of worldly emotions is one you must endure. Clean yourself up and come to the Yao Qi Holy Palace to seek your master. I shall have arrangements for you. With that, the Yao Qi Sheng Zhu vanished from the spot. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuchan's charming face turned beet red. Her heart filled with overwhelming embarrassment. Did Master see everything just now? The thought made her feel an unbearable shame, rendering her unable to face the Yao Qi Sheng Zhu. Shortly thereafter, Jiang Yuchan shed her garments and immersed herself in the celestial pond, washing away the sweat, restoring her sacred and delicate form. In the Yao Qi Holy Palace, the Yao Qi Sheng Zhu gazed gravely at the swirling dark energy emerging from the center of the celestial pond. The once sturdy ceiling formation had developed several cracks. Master, what is happening with this demon? If this continues, the ceiling formation will inevitably be breached. Nangongwan, clad in a pink gown, expressed her concerns. The soft fabric perfectly accentuated her voluptuous and graceful figure. This demon's power is growing stronger by the day. There may be more to this than meets the eye. This ceiling formation can hardly contain it much longer, the Yao Qi Sheng Zhu replied solemnly. Master, at that moment, an ethereal voice resonated from outside the palace. Jiang Yuchan, having shed her finery, appeared in a flowing white gauze gown that billowed like smoke. A soft ribbon tightly cinched around her waist. Her red lips and pearly teeth shone with a lustrous glow, her icy physique restored to its previous purity, immaculate and unblemished. Greetings, holy maiden. Nangongwan quickly bowed in respect to Jiang Yuchan. Yuchan has arrived. The Yao Qi Sheng Zhu's gaze fell upon Jiang Yuchan's form. Why has the aura of the evil entity inside grown so powerful? Upon her arrival in the holy palace, an overwhelming wave of dark energy surged towards Jiang Yuchan, causing her brows to furrow. Nangongwan stepped forward to explain. Holy maiden, during your seclusion, the power of this evil entity has been steadily increasing. Even the Sacred Master and the numerous quasi-emperor elders combined have found it increasingly difficult to contain. Hearing this, Jiang Yuchan's heart jolted, and she quickly inquired. How could this be? Master, what exactly is the nature of the evil being imprisoned within? Nangongwan, equally curious, turned to the Yao Qi Sheng Zhu for answers. In the entire holy domain, only the Sacred Master was privy to the existence imprisoned beneath the celestial pond. The Yao Qi Sheng Zhu parted her lips, letting out a soft sigh. Alas, given the current circumstances, there is no need for concealment. Beneath the Yao Qi lies the severed head of a demon. Upon hearing this, both Jiang Yuchan and Nangongwan were taken aback, exclaiming in unison, a head? Such shocking news. Merely a head possesses such a terrifying aura. What kind of formidable existence was this demon at its peak? Surely, even demigod-level beings would be insufficient to contend with it. The Yao Qi Sheng Zhu nodded and continued. This matter involves a deep secret, and I am not entirely clear on the specifics of its identity. This head has been sealed here since ancient times by the first Yao Qi Sheng Zhu. The Yao Qi Holy Domain is solely responsible for suppressing this demon's head. As for its other limbs and body, their whereabouts remain unknown. However, it is certain that this recent anomaly is connected to it. Jiang Yuchan's phoenix eyes flickered, and she solemnly speculated, could it be that there is an issue with the location responsible for suppressing the other limbs? The head may have sensed the limbs and, despite the distance, is somehow able to regain its strength? The Yao Qi Sheng Zhu responded, that is the only plausible explanation. This demon's cultivation is extraordinarily high. Even a severed head is difficult to handle. We must not allow it to escape. Otherwise, the entire 3,000 Dao states will face calamity. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Jiang Yuchan stepped forward, pledging, I implore the Sacred Master for instructions. Yuchan is willing to face any peril for the holy domain, regardless of the cost. Nangongwan stood beside her, declaring, I vow to follow the holy maiden to the ends of the earth. Seeing their resolve, the Yao Qi Sheng Zhu's eyes glimmered slightly, and she spoke with a tone of self-reproach. Alas, Yuchan, previously you endured humiliation to save me, and now I must send you out again. This is my inadequacy. However, Jiang Yuchan shook her head firmly, her gaze resolute. Master, why do you say such things? My life was given by you, and I am willing to do whatever is necessary. The Yao Qi Sheng Zhu immediately ceased her lamentations. You and Nangongwan must set out for Heiyao City at once. Find a person with a light fate. and bring them back to the holy domain as my disciple. Go swiftly and return promptly. Previously, the Yao Qi Xingzhu had conducted a divination and discovered that there was an individual in Heiyao City possessing a light fate. The power of light inherently counters such evil entities. Understood. Following the command, Jiang Yuchan and Nangong Wan hastened towards the direction of Heiyao City. Yuchan, I hope you can evade this calamity. The farther you run, the better. Do not return ever again. With that, the Yao Qi Shangzhu turned and continued to reinforce the sealing formation. She was acutely aware that time was slipping away, and by the time Jiang Yuechan and her companions found that person, the sealing formation would likely have already been breached. Thus, she deliberately misled the two, allowing them a chance to escape. A day passed in the blink of an eye. The scene shifted to Heiyao City, where in a dilapidated straw hut, a coffin lay horizontally in the main hall. A frail young woman clad in mourning attire knelt before the spirit hall, tears streaming down her delicate face. This fragile woman, with bright eyes and pearly teeth, her skin as fair as snow, could not conceal her alluring figure beneath her mourning garb. Yet at this moment, two streams of tears adorned her exquisite countenance, evoking a sense of pity. Husband, I, Lu Ruoyin, shall surely avenge you. The scoundrels of the Bai family will pay dearly. Lu Ruoyin vowed through gritted teeth, her heart ablaze with fury. This woman was none other than Lu Ruoyin, whom Lu Chun had met in Xianglong City. The coffin contained Ling Huan, the one who had auctioned the jade hairpin that day. Just as Lu Ruoyin wept like a rain-soaked pear blossom, a figure silently appeared behind her. Fairy Ruoyin? Upon hearing the call from behind, Lu Ruoyin trembled and quickly turned to see Lu Chen's robust silhouette. Having just resolved matters with the holy heavenly divine sovereign, Lu Chun had received Lu Ruoyin's message and rushed over without delay. However, he did not expect to encounter such a scene. Senior, please, I implore you to take justice for my husband. Lu Ruoyin quickly knelt before Lu Chun, her tone filled with sorrow. Hearing this, Lu Chen's gaze sharpened as he looked toward the coffin, a hint of confusion crossing his face. Ling Huan. In the next moment, an image of a foolish young man flashed in Lu Chen's mind, prompting him to lower his head and inquire, what has transpired? Faced with Lu Chen's question, Lu Ruoyin hesitated to speak, but ultimately recounted the events. It turned out that after acquiring 1,000,000 holy source stones to prevent thieves from coveting their wealth, Lu Ruoyin suggested that they leave Xianglong City. 1,000,000 holy source stones was a substantial sum, even tempting to powerful sages. Thus, the two relocated to Heiyao City, where they acted discreetly, never daring to flaunt their riches. However, one day, Ling Huan, the naive lad, became intoxicated and inadvertently revealed Lu Chen's circumstances in public. This information reached Bai Shan, the young master of the Bai family, the foremost clan in Heiyao City, who immediately set his sights on Ling Huan. Ultimately, Bai Shan not only seized the 1,000,000 holy source stones, but also extorted information about Lu Chun from Ling Huan. I beseech you to take justice for my husband. Lu Ruoyin knelt, her fair forehead pressed to the floor, prostrating herself before Lu Chun in earnest. Her posture accentuated her graceful form, while her pleading demeanor stirred compassion in Lu Chen's heart. Observing the weeping Lu Ruoyin, Lu Chen's gaze deepened, resembling a still, cold pond, devoid of any discernible emotion. I heard you refer to that lad as your husband. Have you two wed? Lu Chen raised an eyebrow and slowly inquired. Lu Ruoyin, her forehead still touching the ground, maintained her kneeling position and replied, not yet. It is my wish to keep vigil for my husband. I implore you, senior, to assist me in avenging him. However, Lu Chun remained unmoved, his voice tinged with discontent. Humph, that 1,000,000 holy source stones was my greatest boon to you. With such a substantial fortune, you chose to be reckless and attract the attention of nefarious individuals, even exposing my existence. How do you dare seek my aid? His cold, detached tone sent shivers down Lu Ruoyin's spine, causing her to tremble violently. Just moments ago, news reached Lu Chun from Hua Qingying at the Lu family that someone had unexpectedly attacked the Lu family. He had been puzzled by who would dare take such a risk, intending to resolve the matter here before addressing it. To his astonishment, the root of the problem was none other than Ling Huan. He had not anticipated that Ling Huan's actions in Xianglong City would later threaten Hua Qingying and the others at the Lu family. Although to Hua Qingying, now at the level of a divine king, it barely constituted a threat, Lu Chen still felt a flicker of anger, realizing that the situation involved Lu Chen's family. Lu Ruoyin's heart filled with dread, her pale face reflecting her inner turmoil as she bit her lip in determination. I am aware that I have no face to stand before you. Yet, I plead with you to avenge my husband. I am willing to pay any price. If I cannot avenge him, there is no meaning in my continued existence. Lu Ruoyin, a mere weak woman with little power, faced the Bai family, a colossal entity in Heiyao City. In her desperation, she could only place her hopes for revenge upon Lu Chun. With a flash of shame and struggle in her eyes, she slowly rose, her hands slipping into her dress. As her delicate fingers teased the fabric, the soft silk slid down her shoulders, exposing her fair skin to the air. With a graceful sway of her hips, she approached Lu Qian, her alluring figure brushing against him. Senior, Ling Huan has yet to touch me. If you are willing to grant me this, I shall serve you for a lifetime. Lu Ruoyin's face flushed crimson, her lips slightly parted, exuding a fragrance reminiscent of orchids in a secluded valley, her sultry gaze fixed upon Lu Qian. Humph, what a brazen temptress. That foolish boy truly was naive. Lu Qian glanced down at Lu Ruoyin, her garments disheveled, revealing glimpses of her delicate undergarments. Lu Ruoyin knew that her actions were shameful, but with Ling Huan now deceased, avenging him compelled her to proceed. In the next moment, her eyelashes fluttered, and she closed her eyes, puckering her lips as she rose on tiptoe to offer her luscious mouth. Faced with such an alluring display, Lu Qian had no reason to refuse. He abhorred waste in any form. Even a morsel of food should not be left uneaten. The cool, soft sensation enveloped him, and Lu Qian pressed Lu Ruoyin down beneath him. Senior, not here. Yet, Lu Qian dismissed her concerns, casually erecting a barrier to shield them from prying eyes and senses. Meanwhile, at the Bai family, a young man with a fierce countenance was reprimanding and punishing his subordinates in the main hall. Useless fools, a bunch of good-for-nothings. This man was Bai Shan, the young master of the Bai family, who had seized Ling Huan's million holy source stones. Just moments ago, he had sent men to the Lu family, but none had returned. Ling Huan, merely a third-tier loose cultivator, possessed 1,000,000 holy source stones. He must have been associated with someone extraordinary or held significant inheritance. To ascertain Lu Qian's background, Bai Shan dispatched men to the Lu family. Young master, it seems that the one named Lu Qian is likely a powerful figure in the southern region, disguised among us. We cannot afford to provoke such a formidable opponent. We must erase all traces without delay. The steward of the Bai family, filled with concern, urged him. Bai Shan nodded in agreement. You speak wisely, Bai steward. To casually expend 1,000,000 holy source stones, he must be at least an emperor-level cultivator. Realizing this, a cold glint flickered in Bai Shan's eyes as he coldly commanded. Go, capture everyone who has interacted with that lad Ling Huan and deal with them discreetly. We must leave no trace. Also, I have heard that there is a delicate young lady beside that foolish boy. Bring her to me as well. After speaking, Bai Shan licked his lips with greed. As you command, young master. Upon receiving the command, Bai Guanjia slowly retreated from the hall. In a corner of the hall, an inconspicuous figure trembled slightly. Oh, I almost forgot about you. Bai Shan cast a cold glance, noticing the figure squatting in the corner. This figure was a frail-looking youth, seemingly unremarkable. Yet a unique mark was etched between his brows. This mark exuded a faint aura of divine light, as if it were the nemesis of all evil entities. The individual was named Yun Hao, a humble servant under Bai Shan, who had previously been a close friend of Ling Huan. Under Bai Shan's coercive pressure, it was this person who lured Ling Huan to the Bai family. Young master, what do you wish to do? Sensing Bai Shan's piercing gaze, Yun Hao trembled in fear, his expression one of utter terror. There was no choice. You are deeply entangled in this matter, so rest easy. With that, Bai Shan struck out with a palm aimed at Yun Hao's crown. Seeing this, Yun Hao desperately shook his head in plea, closing his eyes out of sheer dread. He too had been forced to bring Ling Huan into the Bai family, yet now Bai Shan intended to eliminate him as well. Just at this critical moment, a melodious and ethereal voice rang out. Stop. In the next instant, a fragrance akin to orchids in a secluded valley wafted through the air, as a figure clad in a white gown appeared before Yun Hao. After a long while, Yun Hao slowly opened his eyes, gazing upwards. A dignified and stunningly beautiful figure captured his attention. She wore a gown as white as misty clouds, with gossamer veils draped over her shoulders, her exquisite features radiating an unparalleled sanctity, as if a celestial maiden from the heavens had descended before him. This dreamlike scene left Yun Hao, seated on the ground. In a state of prolonged stupor, his gaze fixated upon the holy figure before him, unable to look away. Who are you? This is a matter concerning the Bai family. I kindly ask this celestial maiden not to interfere, lest you attract misfortune. In the face of this sudden occurrence, Bai Shan cast a dark and brooding glance at the unexpectedly appeared Jiang Yuechan. However, Jiang Yuechan remained unfazed, slowly turning to completely disregard Bai Shan's threatening words. Focusing her attention on the seated Yun Hao, Shishu Nangong. This person must be the one with the light fate as mentioned by the Holy Master. After receiving the task from the Yaoqi Holy Master yesterday, Jiang Yuechan had hurriedly made her way towards Heiyao City. Accompanying her, Nangong Wan also gracefully landed. She then turned her figure, adorned in a pink palace gown, and knelt beside Yun Hao. Upon seeing the unique mark between Yun Hao's brows radiating a luminous aura, Nangong Wan nodded in affirmation to Jiang Yuechan. Your Highness, this must be the one. Hearing Nangong Wan's confirmation, Jiang Yuechan's lips parted slightly as she inquired, Young one, do you wish to join my sect? Still in a daze, Yun Hao gazed at Jiang Yuechan, captivated. Even though the celestial maiden wore a veil and was enveloped in ethereal mist, making it difficult to discern her true visage, the mere outline, and the transcendent sacred aura she exuded were enough to leave him awestruck. It was hard to believe the beauty concealed beneath the veil, as her melodious and ethereal voice reached his ears. Yun Hao, blushing, finally regained his senses and hurriedly knelt in reverence. Disciple Yun Hao, I pay my respects to my master. Jiang Yuechan gently used a stream of soothing spiritual power to lift Yun Hao. There is no need for such grand gestures. With the individual possessing the light fate finally found, Jiang Yuechan felt a sense of relief. Glancing towards the direction of Yaoqi Holy Land, now we should be able to seal that demon. Meanwhile, upon witnessing Jiang Yuechan blatantly ignore him, Xuan, filled with frustration, bellowed, Celestial Maiden, if you wish to take him away, must you not inform me, the master? Such arrogance and disregard. Do you think the Bai family is insignificant? As soon as he finished speaking, Xuan waved his hand, and a throng of Bai family warriors swiftly surrounded the area, creating a blockade. Xuan then directed his gaze back to the ground where Yun Hao lay. Yun Hao, why are you not coming over here? Feeling the malevolent gaze of Xuan, Yun Hao was engulfed in dread. Having lived as a servant within the Bai family since childhood, he had endured countless beatings, thus instilling a deep-seated fear of Xuan into his heart. Yet, Jiang Yuechan, noticing the situation, furrowed her brow and once again positioned herself in front of Yun Hao. This individual is of great importance to our Yaoqi Holy Land. Therefore, I must take him away today, and I hope young Master Bai will not obstruct us. With words that resonated powerfully, upon learning that the stunningly beautiful celestial maiden was from Yaoqi Holy Land, Bai Shan's heart began to race. Recalling that Nangong Wan had referred to Jiang Yuechan as the Holy Maiden, Bai Shan's legs nearly gave way. This woman was indeed the Yaoqi Holy Maiden, renowned as the most sacred celestial being of the southern region. I apologize for any offense I may have caused. You may take this individual without any objection from me. Upon realizing Jiang Yuechan's identity, Bai Shan immediately displayed his willingness to be accommodating. In the entire southern region, Yaoqi Holy Land was a formidable force, housing numerous quasi-emperors and the Yaoqi Holy Master, a pinnacle emperor. It was not something a mere Bai family could provoke. Meanwhile, Yun Hao's eyes sparkled as he gazed at the enchanting figure of Jiang Yuechan. Master, are you the rumored first celestial maiden of the southern region? Jiang Yuechan's captivating and holy image was deeply etched in Yun Hao's heart. This extraordinary celestial maiden illuminated his previously dark and despairing world, pulling him from the depths of an endless abyss. Thus, Yun Hao's gaze gradually grew resolute, secretly vowing to diligently cultivate and follow his master. In fact, he even envisioned a future where he would ascend to ultimate power and accompany his beautiful master for the rest of his life. A downcast youth, awakening his fate, encountering a dire predicament, and being rescued by a sacred celestial maiden. Was this not the quintessential template of a protagonist? Shu Nangong, we must not delay. The situation on my master's side may not be optimistic. Unaware of what her newly accepted disciple was contemplating, Jiang Yuechan promptly turned to Nangong Wan. Now that we have found Yun Hao, who possesses the light fate, I am eager to return and assist the Yaoqi Holy Master in reinforcing the seal. Your Highness speaks wisely. Let us depart at once. With that, Nangong Wan formed hand seals, lifting Yun Hao with her spiritual power, just as the two women prepared to escort Yun Hao back to Yaoqi Holy Land. A voice called out, halting them in their tracks. What a coincidence to meet you here, Holy Maiden Yuechan. I wonder if you have thought of me since our last encounter at Xianglong City? As this familiar voice reached Jiang Yuechan's ears, it immediately sent her heart into a tumult. She nearly lost control of her spiritual power, almost collapsing on the ground. Jiang Yuechan's composure shattered, her once pure and dignified demeanor crumbling. It's you. Turning towards the voice, the figure that had become ingrained in her memory came into view. And Jiang Yuechan could not help but exclaim, "What are you doing here?" Meanwhile, Nangong Wan, who was aware of what had transpired between the two in Xianglong City, felt a chill run down her spine. Oh no, this is bad. Why is this calamity not in Tianyan Holy Land, but suddenly appearing here? Could it be that he intends to bring misfortune to the pure and virtuous Holy Maiden? In the next moment, a bold idea suddenly emerged in Nguyen's mind. What has happened to SHCN? The unusual behavior exhibited by Nguyen did not escape the keen eyes of YNHO, the newly accepted disciple. Who is this individual? Why does SHZN display such erratic emotions in their presence? YNHO could not help but cast a curious glance at the towering figure above. After an intimate encounter, LCHN appeared refreshed, with one arm wrapped around Li Ryn's slender waist. A subtle smile graced his lips as he directed a meaningful glance toward Xianxiaaudiobooks below, stepping lightly through the void, descending from the heavens. A terrifying aura enveloped the surroundings. As one wave receded, another surged. BISHN looked toward LCHN, who emerged from the void, filled with trepidation. LCHN, still holding Li Ryn, landed gracefully. Witnessing this scene, Xianxiaaudiobooks pressed her delicate lips together, her jade-like hands clenched into fists. Her expression, hidden beneath her veil, was intricate. The air fell into a brief silence. Having once encountered New York NZNSHN, Xianxiaaudiobooks stood bewildered for a long time before finally murmuring, her ethereal voice trembling slightly, as she bowed slightly to LCHN. The memory of their previous meeting in the guest room of Xianxiaaudiobooks City flashed through her mind. Recalling that day when this so-called first pure celestial maiden had taken the initiative to engage in such intimate acts, Xianxiaaudiobooks' cheeks flushed crimson, her long, slender legs beneath her ethereal, white dress trembling slightly. Overcome with embarrassment, she could not help but subtly squeeze her legs together. Standing beside her, NUWN also leaned forward, bowing respectfully. I pay my respects to New York NZNSHN, with her delicate figure bending. The gossamer-like pink palace gown clung to her perfectly rounded form, accentuating her graceful curves. Observing the change in Xianxiaaudiobooks' expression, NUWN sighed inwardly, pondering whether it was a misfortune or a blessing for the saintess to be under the gaze of such an existence. After all, across the 3,000 Dao provinces, New York NZNSHN was indeed a supreme being, beyond the control of any will. They were already familiar acquaintances. Why should Xianxiaaudiobooks be so overly courteous? LCHN's eyes held a knowing glimmer as he regarded the elegant and ethereal Xianxiaaudiobooks before him. An invisible yet gentle force lifted both women into the air. Thank you, ZNSHN, Xianxiaaudiobooks stammered. Feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over her as LCHN's words filled her with profound humility. She appeared flustered, her complexion flushed, her legs weak. Fortunately, NUWN was there to support her. What? New York NZNSHN? He is the legendary figure who commands respect across the 3,000 Dao provinces, feared by the 3 demigods of destiny. Upon hearing NUWN and Xianxiaaudiobooks address LCHN with such reverence, YNHO's mouth fell agape in disbelief, gazing at LCHN in astonishment. Although he was merely a lowly servant of the BI family, the reputation of New York NZNSHN had spread far and wide, and he was well aware of it. His SHZN actually knows New York NZNSHN, and it seems their relationship is quite extraordinary. YNHO's heart raced with speculation. Glancing at Xianxiaaudiobooks, who had previously maintained an air of unattainability. Yet upon encountering New York NZNSHN, she appeared utterly flustered. This prompted YNHO to question, could it be that SHZN, the first pure celestial maiden of NNJIing, could harbor feelings for a man? If anyone were to develop such feelings, it should be me. I must be overthinking this. SHZN could not possibly have that kind of relationship with him. Yet soon, YNHO began to comfort himself. From the moment he laid eyes on Xianxiaaudiobooks, he had made a silent vow. So it is New York NZNSHN who has graced us with his presence. I, BISHN, the young master of the BI family, am honored to meet you, esteemed ZNSHN. The young master of the BI family hastily stood, trembling as he addressed LCHN with a tone of reverence. His legs quaked beneath him, a gentle breeze carrying an unsettling chill. The presence of such an eminent figure, renowned across the 3,000 Dao provinces, left BISHN in a state of disarray. Oh, you are BISHN? LCHN turned to regard him, his tone neutral. Indeed, it is a great honor that the esteemed ZNSHN recognizes me. BISHN stammered, his heart racing with a blend of fear and uncontainable delight. To establish any connection with such a transcendent being would mean that, henceforth, who would dare to challenge the BI family across the 3,000 Dao provinces? Since ZNSHN has graced the BI family with your presence, I shall prepare a banquet to express my hospitality, BISHN declared, his tone obsequious as he addressed LCHN. However, LCHN raised a hand to halt him. You are quite thoughtful. Nevertheless, in my view, it seems unnecessary. BISHN's eyes widened in confusion as he queried, esteemed ZNSHN, what do you mean? LCHN's lips curled into a slight smile. Yet he chose to remain silent as he shifted his position. At that moment, Yuan, who had been standing behind him, stepped forward. Gazing at her nemesis so close at hand, her eyes bloodshot, she bellowed in fury, "You scoundrel! Today, I shall avenge Yuan." The sight of her adversary ignited a fierce rage within Yuan, who could no longer contain her fury, her chest heaving beneath the white cloth that bound it. "It's you." Bishan recognized her immediately, his eyes widening in shock. He recalled that this woman had been brought by T. New York NZNSHN, and judging by their intimate demeanor, their relationship was evidently significant. The realization struck him like a bolt from the blue, shattering any hopes he had of befriending T. New York NZNSHN. The one before him had come seeking vengeance? Esteemed ZNSHN, I truly had no knowledge of this woman's connection to you. Please forgive me. Bishan trembled, collapsing to the ground in a state of abject terror, pleading for mercy from Elsichin. Elsichin remained unhurried, his gaze darkening as he fixed his eyes upon Bishan. "Do you know my surname is El? And who provided the holy source stone to that boy? Yuan." With these words, Bishan felt as though he had been struck by lightning, his face draining of color. The legendary T. New York NZNSHN hailed from the L family, and he recalled having previously dispatched subordinates to the L family to gather information. Fear gripped him, plunging him into despair. In the immediate aftermath of LCHN's words, disinterest washed over him as he retracted his smile, his expression turning frosty. With a subtle motion of his mind, he lightly stomped his foot. A terrifying aura surged forth, sweeping through the surroundings, causing the very essence of the world to tremble. In an instant, save for Xianxiaaudiobooks, Yuan, Nuwn, and Ynho, the BI family and its surroundings were reduced to rubble, life extinguished, and the laws of spiritual energy rendered void. As the tempest roared, Ynho stared in stunned disbelief at the scene unfolding before him. Following the recent upheaval involving HH and Ziying, the 3,000 Dao provinces had been set abuzz. The people spoke of the wrath of ZNSH and leading to the demise of the Dao lineage, the obliteration of life, and the nullification of all laws. In that moment, Ynho truly witnessed the true might of T. New York NZNSHN. Is this the true power of the TNYNZNSHN? It is indeed terrifying beyond measure. To dare to target the L family and the esteemed HAQing LCHN has already shown great mercy by not extracting their souls. I am deeply grateful to you, Senior, for putting aside past grievances and avenging our YN. Such profound kindness will forever be etched in our YN's heart, and she wishes to serve you faithfully in return. Upon witnessing the Bai family reduced to ruins, with the perpetrator behind Huan's demise brought to justice, our YN's wishes were fulfilled, and she immediately knelt before LCHN. The filial garments she wore gracefully accentuated her exquisite figure as she moved. There is no need for such formality. I am a god of my word, LCHN remarked, a subtle power lifting our YN gently from the ground. He would not disclose that even without the previous act of gratitude at the morning hall, he would have still annihilated the Bai family. Truly, the TNYNZNSHN is formidable, capable of extinguishing an entire lineage with a mere whim. N mused within her heart. Faced with such an extraordinary figure, one must ponder which woman in the world would not be captivated. As she gazed at LCHN's transcendent presence, her delicate legs beneath her pink palace gown instinctively drew together, her face blooming like a peach blossom as she looked towards him. At that moment, Xuan beheld LCHN's form, her autumn-like eyes rippling with emotion, her expression a tapestry of complexity. Even now, she was uncertain of her true feelings towards him. Since their profound encounter in Xianxiaaudiobooks, where their skins brushed closely, a unique mark had been indelibly etched in her heart, one that she could never erase. Respected Senior, I still have urgent matters to attend to, so I must take my leave, Xuan said after a lengthy pause, her heart a whirlwind of confusion. With her head bowed, she bid farewell. Eager to escape her discomfort, she turned to flee. Yet, before she could take a step, LCHN called out, "Wait. To meet the saintess of the YOCH is indeed a stroke of fate. Will you not extend an invitation for me to visit your esteemed abode? After all, I did assist you once, did I not?" As soon as he finished speaking, LCHN moved like a specter, appearing beside Xuan with an enigmatic smile, playfully teasing her as he placed a large hand upon her soft, fragrant shoulder. The delicate, sheer fabric of her gown brushed against his palm, mingling with a warmth wafting from her pure form. Feeling the warmth of his hand on her shoulder, Xuan shuddered, her face beneath the veil flushing crimson, as if kissed by the dawn, breathtakingly beautiful. Hearing LCHN's audacious request to visit the YOCH, her heart became a tumult of chaos, her mind blank as she struggled to respond. Fortunately, N stepped forward, her azure steps graceful as she flashed a smile at LCHN. The YOCH will never forget your assistance. Dear Senior. However, regrettably, the situation is dire and even the saint cannot attend to visitors. Should you come, we might not be able to extend our hospitality as we ought. With that, N cast a significant glance towards LCHN, her words cleverly addressing his request while subtly hinting at deeper implications. From the saint's words, they had learned that the fiend's power was immense, and even its severed head was troublesome, necessitating assistance from YNHO, who possessed a radiant fate. However, now in the presence of the TNYNZNSHN, the strongest among the 3,000 states, N conceived a plan to seek his aid. With such formidable strength, he should be capable of subduing the malevolent being beneath the YOCH. Oh, what has transpired in the YOCH? Just as LCHN voiced his curiosity, a sudden upheaval occurred. A deafening roar reverberated through the southern wilderness, and the ground trembled violently beneath their feet. What is happening? This is bad. It's the YOCH. In response to the unexpected turmoil, GNUCHN and NWN exchanged alarmed glances, exclaiming in unison. Indeed, the source of the disturbance originated from the YOCH? Is that the presence of evil spirits? LCHN's gaze shifted towards the YOCH, keenly sensing a sinister force beginning to seep across the southern wilderness. This aura seemed related to the malevolent realm spoken of by the Holy Celestial from the realm of the gods. This is not good. The fiend must have broken the seal and emerged from the YOCH. Upon witnessing this, NWN also sensed the vile energy emanating from the fiend, her face turning ashen. How infuriating. Did the saint not say the seal would hold for a while longer? I must return. GNUCHN dismissed her earlier anxiety and panic. Her phoenix-like eyes filled with concern as she instinctively worried for the saint's safety. Without hesitation, she grasped YNHO beside her, intent on rushing back. Saintess, wait. NWN suddenly realized the saint's intentions and quickly stopped GNUCHN. The fiend has already broken free. YNHO's radiant fate can no longer assist in suppressing it. That fiend is terrifyingly powerful. Returning now would be akin to walking into a trap. Moreover, at our current pace, it would take at least a day to reach there, by which time the YOCH may already. Upon hearing this, GNUCHN paused, her face a canvas of conflicting emotions, worry, anxiety, helplessness, and despair flooding her heart. How could this happen? Master. In that moment, GNUCHN grasped the true intent behind the saint's orders for her to leave. Instantly, this pure maiden trembled, tears welling in her eyes. The YOCH was in peril, her master was in danger, and yet she felt utterly powerless. As despair enveloped her, she felt a crushing weight of self-reproach. Just as GNUCHN sank deeper into desolation, her gaze caught sight of LCHN behind her. Suddenly, the thought of the TNYNZNSHN, the strongest among the 3,000 states, filled her with a flicker of hope. In this moment, it seemed that only LCHN could save the YOCH. GNUCHN hesitated, grappling with her inner turmoil. Her delicate teeth biting down as her jade hands clenched into fists, her face beneath the veil revealing a complex array of emotions. After a brief moment of contemplation, she turned towards LCHN, bending her knee in a gesture of supplication. Observing this, LCHN extended his will, gently lifting her with an unseen force, and feigned ignorance as he inquired, Saintess RYN, please rise. What brings you here to honor me with such reverence? Master, YNHO, standing by, gazed at her in disbelief. GNUCHN reached out, grasping LCHN's sleeve, her face blushing, her lips parted slightly, conveying her difficulty in articulating her request. RYN implores you, esteemed senior, to extend your aid to the YOCH. This plea struck a chord with LCHN, who struggled to suppress a smile. Alas, I wish to assist, but the fiend's might is formidable and should not be underestimated. While I have some connection with you, it hardly warrants me risking myself against such a foe. With that, he pretended to help GNUCHN rise, subtly taking the opportunity to caress her delicate hand, savoring the moment. The soft and delicate sensation graced his palm, truly deserving of the title of the most sacred fairy of the southern frontier. Her slender, fair fingers, as exquisite as jade, were irresistible to the touch. Lu Chun boldly grasped her hand, causing Jiang Yuechan to tremble involuntarily, suppressing the urge to withdraw her delicate fingers. Her complexion flushed a rosy hue, reminiscent of ethereal clouds. As she gazed at Lu Chun with a quivering tone, expressing her gratitude, in due time, Yuechan shall repay the kindness of the esteemed senior. Zhang Yuechan was acutely aware of the implications of Lu Chen's words, understanding the blush-inducing thoughts he harbored for her. After uttering this, she shivered again, her charming face burning with heat, fully aware that she had plunged herself deeper into the abyss, succumbing to Lu Chen's overwhelming presence. With a mischievous grin, Lu Chen, now restless with desire, could hardly contain himself as he beheld the alluring beauty of Zhang Yuechan, who was now within his grasp. He pulled her closer, wrapping his other arm around her slender waist, unable to resist embracing this sacred fairy tightly. The fragrance of her soft skin filled his senses as he lowered his head. Speaking tenderly, "Since the esteemed maiden has proclaimed such, I eagerly anticipate your promised repayment." His gaze fixated on her alluring, enticing lips. And had it not been for the presence of Nangong Wan and Yunhao nearby, he would have hastened to indulge once more in the delightful taste she offered. Zhang Yuechan, feeling the warmth of his embrace, was overwhelmed with a mix of shyness and anger, her face aflame as the masculine scent enveloped her, nearly causing her to faint. The close proximity made it difficult for her to breathe, and her body instinctively writhed in his arms. Yet, contemplating that only Lu Chen could save the Yaoqi's sacred land, she reluctantly allowed him to hold her. As the Yaoqi's sacred master, her adoptive mother and mentor, had nurtured her, and the Yaoqi's sacred land was her childhood home, Zhang Yuechan could not bear to witness its destruction, even if it meant falling again into Lu Chen's seductive grasp. Unbeknownst to her, one individual in the vicinity felt their heart shatter within, witnessing his once sacred mentor, now blushing in a man's embrace. Yunhao was struck by disbelief, as if struck by lightning. Just moments ago, he had silently vowed to marry this ethereal mentor who had rescued him from despair, yet now, on the other side, Nangong Wan sighed, shaking her head in resignation. It seems the saintly maiden has not escaped the clutches of this seductive deity. Unbeknownst to her, a flicker of jealousy stirred within her heart towards Zhang Yuechan. In a short while, Zhang Yuechan shyly closed her eyes and urged, "Hurry to save our master." "Fear not, Saintess Yuechan," Lu Chen replied, nodding in agreement. With a thought, he stamped his foot, summoning immense spatial laws. In a flash of divine light, he, along with Zhang Yuechan, Lu Rian, and Nangong Wan, vanished from their location. The scene shifted to the Yaoqi's sacred land. The once ethereal and fragrant pavilions now lay in ruins, the sky shrouded in darkness, with ominous thunder rumbling incessantly. The Yaoqi itself was cleaved in two, revealing a bottomless abyss exuding a terrifying malevolence. All blame pointed to the fearsome head floating ominously above. "You lowly beings shall provide the sustenance for my revival." The sinister head emitted a series of eerie cries. Suddenly, ghostly winds surged, carrying an aura that chilled the soul, as if it sought to unleash years of pent-up resentment. The frigid winds cut like sharp blades against their skin. At that moment, thousands of divine swords pierced through the gloom, forming a formidable array that firmly trapped the head. "How could this accursed entity's power have grown so formidable?" exclaimed an elder clad in a Taoist robe, his expression one of disbelief. This elder was the revered Tianyan, a demigod of the ancient sword sect, possessing terrifying power at the late stage of demigod. Meanwhile, the three demigod elders of the Tianji pavilion wielded a starry compass, channeling the strength of myriad stars to assault the malevolent entity. "Something is amiss. This creature's power has surged dramatically. The situation is far from simple," murmured Song Xian, another demigod, his expression grave. These four were summoned by the Yaoqi's sacred master, foreseeing the impending escape of the malevolent entity. Aware of the gravity of the situation, which threatened the entire realm, they hastened to arrive, only to find they had arrived too late. The malevolent being had already broken free. "Do not let this demon escape," implored Tianyan, along with the three elders from Tianji Pavilion. "Otherwise, if it regains its corporeal form, the entire realm shall face annihilation." The Yaoqi's sacred master joined the fray, while her disciples formed a vast array to seal the skies. With a pale complexion and weakened aura, she urgently explained to the demigods, "I have already exhausted much of my primordial power to seal this demon. Now that it has broken free, I have suffered unprecedented injuries." Her delicate pink robe was tattered, exposing her fair legs to the air. "Yaoqi's sacred master, you are gravely injured. Your primordial essence is compromised. It is imperative you leave at once. We four, along with this great sealing array, may not be able to contain this demon for long. You must seek aid from the Lingyuan Alliance," urged Tianyan, gritting his teeth as he struggled to contain the demon within the sword array. "He speaks truthfully, Yaoqi's sacred master. In your current state, remaining here holds little significance. Swiftly seek out the Lingyuan Alliance," added Tai Su, another demigod. Hearing their words, the Yaoqi's sacred master reluctantly withdrew, her teeth clenched. her expression complicated as she looked at the demigods. Very well, esteemed seniors, I am deeply grateful. She bowed deeply to them and prepared to flee. None of you shall escape. The trapped head, sensing her intent to flee, erupted with dark energy, shattering the sword array. Having been imprisoned beneath the Yaoqi for countless years, its fury had reached a boiling point. In the next instant, a massive demonic shadow coalesced above, shrouded in malevolent energy, as a colossal hand descended. In an instant, the ceiling array was obliterated, and countless stars were crushed to dust. With a thunderous roar, Tianyan, the 3 demigod elders, and numerous disciples of the sacred land were sent sprawling, blood spewing from their mouths. The disparity in power was insurmountable. How could this be? The Yaoqi's sacred master was filled with disbelief. The 4 demigods present, each capable of standing at the pinnacle of the realm, found themselves utterly powerless against this demon. Behold, I am the evil god Abaloro, and you wretched lowly beings shall become the sustenance for my resurgence. King Abiro roared with fury, and the towering shadow of a demonic pillar pointed towards the saintess of Yaoqi. Faced with such overwhelming might, the saintess turned pale, collapsing to the ground, utterly powerless to resist. A tempest of malevolent spirits surged forth, and she simply closed her enchanting eyes, bracing herself for the embrace of death. However, a beam of icy light pierced through, instantaneously shattering the dark veil that enveloped the heavens. Who dares? This sudden turn of events caused King Abiro to furrow his brow, directing his gaze towards a distant point. Ha ha ha, King Abiro, merely a wretched remnant, reduced to just a head, daring to speak so brazenly before me. As his words fell, the thunder of divine retribution roared, and a cataclysmic golden lightning descended from the heavens, carrying with it unfathomable might. In an instant, the towering demonic shadow dissolved into nothingness. With a muffled gasp, King Abiro spat forth a mouthful of his own divine blood. True thunder of the heavenly net. To think that someone in this inferior realm could master such lightning? The half-god Tianyan and others, injured by King Abiro, looked up in astonishment. Following the sound, they beheld the skies filled with divine lightning, and a figure of unparalleled grandeur slowly descended, cradling a stunning beauty in his arms. Jiang Yuechan, the saintess of Yaoqi, having narrowly escaped disaster, opened her eyes to the commotion above. Upon seeing the blushing Jiang Yuechan in Lu Chen's embrace, she was immediately taken aback, exclaiming in shock. King Abiro modifiable. Gender, male modifiable. Identity, an evil god from the realm of malevolent spirits, modifiable. Cultivation, mid-tier, true god, full peak, modifiable. Lu Chen gently wrapped his arm around Jiang Yuechan's delicate waist, descending gracefully before the saintess of Yaoqi. Indeed, this demon hails from the realm of malevolent spirits spoken of by the Holy Lord. As he touched down, Jiang Yuechan's face burned with embarrassment, and she hurriedly extricated herself from Lu Chen's embrace, gasping for breath while casting a resentful glance at him. Noticing this, Lu Chen felt a pang of guilt. He had been so preoccupied with the soft sensation in his arms that he had failed to control his strength. Who are you? King Abiro sensed a formidable threat emanating from Lu Chen, causing his heart to quiver as he cast a fearful glance at him. Humph, reduced to a mere head. Yet you dare to be so arrogant. Die. With that, Lu Chen ceased his idle chatter, and with a mere thought, unleashed a powerful invisible force that shattered the very fabric of space. Before King Abiro could utter any pleas for mercy, he was crushed into a mist of blood. Witnessing this scene, everyone present gasped in unison, the atmosphere descending into a brief silence. Just a moment ago, the imposing King Abiro had been a formidable presence. Yet in the blink of an eye, he was slain by the striking youth before them? Even Jiang Yuechan, who had accompanied Lu Chen, found her mouth agape, her eyes wide with disbelief, covering her lips with a delicate hand. She had assumed that even Lu Chen would find it challenging to confront such an enigmatic evil. Yet the reality was that King Abiro had been annihilated in a single glance. It dawned on Jiang Yuechan that Lu Chen's earlier display of feigned weakness in Bai's residence at Heiyao City had been intentional, designed to keep her from feeling overly cautious. Realizing this, Jiang Yuechan shot a reproachful glare at Lu Chen, her eyes brimming with resentment as she pursed her lips and muttered, "This lecherous god." With Lu Chen's cultivation level, Jiang Yuechan's murmurs could not escape his keen perception. Yet, to his surprise, rather than displaying any anger, he felt a secret delight within and erupted into laughter. Chapter 73, Insights and Acceptance. Standing nearby, the saintess of Yaoqi quickly discerned the peculiar expressions exchanged between the two. Particularly, Jiang Yuechan's bashful demeanor and Lu Chen's terrifying prowess prompted her to connect the dots to the Tianyan deity previously mentioned by Jiang Yuechan. Surely, this esteemed figure must be the Tianyan deity she spoke of. Yue Baiwei, the saintess of Yaoqi, stepped forward gracefully, expressing her gratitude. I sincerely thank the esteemed deity for your assistance. The Yaoqi sacred land is at a loss to repay your kindness. As she spoke, her elegantly long legs emerged from the slit of her gown, generously exposed to the air. She bore a striking resemblance to Zhou Zhijia, exuding an alluring charm. Her voluptuous figure akin to a ripe fruit. To have so thoroughly captivated Jiang Yuechan and possessed such overwhelming strength to dispatch King Abiro in a single blow could only be attributed to the Tianyan deity. Renowned as the strongest in the realm. Yui Baiwei modifiable. Identity, Saintess of Yaoqi, Nine-tailed Celestial Fox, modifiable. Cultivation, Pinnacle Emperor, modifiable. The Saintess need not be overly formal. It is only natural for me to eradicate such vile demons that dare to disrupt the realm. Lu Chen, adopting a righteous demeanor, lifted Yui Baiwei with a gentle invisible force. However, inwardly he mused, this Saintess of Yaoqi is indeed a captivating beauty. And I did not expect her to be such a fiery vixen. Jiang Yuechan could not help but twitch her lips at this remark, mentally berating. How embarrassing to confront this lecherous deity. Yui Baiwei was somewhat aware of Lu Chen's character from Jiang Yuechan, yet due to his extraordinary power, she dared not reveal it publicly. Otherwise, should she incur Lu Chen's wrath, the Yaoqi sacred land might face annihilation. Thus, Yui Baiwei promptly flattered, esteemed deity. You truly embody the strength of the strongest in the realm, possessing such noble intentions. I am in awe. As she spoke, Yui Baiwei felt a pang in her heart. The reason behind Lu Chen's magnanimous intervention was clear from Jiang Yuechan's flustered expression. The sensation of selling her daughter while counting the blessings for the other party was both frustrating and unavoidable. So this esteemed figure is indeed the Tianyan deity. I am the old Tianjian, long familiar with your illustrious name, and now I am even more impressed upon meeting you. The Tianjian half-god, upon overhearing their conversation, was taken aback and promptly rose, bowing deeply with his sword in hand towards Lu Chen, exterminating demons and safeguarding the path. You truly deserve the title of the strongest in the realm. The three half-gods from the Tianji Pavilion, led by Tsang Xian, approached, fervently extolling Lu Chen's virtues. The astonishment in their hearts far surpassed that of the others present. Earlier, they had discovered that the Empress Luo Qingshan was a true god wielding divine power. But they never imagined that besides her, the Tianyan sacred land also housed Lu Chen, a true god. Contemplating this, the three old men secretly marveled at the profound foundation of the Tianyan sacred land. Their flattery was well received by Lu Chen, who chuckled heartily. It was but a trifling matter. After showering Lu Chen with praise, the Tianjian half-god and his companions hurriedly took their leave. Under Yui Baiwei's direction, several enchanting disciples of Yaoqi, clad in pink palace gowns, approached Lu Chen. Surrounded by these beautiful maidens, Lu Chen settled into the guest hall. Yui Baiwei, Jiang Yuechan, and the remaining disciples and elders of Yaoqi stayed behind to attend to subsequent matters. The Sacred Lord. The ancestral teachings of Yaoqi's sacred land explicitly state that the female disciples of the sacred land must not indulge excessively in carnal desires. Observing Lu Chen's carefree and proud departure, Jiang Yuechan bit her silver teeth and slowly addressed Yu Baiwei. Yet, what she received in return was a sigh from Yu Baiwei. Alas, everything is unavoidable. Currently, among the elders of the Yaoqi sacred land, 10 out of 10 have perished at the hands of the great Abiliuo king. Moreover, it was thanks to the timely intervention of the Tianyan divine that we were saved. Otherwise, the lineage of Yaoqi's sacred land might truly face extinction. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuechan was momentarily rendered speechless, her head bowed low. As a descendant of the future, how could she bear to witness the ancestral lineage severed in her hands? Yu Baiwei then reached out her delicate hand, gently caressing Jiang Yuechan's fair face. Her tone filled with guilt. Let us not speak of others for now. But you, my dear, have you truly considered how to cope with your temperament? Can you genuinely resign the sacred pomegranate skirt to a stranger? Unbeknownst to her, the outcome would ultimately require sacrifice. Contemplating the events of the night to come, this sacred fairy felt a shiver run through her delicate body, her skin, as white as jade, slightly flushed, resembling a layer of rosy clouds. Nevertheless, Jiang Yuechan pursed her red lips, her gaze revealing a glimmer of resolve as she nodded. Yes, master, I have made my decision. Moreover, I had previously promised. And should I go back on my word now, I would be unworthy of my status as a saintess. Besides, it would be futile to retract my promise. With his overwhelming power, who could stop him? Instead, it would only provoke his wrath, bringing a formidable enemy upon the sacred land. Hearing Jiang Yuechan's words, which were filled with concern for the Yaoqi sacred land while showing no regard for her own sacrifice, Yu Baiwei's eyes turned slightly red. You have truly suffered. As both a master and a foster mother, She understood Jiang Yuechan's character very well. Willingly submitting to Lu Chun must be a source of great inner conflict for her. Yet, Jiang Yuechan's face was flushed with a shy allure, her voice soft as a whisper. Let it be. I have already submitted myself to him. Yu Baiwei could only offer words of comfort. Dear child, perhaps this encounter is your destined fate. Since it cannot be changed, why not embrace it wholeheartedly? Little did they know, their conversation shattered the heart of another. Learning that the once revered sacred master had long since become Lu Chen's possession struck Yuan Hao with immense despair, leaving him slumped on the ground, dazed. Master has already. This scene did not escape the notice of Nangong Wan, who sighed and shook her head, inwardly murmuring, poor child. To think he would compete for women with such a being, how naive. At that moment, Yu Baiwei's gaze shifted to Yuan Hao. Jiang Yuechan, is this the new disciple you have taken under your wing, blessed with a brilliant fate? She asked, pointing to the slumped Yuan Hao. Though the sacred land has no need for him now, since he has been accepted as a disciple, he should remain within the sacred land for further guidance in his cultivation. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuechan nodded. Master's words are indeed wise. I shall go and prepare. With that, she turned and gracefully departed. The scene shifted to Lu Chun, seated in a position of honor amidst a gathering of women. A table laden with pan peaches and fine wine before him. Below, songs and dances flourished, a fragrance reminiscent of clear springs wafting through the air. The Yaoqi disciples, clad in pink silk skirts, swayed gracefully, their lithe forms captivatingly revealed through the delicate fabric. Lu Chen thoroughly enjoyed the pan peach banquet, immersed in the warm ambience. Yet, gazing at the lively dances and the legs extending from beneath their skirts, Lu Chun felt an inexplicable void. He waved his hand, producing the white silk stockings that had been specially ordered from Lu Rian. The sight caused the Yaoqi disciples below to blush furiously, feeling a profound sense of shame at the thought of donning such garments in public. Just then, Nangong Wan entered the hall, her fitted pink palace dress accentuating her perfect, enchanting figure. She picked up the white silk stockings, and as she moved, the gossamer fabric clung to her flawlessly shaped legs. Divine Lord, she said, her cheeks flushed. Her gaze shyly directed upwards at Lu Chun. Her face seemed as if it could bleed from the heat. Soon, eager to join in, Nangong Wan began to dance gracefully. Senior Lu, she called out. At that moment, Lu Rian approached Lu Chun, dressed in a maid's outfit, her long, exquisite legs encased in black knee-high stockings. Fairy Rian. Lu Chen exclaimed, his eyes fixed on her. Lu Rian, with her head bowed, began to massage Lu Chen's shoulders. Though she wore the peculiar garments she had crafted herself, a hint of embarrassment lingered within her. Meanwhile, in a certain location within the 3,000 Dao states, in the lair of the Dragon Clan, a thunderous roar shattered the silence. Damn it! How could I not sense the presence of the head? A massive man clad in black armor, enveloped in dark mist, sat atop his throne, emanating an overwhelmingly powerful aura that distorted the very space around him. Strangely, this imposing figure was missing his head, and even the limbs connected to his torso bore cracks of magic, as if pieced together. Amidst the furious roar, a terrifying force of intimidation sent a man covered in golden dragon scales reeling backward, blood spewing from his mouth. My lord, please calm your wrath. This man was Ao Sheng, the current dragon emperor, possessing an impure five-clawed golden dragon bloodline. Once we unify the beast god domain, I will personally lead our kin to the Heavens Alliance and locate the location where your remaining head is imprisoned. Yet, Ao Sheng, despite being the dragon emperor, crawled on the ground without dignity, his voice trembling as he spoke. Useless. All of you are useless. With the power I bestowed upon you, why has there been no progress in unifying the beast god domain? The imposing black figure was none other than the Luo King, his wrath resonating with a terrifying pressure that shook the heavens and earth. A true divine aura, surpassing that of demigods, swirled ominously above Ao Sheng's head. Were it not for the fear of attracting attention from the divine realm, I would have long abandoned this cursed place to search for my remaining head, needing none of you worthless beings. In the 3,000 Dao states, the Heavens Alliance, represented by human cultivators, occupies 2/3 of the territory, while the remaining third is ruled by the Beast Clan, known as the Beast God Domain. Initially, the Luo King's torso and limbs were sealed within the Beast God Domain, with only his head imprisoned in the Yaoqi sacred land of the Heavens Alliance. Years ago, Ao Sheng had inadvertently broken the seal, releasing the Luo King's torso. To recover the remaining parts, the Luo King began to manipulate Ao Sheng and the Dragon Clan behind him. Once the torso and limbs were retrieved, the Luo King's cultivation would restore to that of a lower-level true god. However, the divine realm had long kept watch, and the emergence of true divine-level malevolent energy would undoubtedly draw their attention. Thankfully, he had found the Dragon Clan. a peculiar place well suited to shield against divine perception and the malevolent aura surrounding him. Thus, in dire circumstances, the now restored lower-level true god Luo King could not act recklessly. My lord, please do not be angry. Now, all other factions in the beast god domain have submitted, save for the stubborn nine-tailed celestial fox clan. Bearing the oppressive weight that loomed overhead, Aoshing struggled to articulate his predicament. Having witnessed the formidable prowess of King Apollon, he felt utterly powerless to resist and could only submit to his commands. Yet, he desperately required the strength bestowed by King Apollon to fulfill his grand ambition of unifying the beast god realm. With the king's backing, the dragon clan's power surged dramatically, sweeping through the various clans in less than half a year. Now, only the nine-tailed celestial fox clan could barely stand against the dragon clan. Humph, I care not for this. I shall grant you one final month. If the beast god realm remains ununified by then, it will be time for another to occupy the dragon clan's position, King Apollon declared coldly. Upon hearing these words, Aosheng was taken aback, yet dared not reveal any dissatisfaction, quickly nodding in acquiescence. As you command, my lord. I will surely eliminate this last obstacle within a month. Once he finished speaking, King Apollon gradually withdrew his oppressive aura. Very well. Go, he replied. Filled with trepidation, Aosheng respectfully retreated. After Aosheng's figure completely vanished, King Apollon fell into a prolonged silence, which was soon shattered by a maniacal laughter. Wretched lowly beings, once my corporeal form merges, it will be your turn to face the wrath of the infernal realm. And as for that accursed realm of the gods, I shall ensure you deities atone for your sins in blood. In his wild laughter, King Apollon seemed to foresee the collapse of the 3,000 states, the gods' domain riddled with wounds, and the twilight of the deities. Chapter 75, The Meeting of Two Women. The night gradually descended. In the Yaoqi sacred land, hazy layers of mist swirled, and the warm fragrance of blossoms permeated the air. From the waters of the hot spring, a stunningly beautiful visage emerged. At that moment, Jiang Yuechan was clad only in a silken bathrobe. The robe, as delicate as a cicada's wing, clung to her flawless skin. Not long after, Lu Chen, having enjoyed a night of revelry, sauntered into the grand hall and casually set up a barrier to obscure any prying eyes. Through the mist, as he beheld such an alluring and seductive sight, Lu Chen could not help but swallow hard. Then, under Jiang Yuechan's anxious and bashful gaze, he could no longer contain himself and leaped into her embrace. Jiang Yuechan's lips parted slightly, exhaling warm breath, only to be silenced the next moment. You knew I would be humiliated. Feeling the mischievousness beneath her silken robe, Jiang Yuechan blushed furiously, filled with a mix of indignation and embarrassment, and became weak and pliable in Lu Chen's arms. Seemingly unable to contain her frustration, she struck Lu Chen's chest with her small, delicate fist a couple of times. Little did she know, this only stoked the flames of his desire. Soon, the hall echoed with the rippling sounds of the water in the hot spring. 8 hours later, with the sun high in the sky, Lu Chen, invigorated, donned his clothes and departed. Meanwhile, Jiang Yuechan in the hot spring felt her complexion flush and her body weary. That guy. Recalling the madness of the previous night and the mortifying scenes, Jiang Yuechan felt utterly overwhelmed. After a quick rinse of her delicate form, she dressed and prepared to leave with a slight limp. Just then, a melodious and charming laughter echoed. Hee, is that not my sister Yuechan? What happened to you? Limping like this? Hearing that familiar voice, Jiang Yuechan furrowed her brow and quickly turned to look. Shui Main, dressed in a flowing black gown, floated into the hall. The fitted fabric perfectly accentuated her alluring curves. As she arrived, the air was filled with an enchanting fragrance. You, what are you doing here? Jiang Yuechan exclaimed. Hastily adjusting her disheveled attire to mask her embarrassment, she did not wish to reveal any oddities in front of the latter. What? Am I not welcome? Look at how rosy your cheeks are. It seems you've been well taken care of, and with that figure, you appear to be quite capable of bearing children, Shortly after returning to the Tianyan sacred land, Shui Main sensed the disturbances in the Yaoqi sacred land and promptly decided to investigate the current state of this sacred fairy. Shui Main flashed beside Jiang Yuechan, gazing at her with an appraising look that held deeper intentions. With her current status as a high-ranking true god, she had already sensed the essence of Lu Chen's lingering energy within Jiang Yuechan. You are vulgar. Jiang Yuechan bit her lip, her face burning with anger, clearly incensed. She spat lightly. Oh, vulgar? Who was it last night that behaved like a woman of the dust? I could hear everything from next door. Shui Main arched an eyebrow, a playful expression crossing her face as she spoke. What? You heard everything? Jiang Yuechan's temper flared instantly. Witnessing the pure Jiang Yuechan descend into the mundane, Shui Main found it all quite amusing. Your husband is truly something. Faced with a pure and charming fairy like my sister Yuechan, he shows no tenderness whatsoever. What a pity for our Yuechan saintess, hee. Shui Main's lips curled, her voice dripping with sweetness, her gaze filled with seduction directed at Jiang Yuechan. Husband, are you saying? Upon hearing Shui Main refer to Lu Chun as her husband, Jiang Yuechan's eyes widened in disbelief. Indeed, you see, Sister Yuechan, you are the one who has risen in status. Now we are truly sisters. Shui Main leaned closer, whispering sweetly in Jiang Yuechan's ear. The moment those words left her lips, Jiang Yuechan felt as if struck by lightning. She never expected her sworn enemy, the witch, had also succumbed. However, recalling Lu Chen's character, she quickly calmed herself. Do not fear, Sister Yuechan. Allow me to apply some medicine. It will alleviate the inflammation and swelling. With that, Shui Main produced some miraculous pills and, with a gentle thought, restrained Jiang Yuechan's form. The next moment, Jiang Yuechan found herself firmly immobilized, unable to move an inch. What? Your cultivation? How is this possible? Realizing how easily Shui Main had restrained her, Jiang Yuechan, through her mental probing, discovered that the latter exuded an aura of divine might, indicating at least a semi-divine status. Just moments ago, they had both been at the level of saints. Yet in the blink of an eye, Shui Main's cultivation had reached the realm of the gods. Such a tremendous leap left Jiang Yuechan utterly astonished. Hee. All of this is bestowed by your husband. Rest assured, Sister Yuechan, you too shall experience it soon. As those words hung in the air, despite Jiang Yuechan's furious resistance, Shui Main began applying the medicine. How detestable, you both. Looking down at Shui Main, who was before her, Jiang Yuechan felt utterly humiliated and wished to vanish into the ground. It was now that she realized Shui Main and Lu Chun were indeed in cahoots. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Lu Chun lived in utter bliss at the Yaoqi's sacred land, surrounded by delightful company. Presently, Lu Chun reclined on a long bench, while the enchanting Shui Main, clad in a seductive black gown, massaged his shoulders and back, her long legs adorned with alluring stockings. Below, disciples of the Yaoqi danced gracefully. At that moment, Jiang Yuechan approached, holding a fruit platter, looking demure yet slightly awkward. Upon reaching Lu Chen's side, she personally offered the fruits from the platter to his lips. Is it strange for me to be dressed like this? Jiang Yuechan's face flushed crimson as her delicate hands continuously attempted to cover her exposed legs. The disciples of Yaoqi, dancing below, halted their movements. Astonished as they gazed at her, their hearts secretly shaken. Is this truly our pure and virtuous saintess? Jiang Yuechan wore a form-fitting dress, her long, elegant legs adorned with mid-calf white stockings, all custom-made at Lu Chen's behest for the master seamstress Lu Rian. It appears she has indeed captured Lu Chen's heart. As the music resumed, so did the dance. Noticing the Yaoqi disciples below, standing in a stupor, Lu Chun hastily called out to them. After half a month of interaction, Jiang Yuechan had reluctantly adapted to Lu Chun and Shui Main's unabashed familiarity. This once sacred fairy was now exceedingly docile before Lu Chun, having completely morphed into his ideal. During this time, Lu Chun had also casually modified Jiang Yuechan's cultivation panel, elevating her status to that of a higher true god. To prevent discord within the ranks, Lu Chun endeavored to maintain balance. Surrounded by the dual forces of black and white, Lu Chun once again immersed himself in a realm of tenderness. Meanwhile, in the beast god domain, within the Qianxiao palace of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan, a gathering of senior leaders convened. At the head of the assembly sat a tall woman draped in a mink coat, Yu Qianxiue, the current leader of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan, whose cultivation had reached the level of the supreme great emperor. With the dragon clan tightening its grip, intent on unifying the beast god domain, she inquired, "What thoughts do you all have regarding this?" Below, hundreds of esteemed figures from the Nine-Tailed Fox clan, each possessing at least the cultivation of an infinite great emperor, were present. As a formidable force within the beast god domain, the clan boasted numerous powerful individuals. In my humble opinion, the beast god domain has been fragmented for far too long. It is time to unify. With the dragon clan's immense power, we nine-tailed foxes are all that remains. An elder with graying temples slowly articulated. Upon hearing this, a profound silence enveloped the Qianxiao palace, and Yu Qianxiue's brow furrowed in concern. Suddenly, a voice of protest rang out. Absolutely not. With the dragon clan's licentious nature, should we surrender, how many of our young and beautiful kin would face disgrace and death? Furthermore, there is an unsettling aura surrounding the dragon clan of late. As the words settled, another melodious voice chimed in. The second elder speaks wisely. I, Yu Qing, wholeheartedly agree. Our clan shall not surrender. A strikingly beautiful young woman entered, clad in a flowing white gown, her shoulders adorned with a delicate veil. her exquisite visage exuding an air of icy elegance, reminiscent of a celestial maiden from the heavens. Humph, such words from the saintess sound deceptively simple. Have you considered the strength of the Dragon Clan? They possess dozens of supreme great emperors, and aside from Ao Sheng, a peak demigod, they have 6 other demigods. What can our nine-tailed fox clan do against such an assembly? Retorted the elder with a disdainful snort. The newcomer was none other than the current saintess of the nine-tailed fox clan, Shui Yueqing. The clan had only 5 ancestors who were demigods, all nearing the end of their lifespans and incapable of exerting their full might. The elder's comments cast a heavy pall over the atmosphere once more. Xianxia, the clan leader, solemnly stated, "Indeed, the Dragon Clan is significantly stronger than our own. However, we must not succumb to the humiliation of submission. There shall be no talk of surrender within the clan henceforth." The elder's expression darkened upon hearing this, yet he reluctantly nodded in agreement. "Yueqing, the Dragon Clan is pressing us relentlessly. Do you have any strategies?" Xianxia inquired, fixing her gaze upon Shui Yueqing. With a graceful stride, Shui Yueqing approached, revealing her long, slender legs with each step. "Sister, do you recall our aunt who is outside?" She posed a rhetorical question. "Oh, by way, what do you mean, Yueqing?" Xianxia immediately connected the dots to her twin sister, who was in the Yaoqi Holy Land. Bai Wei had received the legacy of the previous Yaoqi Holy Master while venturing into the Beast God domain, and due to the suppression of the Abiliuo King beneath Yaoqi, she had been unable to return to the clan. Shui Yueqing continued, "I recently received news that there are malevolent entities sealed beneath Yaoqi. It seems that these malevolent forces have recently broken free, even alarming 4 demigods from the Tianfu Alliance. I suspect the Dragon Clan's unusual behavior may also be linked to these malevolent entities, hence I communicated with our aunt. Upon learning this, she hastily returned." This revelation astonished everyone present. "What? Where is Bai Wei now?" Xianxia urgently inquired. "Sister, it has been years since we last met. I hope you have fared well." At that moment, a graceful figure appeared, and Bai Wei emerged within the Qingqiu Palace. After resolving the issues at Yaoqi, she finally had the opportunity to return to the clan, particularly after learning of the current circumstances in the Beast God domain. The distance from the Zhongxian Dao state to the Beast God domain was substantial, spanning hundreds of Dao states. Even with Bai Wei's peak Great Emperor cultivation, it took her a full half-month to return. Previously, when faced with the threat of the Abiliuo King, she had contemplated seeking assistance from the clan's powerful individuals. However, apart from herself, there were no other great emperors in the Holy Land, and attempting to traverse hundreds of Dao states would take years. "Sister." Upon her arrival, the high-ranking members of the palace rose and saluted, and Xianxia promptly approached to greet her. "You have returned looking so haggard after such a long absence." Xianxia gently caressed her sister's cheek. "Ah, the position of Yaoqi Holy Master is no easy task. I have only recently resolved the hidden dangers of the Holy Land, allowing me to return to the clan. I can only imagine how burdensome your role as clan leader must be," Bai Wei replied, her delicate features tightening as she inquired about the current state of the clan and the situation in the Beast God domain. Xianxia then shared the clan's plight with a bitter expression, pouring out her sorrows. "I see now, the Dragon Clan's rapid ascent in power must involve hidden machinations." After hearing the dire circumstances of the clan, Bai Wei frowned, muttering to herself. Xianxia continued, "Sister, do you believe that the Dragon Clan's peculiarities are connected to the malevolent entities you previously suppressed?" Bai Wei responded, "Sister, do you have any Dragon Clan captives? I can ascertain the truth with just a glance." Although she harbored suspicions regarding the Abiliuo King, she could not make an absolute guarantee. Under Xianxia's command, a captive from the Black Dragon was swiftly brought in. Upon seeing the Black Dragon, Bai Wei's eyes widened in shock, for she distinctly sensed a trace of malevolent energy within the creature. "It is indeed him." Bai Wei's heart sank as she recounted the events from half a month ago concerning the Yaoqi Holy Land. "The malevolent god Abiliuo King? Are you suggesting that a being comparable to a true god stands behind the Dragon Clan?" This revelation left the senior members of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan in grave concern. The pinnacle of demigod power was already the utmost threshold across 3,000 Dao states. Facing a being akin to a true god like the Abiliuo King left them with no hope of victory. And the disturbances in the Yaoqi Holy Land half a month ago were indeed related to this malevolent god? Does this imply that my aunt has already encountered that malevolent deity? Shui Yueqing, adorned in an opulent gown, gazed intently at Yu Baiwei. Yu Baiwei nodded in affirmation. The sacred land of Yaoqi merely suppresses one of the malevolent deity's severed heads. Yet, even in such a diminished state, it could overpower 2 late-stage demigods and 2 mid-stage demigods combined. At that moment, my life hung by a thread, and fortunately, the revered deity from the sacred land of Tianyan arrived just in time to obliterate it. Her words struck the assembly like a hammer, instilling a profound sense of despair regarding the formidable power of the Abelo king. The coalition of 4 seasoned demigods could not even contend against the remnants of the malevolent deity. This matter is of utmost importance. We must inform the 5 elders to convene and strategize. Upon understanding the intricate background of the dragon clan, Xianxiaaudiobooks felt an overwhelming burden and promptly decided to relay the news to the 5 demigod elders within her clan. Shortly thereafter, the 5 elders of the Tianhu clan hastily emerged from seclusion, their formidable presence resonating throughout the entire 9-tailed Tianhu clan. 5 venerable figures, their energies repressed and hair whitened with age, appeared within the Qingqiu hall. After many years, Baiwei, you have finally returned to the clan. The leading elder, with piercing eyes, focused on the just returned Yu Baiwei, exuding an aura as profound as the depths of the 9 nether. As the most senior elder of the 9-tailed Tianhu clan, he had attained the pinnacle of demigod cultivation, an invincible existence beneath the true gods. Baiwei had met the senior elder before. She offered a respectful bow. The senior elder, with a subdued presence, looked towards Yu Baiwei and inquired, "Is it true what you mentioned regarding the malevolent deity?" Upon hearing this, Yu Baiwei nodded earnestly. "What I say is devoid of any falsehood." With this confirmed response, the senior elder's expression turned exceedingly grave. The situation against the dragon clan, led by Ao Sheng and the 6 demigods, was already dire. Now, learning of the powerful malevolent deity lurking behind them only exacerbated the tension. The atmosphere within the Qingqiu hall plummeted to a freezing silence until Yu Baiwei's words shattered the tension. Indeed, the malevolent deity is extraordinarily terrifying. But Baiwei knows of someone who may be able to counter him. Oh, who is this person? The assembly's gaze shifted back to Yu Baiwei. The senior elder pressed further. "Pray tell, have you all heard of the revered deity from Tianyan?" Yu Baiwei hesitantly posed her question. However, upon hearing that name, the assembly collectively shook their heads. In recent years, the dragon clan's rampage had embroiled the entire beast god domain in conflict, leaving them with scant knowledge of the human alliance. The revered deity from Tianyan? Yet, Shi Yueqing, clad in a snow-white celestial gown, had indeed heard of him. With a delicate parting of her lips, she remarked, "Is he not the one from Xuan Daozhou's sacred land of Tianyan?" As the saintess of the 9-tailed Tianhu clan, Shi Yueqing possessed extensive channels of information regarding the outside world. "Indeed, you have heard correctly, Yueqing." Yu Baiwei expressed her surprise at Shi Yueqing's awareness of matters concerning the human alliance. Shi Yueqing nodded. "I have heard that this individual possesses unfathomable prowess, having not only slain the demigod-level Huan elder, but also that the recent upheaval from Dongying Daozhou is related to him. Within the human alliance, he is hailed as the strongest among the 3,000 Daozhou. If my aunt mentions this individual, could it be that she has a close relationship with the revered deity?" As soon as she finished speaking, Shi Yueqing gazed at Yu Baiwei with her large, autumn water-like eyes. She was well acquainted with many of the revered deity's deeds. If they could gain his assistance, the 9-tailed Tianhu clan might indeed withstand the threat posed by the dragon clan. However, the elder seated below scoffed dismissively, expressing skepticism. "Humph. What does it matter if he is called the strongest among the 3,000 Daozhou? How do we know this rumor is not exaggerated? The claims of human cultivators are often suspect. In my view, this individual is likely a mere figure of renown." Hearing this, Yu Baiwei offered a wry smile and refrained from elaborating. "It is a long story. I do have profound ties with the revered deity. However, his eccentric nature means there is only one way to draw him into our ranks." At this point, Yu Baiwei hesitated to continue. She was somewhat aware of Lu Chen's obsession with beauty from Jiang Yuechan's accounts. He possessed absolute power yet indulged in his desires without restraint. He would pursue any enchanting female cultivator, and none could escape his grasp once he set his sights on them. His disciple, Jiang Yuechan, the saintess of the sacred land of Yaoqi, was a prime example of this. It was precisely due to this consideration that Yu Baiwei found it difficult to voice her thoughts. "Ah, the revered deity from Tianyan. I have heard of him as well. To be acknowledged as the strongest by the human alliance, he must indeed possess profound abilities. If we could enlist him to jointly confront the dragon clan, our chances would certainly improve." The senior elder stroked his beard as he pondered. The second senior elder promptly interjected, "Speak, Baiwei, what is your plan? As long as we can bring him on board, our clan will do everything possible to meet his needs." Upon hearing the 2 senior elders express their support, the elder merely snorted and turned away. Yu Baiwei then slowly and hesitantly spoke. To answer the second senior elder, while the revered deity possesses extraordinary cultivation, having once obliterated the head of a malevolent deity with a mere finger, he has a peculiar fondness for beautiful female cultivators. As soon as she uttered these words, the elder immediately retorted, "Ha, utterly absurd. How could a cultivator with such power be enamored with women? Such a notion is preposterous. Generally, cultivators value a tranquil heart and desirelessness. Only by freeing themselves from desires can they progress further on the path of cultivation. The higher the cultivation, the more steadfast their resolve. How could they be swayed by mere beauty? Chapter 78. The Saintess's Choice. The senior elder and the second senior elder furrowed their brows upon hearing these words, beginning to harbor doubts about Yu Baiwei's claims. Sensing their skepticism, Yu Baiwei immediately spoke with conviction. Half a month ago, I witnessed the revered deity obliterate the malevolent deity's head with my own eyes. In the entire 3,000 dojo, it is likely that only the revered deity can contend with that Abello king. I stake my life on the truth of my words. Upon hearing this, Yu Qingshue's expression changed, and she promptly declared, I too vow with my life that what my sister Baiwei says is true. As an elder sister, Yu Qingsue understood her sister's character well. At such a critical juncture for the Tianhu clan, Baiwei would never utter such a jest. Meanwhile, Xue Yueqing also stepped forward. Her long, fair legs beneath her snow-white gown moving gracefully as she affirmed, I also believe what my aunt has said. Witnessing this, the senior elder promptly took charge of the situation. If that is the case, how do we go about enlisting this revered deity? Baiwei, what is your perspective? Upon hearing this, Yu Baiwei replied without hesitation, to draw the revered deity to our side, we must propose a marriage alliance. She understood well the importance of appealing to his interests. After a moment of contemplation, the senior elder inquired, in your opinion, who within our clan would be the most suitable candidate? Faced with the senior elder's question, Yu Baiwei fell into silence. The nine-tailed Tianhu clan was not lacking in beautiful female cultivators, but selecting the right candidate was the greatest challenge. Allow me to take on this task. At that moment, Xue Yueqing, with her enchanting, rosy lips slightly pursed, displayed a hint of determination on her otherwise ethereal countenance. She suddenly rose to her feet. A gentle breeze wafted through, lifting the 3,000 strands of her hair that cascaded down to her waist. The delicate fragrance of her tresses filled the air as Xue Yueqing stood gracefully within the grand hall, exuding an ethereal aura of a transcendent being. Such folly! The grand elder, witnessing this, immediately voiced his disapproval with a stern reprimand. Hearing his words, Yu Baiwei and Bai Qianxue exchanged astonished glances. Turning to Xue Yueqing with inquiries. Yuqing, have you truly considered this? This matter is not a trivial one. In response, a faint smile adorned Xue Yuqing's icy visage as she declared, Mother, Aunt, I have made my decision. Our clan has faced relentless assaults from the dragon tribe over the years, and as the Holy Maiden, my limited cultivation has rendered me powerless to act. Therefore, for the sake of my kin, it is my duty to embrace the responsibilities of the Holy Maiden. Moreover, the Tianyan Shun is immensely powerful, reputed to be the strongest among the 3,000 Dao states. Perhaps I am the one who should be honored to seek his aid. The invasion from the dragon tribe had intensified, especially in the past fortnight, leading to the tragic demise of many clansmen, a sight that weighed heavily on Xue Yueqing. With her limited cultivation as a Saint King, she felt utterly powerless to alter the course of events. After enduring tremendous anguish for the past half-month, she finally saw an opportunity to contribute to the Tianhu clan, and thus, she would not hesitate. Furthermore, the Tianyan Shun, being at the pinnacle of the 3,000 Dao states, had lofty standards. Ordinary female cultivators would surely fail to catch his eye. Yet, as the holy maiden of the Tianhu clan, Xue Yuqing's beauty was unparalleled, renowned as the most enchanting maiden in the beast god domain. Considering this, she realized that no one in the clan was more suited than herself. Sacrificing her beauty for the survival of her race was a trivial matter in comparison. Yuqing. Yu Baiwei and Bai Qianxue gazed at Xue Yuqing's radiant smile, their hearts filled with a twinge of sorrow, particularly for Yu Baiwei, who understood Lu Chen's nature. Witnessing her two stunningly beautiful kin descend into the abyss of degradation caused her heart to ache profoundly. Indeed, Yuqing, you truly embody the essence of a holy maiden. The grand elder nodded in approval, generously offering praise. Your humility is commendable, as a holy maiden. It is only right to consider your kin. It is your duty to bolster our clan. Xue Yuqing responded modestly. Meanwhile, the grand elder, recognizing that the decision was irrevocable, concealed a flicker of coldness in his gaze. Time is of the essence. Baiwei, swiftly contact the Tianyan Shun. The dragon tribe's offensive is tightening, and our time is running short, the grand elder urged. The distance from Zhangxian Dao State to their location in the beast god domain was substantial. Even a demigod would require at least half a day to traverse it. Yu Baiwei nodded, promptly retrieving a communication jade slip to relay a message to Jiang Yuchan within the Yaoqi sacred ground. Concurrently, within the Yaoqi sacred ground, layers of ethereal mist enveloped the air, exuding an enchanting fragrance. as if one had entered a celestial realm. Through the translucent veil, one could vaguely glimpse her fair skin tinged with a rosy hue. The blush on her delicate face, combined with her naturally cold and pure demeanor, created a captivating allure. After all this time, this holy maiden still possesses such a bashful demeanor, making it impossible for Lu Chen to restrain his yearning. In contrast to Jiang Yuchan's pure and serene nature, Shui Meiyin exuded an entirely different charm, her every smile and frown capable of ensnaring one's soul. Radiating a unique allure that, combined with her stunning beauty, stirred Lu Chen's restless heart. Giggling, "Yuchan, you remain as aloof as ever. Truly a celestial being untouched by the mundane." Dressed in a form-fitting black gown, Shui Meiyin playfully massaged Lu Chen's shoulders while teasing Jiang Yuchan. Just as she was about to take her leave, she suddenly received a transmission from her master. Upon hearing the message within the jade slip, Jiang Yuchan quickly turned to Lu Chen, saying, "Husband, it is our master calling for you." Though still unaccustomed to addressing Lu Chen as her husband, she recalled that every time she refrained, it would elicit a knowing smile from him. After uttering this line and returning the jade slip, she blushed and hurriedly fled the scene. Chapter 79, Unrivaled in the World. Lying in the warm pool, Lu Chen curiously accepted the communication jade slip handed to him by Jiang Yuchan. Soon, a hurried voice from Yu Bai Wei echoed within the jade slip. After listening to her account of the current situation in the beast god domain, Lu Chen raised an eyebrow, intrigued, and murmured, "Oh, the Abello King? This fellow truly possesses remarkable tenacity." At that moment, he felt a gentle pressure against his back, and turning to see Shui Meiyin smiling sweetly, her luscious red lips exhaling warmth, she inquired softly, "Husband, what troubles you?" Lu Chen turned to respond, "It's nothing, merely a matter I need to attend to." However, Shui Meiyin's keen eyes seemed to penetrate his true intentions. With a playful pout, she lightly tapped his forehead with her delicate finger. Her voice tinged with playful reproach, "Humph, don't think I didn't hear you. You're likely using the Abello King as a pretext. Intending to meet that enchanting fox maiden instead, aren't you?" Realizing his intentions had been uncovered, Lu Chen could only manage an awkward chuckle, gently caressing Shui Meiyin's soft and delicate hand. "Hee, you truly understand me, Meiyin. No wonder you are so astute." In response to Lu Chen's compliment, Shui Meiyin proudly lifted her chin, revealing her elegant neck, as white as a swan. "Humph, you playboy. Of course, you think I am as vacuous as Yuchan?" Shui Meiyin teased, her nose pertly raised, red lips parting to speak. Inhaling the fragrant air, Lu Chen gazed upon Shui Meiyin, her attire clinging to her figure, perfectly accentuating her alluring curves. Unable to resist, he pulled her into his embrace and captured her enticing lips. Half an hour later, Shui Meiyin, her complexion flushed and breath warm, asked with a hint of concern, "Husband, are you truly resolute about this? The Abello King is not to be trifled with." To this, Lu Chen remained unfazed, confidently asserting, "Fear not, your husband is unrivaled in the world. He is merely a decrepit evil god." After a moment's pause, the two lingered in their affection before Lu Chen gradually rose, vanishing from the spot as if by thought alone. The distance between the beast god domain and the Yaoqi sacred ground spanned several hundred Dao states, yet for Lu Chen, it was merely a matter of thought. Meanwhile, within the Qingxiu Hall, the Grand Elder had meticulously arranged the forthcoming battle against the Dragon Tribe and addressed the assembly. "Well, since all matters are settled, let us face the enemy with unwavering resolve. You may disperse and return to your duties." Upon receiving the command, Yu Bai Wei, Yu Qian Shui, Shui Yu Qing, and the others responded in unison, "Understood." Just as everyone prepared to depart, a figure appeared suddenly within the Qingxiu Hall, like a specter. "What? With my arrival? Do you intend to leave? Am I unwelcome here?" Lu Chen strolled to the forefront and took a seat, casually picking a peach and inquiring of the gathered individuals. The sudden appearance of Lu Chen momentarily left everyone at a loss. Yu Bai Wei, slightly dazed, stepped forward and bowed. Bai Wei greets the Tianyan Shun. Initially, she had assumed that such a long journey would require Lu Chen at least half a day, yet to her astonishment, he had arrived within half an hour of sending the message. Upon hearing YBIWI's address towards LCHN, the gaze of all the high-ranking members of the TNH clan turned towards him, filled with curiosity as they scrutinized him from head to toe. How audacious of the junior, for this was the seat of the ancestors and the clan leader. At that moment, the Grand Elder below immediately pointed at LCHN and rebuked him. Prior to seeing LCHN, the Grand Elder may have harbored some trepidation regarding the title of the strongest among the 3,000 Dao provinces. However, upon witnessing LCHN's youthful visage, he concluded that this so-called T New York NZNSHN was merely a figure of empty renown. Noticing this, LCHN furrowed his brow, his eyes narrowing as an immense and boundless aura surged forth like a tidal wave, pressing down fiercely upon the Grand Elder. In an instant, a tempest swept through the entire Qianxia palace, distorting even the very fabric of space. A profound sense of trepidation enveloped the hearts of all present. Even the Supreme Grand Elder, a peak demigod, and an invincible being beneath the true gods, felt a shiver run down his spine, breath caught in his throat. In the eye of the storm of pressure, the Grand Elder knelt, blood spilling from his mouth, utterly humiliated as he prostrated himself on the ground. Is this the attitude of your GWITNH clan when seeking assistance? LCHN's gaze turned cold as he swept over the gathered TNH elders, expressing his dissatisfaction. Please, esteemed ZNSHN, do not take offense. The Grand Elder was unaware of your identity and meant no disrespect. YBIW, I quickly interjected, braving the overwhelming pressure to explain to LCHN. Upon hearing this, LCHN finally withdrew his oppressive aura. Upon observing the identity panel of the Grand Elder, LCHN silently chuckled to himself, realizing, no wonder he was so eager to offend me upon our first meeting. He is a spy. Meanwhile, in the lower ranks, Luo Qingshan stood gracefully in her snow-white celestial dress, her dark, glimmering eyes fixated upon LCHN. From the moment he arrived, her gaze had never left him. Is this truly the T New York NZNSHN, the strongest among the 3,000 Dao provinces? Gazing upon LCHN's youthful and handsome countenance, her heart stirred with ripples of emotion, and she found herself murmuring softly. After hearing her Aunt YBIWI's description, she had imagined him to be an eccentric, lecherous old man. She had prepared herself to sacrifice her dignity. Yet the LCHN before her was exceptionally young and far more handsome than any of the refined young men in her clan. Moreover, the aura he exuded was one that even the peak Supreme Grand Elder could not withstand. It seemed the title of the strongest was indeed well-deserved. Luo Qingshan continually assessed LCHN above her, unknowingly feeling her cool, delicate face flush with warmth. The long, graceful legs beneath her white skirt unconsciously pressed together, her eyes betraying a hint of unusual emotions. When the suffocating pressure finally dissipated, the Supreme Grand Elder, now visibly alarmed, hastily bowed deeply with the four elders behind him, proclaiming, I, do NTNCHN, have the honor of meeting the T New York NZNSHN. Your name resonates like thunder, and today's encounter with the strongest among the 3,000 Dao provinces is indeed well-deserved. Reflecting on the intense pressure he had just experienced, the Supreme Grand Elder felt a rush of anxiety and dread. It was a threat potent enough to be fatal. He was certain that had he truly provoked LCHN earlier, all present would have perished on the spot. Possessing such power, the Supreme Grand Elder could ascertain that this T New York NZNSHN wielded divine power and was a true godly being. Xiaming, never act so recklessly again and offend our elders. He then turned to the youngs with Xiaming behind him, reprimanding him sternly. Yes, I, Zhuo Qianxia, apologize for my disrespect towards the esteemed ZNSHN. Zhuo Qianxia feigned terror as he knelt and begged for forgiveness, all the while calculating coldly in his heart. That is more like it, LCHN nodded, choosing not to expose Zhuo Qianxia's underhanded schemes. After all, in the face of overwhelming strength, all plots and schemes are rendered futile. I am Luo Qingshan, honored to meet the esteemed ZNSHN. At this moment, filled with trepidation, Luo Qingshan took delicate steps forward, her graceful form slightly bowing in greeting. Upon hearing her words, LCHN directed his gaze towards her. As the saintess of the TNH clan, she possessed a graceful figure, her snow-white, celestial dress accentuating her alluring curves. Her ethereal aura was innate, and her beauty could captivate the hearts of many. You are Luo Qingshan? LCHN's eyes shimmered as he surveyed her elegant stature. Luo Qingshan can be modified. Gender, female, can be modified. Identity, saintess of the TNH clan, can be modified. Cultivation, mid-stage holy king, can be modified. Affection level, 70. Seemingly sensing LCHN's intense gaze, Luo Qingshan felt her cheeks flush for the first time under such scrutiny, anxiously biting her rosy lips. Beside her, Qianxia was delighted to witness her daughter displaying such shyness before a stranger. Realizing that perhaps Luo Qingshan was not entirely resistant to this T New York NZNSHN. After all, how could any maiden remain indifferent to a young man like LCHN, who possessed such terrifying prowess and held the title of the strongest in the 3,000 Dao provinces? Originally, as a mother, she had also worried that he might be a lecherous old man. However, after seeing LCHN, her final concerns were laid to rest. T New York NZNSHN, my daughter Luo Qingshan is the saintess of our TNH clan. Regarding the union mentioned by BIWI earlier, I wonder what the esteemed Ascension thinks? The Supreme Grand Elder quickly took the opportunity to inquire. This New York NZNSHN's power was comparable to that of a true god, and the malicious deity behind the Dragon Clan could likely only be managed by him. Thus, the Supreme Grand Elder was determined to bring LCHN into the fold of the TNH clan. At this moment, Luo Qingshan shyly lifted her gaze, her cheeks aglow, stealing glances at LCHN, eagerly awaiting his response. Faced with such an advantageous proposition, LCHN could hardly refuse, particularly since Luo Qingshan's beauty rivaled that of Luo Qingshan, Xian, and xianxiaaudiobooks. Thus, LCHN nodded. Since the TNH clan holds such intentions, how could I, as a god, reject them? Seeing LCHN agree, Luo Qingshan's heart raced like a startled deer, her face aflame with embarrassment as she lowered her head, her eyes shimmering with a mixture of nervousness and hope. As night descended, within the Dragon Clan's encampment, Ashing donned golden armor, surrounded by 6 half-god strongmen of the Dragon Clan. Humph, those scoundrels from the Xuan, KNPing, and QLN clans dare to feign illness and avoid the imminent battle. Chief, it would be better to eliminate these traitors once and for all. Indeed, these old fools publicly claim allegiance while secretly plotting against us, waiting to reap the benefits of our battle with the TNH clan. The 6 half-god figures of the Dragon Clan debated among themselves. Meanwhile, Ashing remained silent in the main seat, seemingly troubled. With only half a month left until the deadline set by King Bilu, he knew he must conquer the TNH clan, or the Dragon Clan would face annihilation. Gentlemen, once Xuan returns with news from the TNH clan, we will immediately launch a full-scale attack on the Qianxia palace. However, just as Ashing issued this command, Xuan stealthily approached the tent under the cover of night. Salutations, clan leader. Xuan hurriedly bowed to Ashing upon entering the tent. Without delay, Ashing inquired directly, enough with the trivialities. What is the current situation of the Tianhu clan? How many demigod elders have awakened? In response to Ashing's inquiry, Xuan immediately replied with a worried expression, Clan leader, grave news has emerged. Recently, the Tianhu clan unexpectedly allied with the Tianyan deity, who was proclaimed to be the foremost powerhouse of the Tianfu alliance. Just moments ago, I witnessed with my own eyes that even Duan Tianqing, a peak demigod, could not withstand even a fraction of his overwhelming pressure. I suspect he may indeed be a true god. Upon hearing this, the tent fell into a profound silence. The chasm that separates true gods from demigods is akin to a vast gulf. A true god could extinguish a multitude of demigods with but a mere flick of a finger. Are you certain you did not misinterpret? Ashing, his countenance darkened, asked again for confirmation. Xuan nodded earnestly. This matter is absolutely true. I swear by my Tao heart, there is not a hint of concealment. Infuriated, Ashing ordered the postponement of their plans. The news of the Tianhu clan aligning with the Tianyan deity cast a shadow over his expression, prompting the command to delay their strategy. As soon as he finished speaking, Ashing's figure vanished from the tent. This matter must be reported immediately to the Lord of the Evil God. The emergence of the Tianyan deity has completely disrupted the plans I had meticulously laid out. I must return and report this to King Abel for further deliberation. Above the vast expanse of the 3,000 Tao states, the stars shone brilliantly. As we soared through the endless cosmos, the scene zoomed out and looked down upon the land below. The entire 3,000 Tao states resembled a colossal continent, enveloped by a shimmering barrier of cosmic laws. Beyond this barrier lay the boundless universe, countless light years away from the 3,000 Tao states. A magnificent continent was encircled by stars, with an overwhelming power of divine laws rippling through the deep void. Within one of the sacred golden temples radiating divine energy, 11 figures sat upon their divine thrones. Each of these figures bore 12 pairs of luminous wings, and at that moment, they all opened their eyes simultaneously. Chapter 81. The Radiant Divine Official, Eastern Divine Realm, Luotian Divine Kingdom, Sacred Hall of the Seven Realms, Gathering Storm. This resplendent place, suffused with radiant energy, is none other than the realm of the gods, specifically the Radiant Temple under the Heavenly Court. The Radiant Temple is home to 12 divine adjudicators, each of whom wields the power of the radiant divine essence. The chief adjudicator has reached the pinnacle of the upper true god realm, just a step away from ascending to godhood. The holy celestial deity who previously descended upon the Dongying Tao state is one of the 12 divine adjudicators. Recently, the 12 adjudicators traveled to the 3,000 Tao states under the pretext of inspection, yet they have yet to return and are shrouded in silence. Not long ago, it seemed that the Lord of the Temple sensed a trace of malevolent energy in the Eastern Divine Realm. It appears that after several millennia, the realm of malevolence has begun to stir once more. The chief adjudicator, with piercing eyes and a profound gaze, seemed capable of penetrating the infinite spatial barriers to see far beyond the distant 3,000 Tao states. The prolonged absence of the 12 adjudicators seems to confirm the Lord's suspicion. The disturbances in the realm of malevolence are indeed connected to the 3,000 Tao states. The second adjudicator spoke up. It seems the bloodline of the sin god cannot be cleansed of its impurities even after millennia. All divine officials, heed my command. We shall hold the 3,000 Tao states accountable. Depart at once. Upon this command from the chief adjudicator, the remaining 11 divine officials of the radiant temple sprang into action, their 12 pairs of luminous wings unfurling to take flight. The force of divine laws surged forth, and the 11 figures transformed into streaks of radiant light, swiftly traversing the vastness of space, crossing thousands of light years in the blink of an eye. The practitioners belonging to the radiant temple followed closely in their divine vessels. The grand assembly of the 11 divine officials from the radiant temple instantly attracted the attention of numerous factions within the Eastern Divine Realm. In the Eastern Divine Realm, within the indeterminate Divine Sea, Luotian Divine Kingdom, a river named Luo flowed through the area. A middle-aged man, adorned with a crown and exuding an aura of supreme authority, stood with a solemn expression. Your Majesty, it seems there has been an anomaly in the 3,000 Tao states. The Radiant Temple, now under the jurisdiction of the Heavenly Court, has mobilized, and the 11 divine officials are all in motion. Should we bring the princess back? At this moment, a man clad in divine armor and wielding a sword approached. A storm is brewing. The realm of the gods has been unusually tranquil for far too long, and the deeper the silence, the more unease I feel within. He commanded, go, personally retrieve Inger. As long as the painter possesses Inger, who bears the first-class divine bloodline, the Luotian divine kingdom shall remain unshaken. The Luotian divine sovereign's aura diminished slightly, his voice tinged with melancholy and concern. Yes, Your Majesty. I will personally ensure the princess's safe return to the divine kingdom. Ling Tong knelt on one knee and declared resolutely. This Ling Tong is none other than the Grand Marshal of the Luotian divine kingdom, commanding 100,000 divine troops. Wait. Just as Ling Tong prepared to turn and depart, the Luotian divine sovereign called out to him in time. The Luotian divine sovereign slowly turned around, fixing his deep gaze upon Ling Tong, speaking in a solemn tone. Inger possesses a 1 in a million divine bloodline. If she does not meet an untimely end, she is likely to ascend to the throne of a god. Ling Tong, you are a wise man. You should have some awareness regarding things that are beyond reach. With a mere glance, the Luotian divine sovereign discerned Ling Tong's inner thoughts and issued a warning. As soon as he finished speaking, a tremendous pressure akin to a mountain descended upon Ling Tong's head, while the nearby Luo River began to churn violently, dark currents surging within. The river surged skyward, forming whirlpools that rampaged through the waters. Yes, I understand, Ling Tong stammered, trembling as he knelt. I shall remember. Good, as long as you understand. The Luotian divine sovereign waved his hand after the intimidation. Yes, with the pressure lifting, Ling Tong, drenched in sweat, cautiously rose and led his divine troops towards the 3,000 Tao states. In the Eastern Divine Realm, another faction, the Sacred Hall of the Seven Realms, also turned its attention to the 3,000 Tao states from the distant Starry River. In a hidden paradise, two figures nestled together, gazing towards the direction of the 3,000 Tao states. What actions does the Heavenly Court intend to take now? Oh, how I long for that place, lamented a regal and graceful woman, leaning against the broad shoulder of the man beside her. My dear, they must believe we are already dead, the man replied. His eyes filled with a hint of weariness as he comforted her. Rua, this is for the best. After all, in this vast realm of gods, we are but insignificant. The two leaned against each other, their thoughts drifting to the distant 3,000 Tao states, while an imperceptible barrier concealed them from the outside world. The scene shifted to the 3,000 Tao states, in the beast god domain, Dragon Clan. This is bad, grave news, Lord of the Evil God. Ao Sheng, clad in armor, appeared flustered and anxious. What nonsense? What now? King Abel, who had been meditating, felt a surge of anger and barked an inquiry. Upon reaching King Abel, Ao Sheng relayed the recently acquired information in its entirety. Indeed, the Tianhu clan has somehow allied with the Tianyan deity. After hearing Ao Sheng's account, King Abel pondered for a moment. This is truly unbelievable. In this desolate place, there exists someone who can cultivate into a true god? Infuriated, he realized that the Tianyan deity was also a true god and had audaciously taken sides with the Tianhu clan. Even the king of Bilu found himself in a rather precarious situation. On one hand, he dared not reveal the aura of the dark deity. for if it attracted the attention of the divine realm, it would lead to his utter annihilation. Yet, without vanquishing the TNH clan and advancing into the TNF alliance to reclaim the missing head, he would be unable to return to his former glory. Forever shackled in this place. What shall the dark deity do now? The interference of the T New York NZNSHN has thoroughly disrupted our plans. AOSH inquired anxiously. Alas, it has come to this. The plan must proceed. As for that T New York NZNSHN, I shall deal with him myself. After much contemplation, the king of Bilu chose to risk detection for a chance to act. The dark deity intends to intervene personally? Upon learning that the king of Bilu would take matters into his own hands, AOSH was immediately filled with elation. With the king's involvement, the TNH clan was destined for defeat. Humph, T New York NZNSHN, you dare to obstruct me? I shall extract your soul and refine your essence to satisfy my vengeance. The king of Bilu's tone was chilling, a profound coldness enveloping the entire hall. Chapter 82, A Marriage Alliance, Xianxiaho a Wedding Theft? A Jester. The following day, in the morning, the TNH clan was adorned with red cloth. Lanterns hung high, and an atmosphere of joyous celebration permeated the air, utterly devoid of the tension one would expect before a great battle. This day marked the wedding of the clan's holy maiden, Xuan Qingshan, to the T New York Sacred Land. The news reverberated not only through the beast god domain, but also astonished the TNF alliance of the human race. At this moment, Xuan Qingshan, clad in a resplendent red bridal gown and crowned with a phoenix headdress, sat gracefully before the mirror. Her breathtaking beauty, reflected in the glass, was nothing short of mesmerizing. With exquisite features, rosy cheeks, and eyes that sparkled like autumn waters, her luscious lips resembled cherry blossoms. Her enchanting figure, accentuated by the flowing gown, displayed an alluring silhouette. Graceful and poised, your beauty is unparalleled, holy maiden. A maid responsible for her adornment could not help but exclaim in admiration. Hearing this, Xuan Qingshan smiled, a hint of warmth gracing her otherwise cool countenance. Yet, amidst the joy of the TNH clan, one heart was secretly shattered. Xuan Qingshan. At that moment, a slender figure appeared at the door. Greetings, young master Xianxiaho. The maids on either side quickly bowed in respect to the young man. Xianxiaho, what brings you here? Xuan Qingshan asked softly, her expression one of confusion. Approaching her, Xianxiaho fixed his gaze on her. His eyes tinged with desperation. Are you truly set to marry that T New York NZNSHN? Upon hearing this, Xuan Qingshan turned her head aside and nodded, replying, Indeed, all of this is for the greater good of our clan. Now, the wedding is about to commence. My mother and the elders have been waiting for quite some time. With that, Xuan Qingshan rose and swiftly entered the wedding sedan chair. Inside the Qingqi Great Hall, LCHN, Qian Su, the Grand Elder, and others had been waiting for a while. As the sedan chair descended, Xuan Qingshan gracefully stepped out, her pair of jade legs emerging from the slit of her gown, captivating the audience with their elegance. When she appeared, all eyes were drawn to her. Her originally serene and stunning face, enhanced by intricate makeup, was simply breathtaking. LCHN's gaze, unreservedly fixated on the enchanting figure concealed beneath the gown, betrayed his keen interest. However, an unexpected turn of events transpired. Just as Xuan Qingshan walked towards LCHN with light steps, a figure suddenly dashed forth, blocking her path. Xuan Qingshan, I know you are being coerced. I will take you away right now. Xianxiaho abruptly obstructed Xuan Qingshan, attempting to pull her away. The atmosphere shifted dramatically, becoming tense and peculiar. Observing from above, Qian Su, YBIWI, and the Grand Elder wore expressions of astonishment. LCHN narrowed his eyes, his gaze on Xianxiaho revealing a hint of amusement. What are you doing? Xuan Qingshan's face paled, quickly shaking off his hand, momentarily at a loss. Xuan Qingshan, are you not being forced into this? The TNH clan is on the brink of war with the Dragon clan, and the higher-ups are sacrificing you to ally with the powerful. Xianxiaho, earnest in his plea, insisted, It's all right, Xuan Qingshan, I can take you far away. Once a wandering fox demon, Xianxiaho had been saved by the ethereal Xuan Qingshan in a moment of dire need, leading him to join the GWITNH clan, where she had cared for him. However, he had foolishly misinterpreted her kindness as affection, vowing to cultivate diligently to stand beside her. Yet today, he was met with the news of her impending marriage to the T New York NZNSHN, shattering his dreams. What? You're mistaken. Who said I was coerced? I genuinely wish to serve the T New York NZNSHN. Xianxiaho. As a member of the TNH clan, how can you be so lacking in decorum? Xuan Qingshan frowned, reprimanding him with coldness. Her disdain for him reached its peak. Had she known this would happen, she would never have saved him. My husband, Ho's words are utterly untrustworthy. My feelings for you are sincere and without a trace of falsehood. I implore you not to harbor any ill will because of him. After casting a cold glare at Ho, Su Yuqing hurriedly turned to Lchen, clasping her hands in explanation, fearful that he might take offense. Hearing these words from Su Yuqing finally jolted Ho back to reality. He collapsed to the floor. Disbelief etched across his face, muttering, "No, it cannot be. How could this happen?" He had thought his reckless actions would touch Su Yuqing's heart, leading them to a carefree life together. Yet, reality dealt him a crushing blow. The Grand Elder, his expression icy, rose abruptly, pointing an accusatory finger at Ho and thundered, "Impertinent Ho, on the day of the deity's wedding, you display such blatant disrespect. How outrageous! Guards, take Ho away and imprison him, subject him to severe punishment." The Grand Elder, furious, feared that Ho might jeopardize the alliance with the T New York and Sacred Land. Without the T New York and ZNSHN, how could the TNH clan contend with the true, God-level dark deity? Enraged, the Grand Elder wished to flay Ho alive right then and there. At the command, the enforcement team moved to restrain Ho. Simultaneously, various seals, barriers, and formations activated, securing all exits. Unexpectedly, an unparalleled surge of energy erupted from Ho, breaking through the layers of confinement and allowing him to escape from the Qingqi Palace swiftly. Vile thief, do not escape. Witnessing Ho's escape, the Grand Elder was in a frenzy, ready to pursue him personally. "Interesting little brat," Lchen interjected, halting the Grand Elder from pursuing Ho. Seeing this, the Grand Elder suppressed his murderous intent and quickly addressed Lchen. "The TNH clan will surely provide the deity with an explanation. I can guarantee with my life that Yuqing harbors no intentions as Ho claimed. I implore the deity to see the truth." Chapter 83. The Decline and Tragic Fate of Yang Hao. "There is no need for the esteemed elder to be so anxious. I am not so petty," Lu Chen remarked with a profound smile as he waved his hand. Upon witnessing Lu Chen's lack of resentment, the esteemed elder, Shui Yueqing, Yu Baiwei, and Yu Qianxia all let out a heavy sigh of relief. "From this moment forth, Yang Hao is hereby expelled from the clan," the esteemed elder declared with finality. After this minor upheaval, the wedding proceeded as planned. Meanwhile, Yang Hao, having escaped, moved with remarkable speed. Upon reaching a secluded spot, his eyes turned crimson, his features twisted in a ghastly expression, and he howled in fury. "This is impossible. How could this happen? Shui Yueqing must have been ensnared by some enchantment. Yes, that must be it. I must return to rescue her." In a frenzied state, Yang Hao attempted to turn back, but was halted by a melodious voice that resonated through the air. "Young man, snap out of it. Do not be foolish." A surge of icy blue energy bound Yang Hao tightly. "Release me. Shui Yueqing is mine. I must go back to save her." Yang Hao continued to scream in desperation. At that moment, a unique icy blue mark appeared on his forehead, concealing a remnant soul within it. This soul belonged to a woman adorned with a phoenix crown, draped in sheer fabric, wearing a light blue gown that emanated an aura of chilling mystery. Even in her ethereal state, her graceful figure and voluptuous curves could not be concealed, judging by the incredible speed she exhibited when she had previously whisked Yang Hao away. This woman must have been an extraordinary powerhouse in life. "You need to understand, Shui Yueqing has not been bewitched. She has never harbored such feelings for you." Mu Bingyun's voice seemed to possess an enchanting power, and with a single sentence, it jolted Yang Hao back to reality. "No, this cannot be." Accepting the truth, Yang Hao collapsed onto the ground, his fists clenched tightly as he questioned Mu Bingyun. "Why did you not intervene earlier and slay that detestable Tianyan Zunshin?" Mu Bingyun's remnant soul had been discovered by Yang Hao during an outing. After spending time together, he realized that even in her diminished state, her power was formidable. In response to his inquiry, Mu Bingyun sighed and shook her head. "The Tianyan Zunshin in the hall is not as simple as you imagine. He exudes an overwhelming sense of pressure. I was not even prepared to reveal my presence. However, it seems he has already sensed my existence through his gaze upon you, though he refrained from directly exposing me. This being is not someone you can provoke, and moreover, Shui Yueqing does not possess any affection for you. Hence, while he has not yet developed a murderous intent toward you, it is imperative that you flee this place immediately." Mu Bingyun herself was puzzled as to why Lu Chen had not acted to eliminate Yang Hao. Upon hearing this, Yang Hao stood frozen, his eyes vacant, his spirit utterly dejected. In his heart, if even someone as powerful as Mu Bingyun recognized her inability to confront Lu Chen, then he had no hope whatsoever. Witnessing Yang Hao's self-destructive demeanor, Mu Bingyun felt a sense of helplessness. Just as she was about to offer words of comfort, she suddenly sensed a disturbance in the distance. This is bad. The Dragon Clan is mobilizing again, and it appears they intend to confront the Tianhu clan. Mu Bingyun's consciousness was exceptionally powerful, allowing her to discern movements from millions of miles away. She observed that several 100,000 Dragon Clan warriors, led by Aoxing and 6 demigod-level strongmen, were marching in a grand procession toward the Tianhu clan. The sheer magnitude of their presence made the heavens tremble. Upon receiving this news, a flicker of hope ignited in Yang Hao's eyes, and he promptly rose to his feet. Mu Bingyun, let us stealthily follow them. When the two sides are locked in battle, we shall take advantage of the chaos and rescue Shui Yueqing. Hearing this, Mu Bingyun was rendered speechless, about to refute when she was interrupted. You, Mu Bingyun, even if I owe you a favor, with you by my side, we will certainly be able to escape. Yang Hao's mind was filled with visions of Shui Yueqing in her bridal attire, her radiant beauty captivating him. Sigh. Unable to resist Yang Hao's insistence, Mu Bingyun reluctantly acquiesced. As night fell, the Tianhu clan was in high spirits. Lu Chun, clad in a crimson robe, wrapped his arm around the delicate waist of Shui Yueqing. Her fair hand entwined around his neck, her lovely face nestled in his embrace, exuding an aura of shyness. With the beauty in his arms, Lu Chun eagerly entered the bridal chamber, setting up several barriers to shield their consciousness. Wife, Shui Yueqing sat gracefully before the bed, her hands resting demurely on her legs, her phoenix eyes lifting to gaze at Lu Chun, her long lashes fluttering shyly. The folds of her red wedding gown were accentuated, enveloping her enchanting figure. My dear. Gazing at the alluring Shui Yueqing, Lu Chun felt a surge of exuberance, his heartstrings stirred. In the next moment, he leaned down and captured her luscious lips. A wave of cool softness enveloping him. Accompanied by the sounds of fabric tearing and the creaking of the bed, an atmosphere of springtime romance permeated the air. Simultaneously, Yang Hao had stealthily returned, unnoticed by anyone other than Lu Chun, thanks to Mu Bingyun's concealment. He witnessed the scene of Lu Chun embracing Shui Yueqing in the bridal chamber, and his teeth clenched in rage, his fists tight. If not for Mu Bingyun's restraint, he would have lost control and charged in. Sigh. I hope he does not notice me. Observing Yang Hao's distress, Mu Bingyun felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness and sighed deeply. Just then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The sounds from within the bridal chamber eerily reached Yang Hao's ears. The familiar chilling voice was now tinged with pain and pleasure. In an instant, Yang Hao recognized it as Shui Yueqing's delicate moan. Ah, damnable. This is infuriating. Yang Hao's blood boiled as he realized the pure goddess he had longed for was now in another's embrace. In a fit of rage, his eyes turned crimson, and he roared several times before coughing up blood. Chapter 84. Clouds and rain, madness, overwhelming, it is your turn. This is bad. Our movements have been detected. Mu Bingyun's expression changed dramatically, and she hesitated to act. Yang Hao, nearly losing his sanity, pressed his hands tightly against his ears, but it was all in vain. Enraged, he drew a dagger and pierced his eardrums, blood spilling across the ground. I have lost my mind, truly lost my mind. Mu Bingyun, witnessing this scene, felt a twitch at the corner of her mouth. She realized why Lu Chun had refrained from directly eliminating Yang Hao in the hall. It was to subject him to such humiliation and torment afterward. Yang Hao writhed in agony on the ground, while the goddess Shui Yueqing was entangled in a passionate embrace with Lu Chun, immersed in a fervent union. Meanwhile, the Dragon Clan's forces had fully mobilized. Arriving before the Qingxiu Hall, a terrifying aura surged toward the Jiuwu Tianhu clan. Sigh. What is destined to come will eventually arrive. The esteemed elder, upon hearing the news, promptly gathered the other 4 esteemed elders, Yu Baiwei, Yu Qianxue, and several powerful clan members, swiftly arriving to confront the Dragon Clan forces led by Aoxing. Standing firm in opposition. Duan Tianqing, you old rascal, cease your stubborn resistance. Surrender to the Dragon Clan, and perhaps I shall spare your life. Aoxing stepped through the void, advancing with measured strides as he taunted the Grand Elder of the Taishang. Behind him stood a figure clad in coarse robes, none other than the Wang of Abiliuo. Despite his attempts to suppress his aura, the faint, intangible pressure emanating from him caused the formidable members of the Tianhu clan, including the Grand Elder, to tremble with trepidation. This group is truly a damper on the mood. Meanwhile, having just experienced a night of passion, Lu Chun slowly rose from the bed. A vivid stain marred the sheets, and Shui Yueqing's unique allure, combined with a hint of icy demeanor, rendered Lu Chun utterly captivated. Husband, be cautious and prioritize your safety, Shui Yueqing advised. Her complexion flushed, a silk garment haphazardly draped over her shoulders, exposing her fair skin, which invited endless fantasies. With a delicate touch, Shui Yueqing approached Lu Chun, using her exquisitely refined hands to tidy his attire. This demure and virtuous image bore no trace of the cold, saintly maiden persona. She had entirely embraced the role of a devoted wife. After assisting Lu Chen in donning his garments, Shui Yueqing hastily gathered the scattered pieces of clothing on the floor, casting a somewhat mournful glance at him. Husband, you truly lack consideration for delicate feelings. Staring at the torn garments in her grasp, she reluctantly opted for a fresh outfit, elegantly enveloping her ample form with a graceful gesture. Hee. Once we have dealt with these ants, we shall return to our unfinished battle, Lu Chen remarked, wrapping an arm around her slender waist. Hearing this, Shui Yueqing lowered her head, her cheeks flushed, and nodded shyly. Humph, you shall not succeed. Do not forget, the Tianhu clan has just allied with the Tianyan sacred land today. The Tianyan deity is currently present among us, so Sheng, do not overstep your bounds. The Grand Elder declared, bearing considerable pressure as he confronted Sheng. Unexpectedly, the figure shrouded in coarse robes, Wang of Abiliuo, took a step forward, his sinister voice resonating ominously. Oh, the Tianyan deity. Where is he? I intend to use him as an offering to quell my rage. As his words echoed, an overwhelming force surged from within Wang of Abiliuo, unleashing a terrifying tempest of malevolence that sent shivers down the spines of all present. The Grand Elder felt as if his very blood was freezing in response to the immense pressure, acutely aware of the vast chasm separating demigods from true gods. Oh, such arrogance. It seems you have little regard for your own life, Lu Chen interjected, appearing suddenly before the assembly, his presence commanding attention. Wang of Abiliuo. Cultivation, lower true god. Humph, you are certainly stronger than a mere head, Lu Chen remarked, his gaze unwavering as he regarded the robed figure. As he emerged, the raging winds abruptly ceased, and the oppressive aura of evil spirits dissipated. Wang of Abiliuo fixed his penetrating gaze upon Lu Chen, feeling an inexplicable sense of danger emanating from him. Who is this person? I cannot discern his true cultivation. The inner turmoil of Wang of Abiliuo was palpable. Impudent. Ignorant youth, do you not comprehend the significance of the being standing before you? Do not presume that merely bearing the title of the strongest within 3,000 states grants you superiority. Before the Lord of Evil, you are destined for subjugation. As Lu Chen made his entrance, Wang of Abiliuo fell eerily silent. Sheng's thoughts raced as he quickly reprimanded Lu Chen. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen furrowed his brow and cast a glance at Sheng. In the next instant, the peak demigod Sheng was reduced to mere powder, obliterated in an instant. What? The sight of a peak demigod being annihilated by a mere glance left everyone present in a state of shock. The Dragon Clan practitioners who had stood behind Sheng retreated in terror, their bodies trembling, drenched in cold sweat, unable to meet Lu Chen's gaze. In Lu Chen's embrace, Shui Yueqing's lips parted in astonishment, her eyes filled with admiration as she gazed at him. The peak demigod was indeed an invincible force atop the 3,000 states. Yet before Lu Chen, he could not withstand even a single glance. Such power was truly terrifying. Behind them, the Grand Elder Zhuai Qiuming's undercover identity was laid bare. Witnessing the entire scene, he turned pale, his legs buckling beneath him. The realization that even a peak demigod like Sheng could be extinguished by Lu Chen's gaze made him reflect on his previous provocations in the Qingxiu Palace as tantamount to courting death. Humph, Grand Elder, how long has it been since your clan underwent a thorough cleansing? Lu Chen grinned, his mind effortlessly binding Zhuai Qiuming in midair with an invisible force. Lord Deity, please spare me. Before he could finish his plea, his body shattered like a watermelon. What? The Grand Elder was actually a spy for the Dragon Clan? This is truly chilling. Fortunately, the deity is here, or the Tianhu clan would face dire consequences. The Grand Elder's expression was complex. He had not anticipated the betrayal of such a high-ranking member. He felt fortunate that he had decided to arrange the marriage of Shui Yueqing to win Lu Chen's favor. As otherwise, the Tianhu clan might have faced utter destruction. Now, it is your turn. With that, Lu Chen's gaze became fixated on Wang of Abiliuo. Chapter 85, Annihilation. Blood Refinement of Evil Light. The moment Wang of Abiliuo met Lu Chen's gaze, he trembled. Wait, it seems we have no significant enmity between us. How about we each take a step back, and I shall take my leave. Recognizing the unfathomable strength of Lu Chen, Wang of Abiliuo promptly capitulated. Humph, it is too late for such words. Yet Lu Chen was not swayed, and with a slight movement of his mind, an invisible force bound Wang of Abiliuo in midair. The intense spatial pressure enveloped him, casting a shadow of impending doom. If you insist on killing me, you must consider the consequences. If the commotion here draws the attention of the divine realm, just think of how the gods will react to your existence as a descendant of the sinister god. Wang of Abiliuo's countenance reflected cunning as he looked toward Lu Chen, confident that the latter would not dare to kill him. Therefore, if you wish to avoid mutual destruction, release me at once. However, Wang of Abilio grossly underestimated Lu Chun. His threatening words fell on deaf ears, and Lu Chun dismissed the so-called divine realm entirely. Are you finished? Lu Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, and with a firm grip, he unleashed a tremendous force, compressing the very fabric of space before him. No, you. Wang of Abilio could never have anticipated Lu Chen's decisiveness. His remaining limbs were instantly reduced to powder, completely obliterated on the spot. The sight of a being with the strength of a lower true god being rendered powerless before Lu Chun left the members of the Tianhu clan in a state of shock, exchanging incredulous glances. The sisters Yu Baiwei and Yu Qianxia also stood aghast, their lips parted in disbelief. Husband, Shui Yueqing's starry eyes remained fixed on Lu Chun. Unable to conceal her fluttering heart, her gaze filled with admiration that seemed ready to overflow. The Tianyan deity was indeed worthy of the title of the strongest among the 3,000 states. His prowess likely surpassed mere appearances of a true god. Observing Lu Chen's commanding presence, the Grand Elder's expression flickered, and he resolved to do everything in his power to appease Lu Chun after this ordeal. As the formidable figures of Ao Sheng and King Abei Luo fell in succession, the once mighty dragon army, which had inspired awe and terror, disintegrated in an instant. Its members fleeing in panic. The Tianhu clan received orders to pursue the remnants of the dragon race. The Grand Elder, seizing this golden opportunity to eradicate the threat, issued a command and charged into battle. With peak semi-divine cultivation, he was a force to be reckoned with, virtually invincible beneath the true gods. With the demise of Ao Sheng and King Abei Luo, the Grand Elder moved through the battlefield as if it were unguarded, his immense power wreaking havoc among the dragon kin, leaving devastation in his wake. Following closely behind were the formidable members of the Tianhu clan, including Yu Baiwei and Yu Qianxia, who relished in the downfall of their adversaries. The dragon warriors, devoid of fighting spirit and unwilling to continue the struggle, suffered heavy losses, and it seemed the fierce conflict would soon come to a conclusion. In a nearby corner, a gaunt figure silently observed the unfolding chaos. The dragon clan's grandeur was but a facade, crumbling against the might of their foes. Yang Hao's countenance was dark and brooding, his eyes aflame with indignation as he fixated on a figure within the crowd, particularly the one he idolized as his moonlit goddess, Shui Yuqing, who appeared enamored and content, nestling in the embrace of Lu Chun like a docile kitten. Witnessing this scene struck Yang Hao's heart with the force of 1,000 blows, filling him with profound humiliation and resentment. Lu Chun had taken away his moonlit goddess, and during their tender moments, had deliberately humiliated him. This ignited an all-consuming hatred within Yang Hao towards Lu Chun. Initially, he had intended to exploit the turmoil of the dragon invasion to witness Lu Chen's downfall at the hands of the dragons, but the outcome had far surpassed his expectations. Lu Chen's terrifying strength was evident as he effortlessly dispatched Ao Sheng, the peak semi-divine being, in a single encounter. Clenching his fists tightly, Yang Hao felt a complete absence of hope for revenge against Lu Chun as he watched his beloved moonlight goddess bask in affection within the arms of his rival. While he remained hidden in the shadows, consumed by fury and helplessness, unbeknownst to him, remnants of the dark god lingered in this realm of San Qian Daozhou. Mu Bingyun, concealed within Yang Hao's marked space, furrowed her brow in concern. She had witnessed Lu Chen's strike that obliterated King Abei Luo. In her past life, she had been a deity within the realm of the gods and had participated in the legendary battle against the dark spirit realm. It was during that conflict that she had been gravely wounded by the dark god, her physical form annihilated, leaving her with only a lingering spirit. Years later, she awoke from a prolonged slumber, having attached herself to Yang Hao's essence. Thus, when Lu Chen annihilated King Abei Luo, she sensed the loathsome aura of the dark spirit rising from the depths of her soul. The dark god? What could that be? Was it that terrifying figure clad in tattered garments? Hearing Mu Bingyun's murmurs, Yang Hao inquired with curiosity, his eyes shimmering with a deep, ominous light, as if he had devised a plan. Indeed, Mu Bingyun nodded slightly, explaining to Yang Hao, the realm we inhabit is merely one of the countless domains within the realm of the gods. The dark gods, however, hail from an entirely different world beyond the realm of the gods. They are bloodthirsty by nature, drawing power from the life essence of cultivators, with countless beings perishing at their hands. As they conversed, a sudden disturbance erupted in the distant battlefield. The defeated dragon warriors now radiated an ominous glow, their expressions twisted in agony. What is happening? What is this evil light? They cried out in terror. The anguished screams echoed throughout the cosmos. Yet the sinister light could not be extinguished as one dragon warrior after another was mercilessly consumed. Noticing the peculiar turn of events, The Grand Elder sensed something amiss and swiftly commanded the clan's warriors to retreat behind Lu Chen. Blood-refining evil light. Stop it at once, Mu Bingyan exclaimed, her scalp prickling in alarm. As the malevolent light devoured the flesh and blood of the dragon warriors, its power surged, coalescing into a series of gates formed from blood and flesh. Behind these gates, a terrifying aura seemed to emanate. You pitiful, lowly beings shall serve as nourishment for the dark spirit realm. It turned out that King Abei Luo had left behind a trace of primal power within the ancestral lands of the Dragon Clan. Upon sensing the destruction of his main body, the remaining primal essence unleashed the blood-refining evil light without hesitation. The Dragon Warriors, having previously enhanced their strength through this very light, now became the final trump card of King Abei Luo. Chapter 86. Shockwaves across the realm. Gathering in the Beast God domain. Truly, the resilience of King Abei Luo was remarkable, eliciting admiration even from Lu Chen. After refining the blood-refining light, the last vestige of King Abei Luo's primal power dissipated entirely. The heavens rumbled as the blood-refining divine thunder crashed, summoning forth a series of blood and flesh gates. The Tianyan Holy wondered what monstrosities lay beyond those gates. The oppressive force emanating from behind the blood gates unsettled the Grand Elder, causing his heart to race, prompting him to inquire of Lu Chen. This appears to be some sort of portal, does it not? Lu Chen, however, was uncertain, as his supreme cultivation stemmed from a cracked system that had forcibly elevated him, leaving him with little experience. Meanwhile, upon witnessing the open blood gates above, Mu Bingyan urged, Yang Hao, stop dawdling and leave this place at once. She was acutely aware that these gates connected directly to the dark spirit realm, behind which lay an array of horrifying dark gods. The overwhelming aura of darkness enveloped the entirety of San Qian Daozhou, casting a crimson shroud over the sky. The scene shifted to the Tianyan Sacred Land, where the Empress Luo Qingshan sat gracefully in her study, clad in a flowing black silk gown, cradling ancient texts. Her ebony hair cascaded like ink, framing her delicate features, while her eyes sparkled like clear autumn waters. The gown, partially translucent, hinted at her flawless skin, accentuating her slender figure. A hint of melancholy adorned her brow, exuding an air of ethereal grace. Humph, an alliance? While my husband frolics with others, he seems to revel in his freedom. Luo Qingshan mused, her delicate hand gripping the alliance invitation, a frown creasing her nose as she uttered words tinged with sorrow. Just recently, she had brought back Shui Meiyin, Zhou Zhidai, and Lin Shuiro, and now another from the Tianhu clan had joined the fray. Torn between love and resentment for Lu Chen, the notorious heartthrob, she felt a myriad of emotions. Observing her distress, the nine heavens, Xiannu, including Horfeng Xiannu and Ling Long Xianzi, quickly approached to offer comfort. Your divine cultivation is unparalleled. You shall surely have no shortage of admirers, they encouraged. Why not seek out the Zunshin yourself? Ling Long and Su Xian stand firmly by your side. Ling Long Xianzi was confident that, with their varied charms and Luo Qingshan's unparalleled beauty, they would undoubtedly capture Lu Chen's heart. Upon hearing their words, Luo Qingshan sighed and shook her head, pointing an exasperated finger at the nine heavens. Xiannu, alas, it is that man who has led you astray. Instead of focusing on your cultivation, your minds are filled with such frivolous thoughts. With her serene and aloof demeanor, how could Luo Qingshan ever lower herself to seek out Lu Chen? Such an act was entirely beneath her. Just as Luo Qingshan engaged in discourse with the nine heavens Xiannu, a sudden disturbance swept through the heavens, draping the skies in a blood-red shroud, suffocating the world in dark energy. Luo Qingshan's brow furrowed slightly as she swiftly stepped outside her abode. Such a terrifying aura emanates from the direction of the Shou Xinyu. The three women, Zhou Zhidai, Lin Shuiro, and Lin Yuro, who were also in the Tianyan Shengdi, were equally alarmed. The expression of the Sheng Tian Shinzun, who accompanied them, turned ashen as he instantly perceived the invasion of the evil spirit realm. Sensing the overwhelming pressure of malevolent spirits, the four of them, along with the Sheng Tian Shinzun, hastened towards the Shou Xinyu, deeply concerned for Lu Chen's safety. Meanwhile, within the Sheng Yuan Peak, the only one with the cultivation of a great sage, Mu Wanqing, held Lu Qian with a worried gaze fixed in the same direction. The scene shifts to Qing Yuan Town, Lujia. This is the evil spirit realm. One could see Hua Qingying clad in an ethereal white gauze dress, the hem fluttering like smoke, the soft fabric enveloping her graceful curves. Raising her head, a ripple danced within her cold, clear eyes. As the eldest princess of the Luo Tian Shengua, possessing a first-class divine vein, she was well aware of the existence of the evil spirit realm beyond the realm of gods. Little did she expect that in this small place of San Qian Daozhou, it would become the landing point for the invasion of the evil spirit realm. Sister Hua, what is happening over there? At that moment, the petite Xiao Rou, donning a pink fairy dress, approached while holding the hands of Mu Pei Ling and Song Yu. Her large, sparkling eyes staring at Hua Qingying. It's nothing, Xiao Rou, you, Pei Ling, and Song Yu stay at home. Sister has some matters to attend to. With that, Hua Qingying's figure flickered, and she sped towards the Shou Xinyu. Her cultivation had already been elevated to the rank of God King by Lu Chen, allowing her divine sense to easily cover the entire San Qiandaozhou, and she had sensed that Lu Chen was indeed within the Shou Xinyu. Fully aware of the horrors of the evil spirit realm, she felt an overwhelming sense of dread for Lu Chen. Master. Mu Pei Ling and Song Yu gazed longingly towards the Shou Xinyu, faintly sensing that Lu Chen was at the center of the storm. Meanwhile, Jiang Yuchan and Xue Meiyin, who were in the Yao Qi Shengdi, were also rushing towards the Shou Xinyu. In the Tianfu Alliance, as the foremost force of the human race, the demigod Lin Yuan sat firmly in the main seat. Below him gathered a host of demigod powerhouses, including Zhang Xian, Qixia, Tai Su, and Tianjian. Everyone, let us proceed to the Shou Xinyu, Lin Yuan declared, slamming his hand down, immediately leading dozens of demigods in a formidable rush towards the Shou Xinyu. Simultaneously, within the vast expanse of the starry sky, 11 officials from the Tianting Guangming Shun Dian happened to arrive at this moment. This is the aura of the evil spirits. The overwhelming presence of malevolent energy became evident to all, causing the 11 officials to halt in their tracks. Such a dense aura of evil spirits. Could it be that the evil spirit realm is about to officially wage war against the realm of gods? One of the officials spoke gravely. Regardless of the circumstances, I believe that the Heavenly Emperor has sensed this as well and will dispatch powerful forces from the Heaven Court to suppress it. We must act before that happens and halt the invasion of the evil spirit realm. The great official spoke with resolute authority. The power of the light divine attributes at their disposal was precisely what was needed to counter the evil gods. Under the great official's guidance, the 11 officials hastened their pace towards San Qiandaozhou. Miss, please increase your speed. On the other side, Ling Tong, sent by the Luo Tian Shenzun to retrieve Hua Qingying, also sensed the presence of the evil spirit realm. Alarmed, Ling Tong rallied the divine army behind him, hastening towards San Qiandaozhou, anxious that Hua Qingying might suffer collateral damage and attract the attention of the evil gods. Chapter 87. The Gathering of Women. The Shura Field, the misfortunes of the evil gods. In the Shou Xinyu, a thick, rich aura of life was palpable. Behind the blood-red gate, a pair of terrifying, grotesque hands emerged, releasing a torrent of evil spirit energy. Husband, could these possibly be the evil gods? Facing the darkened sky obscured by numerous shadows, Shui Yuqing's delicate face turned pale as she anxiously inquired of Lu Chen. No worries, Lu Chen reassured her, gently patting her soft shoulder. He then turned to the Grand Elder Tai Shang, Yu Bai Wei, and the others, saying, what follows is beyond your capacity to handle. You should retreat for now. The evil gods emerging from the blood-red gate all possess cultivation beyond the true god level, and even the residual waves of energy from their clash would be insurmountable for you. Yes, revered god, take care, the Grand Elder acknowledged, realizing that remaining would only make them a burden, and promptly led the Tianhu clan's experts to evacuate the area. Meanwhile, in the sky, the true forms of the evil gods revealed themselves, their colossal demonic silhouettes towering like pillars of heaven. Evil god modifiable. Cultivation, lower true god modifiable. Evil god modifiable. Cultivation, upper true god modifiable. The newly arrived dozens of evil gods could hardly contain their thirst, opening their gaping maws. The power of the evil god's laws surged forth from the abyss, aiming to devour all life in San Qiandaozhou. Upon witnessing this, how could Lu Chen allow them to have their way? He simply stomped his foot, and the Genesis divine order enveloped the heavens, firmly trapping all the evil gods within it, preventing their laws from permeating elsewhere. You seem quite delectable. One of the just-arrived evil gods noticed Lu Chen before breaking into a sinister grin. Seeking death. Despite the overwhelming number of evil gods, Lu Chen remained composed, standing proudly in the void. With a mere thought, the weight of the heavenly Tao pressed down upon the heavens. With a loud crash, the previously mentioned evil god's body disintegrated in an instant, both form and spirit obliterated on the spot. At this moment, the remaining dozens of evil gods turned their gazes towards Lu Chen. Compared to these enormous beings, Lu Chen appeared as insignificant as a speck of dust. A bunch of ignorant beasts. Lu Chen snorted coldly, casting a glance that filled the evil gods with terror, and in the next moment, they all transformed into a cloud of blood mist. Husband, In her arms, Shui Yuqing gazed at Lu Chen, who maintained an invincible demeanor before the multitude of powerful evil gods, her phoenix eyes brimming with adoration and admiration. After vanquishing these evil gods, the blood-red gate continued to transport more evil gods. Husband, Chen heir, senior brother. At that moment, Luo Qingshan, Hua Qingying, Jiang Yuchan, Shui Meiyin, Lin Shuiro, Lin Yuro, and Zhou Zhidai all arrived simultaneously. Their cultivation had all been elevated by Lu Chen to above the upper true god level, making this distance merely a thought for them. They are all my husbands. In her embrace, Shui Yuqing gazed at the several beautiful figures that had suddenly arrived in the sky, her lips slightly parted in surprise as she murmured. The approaching fairies were all captivating, exuding extraordinary charm, with some even surpassing her beauty by a fraction. Shui Yuqing had anticipated that with Lu Chen's strength, he would undoubtedly have many infatuated beauties by his side. Yet, she never expected there would be so many, each possessing a stunning allure. Lu Chen was somewhat taken aback by the unexpected arrival of all the women. This was indeed their first gathering, yet it caught him off guard. With the arrival of the women, the atmosphere shifted from one of tension to a battlefield. A bunch of vixens. The women exchanged glances, each internally voicing their disdain in unison. Luo Qingshan's mouth twisted in frustration. Then she discreetly transmitted a message to Lu Chen. Well, husband, I didn't expect that after being away for such a short time, you would have amassed such a collection of romantic entanglements. As the foremost consort, Luo Qingshan was naturally quite perturbed. Following her was Hua Qingying, who had heard rumors that Chen heir had married the Empress in Tianyan. However, upon arriving here, she was utterly stunned. Hua Qingying's phoenix eyes glimmered with a dangerous light as she glared fiercely at Lu Chen, who was holding Shui Yuqing below. How Chener, did you not claim that the Empress has but a single consort? Where did all these others emerge from? She has only just begrudgingly accepted the competition with Luo Qingshan, yet now on the other side stand Lin Shuiro, Lin Yuro, and Shui Meiyin, as well as Zhou Zhidai. Though they are deeply astonished and shocked, they do not dwell too much on it. Only Jiang Yuechan's fair visage flushes crimson, her jade peaks rising and falling like a little cat caught in the act of infidelity, feeling exceedingly guilty. Ahem. Lu Chen is momentarily at a loss for how to explain, as he had intended to gradually introduce the women to one another. Unbeknownst to him, elevating their cultivation levels has inadvertently ignited a conflagration in the backyard. Thus, he awkwardly clears his throat a few times and swiftly diverts the topic. Ladies, with the invasion of the evil gods, which threatens our San Qian Dao Zhou, we cultivators must set aside personal grievances and unite for the greater good. This battleground is truly unexpected. Lu Chen merely prays for more evil gods to appear. At that moment, Lu Chen's fervent yearning is met as the evil gods finally descend. Ahem, dear ladies, I previously vanquished several dozen evil gods in one fell swoop, resulting in significant injury to my essence. Henceforth, I must rely on your unity. In order to buy time, Lu Chen displays an Oscar-worthy performance, leaning against Shui Yuqing's fragrant shoulder, feigning death. Luo Qingshan, Hua Qingying, and the others can see through Lu Chen's charade, and they promptly unleash their indignation and fury upon the newly arrived evil gods. Despicable lowly beings, prepare to meet your doom. In the blink of an eye, the unfortunate evil gods, who had just landed, find themselves bombarded by the women's fierce strikes. Notably, Hua Qingying, the only one among them with the cultivation of a divine king, dashes left and right, leaving no room for the evil gods to utter a sound before they perish on the spot. Following closely is Luo Qingshan, who has assimilated numerous divine fragments of time, space, darkness, essence, chaos, and causality, rendering her nearly invincible beneath the divine king level. With a mere gesture, the evil gods fall as easily as harvesting chives. As for Zhou Zhidai, Shui Meiyin, Jiang Yuechan, Lin Shuiro, and Lin Yuro, they find these evil gods ideal for honing their skills. Chapter 88, Shock, Despair, and the Moro, Evil Sovereign. What? The Holy Heaven God Sovereign, who has just arrived, is utterly dumbfounded by the scene before him. He had steeled himself for a desperate battle, even prepared for death, yet the circumstances seem rather unexpected. Those bloodthirsty, brutal, and powerful evil gods are now being beaten like children by Luo Qingshan, Hua Qingying, and the others, reduced to mere punching bags for their frustrations. Some evil gods, having barely peeked out from the blood gate, are immediately targeted by the women, who strike them down before they can even react. My lord, should I come to assist? The Holy Heaven God Sovereign hastens to Lu Chen's side, tentatively inquiring, as if his presence were somewhat superfluous. Hearing this, Lu Chen offers a bitter smile in return. If you feel adventurous, you may try your luck. I fear that the moment the Holy Heaven God Sovereign advances, He will be treated as mere fodder by Hua Qingying and Luo Qingshan. Very well then. The corners of the holy heaven god sovereign's mouth twitch as he gazes upon the brutal scene. After serving as a divine officer under the bright divine palace for hundreds of thousands of years, this is the first time he has witnessed such a spectacle. Evil gods have always been known for their ferocity in the realm of the gods, yet at this moment, the holy heaven god sovereign finds himself oddly sympathetic towards them. Boom. The women grow increasingly fervent in their assault, and the evil gods stand no chance of retaliation. Meanwhile, Lu Chen silently wishes for the evil gods to endure just a little longer. Somewhere, Yang Hao, who had yet to escape far, halts in his tracks. His gaze vacant as he observes the women tearing the evil gods apart on the battlefield. Bing Yunjia, did you not say that evil gods are terrifying entities? How is this possible? Yang Hao inquires with curiosity. At this moment, the concealed Mu Bingyun within him expresses profound astonishment, exclaiming incredulously, how can this be? The Sanxian Daozhou is merely a prison for the descendants of sinful gods, with thin spiritual energy and incomplete laws. How could it nurture so many true divine powerhouses? Moreover, the divine power within them is so formidable that one among them has even reached the divine king realm. Witnessing this scene, Mu Bingyun is nearly driven to question her own existence. What? A divine king? Upon hearing Mu Bingyun's words, Yang Hao is equally astounded. The thought of those enchanting celestial maidens on the battlefield, whose beauty rivals that of Shui Yueqing, all being Lu Chun's cherished consorts, sends him into a frenzy. Jealousy, hatred, and humiliation intertwine within him. Why? Why does that scoundrel deserve this? Yang Hao pounds the ground in despair, overwhelmed by the sight of Luo Qingshan, Hua Qingying, and the others' exquisite forms and their overwhelming strength against the evil gods, feeling on the brink of collapse. He sees no hope for vengeance. Pull yourself together. Mu Bingyun, witnessing this, cannot help but feel a twinge of pity for Yang Hao, as his predicament is exceedingly tragic. An hour passes swiftly. During this time, hundreds of evil gods have descended, all ruthlessly slain by the united efforts of the women. Now, the blood gate has grown increasingly quiet, with no further evil gods arriving. The atmosphere gradually settles into silence. Fortunately, Lu Chun's creation of the divine order has isolated the chaos from affecting other realms. A battle of divine level can easily obliterate an entire Daozhou with a mere gesture, emanating an awe-inspiring aura. Led by the half-god Ling Yuan and a host of other half-god cultivators from the Tianfu Alliance, they arrive belatedly. Sensing the earth-shattering aura emanating from the front, Ling Yuan, along with the half-gods Zhangxian and Tianjian, are gripped by trepidation. It is the Tianyan divine sovereign. Having met Lu Chun on several occasions, Zhangxian and Tianjian immediately recognize him as the one commanding the scene. We pay our respects to the Tianyan divine sovereign. Under Zhangxian's lead, the members of the Tianfu Alliance hastily approach Lu Chun, bowing respectfully with utmost deference. Oh, it is you. Lu Chun glances over, noting that the Tianyan divine sovereign is indeed the most powerful among the Sanxian Daozhou, selflessly rushing to the front lines. What a true model for us all. The tactful Zhangxian promptly begins to extol Lu Chun with flattery. The praise pleases Lu Chun, who then warns. The evil gods have descended. This is not a matter for half-gods like yourselves. Attend to your own affairs. Thank you for the reminder, divine sovereign. With that, Zhangxian and Tianjian swiftly withdraw from the area. Is that it? It seems these fearsome evil gods are nothing but a facade. Adorned in a form-fitting black dress, Shui Mei beams with a smile, her dulcet voice echoing around, her alluring demeanor captivating all, especially with her exquisite figure accentuated by the tight dress. She forms a striking sight. Humph, a seductress. Witnessing Shui Mei's enchanting display, Luo Qingshan wrinkles her delicate nose, secretly disdainful. In contrast to Shui Mei's sultry allure, Luo Qingshan possesses an ethereal, transcendent quality that instills awe. The aura of a celestial being inspires no thoughts of impiety. It appears that matters are not so simple. The blood gate seems to connect to the realm of the evil spirits, where powerful entities appear to be maintaining it. Even I cannot forcibly destroy it. Hua Qingying gazed intently at the towering flesh and blood gates above, where perhaps only Lu Chun possessed the power to obliterate them. Unexpectedly, in this desolate and barren land, sparse in spiritual energy, she encountered a deity of the divine king rank. Despite all his calculations, the plans of this sovereign had ultimately come to naught. Nevertheless, as long as he could annihilate them, there remained a glimmer of hope. Just as Hua Qingying was about to summon Lu Chun to cease his pretense of death and advance to demolish the flesh and blood gates, an eerie voice suddenly emanated from behind the gates. The moment a terrifying aura of oppression descended, all the women present felt an overwhelming sense of trepidation. This malevolent god was evidently not an ordinary one. As they turned to face the source of the voice, they beheld an even larger flesh and blood gate, towering tens of thousands of zhang into the sky. A slender figure, exuding an air of superiority, stepped forth from behind the gate, revealing the sinister visage of the evil god. Behind him followed a throng of several thousand wicked deities. Oh, finally, a figure of some substance has arrived. Lu Chen slightly raised his gaze, a smile gracing his features. The atmosphere became tense as Luo Qingshan, Hua Qingying, and the other women gathered together, their expressions grave. The formidable might of a true deity was already capable of devastating the world, and the divine king was even more terrifying, capable of annihilating all of Sanxian Daosho with a mere thought. Just as Lu Chen prepared to intervene, the 11 divine officials of the Light God Temple happened to arrive as well. Such a multitude of evil deities descending. Was the evil spirit realm truly preparing for all-out war? The supreme official stood aghast, his voice trembling slightly at the sight of thousands of wicked deities, particularly the imposing figure of the Moro evil sovereign at the forefront, whose presence was suffocating. Ah, more prey has come to me. The Moro evil sovereign glanced at the divine officials of the Light God Temple. In the next moment, he transformed into a wisp of ghostly mist and charged directly at the supreme official. You are the Moro evil sovereign. The supreme official finally recognized the powerful deity from the evil spirit realm. However, before he could finish his words, the Moro evil sovereign had already reached him, his claw piercing through the supreme official's chest. Instantly, the supreme official's divine essence, flesh, and divine laws were devoured, leaving not a trace behind. Supreme official. This transpired in mere moments, resulting in the utter annihilation of a peak true deity. Witnessing this, the remaining divine officials were struck with horror and hastily retreated. The chasm between a divine king and a true deity was akin to the fireflies on the ground compared to the bright moon in the sky. Among the countless true deities, it was unlikely for a single king to emerge. Ah, so it is the officials of the Light God Temple. It has been a long time since I tasted such delight. The Moro evil sovereign, his long black hair billowing, stood like a pillar in the void, his alluring yet sinister visage grinning. With that, he charged towards the other 10 divine officials. Stop! A divine sword obstructed the path of the Moro evil sovereign. As a fragrant breeze swept through, Hua Qingying, her robes fluttering, stood elegantly before him like an unparalleled sword immortal. So, you are the renowned Moro evil sovereign of the evil spirit realm. I have just recently broken through to the divine king level and am eager to test my mettle against you, for since attaining this power, I have yet to unleash my full strength. Upon finishing her words, Hua Qingying drew her divine sword, its blade aimed directly at the Moro evil sovereign, a fierce intent radiating from her. Seeing Hua Qingying block his path, the Moro evil sovereign's lips curled in disdain, his abyssal eyes fixated on her. You dare challenge me so soon after your breakthrough? You are woefully ignorant of your limitations. I had intended to dispose of a few insignificant ants first, and then enjoy a grand feast, but now I shall demonstrate the disparity between divine kings. With that, the Moro evil sovereign's gaze sharpened, his aura surging to its zenith as boundless malevolence coalesced into a towering void spire, descending upon Hua Qingying. The void spire was immense, formed from endless darkness and the laws of evil spirits. In response, Hua Qingying decisively swung her divine sword, unleashing a cataclysmic sword energy. However, despite its earth-shattering might, the moment it made contact with the void spire, it was entirely consumed. What? How is this possible? Hua Qingying's heart trembled in disbelief. Humph. You have just broken through to the divine king level. I doubt you have even coalesced a single trace of Dao marks. The Moro evil sovereign laughed malevolently. Today, when I slay you, the realm of the gods shall lose yet another divine king, and surely it will cause the celestial court some discomfort. After letting out a sinister chuckle, he turned to the thousands of wicked deities behind him and commanded, quickly, annihilate the others. Receiving the command, the evil deities immediately surged toward Luo Qingshan, Zhou Zhijia, Lin Shuero, and the others. The situation had spiraled completely out of control. Quickly contact the Hall Master. The surviving divine officials, pale with fright and drenched in cold sweat, began to set up a teleportation array. As officials of the Light God Temple, they possessed a unique secret technique. By sacrificing some of their innate divine essence, they could teleport across vast distances within the realm of the gods. Observing the unfolding scene from below, Lu Chen's gaze shifted back to the Moro evil sovereign as he noted Hua Qingying's gradual decline. Moro evil sovereign, modifiable. Cultivation, divine king, modifiable. Dao marks, 1 million dark Dao marks, 3 million evil spirit Dao marks, modifiable. Ah, I see. A faint smile graced Lu Chen's lips. It is widely known that upon reaching the peak of demigod status, one could absorb and refine shards of divine essence to attain true divinity. The so-called power of divine essence was merely the rudimentary application of the laws of order. Achieving the divine king realm meant completely refining the laws of order into one's own Tao marks. Among divine kings, the greater the quantity of Tao marks within one's being, the stronger one's power. Lu Chen had been oblivious to these intricacies when he assisted Hua Qingying in elevating her cultivation. Even his own status as a creator god had been forcibly elevated. Prior to that, he had merely been an insignificant disciple of the Tianyan Holy Land, ignorant of the profound mysteries of divine king cultivation. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successful modification. Hua Qingying, modifiable. Cultivation, divine king, modifiable. Tao marks, 10 million space Tao marks, 10 million time Tao marks. 10 million causal Tao marks, 10 million sword Tao marks, 10 million life and death Tao marks, 10 million reincarnation Tao marks. With a grand gesture, Lu Chen modified Hua Qingying's Tao marks entirely. With this newfound enhancement, her strength surged dramatically, elevating her to several tiers of power. The sword intent in her hand became terrifyingly unparalleled, far surpassing her previous might. Accompanied by a chilling sword radiance, the void spire was obliterated into nothingness. What is this? Sword Tao marks? Such an awe-inspiring power, surely not less than 5 million Tao marks. No, wait, there is also reincarnation power mixed within this sword radiance. And not just that, but also causal and temporal power. How is this even possible? The Moro evil sovereign's expression was one of utter disbelief, his face displaying a myriad of emotions. Clearly, just moments ago, Hua Qingying had had not a single Tao mark within her. Yet now she possessed an astonishing array of sword Tao marks, alongside reincarnation, time, and hundreds of other Tao marks. To advance beyond the divine king level, one could only refine the Tao marks corresponding to the shards of divine essence found within the world. Typically, a deity finding even a single shard of divine essence was considered exceptionally fortunate, as these shards were birthed from the cosmos and were exceedingly rare, equivalent to losing one piece for every piece used. After all, each piece is akin to a true deity. Therefore, even the most formidable and resource-rich powers rarely bestow 2 fragments of divine essence upon a single individual. In Chapter 90, Speculation, the Angelic God King, the Sovereign of the Heavenly Realm, and the Angelic Legion, the fragments of divine essence are exceedingly precious and scarce. In stark contrast, the presence of Hua Qingying emanates an astonishing array of hundreds of different Tao auras. Who on earth are you? Might you be the illegitimate daughter of the Haoyan Divine Emperor? Mo Luo Qingshan could not help but speculate. Throughout the realm of the gods, it is an extravagant rarity to gather such a multitude of divine essence fragments upon a single person, perhaps only the Haoyan Divine Emperor, the recognized supreme deity and ruler of the heavenly court, could achieve such a feat even if this woman is not the Haoyan Divine Emperor's illegitimate child. Her background is undoubtedly extraordinary. Could she be from that place? Thus, Mo Luo Qingshan began to harbor doubts and wished to avoid enmity with Hua Qingying. What illegitimate daughter of the Haoyan Divine Emperor? Heretical fiends, do not attempt to deceive with sweet words. Confronted by the evil god, Hua Qingying would not show the slightest mercy. As the eldest princess of the Luo Tian Divine Kingdom, bearing a prestigious divine lineage, many elders within the kingdom cherished her deeply. Yet, unbeknownst to her, countless beloved elders and kin had fallen victim to the hands of the evil gods, reduced to their blood sustenance. With that, Hua Qingying pressed on, sword raised, aiming to strike down Mo Luo Qingshan. Meanwhile, Luo Qingshan, Lin Shuero, Zhou Zhijia, and others found themselves surrounded by thousands of evil gods. Even though they possessed divine essence fragments far surpassing those of their peers, they were still powerless against such overwhelming numbers. Alas, my ladies, do not fear. Your husband shall come to your rescue. Lu Chen was well aware of this predicament and was about to rise to action. However, fortuitously, at that very moment, a radiant teleportation array, arranged by the 10 great officials of the Light God Temple, erupted with blinding divine light. Heretical fiends, who dares to be so audacious? A voice of profound authority resounded, and a figure draped in golden holy armor, with 36 pairs of luminous wings unfurling behind him, descended from the divine light. We pay our respects to the Temple Lord. Upon witnessing this scene, the 10 great officials finally felt their anxieties lift, bowing respectfully to the man. Angelic God King, modifiable. Identity, sovereign of the heavenly realm, leader of the angelic race, head of the Light God Temple, modifiable. Cultivation, God King, modifiable. Tao marks, vermilion radiant Tao marks. It appears that the heavenly court has dispatched reinforcements. Excellent. I have yet to be satiated by this grand spectacle. Observing the arrival of the God King from the heavenly court to stabilize the situation, Chen decided to remain seated, no longer inclined to intervene. Beside him, Shui Yueqing delicately massaged his shoulders with her exquisite hands, glancing up at the chaotic conflict above with concern. My husband, will you truly refrain from intervening? Clearly, witnessing the throngs of evil gods above filled Shui Yueqing with immense worry for Luo Qingshan and her companions. Yet Chen maintained a tranquil demeanor, gently clasping Shui Yueqing's delicate hand. Rest assured, with your husband present, these mere evil gods shall not stir up any significant trouble. Chen intended to utilize the evil gods to quell the flames in his own backyard, redirecting attention away from Luo Qingshan and her companions, and thus preferred not to act. Should he take action, it is likely that those evil gods, including Mo Luo Qingshan, would meet their end in an instant. The angelic God King. How infuriating! Has the heavenly court detected our presence so swiftly? Mo Luo Qingshan, feeling the relentless pressure from Hua Qingying, found his expression darkening further upon seeing the angelic God King. Mo Luo Qingshan, you possess quite the audacity. The angelic God King, bathed in radiant light, brandished the angelic sword, pointing it directly at Mo Luo Qingshan, simultaneously commanding the divine army that followed him. Angelic Legion, heed my command. Exterminate the evil fiends and restore order to the cosmos. As the head of the light God temple and sovereign of the heavenly realm, the angelic God King commanded a formidable legion. No sooner had he spoken than the radiant light transformed into countless angelic soldiers clad in luminous armor. Thousands of angelic warriors, each of lower divine rank, surged forth. Such formidable resources truly befit one of the 10 eternal realms of the Eastern divine domain. Ordinary powers could not sustain such an impressive military force. We vow to follow our sovereign to the death. With a resounding battle cry, the angelic soldiers engaged in fierce combat against the throng of evil gods. On the battlefield, over 3,000 true divine warriors clashed in a spectacle of formidable energy, their energies colliding violently. The cataclysmic energy exchanges caused the already fragile space of the beast god domain to collapse in vast sections, creating multiple spatial black holes. These black holes wreaked havoc, annihilating everything in their path and transforming the land into a desolate realm of chaos. Such energy collisions had long surpassed the limits that the beast god domain could endure. Were it not for Chen's presence, enveloping the area with the order of creation, the beast god domain would likely have already been shattered into irreparable fragments. In the distance, the semi-divine beings of the Tianfu Alliance, including Lin Yuan and Song Xian, who had initially planned to seize opportunities, were struck with trepidation at the sight of the catastrophic clash ahead. The mere aftershocks visible to their naked eyes sent shivers down their spines. Had they entered the fray, they would have surely been obliterated in an instant. Thankfully, they had heeded the advice of the Tianyan divine sovereign and retreated from the range of his order. Otherwise, they would have faced certain doom. Lin Yuan swallowed hard, expressing his relief. To witness such a grand spectacle, I can die without regrets. Song Xian stroked his long beard, his murky eyes fixated on the distant cacophony of the ongoing battle. Any individual drawn from this conflict could easily obliterate those who pride themselves on standing atop the 3,000 Tao states. The Tianyan divine sovereign appeared unfazed, his expression serene. Could he truly maintain control over the situation amidst such a multitude of true divine beings? The Jian semi-divine's gaze sharpened, focusing intently on Chen, who remained an observer amid the chaos. The arrival of thousands of true divine beings in the 3,000 Tao states was nothing short of catastrophic. Should the situation spiral out of control, the entirety of the 3,000 Tao states could be reduced to ashes, leading to the demise of countless lives. This individual's power likely extends far beyond what is apparent. Just considering the order enveloping the beast god domain, it seems the Tianyan divine sovereign possesses significant confidence in managing the situation. Alas, at this juncture, he appears to be the only one capable of doing so. However, it begs the question, is this Tianyan divine sovereign truly from our 3,000 Tao states? Lin Yuan, maintaining his composure, posed an analytical inquiry, followed by a note of curiosity. Logically speaking, given the impoverished nature of the 3,000 Tao states, it is astounding to even conceive of a breakthrough to true divinity, let alone the emergence of a prodigy as formidable as the Tianyan divine sovereign. These specifics are inconsequential. What truly matters is whether the Tianyan divine sovereign stands in solidarity with the 3,000 Tao states. Song Xian's words revealed a profound truth, regardless of whether they are the malevolent evil gods or the recently arrived angelic beings. My keen senses suggest that there is little distinction between them. Chapter 91, None, Title. What does Song Xian's statement imply? Upon hearing Xianxian's words, a newly ascended semi-divine practitioner inquired, perplexed. Those evil gods treat all beings as mere sustenance, epitomizing malevolence. They deserve to be vanquished. How could the angelic being, arriving to eradicate evil and uphold justice, be no different from those evil gods? Lin Yuan, Jian, and others exchanged grave glances, seemingly aware of a deeper intrigue at play. Xianxian sighed. Alas, at this stage, there is little left to conceal. It is said that the entire 3,000 Tao states serve as a prison for the bloodlines of sinful deities, which likely accounts for the fragmented laws of heaven and earth within the 3,000 Tao states, rendering them incapable of nurturing divine essence fragments. At first, the old man was skeptical of such an absurd rumor, but only today did he come to a profound realization upon witnessing everything before him. They are all descendants of the sin gods, and now they have entered the gaze of the heavenly court. Regardless of the outcome of the great battle, the fates of the 3,000 Tao states are inevitably intertwined. Alas, the destiny of the 3,000 Tao states rests solely upon the shoulders of the T New York NZNSHN. The gaze of the half-god of the heavenly sword was fixated on the battlefield ahead, where terrifying waves of energy shook the heavens and earth, while spatial black holes devoured all in their path. Such a fearsome contest of powers left him, as well as all present, feeling a profound sense of helplessness. Yet, no matter how formidable the T New York NZNSHN may be, how could one individual possibly contend with the colossal realm of the divine? The half-god of the abyss spoke with a tone tinged with sorrow. Enough, these matters are beyond our control. Let us await the outcome of the battle in peace. The half-god of the void interjected, halting the others. My husband, must we truly remain idle? With the angelic divine army preoccupied with the various evil gods, Luo Qingshan, Zhou Zhida, Jiang Yuechan, and others were able to return to Lu Chen's side. Luo Qingshan looked up at Hua Qingying, who was locked in a fierce battle with the Moroa evil sovereign, and then turned to inquire of Lu Chen. Meanwhile, Lu Chen squinted his eyes, continuing to observe the unfolding drama. No need. This performance is only halfway through. The most thrilling parts lie ahead. By the way, where are Xiao Linglong and Xiao Huofeng? Why aren't they with you? Lu Chen noticed the absence of the Jiutian Xiannu behind Luo Qingshan. It had been some time since leaving the T New York and Sacred Land, and he found himself reminiscing about the delightful company of the Jiutian Xiannu, the gentle and delicate Linglong, the ethereal Su Xin Xiannu, the enchanting Baihua fairy, and the alluring Huofeng fairy. Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, Luo Qingshan nearly erupted in indignation, her watery autumn eyes casting a fierce glare at Lu Chen. What on earth do you think about all day? Are you so fixated on my Jiutian Xiannu? Should I also summon your Shermu from the Xunyuan Peak? At this, Lu Chen's eyes brightened, and the image of Mu Wonking's captivating form resurfaced in his mind. Seeing his expression, Luo Qingshan was rendered speechless. All right, my dear, after this matter is resolved, I shall personally clarify everything to you. Lu Chen hurriedly took hold of Luo Qingshan's delicate hand. Humph. In response, Luo Qingshan wrinkled her nose and, after a token struggle, allowed Lu Chen to hold her hand. Nearby, Jiang Yuechan, Shui Main, Zhou Zhida, Lin Shuoro, and Lin Yuoro witnessed the playful exchange between the two, the air around them tinged with a hint of jealousy. It was uncertain whose jealousy had been provoked. Compared to the other women present, none could rival Luo Qingshan's beauty. On the other side, Hua Qingying, with her overwhelming advantage in Tao patterns, had reduced the Moroa evil sovereign to a state of desperation, forcing him to flee in panic. Is that the aura of the Luo goddess? This woman hails from the Luo Tian divine kingdom, the angelic divine king. With his golden hair radiating a divine aura unique to the angelic race, regarded Hua Qingying with flickering eyes, murmuring to himself. The sheer number of Tao patterns on Hua Qingying startled him. As the lord of the Temple of Light and a ruler of the heavenly realm, he had encountered countless powerful beings, yet he had never seen a divine king with such an abundance of Tao patterns. Especially upon sensing the Luo goddess avatar above Hua Qingying's head, the angelic divine king felt an even greater astonishment. Your Majesty, we have detected a particularly powerful and special barrier sealing off this space. It appears to allow entry but not exit. Our combined efforts have failed to even ripple its surface. A subordinate from the Angelic Legion reported. Upon hearing this, the angelic divine king's expression darkened, though he maintained his composure, responding only slightly. Oh, there exists such a strange barrier? Very well, you may withdraw. I shall devise a plan regarding this matter. After the soldier from the Angelic Legion departed, the angelic divine king surveyed the scene. The Moroa evil sovereign had become insignificant, and the forces of the evil gods were gradually falling into disarray under the assault of the Angelic Legion. Eventually, his gaze landed upon Lu Chen. surrounded by a multitude of beautiful women. Are they all descendants of the Sin gods? The angelic divine king's gaze darkened, a surge of murderous intent rising within him. Are the deities tasked with monitoring the 3,000 Tao states merely idle? How could several true gods arise from the descendants of the Sin gods? He resolved that once the evil gods were eradicated, he would thoroughly cleanse the bloodline of the Sin gods for the heavenly court. It was unacceptable for any descendant of the Sin gods to breach the realm of the true gods in the eyes of the heavenly court. Yet, he was taken aback to find that all the enchanting women surrounding Luo Qingshan possessed the cultivation of upper true gods. Seizing the opportunity, the angelic divine king concentrated his divine power, swiftly obliterating the blood portal above him, effectively severing the connection with the evil spirit realm. My husband. Luo Qingshan seemed to sense the hidden malice of the angelic divine king, her eyes reflecting a hint of worry. Nearby, Jiang Yuechan and the other women also noticed, instinctively moving closer to Luo Qingshan. Fear not, my dear, as long as I am here, no one dares to harm you, Luo Qingshan reassured them with a smile. Despite this, a subtle, undetectable anxiety lingered in Luo Qingshan's eyes. As time passed, the evil gods suffered devastating losses, and even the Morua evil sovereign was on the brink of exhaustion. Under the relentless assault of Hua Qingying, his physical form was nearly annihilated, and his spirit dimmed. Damn it, I will fight you to the end. The Morua evil sovereign turned to see his fellow evil gods perishing beneath the angelic soldier's weapons. With the blood portal destroyed, he found himself with no avenue of escape. Chapter 92, the battle concludes. Faced with such a dire situation, the Morua evil sovereign, depleted and desperate, charged at Hua Qingying, opting for self-destruction in a bid to take this formidable divine king down with him. The energy unleashed by a divine king's self-detonation was formidable. Even a fraction of that energy could obliterate the 3,000 Tao states in an instant. Even a divine emperor would sustain injuries if caught at the center of such an explosion. Thus, divine kings rarely pushed one another to the brink of annihilation, as the final counterattack of a divine king was exceedingly perilous. However, for Hua Qingying, who possessed an abundance of Tao patterns, this threat was far from sufficient. A foolish dream. Hua Qingying's gaze turned icy as 1,000,000 Tao patterns and 1,000,000 space Tao patterns erupted with divine radiance from within her. The forces of time and space converged upon the Morua evil sovereign. With the enhancement of these two mighty forces, an invisible barrier woven from the powers of space and time firmly trapped the terrifying energy generated by the Morua evil sovereign's self-detonation. No, I refuse to accept this. The Morua evil sovereign glared at Hua Qingying with blood-red eyes in his final moments. Annihilate. With a firm grasp of her jade hand, Hua Qingying compressed the invisible barrier, leading to the demise of the once mighty Morua evil sovereign. Your Majesty, all the evil gods on the battlefield have been vanquished. A soldier from the Angelic Legion approached to report to the Angelic Divine King. Upon hearing this, the Angelic Divine King nodded, contemplating for a moment before directing his gaze toward Luo Qingshan and the others nearby. He issued a new command, Angel Legion, encircle all these descendants of the Sin gods. Understood. Following the order, the Angelic Legion immediately surrounded Luo Qingshan and the women beside him. It's over. It seems we cannot avoid this fate after all. The demigod Ling Yuan, standing outside the realm of order, beheld this scene, his profound gaze turning grave, and his fists involuntarily clenched. Behind Luo Qingshan lies the entirety of the 3,000 Tao provinces, thus entwining the myriad lives within those lands. Alas, the next move relies on the choice of the Tianyan Zuanshan. The murky eyes of the Xuan demigod suddenly sharpened with clarity. If the divine realm insists on exterminating the 3,000 Tao provinces, then I shall self-destruct my mortal form and soul to escort the Tianyan Zuanshan to safety. Although demigods pose no threat to true gods, their self-detonation could indeed create considerable trouble for the Angelic Legion. Old fellow, I did not expect you to possess such a resolute side. I thought you were a coward all along. The Tianjin demigod jested, expressing, this also counts as my contribution. How dare the lofty divine realm determine our fates with mere words? Within the order realm, the Grand Princess, I apologize for my tardiness and request punishment. At that moment, Ling Tong led the divine army of the Luotian Divine Kingdom, arriving belatedly and kneeling in the void, seeking forgiveness from Hua Qingying. Hua Qingying's expression was as cold as ice. She cast a disdainful glance at Ling Tong and replied indifferently. In truth, during the previous battle, she had sensed that this general of the Divine Kingdom was just outside the 3,000 Tao provinces. However, upon detecting the overwhelming approach of thousands of evil gods, he had chosen to retreat without hesitation. After all, he is merely a demigod, and even with the divine army behind him, he would struggle to contend with a single evil god, let alone over 1,000. Only after confirming that the battle had concluded and all the evil gods had perished did Ling Tong dare to enter the 3,000 Dao provinces to make contact. Regarding Ling Tong's actions, Hua Qingying did not pursue the matter further. Her gaze swiftly shifted to the angelic god king, sternly inquiring, "Angelic god king, the evil gods have been vanquished. What is your intent now?" The angelic god king bowed slightly in response, not daring to show any disrespect, for the power displayed by the latter was profoundly shocking. The angelic god king then spoke slowly. "It appears that you are the grand princess of the Luodian divine kingdom. I have learned much today. However, you must understand the purpose behind my actions. These beings are the progeny of the sin gods, and it seems they have opened the blood gate, aiding the invasion of the evil spirit realm. This sin must be punished without a doubt. The heavenly court intended to imprison these sin gods to provide them with a chance to repent. Yet, it appears that nature is hard to change. So I have resolved to annihilate them all to prevent future calamities." The voice of the angelic god king resonated with authority, echoing into the ears of all present. What a sweeping annihilation! What a tyrannical heavenly court! A languid voice interjected. Despite being surrounded by the angelic legion, Lu Chun remained unfazed, slightly raising his gaze. His eyes filled with disdain as he looked at the angelic god king. Following the voice, the angelic god king was taken aback upon focusing on Lu Chun, wondering who this individual was, for he could not discern his cultivation level. Lu Chun slowly rose, his gaze sweeping past the angelic god king, dismissing him entirely, and landing upon the kneeling Ling Tong. "Ling Tong, is it true that these individuals have come to take you back?" Lu Chun inquired softly, directing his attention to Hua Qingying. Hua Qingying nodded gently, moving toward Lu Chun and collapsing into his embrace. "It is likely that my father has sensed something unusual here. Hence, he sent someone to bring me back for my safety. Chener, once I return and clarify everything with my father, I will come back." Decades ago, Hua Qingying had grown weary of the mundane life in the Luodian divine kingdom, which led her to escape to the 3,000 Dao provinces. From a distance, Ling Tong gazed at the princess, now joyfully leaping into the arms of a stranger. In that instant, jealousy and resentment intertwined within his heart. "Huh. It seems your father is quite unreliable. He actually sent such a person to fetch you." Lu Chun cast a scornful glance at Ling Tong, his tone dripping with disdain. Hearing this, Ling Tong was infuriated, his face turning ashen. "Princess Luo, you are acquainted with this sin god bloodline?" Meanwhile, the angelic god king furrowed his brow at the affectionate display between the two, his voice deepening with inquiry. However, before he could finish speaking, the angelic god king was struck by an overwhelming invisible force, causing his physical form to shatter into divine particles. With a mere mention of the sin god bloodline, "I shall see how you and your heavenly court can contend with me today." Lu Chen's piercing gaze and icy words reverberated throughout the surroundings. The angelic legion, the Holy Light Palace, and the divine army led by Ling Tong were all left in utter shock, frozen in place. What did they just witness? The master of the Holy Light Palace, the lord of the heaven realm, the angelic god king was obliterated in a single move, his physical form disintegrated. Moments later, the scattered divine essence of the angelic god king began to coalesce back into his body. Upon reaching the level of a god king, the life tier surpasses that of a true god. Even a drop of blood from a god king possesses boundless power, sufficient to annihilate an entire realm. Thus, even if his physical form perished, as long as a trace of divine essence remained, he could swiftly reform his body. Cough, cough, cough. "Who are you?" The angelic god king's face turned pale, clutching his chest with one hand, his breath weak, and his eyes filled with terror as he gazed at Lu Chun, his voice trembling with inquiry. He understood that Lu Chun had clearly held back, otherwise, he would have been utterly destroyed. To be capable of slaying a god king with a mere word, this individual must undoubtedly be a divine emperor. "Master." The 10 high-ranking officials of the Holy Light Palace rushed forward to assess the angelic god king's injuries. Who was that person next to the princess? How could he injure the angelic god king with a single word? On the other side, Ling Tong was equally astonished. Recalling the fleeting murderous intent he had felt towards Lu Chun earlier, dread coursing through him as cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Lu Chun regarded the angelic god king with disdain, stating, "I am indeed the sin god you spoke of earlier. As for my true identity, you lack the qualification to know." Upon hearing this, the 2 high-ranking officials stepped forward furiously, rebuking, "How dare you, regardless of your identity? To collude with the evil spirit realm and open the blood gate is tantamount to declaring war against the entire divine realm. What does it matter how strong you are? Can you truly contend with the entire divine realm?" At this moment, the holy heaven divine sovereign, who had witnessed everything from behind Lu Chun, hurriedly intervened to clarify, "Master, The two high-ranking officials. This matter has nothing to do with my master. It was that so-called Abilio Wang who used secret techniques to open the blood gate. Seeing the holy heaven divine sovereign standing with Lu Chun, the angelic god king's brow furrowed deeply as he sternly declared, Holy heaven, as a 12th official of the Holy Light Palace, how can you recognize a sin god as your master? You are tarnishing the honor of the Holy Light Palace. I, as the master of the Holy Light Palace, hereby announce that you are henceforth expelled from the divine palace. The Holy Heaven Divine Sovereign's expression changed. As a former official of the Holy Light Palace, he did not wish to witness the relationship between the two sides deteriorate. Just as he was about to continue explaining, a cold voice interrupted him. Lu Chen's deep-set eyes glimmered with a chilling light. After surveying the angelic legion, he remarked, Even if I conspired with the evil spirit realm and opened the blood gate, what of it? The universe is turned upside down, and all laws are extinguished. All within the thoughts of this divine being. Today, this divine being has taken on the mantle of accusation, curious to see how you will respond. His words exude an unyielding dominance, showing no concern for the charge of colluding with the realm of evil spirits, merely disapproving of the celestial court's demeanor. Ah, how audacious! Upon hearing this, the angelic god king twitched his lips, disregarding the circumstances, and immediately commanded the angel legion, All gods, heed my command. Annihilate this madman colluding with evil spirits. As soon as the order was given, each member of the angel legion erupted with terrifying divine might, illuminating the heavens with holy radiance. One after another, apocalyptic divine abilities surged toward Lu Chun and the women surrounding Luo Qingshan. Facing this overwhelming onslaught, Zhang Yuechan, Shui Main, and the others felt a sense of helplessness. Yet, Lu Chun remained unfazed, his expression tranquil. With a gentle stamp of his foot, an intangible force transcending dimensions pierced through, causing those divine abilities to vanish into thin air. And those attacking angelic warriors, without exception, had their bodies and souls burst apart like watermelons, dispersing into a cloud of blood mist. In an instant, Lu Chun had obliterated over 1,000 true divine beings of the Angel Legion without even moving his form. The angelic god king, witnessing this scene, felt his heart bleed. The Angel Legion was his creation, forged with the utmost resources of the celestial realm, serving as his strongest trump card. Yet now, they had all been annihilated by Lu Chun in a heartbeat. Even when facing a divine emperor, the combined offensive of over 1,000 true gods would have had little chance of victory, but it should not have ended so swiftly. Just as despair gripped the angelic god king, a divine decree suddenly descended from the heavens. By the decree of the Kanglan divine emperor, eradicate all bloodlines of the sinful gods across the 3,000 states, and take Luo Qingshan. The divine voice resonated, echoing throughout the entire 3,000 states, its accompanying divine might causing hearts to tremble. Accompanying the decree was a vast army already gathered outside the 3,000 states. By the command of the Kanglan divine emperor, eradicate the bloodlines of the sinful gods. Leading the charge was the Rage Heaven God King and the Tsangming God King, with the armies of the 10 directions Kanglan realm marching forth to the starry skies beyond the 3,000 states. The 10 directions Kanglan realm, under the stronghold of the Kanglan divine emperor, boasted an incredibly robust foundation, firmly establishing itself as the second power in the Eastern Divine Domain, second only to the Sacred Court of the 7 Realms. This time, the 2 divine armies led by the Rage Heaven God King and the Tsangming God King numbered 5,000 true gods. Following closely, the forces of the Celestial Court, having received a message from the Temple of Light, also arrived in haste. The Time Temple, under the orders of the Celestial Court, came to eradicate the bloodlines of the sinful gods, clad in a Taoist robe, exuding an ethereal presence. The master of the Time Temple led the divine officials of the Time Temple forth. The Space Temple, acting under the Celestial Court's orders, also arrived to eradicate the bloodlines of the sinful gods. The Dark Temple, under the Celestial Court's mandate. The news from the 3,000 states swiftly reached the realm of the gods, inciting a united response from the Celestial Court and other major factions. In the face of the threat posed by the realm of evil spirits, the realm of gods stood inexplicably united. Qingshan, enough of this commotion. It is time to return home. The divine decree of Kanglan manifested as a towering, majestic figure, radiating an aura of disdain that instilled fear. Within the beast god realm, Luo Qingshan raised her phoenix eyes fiercely, spotting that familiar figure in the starry sky, causing her delicate hand to clench into a fist, an invisible fury surging forth. My lady. Sensing Luo Qingshan's unusual demeanor, Lu Chun extended his hand to grasp her soft, delicate palm. Long before, Lu Chun had sensed the peculiarity of Luo Qingshan's origins and anticipated that this battle would unveil all truths. My lady, with me here. No one shall forcefully take you away. Luo Qingshan glanced at Lu Chun, her fury dissipating, replaced by a tender affection. Humph, how strong can you be alone? Have you seen the army outside? Observing this scene, the angelic god king couldn't help but smile with pride. Chapter 94. Instant kill, father-in-law. Noise. Lu Chen shot a cold glare at the angelic god king, his formidable soul power transforming into a shard of icy light that pierced forth. In the next moment, the angelic god king's expression changed drastically. It was too late to escape. The icy light swiftly penetrated his brow. This time, it was not merely his physical body that perished. His divine essence and soul were utterly reduced to dust. Master of the Temple of Light. Outside the stars, the master of the Time Temple, the master of the Space Temple, the master of the Dark Temple, and others, witnessing this scene, stared wide-eyed at Lu Chun. How dare you, sin-blood god, act so brazenly, slaying a deity of the celestial court? With the angelic god king and the entire angel legion obliterated, the Temple of Light was no more. Husband, beyond the 3,000 states, numerous deities of the 10 directions Kanglan realm and the celestial court gathered, with Jiang Yuechan, Shui Main, Zhou Jidi, Shui Yueqing, and others casting worried glances at Lu Chun. Faced with such a multitude of divine beings, they couldn't help but feel concerned for Lu Chun. Yet perhaps only Hu Qingying, who understood Lu Chen's status as a creator god, felt less anxious. Do not worry. Remain here and await my return. I shall handle what comes next. With that, Lu Chun gently wrapped an arm around Luo Qingshan's slender waist, his form flashing as he broke through the barriers of realms, arriving outside the stars. Meanwhile, the half-gods of the Tianfu alliance, such as Xuan and Lin Yuan, marveled inwardly. It was only today that they realized the might of the realm of gods. In the 3,000 states, where true gods were nearly invincible, in the realm of gods, they were as numerous as feathers. They were even more astonished by Lu Chen's displayed power, having instantaneously annihilated over 1,000 true gods, truly opening their eyes. Do you think that facing such a multitude of divine beings, the Tianyan divine god can manage alone? After a moment's contemplation, the Tianyan half-god cautiously inquired. Xuan half-god wore a solemn expression. The fate of the entire 3,000 states now rests solely on the Tianyan divine god. Should he fail, the 3,000 states may face utter destruction. The decree of the Kanglan divine emperor had reverberated throughout the 3,000 states, and these old fellows naturally heard it clearly. Not only them, but also the Tianhu tribe members Yu Baiwei and Yu Qianxia, far away in the Tianyan sacred land, as well as Mu Wangqing, Lu Qianer, and others from the Lu family, were all attentive to this life and death battle. Is this the best the celestial court can send? A bunch of worthless rabble? Truly disappointing. Lu Chun, holding his beloved, surveyed the scene ahead, disdainfully addressing the assembled gods. The Time Temple, Space Temple, Dark Temple, Origin Temple, and dozens of other temples of the celestial court were present, alongside the Rage Heaven God King and the Tsangming God King from the 10 directions Kanglan realm. Nearly 20 divine kings had gathered. This kind of display was more than enough to sweep away any force in the Eastern divine domain. Humph, a mere sinful god dares to bark in front of us, first colluding with the realm of evil spirits and then slaying the angelic god king. It seems no matter how many years pass, the bloodline of the sinful gods cannot shed its filth. Were it not for the mercy of the divine sovereign, the 3,000 states would have turned to ashes long ago during the rebellion of the sinful gods thousands of years past. The master of the Dark Temple spoke sharply, his gaze fixed on Lu Chun, recounting his crimes. To this, Lu Chun merely smiled nonchalantly. In the end, you have only a few phrases to utter. How dreadfully boring. It seems the so-called celestial court is merely a group of inept fools. No wonder you were so thoroughly invaded by the realm of evil spirits back in the day. As soon as these words left his lips, they ignited the fury of the master of the Dark Temple, who shouted angrily, "Sinful God, do not be so arrogant." With that, the master of the Dark Temple charged forward, an endless force of dark laws converging behind him, forming a gigantic manifestation of the god of the underworld. Before the formidable figure of the Ming Shun, one could see the divine spear, the Ming Shun Ji Miao, firmly gripped in his hand. This spear, a manifestation of the dark laws honed to perfection, required no less than 7 million traces of darkness to be forged. In a fit of rage, the God King unleashed the power of the Ming Shun, derived from the dark laws, which ravaged the surroundings, creating tumultuous waves of energy that stirred the cosmic void. With a sly smile curling at the corners of his mouth, Lu Chen quietly modified the Dark Palace Lord's cultivation panel. The successful modification was met with a notification confirming the alteration. In the next instant, the Ming Shun's form vanished, and surrounded by the potent force of the laws. The Dark Palace Lord, stripped of his powers and reduced to a mere mortal, could not withstand this overwhelming force. His corporeal form was instantly crushed into a mist of blood, perishing on the spot. The cracked system proved to be exceptionally effective, capable of casting these once lofty god kings into the abyss with but a thought. Witnessing such a bizarre scene, the other palace lords displayed expressions of sheer astonishment. The inexplicable demise of the Dark Palace Lord made them perceive Lu Qian, who stood before them, as imbued with an unsettling aura. In an instant, the previously arrogant deities of the Space Palace and the Time Palace exchanged wary glances, fearful of becoming scapegoats. After a brief silence, a resonant and serene voice shattered the stillness. Lu Qian turned towards the source of the sound, raising his gaze to the imposing shadow before him. The figure was identified as Luo Qingshan, a revered entity of the Shifang Kanglan realm and father of Luo Qingshan. Upon recognizing the identity of this individual, Lu Qian tempered his disdain and adjusted his demeanor. After all, this figure could be considered his father-in-law, deserving of due respect. "Ah, it is you, Dao friend Tianyan. I am Luo Qingshan, and I come here with respect. My primary purpose is to bring my daughter Qingshan home. As for the conflict between you and the Heavenly Court, I wish to remain uninvolved." Having witnessed Lu Qian's swift annihilation of the Dark Palace Lord, even the God Emperor Luo Qingshan could not discern the method employed. Noting the absence of any divine power or fluctuations of the law, this left him with a lingering apprehension, unwilling to provoke a direct confrontation with Lu Qian. "God Emperor Kanglan, you cannot." The Time Palace Lord, upon hearing this, was taken aback and hastily interjected. However, before he could complete his thought, he was interrupted by a fierce glare from the Kanglan God Emperor. "Was it not you who caused the grievances with the Sin God bloodline? The mess left by your heavenly court is not the responsibility of the Shifang Kanglan realm to clean up." The Kanglan God Emperor's assertive retort rendered the Time Palace Lord's countenance pale, akin to having swallowed a fly. "Though your Shifang Kanglan realm is powerful, do not forget who reigns as the sovereign of the divine realm. Should this matter reach the ears of the heavenly sovereign, your realm cannot escape blame." With no other choice, the Time Palace Lord brought up the name of the heavenly sovereign Haoyan. Yet, the Kanglan God Emperor scoffed dismissively, rebutting. "Such words would carry weight if spoken by the Haoyan God Emperor. However, you are not worthy of such authority. Do not think to use me as your pawn." With that, the Kanglan God Emperor turned his attention back to Lu Qian, stating, "Dao friend Tianyan, as long as I take Qingshan with me, I shall not interfere further and will withdraw." "How does that sound?" Lu Qian, hearing this, smiled but did not hasten to reply. Instead, he glanced down at the warm figure of Luo Qingshan nestled in his embrace. She glared fiercely at the Kanglan God Emperor, her silver teeth clenched tightly, conveying a deep-seated loathing for her biological father. This was the first time Lu Qian had witnessed such a display from his beloved wife, and he began to grasp the gravity of the situation. "Ah, there is no need for formality, Kanglan God Emperor. In terms of familial hierarchy, you are still my father-in-law." Upon hearing this, Luo Qingshan frowned, observing the intimate embrace shared between the two. He suppressed his impatience and insisted, "Then it is settled. I shall take Qingshan with me." As soon as he spoke, Luo Qingshan gestured to the enraged god kings behind him, signaling them to proceed in taking Luo Qingshan away. "Wait," Lu Qian interjected, shifting the focus of the conversation. With a mere thought, an invisible force surged from within him, instantly sending the angry Sky God King and the Tsangming God King flying back. "It seems I have yet to agree to your terms, father-in-law. Whether my wife wishes to return home must be decided by her." He looked down at Luo Qingshan. At this moment, Luo Qingshan also fixed his intense gaze upon her. "Qingshan, do not be difficult. Your father has finally found you. Come home with him." His words carried an imperceptible pressure, attempting to exert control over Luo Qingshan's heart and soul. Yet, Lu Qian would not yield to such manipulation. A divine order of creation enveloped him, effortlessly shielding those behind him from the impending force. Moments later, Luo Qingshan released her clenched jaw, her phoenix-like eyes filled with fury as she directed her ire at the Kanglan God Emperor. "You greedy scoundrel. In your pursuit of power, you even sacrificed your own daughter. Xia died in vain at your hands, and my mother was offered as a sacrifice." Luo Qingshan publicly unveiled the sordid scandal of the Kanglan God Emperor's household. Externally, he appeared as a towering figure, dominating the realm. Yet behind closed doors, he had turned against his own wife and daughter. In his relentless quest for the realm of Tianshi Wuzhong, he had conducted blood sacrifices of both Luo Qingshan's mother and sister. Upon discovering the truth, Luo Qingshan had taken advantage of Luo Qingshan's seclusion, fleeing the Shifang Kanglan realm with the help of the Xianlan God King. Arriving here where the Sin God bloodline was imprisoned, the once mighty God Emperor, one of the 10 strongest in the Eastern divine domain, was revealed to be such a wretched being. It is said that even a tiger does not eat its young, Yet, the Kangling God Emperor had resorted to inhumane blood sacrifices for the sake of Ascension. The notion of blood sacrifice sent chills through the air, for it was said that such forbidden arts required the essence of life to be drained from the victim, transforming them into a Su-Ush. The mention of the Su-Ush soon sparked hushed conversations among both the Kangling divine army and the deities of the heavenly court. The mere utterance of those three words struck terror into the hearts of all present. To the outside world, the Su-Ush seemed merely a result of aging. Yet those turned into such beings endured endless torment for countless years before their consciousness was extinguished. No one knew the true extent of this duration. It could span 1,000,000 years or even 10 million. This abominable and forbidden technique had been outlawed by the heavenly court since its inception due to its cruelty. Yet, the revelation that the Kangling God Emperor had employed such methods against his own kin left many aghast. Enough. Enraged by the public exposure of his scandal, Luo Qingshan erupted with fury, unleashing the terrifying might of a god emperor that summoned a cataclysmic storm of time and space upon Luo Qingshan. Unmoved by this display, Lu Chen expanded his divine order of creation, effortlessly shielding the 3,000 Tao states behind him from the onslaught. However, the surrounding onlookers were not so fortunate. The residual force tore through the fabric of space, releasing a tide of obliterating energy that annihilated the continental realms in this star domain for tens of thousands of light years. The Time Palace Lord, Space Palace Lord, and other god kings were struck as if by lightning, their forms propelled backward like arrows released from a bow. Some unfortunate true deities were utterly obliterated on the spot. Countless realms collapsed, and the very essence of laws and spiritual power dissipated entirely. This was merely the might of a fragmentary avatar of Kangling Shindi. One can scarcely fathom the true extent of Kangling Shindi's power. Do you truly wish to obstruct me? Unfazed by the losses incurred by the celestial gods, Kangling Shindi's gaze remained fixed on the unfazed Lu Chen. In response, Lu Chen paid no heed, tightening his embrace around Luo Qingshan and softly reassuring her, "Do not fear. My beloved, as long as I am here, none shall take you away. As for your past debts, I shall reclaim them for you." The gentle whispers brushed against Luo Qingshan's ears, causing her autumn-like eyes to shimmer with tears as she gazed deeply at Lu Chen. In the next moment, under Lu Chen's astonished gaze, she slightly tilted her head, her luscious lips lightly pressing against his. After this, Luo Qingshan peacefully closed her eyes. Nestling in Lu Chen's embrace like a serene, slumbering kitten, a faint smile lingering at the corners of her mouth. It seemed that as long as she was in Lu Chen's arms, she could remain unperturbed even amidst the destruction of the cosmos. Tianyan Holy. Do not think that I fear you. My earlier concession was merely to avoid conflict. All gods of the Shifeng Kangling realm, heed my command and join forces to annihilate this individual. Witnessing the couple's affectionate dalliance before him, Luo Qingshan could contain his fury no longer, immediately shouting in anger. With Luo Qingshan's command, the Rage Heavenly King and the Tsangming Heavenly King led nearly 5,000 true deities to conjure a terrifying divine arrow. The power emanating from this divine arrow caused the very fabric of space to collapse, augmented further by Kangling Shindi's divine might. What of the father-in-law? Should anyone dare to harm my beloved, I shall retaliate without hesitation. Lu Chen's gaze sharpened as he fixed his eyes on Kangling Shindi. Chapter 96, The Creation Fist. The collapse of the Divine Master, the Haotian Divine Emperor, and the Panyuan Ancient God. How boastful. As a fellow Divine Emperor, how could I possibly lose to a mere fledgling like you? Let us see how you fare against this strike. Kangling Shindi then turned to Luo Qingshan. His expression twisted in malice as he declared, "Qingshan, do not think that finding a protector will allow you to escape the fate of blood sacrifice. Once I have eliminated this man, you shall be sent to reunite with your sister and mother to experience the suffering they endured." At this juncture, the scandal could no longer be concealed, and Kangling Shindi resolved to act without pretense. After all, in the face of absolute strength, such rumors held no weight. Meanwhile, the divine arrow, infused with the combined might of Kangling Shindi, the two divine kings, and 5,000 true deities, pierced through time and space, with its very surface radiating enough power to annihilate a divine king. How dare a mere shadowy avatar speak so boldly in my presence? Behold, this is the first punch I strike towards the realm of the gods. Faced with the onslaught of the divine arrow, Lu Chen remained unfazed, merely embracing Luo Qingshan as he unleashed a simple yet profound punch. This seemingly simple strike contained a hint of Lu Chen's creation divine power. At the moment of impact, a radiant light erupted in the starless void, the ensuing energy wave causing half of the eastern divine region to tremble violently. From millions of light years away, The center of the Sanxian Daozhou emanated a sense of obliteration, as stars shattered and all laws were extinguished. Even the distant Luo Tian Divine Kingdom in the Wooding Divine Sea sensed this destructive energy wave. Luo Tian Divine Master, seated in the grand hall of his divine kingdom, suddenly opened his eyes and directed his consciousness toward the Sanxian Daozhou. Upon sensing the situation, he immediately stood in shock before his ministers, exclaiming, "What is happening? How could Kanglin Shindi be drawn there?" At that moment, a figure rushed in from outside the hall, reporting to Luo Tian Divine Master, reporting to the Divine Master. The Heavenly Court has delivered urgent news. A blood portal has emerged in Sanxian Daozhou. The evil spirit realm's Moro evil sovereign has led 1,000 evil deities to invade, followed closely by the angelic divine king and his legion. Subsequently, several temple lords from the Time Temple, Space Temple, and Dark Temple have arrived. And even Kanglin Shindi has brought 2 divine kings to the scene. It is said that among the sinners, a divine emperor-level powerhouse has appeared. And a fierce battle is currently underway, with the outcome yet unknown. We must await further instructions from the Heavenly Court. Upon hearing this news, a stir of astonishment swept through the ministers of Luo Tian Divine Kingdom, each exchanging bewildered glances. No one had anticipated that such a trivial Sanxian Daozhou would ignite a series of consequential events, even drawing the attention of divine emperor-level beings. This will not do. I have decided to lead the entirety of my divine army to Sanxian Daozhou. I must bring Inger back. Luo Tian Divine Master, in a state of turmoil, resolved to recklessly venture forth to retrieve Hua Qingying. As the possessor of a first-grade divine vein, she embodied the future of Luo Tian Divine Kingdom and must not come to harm. However, he was met with a unanimous plea from his ministers. "Your Majesty, you must not. This battle involves divine emperors, and even divine kings would not dare to intervene. Sanxian Daozhou is but a minor realm. It may have already been reduced to dust under the divine emperor's residual power. Your Majesty must not act impulsively." Upon hearing this, Luo Tian Divine Master turned pale, collapsing onto his throne. Upon reflection, he realized that the true deities venturing forth numbered in the thousands. The ongoing battle in Sanxian Daozhou would likely reduce even true deities to mere cannon fodder. What could a mid-tier true deity like him change? Luo Tian Divine Kingdom had but one true deity. If he perished, the kingdom would face utter annihilation. Alas, the matter is now in the hands of the Heavenly Lord's decree. At this moment, Luo Tian Divine Master appeared to age several millennia. The scene shifted to the Heavenly Court, to the Heavenly Palace. The Heavenly Palace, situated at the very core of the sacred realm, serves as the residence of the Heavenly Lord. At this moment, a man clad in a Taoist robe, exuding a handsome and scholarly demeanor, sat serenely beneath a pavilion. This man radiated an overwhelming aura of righteousness, his expression commanding yet composed, naturally embodying the essence of a sovereign, surrounded by myriad laws and divine power. Even in the absence of any discernible aura, he remained unapproachable. He was none other than the current ruler of the Heavenly Court, the Heavenly Lord Xuan Shindi. Before Xuan Shindi lay a chessboard, and across from him sat an elderly man of imposing presence, engaged in a game. Suddenly, both players were jolted by a surge of immense energy. This overwhelming force transcended countless realms, directly upending the chessboard before them. This Panyuan ancient god stared in astonishment as the pieces in his hand crumbled to dust. A remarkable figure had recently emerged in the realm of the gods. Xuan Shindi lowered his gaze to the scattered pieces on the ground, his left hand, which had held a piece, numbed from the force. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he turned his gaze toward the Sanxian Daozhou. "Heavenly Lord, this matter concerning the sinners is escalating. Even that old coot Luo Shirtian cannot maintain control of the situation." Panyuan ancient god, his expression grave, immediately inquired of Xuan Shindi, "How should we resolve this? Should I intervene?" In response, Xuan Shindi shook his head, a complex expression crossing his face. Luo Shirtian seeks to find his long-lost daughter, preparing for another blood sacrifice to break through to the boundless realm. Upon hearing this, Panyuan ancient god realized the situation and promptly followed up with, "I wondered why that old fellow suddenly became so eager to assist the Heavenly Court. It turns out it was all for his own petty affairs, which is quite in line with his character." In the realm of Sanxian Daozhou, the presence of the Sin deity looms formidable, proving to be a challenge even for Luo Shirtian, who momentarily finds himself at a loss. Perhaps it is time for me to step forward and restore order for the celestial court. However, the God Emperor Xuan seems to have other plans. He swiftly gathers divine power to draft a heavenly decree, which he entrusts to the ancient deity Pan Yuan. I must trouble the ancient deity to personally undertake this task. Ensuring the safe return of the celestial court as pantheon is the most desirable outcome. With a heart full of complexity, Pan Yuan accepts the decree and vanishes in an instant, racing towards the Sanxian Daozhou. Chapter 97. Annihilation, the arrival of Pan Yuan. In Sanxian Daozhou, the stars dimmed, and a cataclysmic storm engulfed the cosmos, leading to the annihilation of countless realms and continents within this energy clash. Fortunately, the order field of the creator god enveloped Sanxian Daozhou, preventing its immediate collapse. Is this truly the full extent of the T New York NZNSHN's power? It is indeed terrifying. The demigods, Lin Yuan and Song Xian, gazed up as the starry sky suddenly caved, forming a vortex that devoured all laws and energies. The level of this battle left them utterly astonished. What realm does he truly belong to? Concealed in the shadows, Yang Hao, through the divine power of Mu Bingyun, also witnessed the battle beyond the stars. Lu Chen, holding a beauty in his embrace, single-handedly confronted the pantheon of gods, stirring a profound tremor within him. Observing the spectacle, he now realized how absurd his quest for vengeance against Lu Chen had been. It was truly unexpected that a Sin deity could cultivate to the level of a god emperor. Mu Bingyun lifted her snow-white neck, her icy gaze directed towards the vastness of the cosmos. As the terrifying energy of annihilation gradually subsided, the once shattered void resembling a spider's web began to mend, revealing an empty expanse. Standing proudly amidst the void, Lu Chen remained unscathed, enveloped by the order field of the creator god, his demeanor calm, with not even the slightest flutter of his garments. In stark contrast, the Shifang Kanglan realm faced devastation. The divine arrows of the gods shattered, and the avatar of the Kanglan god emperor dissipated, while the true divine army led by the angry sky god king and the Tsangming god king was nearly obliterated, reduced to less than 500 from an initial 5,000. How could this be? The angry sky god king's blood boiled, and the disheveled Tsangming god king appeared utterly defeated. Together, they had barely survived the explosions. Yet, witnessing Lu Chen before them, untouched and seemingly unperturbed, they found it unfathomable. Cough, cough, cough. The Shifang Kanglan realm has suffered grievous losses. The master of time, disheveled and disarrayed, found himself affected by the energy of annihilation even from such a distance. Humph. It serves them right. The Kanglan god emperor, relying on his divinity, dared to disrespect the celestial court. Emerging from the cosmic dust, the master of space remarked, "This Sin deity is extraordinary, far beyond our capabilities. Creating such a commotion. The celestial deity must surely be aware of the events here. This individual is beyond our reckoning. It would be wise to await the celestial deity's command." At this moment, the master of the primordial hall proposed, "Even the residual force from a single punch of Lu Chen's is beyond our capacity to withstand. Let us flee." The angry sky god king and the Tsangming god king exchanged a knowing glance and ordered a retreat. With the avatar of the Kanglan god emperor destroyed and their divine army decimated, remaining here would mean certain death. Humph. Do you think this deity will allow you to escape? As the angry sky god king and Tsangming god king attempted to tear through the fabric of time and space to flee, Lu Chen's cold gaze bore down on them, and with a stomp of his foot, the power of the creator god surged forth, binding the remaining gods of the Shifang Kanglan realm in place, rendering them immobile. Wait, T New York NZNSHN. The previous matters were orchestrated by the god emperor. We have never participated. We come only to carry out orders, and we beseech your mercy. The angry sky god king and Tsangming god king, fully aware of the chasm between the god emperor and the god kings, urgently pleaded for clemency from Lu Chen. "Princess, please, on behalf of the Xianlan god king, intercede for us." They understood that Lu Chen's motives were tied to Luo Qingshan and swiftly invoked emotional appeals. In the Shifang Kanglan realm, 10 powerful god kings stood sentinel, bound by brotherly ties. Upon hearing the name of the Xianlan god king, Luo Qingshan immediately opened her eyes, her gaze fixed intently upon the two. Where is Uncle Xianlan now? Had it not been for the Xianlan god king's desperate protection, she could never have escaped the Shifang Kanglan realm. Given Luo Shitian's nature, upon his emergence, he would not spare the Xianlan god king. With this thought, Luo Qingshan became increasingly concerned for his safety. "Princess, the Xianlan god king is currently detained by the god emperor himself. I cannot divulge the specifics, but I can assure you he is still alive." The angry sky god king managed to articulate. The 10 god kings of the Shifang Kanglan realm, having inherited the same bloodline of Kanglan divine power, could sense each other's life and death. Hearing this, Luo Qingshan exhaled a sigh of relief, though a hint of worry still lingered in her eyes. Even if the Xianlan god king was alive, he had likely endured torment over the years. "Do not worry, my dear. Once this matter is resolved, I shall personally lead you to rescue the Xianlan god king from the Shifang Kanglan realm." Sensing Luo Qingshan's anxiety, Lu Chen hurried to offer comfort. "As for you two, You shall be annihilated. Lu Chen's gaze turned icy as he addressed the angry Sky God King and the Tsangming God King. Wait. But before they could plead for mercy, the power of the Creator God swiftly obliterated them on the spot. After dealing with the denizens of the Shifang Kanglan realm, Lu Chun's attention shifted to the gods of the celestial court. Now, it is your turn. With that, an unparalleled pressure of heavenly might stirred the cosmic clouds, descending heavily upon the Master of Time, the Master of Space, and the multitude of gods from the celestial court. The sheer force of this pressure kneecapped dozens of god kings, collapsing the void and twisting it into a terrifying black hole of space. Having witnessed Lu Chen's battle with the Shifang Kanglan realm, the gods of the celestial court were already filled with trepidation, unable to even meet Lu Chen's gaze. Lu Chen's profound eyes glinted with cold light, and just as he prepared to strike down upon the gods of the celestial court, a voice suddenly interjected, "Fellow Taoist, please, have mercy." Turning towards the voice, he beheld a majestic figure spanning millions of light years, unbound by the constraints of time and space, descending with absolute authority. The figure was engulfed in blazing flames, emanating a formidable aura that overshadowed the starry heavens, with billions of divine swords arrayed behind him like a peacock's tail. Each sword forged from a star. An overwhelming primordial aura surged forth, unleashing tidal waves of divine energy that ravaged the surrounding star realms. Pan Yuan, the ancient deity, wielding the decree of the god Emperor Haoyan, radiated an awe-inspiring presence that commanded the heavens. Greetings, Pan Yuan, the ancient deity. The gods of the celestial court, upon recognizing Pan Yuan, displayed expressions of joy, yet the overwhelming might of the Creator God kept them firmly subdued, unable to rise in greeting. Splendid. It is the ancient deity Pan Yuan himself. Humph. Let us see how this Sin deity can be so arrogant now. Chapter 98, The Conclusion of Battle. The celestial court comprises 12 celestial deities, each a god emperor of their time, representing the pinnacle of power and authority within the realm of gods. They also serve as the spiritual pillars of the celestial court, eternal monuments of strength. Upon Pan Yuan's arrival, the fighting spirit of the gods surged. Facing the imposing Pan Yuan, Lu Chen showed no fear. Instead, he offered a disdainful smile. Are you also here to hasten your demise? In response, Pan Yuan shook his head slightly, indicating no. The emperor has come to convey the divine edict from the celestial realm, commanding the deities to depart. Upon speaking, the ancient deity Pan Yuan raised the edict high, and the voice of the heavenly emperor echoed, "The deities of the celestial realm shall return to the celestial universe." And thus the matter of the 3,000 Tao states is resolved. From this moment forth, there shall be no designation of a sinful deity in the realm of the gods. The divine voice was imbued with a profound and righteous aura. As the words faded, the edict gradually dissipated, leaving the suppressed deities of the celestial realm in a state of astonishment and disbelief. Tianyan Holy, I am Pan Yuan. If the deities of the celestial realm have committed any offenses, I, Pan Yuan, offer my apologies to the sinful deity here. In the next moment, Pan Yuan retracted his celestial form and approached Lu Chen, lowering his stature in a gesture of contrition. Prior to his arrival, Pan Yuan was as perplexed and distressed by the contents of the edict as the other deities present. He had originally believed that the heavenly emperor had sent him to subdue Lu Chen, only to discover that he was to apologize instead. Nevertheless, Pan Yuan had great trust in the heavenly emperor, who, despite not solely relying on the strength of being the foremost among deities, commanded authority over the heavens. Thus, he mustered the courage to apologize to Lu Chen. To his surprise, Lu Chen did not anticipate that the formidable figure before him had come solely to express regret. With a wave of his hand, he dissipated the overwhelming pressure. In that instant, the Master of Time and others gasped for breath, as they felt as if their very blood had congealed under the oppressive force. Having witnessed enough of the spectacle, Lu Chen smiled faintly at the towering Pan Yuan and began his admonishment. So, you are the ancient deity Pan Yuan? I harbor no ill intentions. I merely detest the arbitrary and unjust manner in which your celestial realm operates. Were it not for this, I could easily extinguish them with but a thought. Pan Yuan, upon hearing this, dared not retort and quickly nodded in agreement. Your Excellency is indeed right. Upon my return, I shall personally reign in the deities of the celestial realm. The esteemed Pan Yuan, one of the 12 celestial beings, was treated like a subordinate before Lu Chen, unable to express anger or dissent. This scene shattered the faith of the deities behind him. Subsequently, Lu Chen gestured for Pan Yuan to take his leave. Relieved, Pan Yuan waved his hand, and divine power swiftly gathered the Master of Time and the other deities, transporting them away from this place of contention. Once they had fled the 3,000 Tao states and reached a distant star domain, the Master of Time could no longer suppress his curiosity. ancient deity Pan Yuan. What is the true intent behind the Heavenly Emperor's actions? The sinful deity openly colludes with the realm of evil spirits. Why does the Heavenly Emperor not eliminate them, but instead choose to bow in submission? Upon hearing this, the Master of Space and the Lord of the Primordial Realm turned their gazes towards Pan Yuan, whose visage betrayed a hint of worry. With a sigh, he replied, "The Heavenly Emperor has his reasons. Before encountering the Tianyan Xuan, I too was perplexed. But after meeting him, I recalled the overwhelming sense of pressure I felt during our confrontation, accompanied by an ominous shadow of death." Pan Yuan had reached an immeasurable level of power, and among the realm of deities, few could pose a threat to him. The realms of the Divine Emperor are categorized as the limitless beginning, the eternal initiation, the boundless universe, and the eternal chaos. The difference between even the slightest realms of the Divine Emperors is as vast as heaven and earth. What? The revelation that even Pan Yuan harbored trepidation towards Lu Chen left the Master of Time and others utterly astonished. Is there anyone among you who knows the true nature of this individual? The sudden emergence of such a formidable figure in the realm of deities fills Pan Yuan with concern. Yet, no one present knew Lu Chen's origins. The Master of Time persisted. Let us set aside whether he is truly colluding with the realm of evil spirits. The fact that he independently executed the angel god king and annihilated the Temple of Light cannot be easily forgiven. If the celestial realm allows him to go unpunished, it risks losing face in the realm of deities in the future. Pan Yuan furrowed his brow and countered, "There is no need for further discussion. I trust the judgment of the Heavenly Emperor. If he truly colluded with the realm of evil spirits, with his strength, he would have long since opened the gates of flesh and blood at the celestial realm, and you would all have been annihilated. Enough. This matter is not to be debated further. From now on, the name of the sinful deity must not be mentioned again." With that, Pan Yuan led the deities back to the celestial realm, and this great conflict finally came to an end. In the 3,000 Dao states, Beast God Domain, Tianyan Holy Land, the elder of the clan, with murky eyes, reflected upon the unexpected consequences of the battle with the Dragon Clan. Beside him, Yu Baiwei expressed her disbelief. Even more astonishing is the fact that the Tianyan Xuan, so powerful, could single-handedly contend against the deities. The image of Lu Chen, exuding an air of invincibility, remained etched in Yu Baiwei's mind. In response, the elder cast a sidelong glance at Yu Baiwei's graceful form and remarked, "With the profound cultivation of the Tianyan Xuan, he could undoubtedly dominate the vast realm of deities. For this reason, our Tianyan Holy clan must seize this opportunity. Baiwei, it is unlikely that a solitary figure like Yu Qing can capture the heart of the Tianyan Xuan." Previously, during the invasion of the evil god, Lu Chen's beautiful companions appeared, and their beauty was not inferior to that of Shui Yueqing. Noticing Yu Baiwei's own remarkable beauty, accentuated by the flowing gown that perfectly outlined her curves, the elder's intentions were unclear. Yu Baiwei, puzzled, did not comprehend the underlying meaning of the elder's words. Upon hearing the insinuation, her cheeks flushed, and she quickly turned her face away. In the aftermath of the great battle, Lu Chen returned to the Beast God Domain, embracing Luo Qingshan. As soon as they landed, the ladies, including Hua Qingying and Shui Mein, surrounded him, concerned about whether he had sustained any injuries. Meanwhile, without the oversight of the Creator God's order, Yang Hao had stealthily slipped away during the chaos of Lu Chen's battle. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Do not underestimate the youth. Tianyan Xuan, I shall return with vengeance to repay the humiliation. Empowered by Mu Bingyun's divine strength, Yang Hao quickly fled the Beast God Domain. The Tianyan Xuan had become so powerful that even the celestial realm had to capitulate. Could it be that even the Heavenly Emperor is wary of this individual? Mu Bingyun's once tranquil heart now surged with tumultuous waves. No, it is absolutely impossible. The Heavenly Emperor has reached the realm of eternal chaos, the undisputed foremost being of this age. As a former deity of the realm, she, like the other deities, regarded the 12 celestial beings and the Heavenly Emperor as objects of faith. Yet, having witnessed Lu Chen single-handedly instill such fear in the celestial realm, to the point that not a single deity dared to act, even Pan Yuan, one of the 12 celestial beings, had displayed deference before him. As Yang Hao desperately fled, a chilling laughter suddenly echoed from behind him. An ethereal mist materialized before him, blocking his path. An evil god, sensing the intense aura of death emanating from the mist, Mu Bingyun immediately recognized it as an evil god, albeit one that seemed gravely injured, reduced to a wisp of spirit. What? An evil god? Upon realizing that the ominous mist before him was that of a terrifying evil deity, Yang Hao wasted no time and immediately turned to flee. Wait, young man. However, the ghostly mist obstructed his escape, and even with the divine power of Mu Bingyun aiding him, he could not break free. Who are you? And what do you intend to do? Faced with the inability to escape, Yang Hao's eyes filled with terror as he anxiously regarded the evil deity, trembling as he spoke. It matters not who I am. What is significant is that we share a common enemy. As the mist gradually dissipated, the figure of Mo Luo Qingshan emerged. It turned out that during the previous confrontation with Hua Qingying, he had self-destructed without hesitation, feigning an intention to perish together, while secretly splitting off a fragment of his essence at the moment of his self-detonation. Such a covert maneuver was unnoticed even by the angelic god king and Hua Qingying present at the time. Allow me to reside within you, and I shall aid you in your quest for vengeance. How does that sound? You must have witnessed my formidable power firsthand. Surely you understand that without my assistance, your efforts would be in vain, regardless of how many years you train. Mo Luo Qingshan spoke seductively to Yang Hao. Upon hearing this, Mu Bingyun's expression shifted. Astonished that Mo Luo Qingshan could survive his self-detonation. Concerned that Yang Hao might be deceived, she hurriedly cautioned, Yang Hao, the evil deity excels at manipulating hearts and is far from benevolent. He does not truly wish to assist you. Do not trust him. Yang Hao, recognizing the truth in her words, recalled the malevolent visage of the evil deity he had just witnessed, and thus he retorted to Mo Luo Qingshan. Why should I trust you? At this, Mo Luo Qingshan erupted into maniacal laughter. Ha ha ha. Was it the fragment of the true God within you that whispered this to you? What can a mere remnant of a true God do to aid you in your vengeance? Besides, I am now at the end of my rope, desperately needing to conceal myself. If discovered, I would have no place to die. Would I dare to deceive you? Hearing this, Yang Hao's eyes flickered with uncertainty. After deep contemplation, his fists clenched tightly, a frenzied expression overtaking his features as he nodded in agreement. Very well. If I do not succeed, I shall perish. I shall assist you in hiding, and you will aid me in my revenge. The hatred he harbored for Lu Chun had completely eclipsed his fear of the evil deity. Yang Hao, the Mu Bingyun concealed within him, was both shocked and disappointed. She had not anticipated that he would allow hatred to blind him to the extent of allying with an evil deity. I am sorry, Sister Bingyun. With his plan succeeding, Mo Luo Qingshan grinned wickedly. Consider this remnant of a true god as my supplement. In the next moment, under the despairing gaze of Mu Bingyun, Mo Luo Qingshan reached out with a colossal hand, aiming to extract her remnant soul. Faced with a remnant soul of divine king caliber, she was utterly powerless to resist. This scene was witnessed by Lu Chun, who was engrossed in his own matters. I almost forgot about this fool. Ladies, please wait here. I shall return shortly. As his words fell, Lu Chun vanished from sight. Just as Mo Luo Qingshan prepared to devour the extracted remnant of Mu Bingyun's soul, a chilling murmur, as if from the depths of the abyss, echoed from behind him. Oh, so the lineage of the evil deities is still alive and kicking? The cold voice reverberated around, instantly freezing Mo Luo Qingshan's grin in midair. When he slowly turned to see who had spoken, he found Lu Chun had mysteriously appeared behind him. It's you. Lu Chun merely willed it, and an invisible force surged forth, instantly obliterating Mo Luo Qingshan's remnant soul, marking its definitive demise. Ah, Tianyan Holy. Upon seeing the face he loathed, Yang Hao finally reacted, an overwhelming fury swelling within him. His eyes, devoid of reason, turned crimson as he recklessly charged at Lu Chun. Yet, with his meager cultivation, he posed no threat to Lu Chun whatsoever. An invisible barrier stood before Lu Chun, and no matter how fiercely Yang Hao struck, he could not breach it. Ha ha ha, is that all you've got? Lu Chun raised an eyebrow with a smile. This remark ignited Yang Hao's inner fury, and he began to attack like a rabid dog, even attempting to bite. TSK, TSK, TSK. Look at you in this pitiful state. Only a blind person would choose you. With a mere snap of his finger, Lu Chun firmly restrained Yang Hao in midair, rendering him immobile. With another thought, Yang Hao's limbs were mercilessly crushed by the invisible force. A chilling scream erupted from him, as the excruciating pain nearly caused him to lose consciousness. After executing this, Lu Chun turned his gaze toward Mu Bingyun. Mu Bingyun, I have encountered you before. Identity, divine being of the heavenly court, matriarch of the Ice Phoenix clan. Cultivation, mid-level true god in life. Chapter 100 Mount. The insignificant deity Mu Bingyun bowed respectfully before Lu Chun, acknowledging him as the supreme being whom even the heavenly emperor feared. You have been concealed within Yang Hao. He was about to ally with an evil deity. How do you view this as a divine being of the heavenly court? Lu Chun inquired with a charming smile. Mu Bingyun glanced at the restrained Yang Hao. However, upon witnessing his dire state, she showed no sign of sympathy. Instead, her brow furrowed as she expressed her disappointment. Originally, I saw potential in him and wished to cultivate him, hoping he would one day help me solidify my form. Yet, I never expected him to be blinded by hatred. Willing to ally with an evil deity. I am ashamed. Lu Chen scrutinized Mu Bingyun. Your true form is that of an ice phoenix, is it not? Solidifying a form? What difficulty is there in that? I need only a thought. Hearing this, Mu Bingyun trembled, her expression one of astonishment. Is the esteemed deity serious? True gods cannot achieve what divine kings can. Even a mere fragment of divine essence cannot instantly coalesce back into a physical form. The earlier Imo Luo Qingshan did not opt to reform his body due to fear of exposing his essence, thus resorting to hiding within Yang Hao. Due to the imperfections of divine rank laws, it becomes exceedingly troublesome for true gods to reform their bodies. Not only do they require vast resources for cultivation, but even with such resources, they may never return to their former glory, making further cultivation nearly impossible. Few forces are willing to undertake such a thankless task. Lu Chen nodded. That is only natural. I did not come here to provoke you. However, if you wish for my assistance in solidifying your form, there is a prerequisite. Changing the subject, his profound gaze sparkled with hidden meaning. What condition? Mu Bingyun hurriedly inquired. I am in need of a mount. If you agree to serve me as a mount, I shall help you solidify your form. Upon hearing this, Mu Bingyun's heart sank, thinking, this lecherous deity indeed has his eyes set on me. The recent events during Lu Chen's visit to Shui Yueqing's abode lingered in her mind. Coupled with the presence of numerous stunning beauties like Luo Qingshan, Hua Qingying, Zhang Yuechan, and Shui Main, her impression of Lu Chen as a lecher only deepened. As an ice phoenix deity, she was well aware of her own beauty, believing it rivaled that of Luo Qingshan and Shui Main. For a moment, Mu Bingyun stood frozen. Her luscious red lips pursed as she grappled with her inner turmoil. Serving the human race as a mount shattered her pride as an ice phoenix. At this moment, Lu Chen spoke once more. The patience of this deity is finite. Furthermore, if I am not mistaken, as the leader of the Bingfeng clan, what would your tribe become without you, the true divine leader? Lu Chen's words struck at the very core of Mu Bingyun's vulnerabilities. Before long, Mu Bingyun bit her silver teeth, lowered the proud head of the Bingfeng, and knelt before Lu Chen, proclaiming, Bingyun pays homage to my master. She was acutely aware that with Lu Chen's unparalleled strength, he could easily impose his will upon her. In her current state, as a remnant of her soul, she was utterly powerless to resist, and perhaps even incapable of taking her own life. The opportunity lay before her, and should she refuse, she could provoke Lu Chen's wrath, compounded by Yang Hao's presence, leading to a most tragic fate. Recalling Lu Chen's merciless methods, one could just as easily perish in humiliation. Thus, after much contemplation, Mu Bingyun ultimately acquiesced. Observing her submission, Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction, and with a mere thought, he summoned the forces of heaven and earth, flooding into Mu Bingyun's being. In a fleeting moment, her divine corporeal form crystallized into existence. Mu Bingyun examined herself in astonishment. She now donned a low-cut ice blue gown, her fair and rounded shoulders seemingly sculpted by divine hands. Her 3,000 strands of azure hair were styled into flowing clouds, cascading down to her waist. The gown clung to her exquisite figure, the jade belt cinching her slender waist, barely graspable by a single hand. Her brows resembled distant mountains shrouded in mist, with a hint of crimson on her lips that captivated the heart. Her bare feet lightly touched the ground, each toe glistening like pearls, evoking an irresistible desire to caress them. Thank you, master, she expressed, her beauty rendered breathtaking upon regaining her corporeal form, bowing in gratitude once more to Lu Chen. Meanwhile, Yang Hao, imprisoned in the air, witnessed this scene and, overwhelmed by fury, spat blood in exasperation. After years of companionship with Mu Bingyun, they shared a bond akin to that of master and disciple. Now, his mentor knelt before his enemy, acknowledging him as master and displaying such demeanor. Lu Chen, he howled in despair, his face ashen, his gaze a fiery red fixated on Lu Chen. Alas, how dull. Very well, I shall send you on your final journey. With that, the disinterested Lu Chen lost any desire to provoke further and, with a thought, completely obliterated Yang Hao's physical form along with his soul. Lu Chen turned his gaze back to Mu Bingyun, indicating a desire to test whether this newly acquired steed was suitable. Mu Bingyun's face flushed crimson, her lowered lashes fluttering delicately like butterfly wings, and her almond-shaped eyes rippled with an unspoken desire. Please, master, be gentle, she murmured, her rosy lips pressing together, her pearly teeth nibbling on her lower lip, her face blushing like a flower blooming on pristine white paper, her earlobes glowing with a coral-like luster, her voice barely above a whisper. Gifted with extraordinary talent, Mu Bingyun had ascended to the status of true divine and became the youngest leader in the history of the Bingfeng clan. Consequently, she had devoted herself solely to cultivation. never entertaining the notion of seeking a partner, rendering her na-ve in matters of intimacy. Observing Mu Bingyun's bashful demeanor ignited a fervent curiosity within Lu Chen. He stepped closer, bent down, and swiftly captured her cool and tender lips. In that moment of contact, Mu Bingyun's eyes widened, her delicate hands clenched tightly. Under Lu Chen's guidance, she appeared remarkably inexperienced, and just like that, 3 days and nights slipped away. Lu Chen rode his newly acquired Bingfeng back to the territory of the beast god domain's Tianhu clan. Upon closer inspection, he noted that this Bingfeng had lost a considerable number of feathers. "Darling, you have finally returned." Snow Moon Qing, who had been waiting for Lu Chen's return, rushed forward to welcome him. When did you acquire this Bingfeng mount? And why is it shedding?" she inquired, her round, dark eyes sparkling with curiosity. Lu Chen, perched atop the Bingfeng's neck, seemed reluctant to dismount. He smiled silently in response to Snow Moon Qing's inquiry and moved closer to wrap his arms around her delicate waist. "My lord, there are so many people watching." She blushed, her face crimson, a stark contrast to her previous image as a pure and innocent maiden. "Senior, I express my gratitude on behalf of the Tianhu clan for your great kindness." The Grand Elder, accompanied by Yu Baiwei, Yu Qianxia, and other powerful Fox clan members, respectfully bowed to Lu Chen. The Dragon Clan, the Evil God, and the Celestial Court. Any one of these forces could easily annihilate the Tianhu clan. Without Lu Chen's aid, they would have surely faced destruction by now. The Grand Elder is too kind. It was but a trivial effort. Lu Chen waved his hand dismissively. Just then, the representatives of the Tianfu Alliance, led by the demigods Lin Yuan and Song Xian, approached. They had lingered in the Tianhu clan for 3 days. Eager to meet Lu Chen, Lin Yuan, standing foremost as the alliance leader, first bowed respectfully to Lu Chen, then spoke. 3 days ago, in the battle, the Tianyan Zuanshan single-handedly faced myriad gods, showcasing profound cultivation that is truly admirable. Now, with the myriad forces of the 3,000 Daos contending against one another, I dare to request your command to unify the 3,000 Daos. As soon as he finished speaking, the 3 ancient ancestors of the Tianji Pavilion, Song Xian, Tai Su, and Qi Xia, followed suit, expressing their willingness to follow the Tianyan Zuanshan. The Tianji Pavilion wishes to follow the Tianyan Zuanshan with utmost respect. The Gu Jianmin feels the same way, chimed in the Tianjian demigod. Under their leadership, the remaining demigods of the Tianfu Alliance voiced their allegiance, wishing to serve Lu Chen as their sovereign. After the incidents involving the evil god and the celestial court, these powerful figures at the pinnacle of the 3,000 Daos finally realized the perilous situation they faced. Gratefully, they acknowledged Lu Chen's unwavering support for the 3,000 Daos. Otherwise, they would have fallen victim to the whims of the God King. Hence, the Tianfu Alliance hastily reached a consensus to rally around Lu Chen. Our Tianhu clan also wishes to honor the Tianyan Zuanshan and never betray. The Grand Elder, a cunning old fox, quickly led his clan in kneeling before Lu Chen. What is this?" The scene before Lu Chen caught him off guard, prompting a bemused shake of his head. "Everyone, this deity has no intention of unifying the 3,000 Daos. To unify the 3,000 Daos and become the realm sovereign would be quite laborious. I would be constantly inundated with matters to address. Such a life would surely drive me to madness. I have grown accustomed to a life of leisure." Snow Moon Qing, sensing Lu Chen's dilemma, playfully suggested with a glimmer in her eye, "Darling, the 3,000 Daos indeed require unification. If you find it bothersome, you could designate someone to manage affairs while you take a more hands-off approach." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen nodded in agreement, reaching out to gently pinch Snow Moon Qing's delicate nose. "All right then, since my wife suggests it, I shall accept this matter." Just then, a series of sounds pierced the air, and upon investigating, Lu Chen noticed that other clans of the beast god domain, including the Jinping, Xuan, and Taihun clans, had come to pay their respects to the Tianyan Zuanshan. "I am the Jinping Demon King, and I have come to greet the Tianyan Zuanshan. The Jinping clan is willing to submit to your command and look to you as our leader." As soon as the Jinping Demon King landed, he immediately knelt before Lu Chen. The Xuan Demon King and Taihun Demon King followed suit. They had all witnessed the battle 3 days prior. It was well known that the gods of the celestial court sought to eradicate the 3,000 Daos. In a perilous situation, only the Tianyan Zuanshan could provide them sanctuary against the covetous gaze of the celestial court and the evil god. Thus, all the major superpowers across the 3,000 Daozhou have willingly chosen to submit to Lu Chen. Since you have chosen to yield to this deity, it is only fitting that the demigods are not stingy. With that, Lu Chen turned his gaze toward the leading Lin Yuan demigod, Song Xian demigod, Jin Peng Yao Wang, and Xuan and I Yao Wang, modifying their cultivation panels. Ding, modification successful. Lin Yuan demigod, modifiable. Cultivation, upper true god, modifiable. Xianxian demigod, modifiable. Cultivation, upper true god, modifiable. Jin Peng Yao Wang, modifiable. Cultivation, upper true god, modifiable. After completing these adjustments, Lu Chun retrieved a mountain of divine fragment shards from the system store and spoke slowly. You should refine these divine shards promptly. There are plenty to go around. Should you require more, do not hesitate to come back. As they sensed the surging true god power within them, Lin Yuan true god, Song Xian true god, Jin Peng Yao Wang, and Xuan and I Yao Wang exhibited expressions of disbelief. The ability to fabricate a plethora of true god-level beings left them profoundly astonished. In an instant, Song Xian true god and the others broke through to the upper true god level. Gazing at the towering pile of divine fragment shards as if they were made of gold, they suddenly realized how many detours they had taken in their previous cultivation. Each of them had cultivated for over 1,000 years to reach the demigod realm, while Lu Chun could elevate them to the heights they had once longed for with a mere wave of his hand. To brave fire and water for you, esteemed elder, Song Xian true god, Tianyan true god, Jin Peng Yao Wang, and others knelt on one knee, tears streaming down their faces, reflecting their feelings of regret for the long paths they had traversed. After everyone expressed their sentiments, Tianyan true god suddenly thought of something and proposed. Since we have unified the 3,000 Daozhou, should we not change the name? Song Xian true god immediately exclaimed, esteemed elder, what about Tianyangxia? Lu Chun, indifferent, responded, it is merely a title, feel free to choose as you like. Upon hearing this, Song Xian true god promptly led the others in a bow. We pay our respects to the esteemed one of Tianyangxia, Song Xian true god, adept in handling affairs, won Lu Chen's favor, prompting Lu Chun to announce grandly, henceforth, all matters of Tianyangxia shall be managed by Song Xian true god. Do not disturb me with trivialities. Notify me only of significant issues. From now on, Tianyangxia shall be just in its rewards and punishments. Those who perform well shall be duly rewarded, with breakthroughs to the realms of Divine King and Divine Emperor not being an insurmountable challenge. In compliance with the decree of the esteemed one, we shall exert our utmost efforts for Tianyangxia, responded Song Xian true god, and the others respectfully, with Lu Chen's substantial backing. It is believed that Tianyangxia will soon stand tall at the pinnacle of the divine realm. After addressing matters concerning Tianyangxia, Lu Chen lowered his gaze to Shui Yuqing in his arms and also modified her cultivation panel. Ding, modification successful. Shui Yuqing, modifiable. Cultivation, Divine King, modifiable. Dao patterns, 10 million chaos Dao patterns, 10 million reincarnation Dao patterns, 10 million time Dao patterns. Favorability, 100. As his wife, her cultivation should not be inferior to that of these subordinates. This surge of power brought a smile to Shui Yuqing's face as her clear, autumn water-like eyes gazed deeply at Lu Chun. She naturally knew that this was Lu Chen's doing, and with a pout of her red lips, she could not help but bestow a kiss upon him. Seeing this scene, Song Xian true god, Lin Yuan true god, Jin Peng Yao Wang, and the Grand Elder quickly covered their eyes. They were of considerable age and could hardly endure the sweet display of affection between the young couple. Clearing her throat, the mother, Yuqian Shui, could no longer bear the couple's shamelessness and coughed a few times. It was only upon hearing Yuqian Shui's cough that Shui Yuqing snapped back from her blissful reverie. Thank you, my husband. Recovering her composure, Shui Yuqing's cheeks flushed, and she felt a hint of surprise within herself. The usually aloof and cold-hearted woman had unexpectedly displayed such boldness. Not known for her eloquence, she appeared even more nervous under the weight of shyness, stammering as she spoke. Observing his beloved in such an awkward state, Lu Chun felt a stirring of impatience. There is no need for thanks between us. Witnessing Lu Chun personally elevate Shui Yuqing's cultivation to the realm of Divine King ignited a newfound motivation in Song Xian true god, Lin Yuan true god, and the others, solidifying their determination to work diligently. After all, the Divine King realm was considered a peak powerhouse within the vast expanse of the Divine Realm. Little did they expect that their master possessed such a gentle and considerate side. I had thought the master was merely a ruthless figure devoid of compassion. Having transformed back into human form, Mu Bingyun, who had been hiding among the crowd, now donned a long dress that accentuated her alluring figure. A hint of cold elegance adorned her features, and despite having endured 3 days of oppression from Lu Chun, a trace of pride still lingered in her demeanor. This was one of the reasons Lu Chun found her irresistible. After a brief discussion regarding the preliminary development of Tianyangxia, they planned to construct a Tianyan temple, a dedicated palace for Lu Chun, with Song Xian true god as the chief coordinator. Everyone began to carry out their respective duties. As Lu Chun surveyed the scene, he noticed that Hua Qingying, Luo Qingshan, Zhang Yuchan, Zhou Dai, Shui Meiyin, Lin Shui Rou, and Lin Yu Rou had already departed from the beast god domain. Sister Hua had entrusted Yu Qing 3 days prior to inform her husband that she would return to the Luo Tian Divine Kingdom to visit her father and would come back in a few days. Luo's sister mentioned that she would wait for her husband at Tianyan Holy Land, and the other sisters seemed to have returned as well. Shui Yuqing softly explained to Lu Chen. Already aware of the situation, Lu Chen teasingly asked Shui Yuqing, "Do you mind having so many sisters?" In response to Lu Chen's inquiry, Shui Yuqing obediently shook her head, her voice gentle as she replied, "I do not mind. As long as my husband can spare a little space in his heart for me." Shui Yuqing understood very well that with Lu Chen's unparalleled abilities, she could not monopolize him. Rather than competing for affection and risking displeasure, it was better to accept the reality and leave a good impression in his heart. Seeing Shui Yuqing so obedient and understanding, Lu Chen pulled Mu Bingyun, and in the blink of an eye, they vanished from the scene. At that moment, Mu Bingyun was left with 3 question marks above her head, wondering, "Why did you bring me along? My husband? How embarrassing." In the blink of an eye, another day passed. Under Shui Yuqing's reluctant farewell, Lu Chen departed the beast god domain on the back of the ice phoenix. The scene shifted to Tianyan Holy Land, where the Empress was at the immortal pool. Luo Qingshan wore a thin, form-fitting garment, the warm water soaking through, perfectly outlining her mesmerizing figure. However, her mind was elsewhere, haunted by the harrowing memories of her mother and sister's tragic deaths in the Shifang Kanglan realm. "Your Majesty, please do not distress yourself. He will surely come to avenge you personally," a voice called out from beside the pool. As the Zhou knew sensed Luo Qingshan's unusual demeanor and ceased her graceful dance. The gentle and caring Ling Dai Xian Zi approached Luo Qingshan from behind, extending her delicate hand to soothe her worries. "Indeed, our master possesses unparalleled strength, capable of repelling countless gods single-handedly. He will undoubtedly lead you to take vengeance upon the Shifang Kanglan realm." With a lively spirit, Yu Lu Xianzi, barefoot, approached Luo Qingshan, her long legs gracefully stepping forth. The elegant and graceful Yao Qin Xian Nu silently took her place at the qin, her fingers lightly plucking the strings, producing melodies as enchanting as celestial music, dispelling the weariness from the Empress. The melodious strains of the zither resonate harmoniously with her ethereal and celestial demeanor, making her one of the few fairies among the Zhou who can rival Luo Qingshan in her divine essence. "When the young master returns, I shall accompany Her Majesty, the Empress, and the young master to exact vengeance upon the Shifang Kanglan realm." At this moment, the petite and adorable Lingxi Xuan clenches her delicate hands into fists, her watery autumn eyes gleaming with cold light, filled with indignation for Luo Qingshan's tragic plight. Her expression of righteous anger resembles that of an irate porcelain doll, lacking in intimidation but brimming with adorable charm. "Indeed, until the Shifang Kanglan realm is annihilated, my thoughts remain unfulfilled." The typically frigid Qing Shuang Xuan also chimes in, her cool voice echoing in the surroundings. Standing by the celestial pond, she exudes an aura of icy elegance, as silent as a cicada in winter, impervious to desecration. Since childhood, the Zhou have remained by Luo Qingshan's side. Each of them bears a tragic past. Had it not been for Luo Qingshan's shelter and guidance in cultivation, they would have likely perished in some forgotten corner of the Ascension dojo. While they maintain a master-servant relationship in the presence of outsiders, in private, they share a bond akin to that of sisters, often engaging in light-hearted banter about intimate matters. Upon learning of the Empress's own harrowing past, the Zhou collectively feel a surge of indignation on her behalf, wishing fervently to strike down the Shifang Kanglan realm and tear apart the Kanglan Divine Emperor. Alas, given their current cultivation levels, they likely lack the power even to breach the barriers of the realm. When Luo Qingshan hears that the Zhou wish to accompany her and Lu Chen, she cannot help but recall the absurdity of that day in the council hall, causing her fair complexion to flush with embarrassment as she quickly interjects, "You should remain obediently in the Tianyan sacred land. There's no need for you to go anywhere. My husband and I can manage just fine on our own." Should the Zhou accompany them, it is likely that Lu Chen might cause some mischief along the way, resulting in some rather embarrassing incidents.